it out from there. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Dreamhack Atlanta. We are here for the Dreamhack Atlanta tournament. I am John Lennon, joined today by Warhammer, and, well, we're really excited. This morning, we're going to be covering a round between Large Richard Energy and Team Art of War. So, we're going to be covering these pairings just as they kick off. Really excited for this one. Yesterday, we had two awesome matches, both extremely close. Both of the times, it came right down to the wire. We're expecting another really good round today. Obviously, we're big fans of the Art of War team here on this channel, but we know that their opposition is going to be tough today. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this round breaks down.
All right, and I think pairings are about to start almost any second now. Oh, there we go. We see like first defenders being put down.
All right, so each team has flipped. So we'll see what each team is thinking. And, you know, as we're in a team tournament, it's very traditional to put down an army with a lot of guns. And so it's fairly likely that both of these teams have put down someone packing serious firepower that is very traditional at team events. Let's see what the players are saying. It looks like they haven't put their mics on yet. I'll go ahead and cover this while you go poke them. We'll try to get their mics on, but we have flipped it over, and it's Astra Militarum and Leagues of Votan. So, looks like Team Art of War has defended with Leagues of Votan, while it's going to be Astra Militarum for Large Richard Energy, also known as the Richards. Okay. And by the way, we do have paste bins with these lists, so we'll have them in the description and in the chat in just a moment. Matt Wellman regarding the War Room Discord link. I cannot update that right now. Unfortunately, I'm going to be busy for the next 4 hours. Go ahead and shoot us an email, contact@theartofwar40k.com. Just shoot us an email there, and hopefully we'll be able to take care of that by the end of the day. And if not, we'll get it Monday morning.
No, it could also be this.
All right, so now we should be able to hear the players. Here we go.
And that would also reduce your negative value more. That's better. You're right. Yeah, the algo was there.
The algo says better. I think this one is a better overall.
What's a real good dimension?
I agree.
You're a high negative, yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, no. Hey, Zach, we're doing this. I actually not.
All right, both the teams are deciding what they're going to be doing. It seems like they're coming to some conclusions. Looks like Richard Energy has 2 answers ready. Oops, I can see on the top down that one of those was Tau, but I'm not going to let my teammates know. They'll find out soon enough.
It has to. It has to. It says so. The math is mathing.
Yep, certainly both of these defenders here are going to be more than happy to get an open table with guns. And so it's always tricky finding the right opposition for that. But it seems that Art of War has come up with their own plan. So I expect we'll be flipping these cards over pretty soon. Are they ready? There they are. All right, looks like it's going to be AdMech and looks like Space Marines going up against those potential Astra Militarum, whereas the Leagues of Votan have Tau and Drukhari coming in to fight them. So interesting choices here. The Leagues of Votan getting to choose between a very shooting army and a not so shooting army for their table choice. Whereas that Astra Militarum, same thing, that AdMech army, and then, well, there's Space Marines that are ready to potentially fight them. But with that open table choice that the Astra Militarum will be able to leverage, we'll see. They should be rolling off for table soon as well. Let's see what they're doing.
They're discussing. I want him to take that. Can you take that? Yeah, cool.
I think so.
No, and also
deciding
this
what
could,
they're
like,
So I want your I want your EV. I want your EV. What do you think?
Okay, it looks like Team Art of War has made a decision, but they're going to wait to flip it until the Richards have made their
it's
decision.
happened to me before. Will not happen again. I'm fine. I'll drop the 20-man down to all of it.
So this is going to be especially interesting because
So,
both of these
if they're
teams
even,
have
he
shooting
wants
armies that are
this.
still left. So there's kind of an element of saving your attackers for that second defender potentially, because that second defender may also be a shooting heavy army, and if you lose all your good gun counters, well, then someone else is going to have to play it because someone has to be put down.
Okay. So do we just want to do this then?
All right, are the Richards coming to conclusion?
I think they're both in conference, and I agree with them.
I think they're there. What's going to be for the Astra Militarum? We will find out. They must be waffling a little bit, otherwise they would have flipped by now, but we'll see it soon.
All right, this is our rejection. Wait, where's it go? Okay, thank you, baby.
And flipping.
Huzzah!
There it is. Space Marines into guard and Tau into Votan.
All right, now we roll.
Nobody wants you, Siegs.
Do it. Ones, baby. Ka-chow! 4.
All right, so the large Richard Energy is going to have the first table choice. Generally, what you would want to have, and so the
Alright, so we have first
the
choice.
guard are going to get their absolute first
so
table choice,
Which
and then
let's
the
just-
Votan will be picking right after that.
Okay.
That is
Firstly,
quite an
this
advantage.
is gonna go here. That's gonna go over there.
And
We'll scooch over.
so Dark Angels are tough, but they're about to have their work cut
Steven.
out for them. They're going to have that durability tested if the guard army is
5 or
just
Guard on
in
5,
line of
never
sight
would
and
guess.
firing. Interesting choices to the Dark Angels into that. We'll
6,
see if the Deathwing Knights live up to their
4,
reputation.
Realistically, I don't know that.
And let me. I'm so curious what you choose. I paired this a certain way, and I don't know what they're gonna do. Do you think you're gonna do what I did?
I'm going on dodge
Yep.
pad for all of them,
Yes, baby.
but I don't
All right,
know
so it looks like it's going to be a semi-dense table for the Votan versus Tau. In the face of a gun mirror, they decided that they did not want it to be a wide-open shooting gallery.
Where is he? No.
But the Astra Militarum seem to be fine with that against the Space Marines here.
All right. Where's my cards?
'Cause that table
Sorry,
looks like
you.
it's
Delete
designed
the
for Dawn of
matrix.
War.
I want to clean it up, and then we'll do the next two. It will probably end up being this, but
Russell.
no, you're on. Steven, you're on 5. You can go set up now.
help any of these matchups?
All right, so they're deciding their second defender, and there's still plenty of light tables out there.
Much
so
appreciated,
again,
love
not
you.
going to be surprised if we see some guns put out. But the Votan drawing out the Tau army does mean that now 2 of the really big gun armies on Large Richard Energy have already been taken. The Astra Militarum and the Tau, probably their 2 shootiest lists. And so that does mean that maybe there's
I think we're
less
supposed to defend
open
here.
table armies available now for Large Richard, but they might be happy with the matchups they got for that.
I think it's this one. I think this one is the bigger danger. Okay. I think this is the bigger danger, right?
Yeah, there's still a pincer here.
What do you think?
Yeah,
Jack?
we pincer that.
There's no pincer here now,
It's one of those two.
and this is also
Oh,
on 3.
Looks like
moment,
we
folks.
There's no longer a pincer. It's probably an easy.
might have lost the battery on that
So
one.
it is this, right?
All right, we're gonna go see if we can fix that battery issue real quick, and I'll talk
It's
about
either
it. We
that
still see a little bit
or-
of the players.
We have a bunch of pincers left. There's this stuff.
You doing good there, Jeff? Doing good there?
It can't be this.
All right, still deciding what
Again,
they want
it's
to do
this,
here.
100%, right?
Oh, they seem sure.
You can get pincered by this guy and either of these guys.
Isn't that acceptable?
Well, the alternative is put up this. And this is gone. That's still there. That's gone.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Give him one of those. Let him go to the end.
So you want to put this up? You're going to be, I mean, you're probably going to be lining up in one of these two.
I can do it.
All right, do it.
That is literally the roll. That is literally the roll. No?
I mean,
It's that or we're trying to do this.
what we're trying to do is line you into this. It's still out there. And clearly trying to hit the scrum.
They're defending with Barker.
I like his shirt more.
So very
Oh, I
convinced
see. Then
for
it should be
Richard
this
Energy
then.
that they're defending with Astra Militarum. That Art of War is. Art of War has a card down, but Large Richard Energy is trying to play the guessing game where they try to predict what's happening in order to influence their decision.
I think
That's great if you get it right, but it's a little bit dangerous in the game of play, because if you get it wrong,
Do we
you
agree
might
on
have
this
really
guy?
messed up.
No bad matchups, no problems.
Yeah. And next table. This is acceptable. Yeah.
All right, they're finalizing,
Sorry,
and
this
we've
took a
got a
minute.
top
You're
down
good?
for it. There we go.
Same idea.
CSM
Gamers.
Credit to Werner for getting that camera back on. Thank you so much, Werner.
No problem.
And it looks like Art of War, in fact, did not defend with Astra Militarum, despite what
We jam.
the predictions were being made by
No, I
Richard
understand.
Energy. It is CSM on
It's
CSM
always these
for the
two, right?
defenders. They're not actually going to play
It's
each other,
always these two?
but they're each going to get to choose a table here.
This is obvious, but I think a little bit later.
Oh, you're right.
To the side that I want to avoid. I kind of think that's way too conservative, and he'll do much
May I
better
look at
than
this one more
that.
time?
So I kind of want to throw that one.
And I think the mission today is it Mission Alpha? Mission A?
I am not certain.
So I'll pull it up real quick to make sure then.
I like this.
But that's Search and Destroy, Take and Hold, Raise Banners. I'm pretty sure is what they're doing, but I'll make sure.
I think I like
Either-
that, and I think
either
I'm also
way they
conservative
accept
there.
them.
Hopefully the players
But
know,
I'm also
but
good
we don't want to
into
bother
this,
them right now.
this,
Yeah.
this. But if
Nick
we
is
do
deciding
that,
what he wants to
I think
send
we
in here for the Art of War team.
Acceptance?
I think
All
Mike
right.
can do better.
We accept.
I know you can make it work. It's
They
I
get
think
next
we can
map
do-
choice.
I think we can land Mike into that or that.
We will get. They will get this choice. We will get this choice.
Because we're
So,
gonna get rid of minimum
assuming
2
that
of those.
these are fine
'cause
on
that's
map,
gone,
which
and
they
then one
are.
of those 2 goes away. And then
With
we're just-
remaining map, they are.
And there we go.
And I
Have
both- I
confirmed
think
this
both
is
of us
Mission
are
A as an
conservative.
alpha. So this is Search and Destroy, Take and Hold, Raise
All right.
Banners.
Can I intuit? What is it going to intuit?
Yeah, if you can figure
What do you
it
think
out,
it
I
is?
will give you a cookie.
A cookie? Oh boy!
I'll give you a crisp high 5.
They
A little bit of banter between the teams right now. Always love to see it. Should be a real friendly round.
And
Oh shit! You were halfway there.
okay,
No
it was
crisp
that.
high 5s for
All right,
you.
GSC and
Oh, well,
AdMech
that way.
going down into the Chaos Space Marines. And on the
Sorry,
other
there you
side, Thousand Sons and Drukari have been offered up to the Chaos Space Marines.
Interesting.
Assault.
Okay, Dusty. Where are you?
All right, interesting choices here with very different types of attackers going into these
Yeah.
Chaos Space Marine lists.
Very.
Likely to be a 10, less likely to
How different are the two CSM lists?
Well, let's see if we can throw these into these paste bins into the description so
Yeah,
we can let people
definitely.
read them.
Let's get that up.
This one, right?
Sure.
And then we would look. Now, I know that there's not a ton of accursed cultists on the side of
think
Art
it's
of
them?
War. I know that Russell instead is going
which
still
one?
Renegade Raiders, but a couple more guns and more of an all-round list here. And I think, though, that there are 3 sets of accursed cultists in their Big Richard camp. And so, you know, AdMech and Gene Store Cult, we saw AdMech take on accursed cultists in yesterday's stream.
Okay,
And that one
I will
ended
accept
positive
what
for
you
the
said,
AdMech, but it's
and
a
I will
little
believe
bit different
you.
of a list.
And I love you. Okay, wait. I'm sorry. Are you
All right.
sure?
Oh,
Are
they're
you sure
deciding.
you win that?
They're deciding.
All right, folks. Lists have just been dropped in chat. We'll be throwing them in the description as well if you need them later.
Perfect.
Before we do that, grab that. That one doesn't matter. Tables are not their strongest play. I'm not trying to deter you. I'm trying to just let you know. You feel good about that?
All right, so just deciding what Russell is taking here. All right,
Okay,
looks
well,
like
we're
he
gonna
might be
go-
taking the
The gut
Drukari.
says this.
My gut is Drukari here, and not T-Sons for the Chaos Space Marine acceptance for Art of War. But I don't know. I will. I'll be finding out. And then still deciding on the other side, Larger Energy.
My gut
Seem to
says
be
this is the right
questioning
choice.
what
by
to
a
do.
lot. My gut says this is the right choice.
Is it going to be GSC? My gut is GSC, but we'll see if I can call the shot correctly
No, they're wrong. They're all wrong.
Trust the guts.
here. Yep, there it is.
see, I'm
Drukari and GSC accepted by the
Not me,
Chaos
I'm
Space
that
Marines.
guy.
Not the most surprising thing, but it makes sense. It'll be very fun to watch that Gene Slurkle versus Chaos Space Marine game.
scared, baby.
That's because
We're
Nick,
scared.
the Art of War Gene Slurkle pilot, has more experience with Chaos Space Marines than Gene Slurkle. But because he knows Chaos Space Marines, and obviously knows his Gene Stealer Cult as well, he certainly knows what the strengths and weaknesses are of each of those factions. And so the first Chaos Space Marines have made a selection against Big Richard's Drukhari, and then Richard will have to the Richards will have to choose their Chaos Space Marines into the Gene Stealer Cult table. That'll be interesting. Classic take and hold here. They did. They fixed it. All right, and now they're back to deciding defenders. And so this kind of comes down to this last bit of the scrum is always, in my opinion, the most interesting. This is where you have 4 armies left for each team. So you're each going to get 1 more defender set. But after you do the defender and the 2 attackers, there's 1 thing left for each team. Those play each other. Whoever gets refused by the defenders, those play each other. So at this point, it's almost about denying a bad matchup as much as it is trying to find a good one, because you have a lot less control at the end, and so there's even more importance on controlling what you can, trying to find a way to keep your most vulnerable armies away from their bad matchups. Now, each team has plenty of strong armies left as well, but there's also some, vulnerable, let's say, where they may have some good matchups and some bad matchups, and it's a little bit of a chess match here. You don't want to try to guess what the other team's doing, because if you're wrong, you might screw yourself over. You're just trying to make the best choice you can, kind of hedge your bet a little bit is usually how I approach it. But well, we'll see how Nick and the Large Richard Energy boys are going to play this one. Let's hear what they're saying right now.
I think I'm going to put, so I think it's going to be you, because I think that they're going to put up one of the 2 that you don't like.
Scores also for me might not push above 10, so like just you better table. That's okay.
Hey, do what you did last game.
Sounds like the Large
All right,
Richards have
baby.
decided that
Let's
one
rock
of their
it.
players
Rock 'em,
is
sock 'em,
completely
robots.
screwed, and that they're not going to try to save him. That's what I'm hearing, but that's a very valid part of teams, just asking for the best you can.
Mind games.
All right, and just like that, we missed it. I believe that was World Eaters and Thousand Sons as what got put down there as defenders. And so the World Eaters getting to choose their table might mean that even in the face of some of these furious guns, they'll have some good options.
Look into Nick Natavati's brain.
And the whole time, the Large Richard Energy crew are making some jokes, bantering with the Art of War team. It's all in good fun. It's what you love to see.
This one?
Let's hear what they're deciding right now.
That's what you do.
But if they put up this, we are forced to reject.
This happens no matter what.
Yeah. And then if they reject, it should be this that goes against it. And we let this hit whatever.
The thing is, they're going to pick you.
I don't know, man. They team
I'm going into the middle because he has to take sisters there if they attack.
Got it. Got it.
Which is fine.
I accept. No, that makes sense.
No, so we can do that.
Just keep me
No. We can do this, but we have to make a bad choice.
Okay, other angel on my shoulder, talk to me.
You like this one,
Didn't
right?
like my advice.
We like this one.
Seems
Check
like
the
Art of
EV
War
on
is
that.
decided.
And then the EV changes for this one.
Just the Richards figuring out.
I'm sorry, we're very slow, but we're also very bad at
I'll
this.
give you a hint. It was either AdMech Sisters, Guard, or Thousand Sons.
AdMech Sisters, Guard, T Sons are there.
Oh, it's not Thousand Sons.
Oh, we got more information.
You feel good with that?
I can do it.
We have 2,000 Sons Army, sorry.
Only one of them gets back.
It's obvious, he's only one
No,
Magnus.
I really don't, but the force rejection's fine.
The other one gets Mag 9.
I can take a loss. It's fine. So still deciding how it's all going to shake out.
Are we going to have a wizard battle?
A couple good options left.
This? And then your thought process was?
You do this.
Do you care about your
you do
table at all?
this, right?
All right,
And
just
then they
deciding what
reject.
those last results are going to be.
Yeah.
Which means we pick the one that puts me.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. Jack's,
They also could change that, but this is the two.
Jack wants you to take
We're good.
Okay.
Gangster. All right, DJ Cali.
AdMech and the Sisters.
Is that a first for you, Jeff? Yeah. Oh, save Art of War! Save Art of War from the man! The big scary man!
All right, so it seems then that they've already determined who the last ones are going to be. And that's going to be Sisters of Battle
Yeah.
against AdMech.
Yeah, it goes on their side. So rejections
And
go
now they're
here.
making their choices.
Which one is playing T Sons?
I think I've lost to Gagne.
Okay.
I haven't played it.
These are the rejections.
And then our other pairings.
And then this goes to
So
there.
we're about to have the grand reveal.
We
So
figured it out. Gamers.
Let me guess. Oh, sisters, guard into T-Sons?
All right.
Exciting. Necrons into Thousand Sons.
Wow, who'd have
Okay.
guessed?
So this will be very interesting.
Wow,
So the
it's
Thousand
almost
Sons
like
have
you
Necrons.
really like that match. That's so good.
And then World Leaders into Sisters of Battle. That'll be an interesting one. That'll be Quinton Johnson's Sisters against the World Leaders. Jack Harpster's Astra Militarum into Thousand Sons. Very interesting one there. And then I got to say that AdMech versus Sisters game, that's probably going to be a really fun one to watch. Jeff Klodner against Richard Siegler. Two great players there. I very much expect I expect that to be one of those games that is really impactful in the round to see who can get the edge there. And now they're just picking tables. So what they're looking at now is, oh, you know, actually they've put the cards down in the wrong order. It should be Large Richard Energy getting the next table choice here.
Us. Yes.
Are they?
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's see who's picking next. Are they doing this backwards? They're doing this backwards. Okay. We should probably tell them that.
We're going to take that.
Whoa. On one, I never would have guessed.
Oh, we're doing this one. Get the
All right, well.
What?
I don't know. 1, 2, 2, 1, 3, 1, 1.
Okay. Well, that's all right. Well, maybe I missed something. Maybe maybe Richard Energy won the roll-off and they decided they wanted the second table.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but both teams are on the same page.
You know what?
so
As long as both teams are on the
that's
same
case,
page, it probably isn't impacting much there. Seems that both players are still getting the table they want, so no big deal. And then there are two left. And so Large Richard Energy is choosing between it.
Look at the pepperoni.
And it appears that that great clean one that's floating around the table right now, I've been told that that is Richard, the namesake of Large Richard Energy.
Nah, bro. You're going to crush
Yes,
that kid.
Quinton is playing the Sisters of Battle, everyone.
My brother in Christ. It's AdMech. AdMech aren't real. And
All
they
right.
don't do things.
There's
AdMech aren't real.
and we'll find out whether or not they can hurt you.
A good player playing a bad
And there's Richard just hanging out on its analyst. All right, so the players have figured out the final things, and that means that we've got a couple minutes here where each each team's going to go to the tables, set up what's going on, and just start to get the ball rolling. But we'll probably have a couple of minutes before we're actually rolling dice in Passion. There we go, just getting a nice shot of the hall. Plenty of space for these players. They get elbow room. We're very happy for them. And they've even got side tables, and hopefully they're all going to be operating the iPads. We gave everyone strict instructions on that they should be doing that. Lots of interesting matchups here. Let's see if we can go ahead and input these into the projections as we see people walking in.
All right. Get that up.
All right. So we'll get a little bit of help from Best Coast Pairings to make sure that we're getting everyone's names right as they enter them. But lots of interesting matchups. Looks like the Art of War team is doing a quick little huddle. Wonder if they accidentally left a mic on. I want to hear what they're saying. No, they did not. Unfortunate. And as before, we'll be doing some projections as well as we're looking over this. I'm definitely going to make some pre-game predictions of how these go down. Will Brogan here with a super chat. Thank you so much. I did know Jack was a guard enjoyer. This will be interesting to watch. Not sure if that meant to say did or didn't, but Jack appears to be enjoying guard this weekend. Oh, Will clarifies that he didn't know. You know, Jack is a man who flies many flags. And so this weekend he is a guard enjoyer. And we'll see how much his opponent enjoys it. We'll see if he enjoys them by the end of the day. Certainly expecting tough competition for all day. And I'm very excited for this. So off the cusp, matchups that I think are very interesting here are, I believe that the AdMech into Sisters game between Richard Siegler and Jeff Klodner, that one should be real good. I'm also quite interested in that game on table 5, Dark Angels into Astra Militarum. And I'm going to be honest here, that one feels like a win for the Astra Militarum. I'm not familiar with the Astro Militarum player, unfortunately. I've never had the pleasure of playing against the gentleman. So we'll see how it goes. But I got to say, that table would not make me feel confident as a Dark Angel player. I certainly would not want to go up against that. Elias Holmgren asks, why aren't you playing John? Well, that's because I'm busy commentating. If I could do both, I would. Trust me. However, we did a quick analysis of time limitations and determined it was not going to happen. So here we go.
That would be some interesting content.
Yeah, you know, I think it would be really fun. But I don't know if I can track 7 games while I'm playing the 8th one.
That is fair.
I'm not really sure if I can track all games at once as it is, but I'm doing my best.
Also not sure if opponents would love it.
Oh, yeah. No. 1 moment, please. Clock to me. No problem. I might like that part.
My opponent just put this unit out, and I don't think that's going to pan out for him.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be even more fun. All right. So let's see if we can. You want to give it a little bit to let the players input their names so we can look at the predictions? There we go.
They were given instruction to get that done and make sure that they're all using the right side for their teams.
Yep.
So when we look at the tables, the blue side of the table is going to be Art of War. Red side will be Large Richard Energy.
And it looks like everyone except for Brian is on the same page there. So we should go make sure he does that. All right, so we're going to get Art of War all on the blue side so that the score sheets are consistent all the way down. There we go. Yeah, AdMech versus Sisters, I expect that to be a game that we're going to end up focusing a lot on. I mean, honestly, these are, you know, maybe I've got a little bit of bias here, but these are interesting matchups all the way down. There's a good story I can tell about every one of these games. Yeah, I think specifically that Dark Angels versus Guard, that's what I'm going to want to keep an eye on. AdMech into Sisters. As well, the Sisters into World Eaters. Going to just kind of be a tale. I mean, you know, there's an opinion amongst the Art of War team that Sisters are one of the best armies in the game right now, and so it's going to be interesting to see how they can either neutralize or capitalize with the Sisters of Battle.
What's the most, any unique lists that you've seen? Got that question in chat.
Yeah, so for today, I'm trying to think of this. I feel like, you know, we have a surprising amount of normal lists. Now, you got to give a shout out to Nick's Gene Store Cold. He is bringing the old-fashioned index detachment, just ignoring the review that he himself gave a month ago, because he seems to have found something new that he likes. And Gene Store Cult are often underestimated, but we can look at yesterday's scores and see that Nick has scored 37 of the possible 40 points. So it seems that he's found a little bit of magic in that codex, where maybe he missed it on a first pass. Time, you know, sleeping on it, eating a Snickers, seems to have made him get a second look and get a better opinion of Gene Store Cult. And it seems to be working for him so far. So I'm very curious to see how that works. I, as a matter of fact, have not yet seen Nick play the new Gene Store Cult Codex since he came back to it. So this will be my first time getting to watch it. Just, you know, busy in the office on those days. And I'm very curious to see what that's going to end up looking like. And I think we need to, let's see, there's 2 monoliths in this Necron list and 2 DDAs. All the hallmarks of a Silent King list except for, you know, the notable exception of the Silent King.
Yeah.
Other than that, though, it looks like a Silent King list. And so I'm curious to see.
What's, like, what is he taking for the extra?
40 warriors.
Oh, okay.
And that gives a lot of board control. Very interesting.
Yep.
Because those units are, quite good at scoring the primary, and they can, you know, you can use that good stratagem to hop back into the monoliths. You can use all of the hypercrypt stratagems once you take those monoliths. And so we haven't had a round yet without monoliths. I think that's the consistent unit so far. And we'll see if we can close out the weekend without
What a world.
Yeah, we just want
It's been
a monolith.
a long time since monoliths were such a thing.
Hey, there's monoliths, there's land raiders.
I know.
I don't know if there's any land raiders on it today, but in general, there are
saw one
land raiders.
yesterday.
And so it's nice to have land raiders on the table again.
I agree. They should be on the table.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, none of the players look like they've really started getting the games ready yet. Let's see. Got some people cheering for Malachi in the chat. There we go. Malachi, I believe, is the Thousand Suns player for Team Big Richard Energy over here, or Large Richard, pardon me. And where did he end up? Oh, I believe Malachi ended up against Mr. Harpster's Imperial Guard.
Also saw some comments in the Discord channel about Malachi being from the local store champion at the Fabricator's Forge.
There we go. And yeah, he's playing more of a heavy T-Suns list. I believe he's got a couple of Mutalith Vortex Beasts as well as 2 Forge Fiends. So taking a little bit less of the trash and the Rubric Eye that you could take in a Thousand Suns list, but he has found a good amount of beef to put in instead. And I gotta say, I support that. I know, as a matter of fact, on Team USA, we brought a Thousand Suns list this year that had 3 Mutaliths and 2 Forge Fiends. And so I can endorse that list as unconventional by the standards of T-Suns. And that's okay, because it still puts in pretty good results. All right. And let's see here. Should be interesting. Yeah, and right now we're just waiting for these players to input their names, their factions on all of the iPads, and then we'll start to make some predictions about how this is going to go while we wait for them to fill out their the score sheets and get deployed, and then just start rolling dice.
I saw you earlier, but you were working, so I didn't want to.
All right. Yeah, I think you know, we'll see. Oh, if you're new to this stream, by the way, we actually do have access to top downs for all 8 of the rounds. So in case you weren't with us yesterday, well, you're in for a treat. We're going to be able to cover all 8 rounds. We're going to be able to go back and forth between the 8 top downs, try to catch the highlight moments of each game, try to kind of tell the story of how the round is going. Both of the rounds yesterday were extremely tight, down to the wire, last-minute heroism on all sides to get to the final result. No draws on stream yet, of course, but we'll see how this one ends up going, and I expect some heroics on all sides here as these players battle to determine a victor.
To call me?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's funny. Here, let's try this.
Also going to give a quick shout out while we are waiting for these players to get ready, and that is to Away Games. Away Games has helped sponsor a lot of the tournaments in the Southeast, and they've provided the terrain that we're going to be playing on. So I say the terrain that we're going to be watching the players play on. As a matter of fact, JD of Away Games is here as the head judge as well, just in case these players should have any friendly disagreements. But they're going to be using GW-style terrain. It's all 8 of the Pariah Nexus layouts with away game pieces. That's actually what we use here on the Art of War channel for a lot of our battle reports. So if you watch the channel frequently, you're probably not going to be surprised by what you see here. And that is, that's okay. It means that the Art of War team is well used to playing on this terrain. But just about everyone who plays tournaments in the Southeast has probably seen this away game terrain, so this shouldn't be a surprise to anyone.
Give everybody the rundown on the tables.
All right, and looks like the players are starting to get their mics on. Looks like some of the mics weren't actually turned on this morning, but that's an easy enough fix, so our guys will take care of that. And of course, in case you are unfamiliar, I'm joined today by Werner Bourne. And as well, we have Price, our lovely field reporter, who's going to be helping us out, moving cameras around. We do have mobile cameras as well that we're going to try to get some action shots with, just to get real good close-ups on some of the excitement when we've got some key moments that we want to get a little bit closer. Matt Wellman asks, how's an 8-man versus a 6-man for controlling matchups, and what 2 extra terrain types are added? Well, I'll start with the second question there, and the terrain is very simple. There are 8 layouts of Pariah Nexus terrain. All 8 are being used here. Now we're using Search and Destroy, and you will note that not all of the maps are designed for Search and Destroy, and that is a feature, not a bug. That means that, quite simply, the players will be able to choose a table that is not designed for the deployment, and they're just going to have to roll with it. So sometimes that's advantageous for a melee player to choose an extremely dense terrain where they're really well hidden. And sometimes the stars will align for a shooting player to pick some Dawn of War terrain and then play Hammer and Anvil on it, and find that all the ruins are pointed the wrong way, narrow, and it's easy to shoot people. And that's just a strategy of team pairings. Everyone knows that going in. Everyone knows that that is an aspect of it, and so they're prepared for it. No one's surprised when they go to a team event with 8-man teams and they end up on a table not designed for the layout that they're currently playing, and you just have to adapt to it. It's a real good test of generalship to go into those bad situations and try to battle for a tight loss instead of a blowout, or even earn a win on an unfavorable map. looks like most of the players still are very much in that talking to their opponent and figuring out what's going down the stage. I don't see a ton of dice being rolled yet. A couple people have rolled the attacker defender. Some of them are still in that little bit of foreplay where they're explaining armies, asking questions, making sure they're not going to be surprised by anything. Just good habits to get into, especially with the amount of time that these players have. These are 4-hour rounds. There's 3.5 hours left in the round because they finished up pairings a little bit ahead of schedule. And so that's what they're working with now. All right, still waiting to see if any of these players have started to playing. Let's see if we can see if anyone has started playing. Let's maybe jump over to table 7. It looks like table 7 might actually have some models down. It looks like they're still starting off here. But this is going to be that the Leagues of Votan game, and it looks like they're playing against Tau. Now, have all the players put in their names at least?
Nope.
No, they have not.
So
All right.
it looks like table 1, they are good students.
Okay.
Table 2, no. Table 3, no.
All right. I might just make a quick
Table
task then,
4.
poke everyone, make sure that they're following instructions.
All right. So while John does that, we will take a quick look at some of the other tables to see who's getting along into deployment. Most folks are still kind of working their way through kind of the pregame stuff, going over their lists with their opponents, all that kind of jazz. As John mentioned, we are very excited to be able to not only bring you coverage of the event itself, but to actually have access to every single table within the team tournament, within the round that we have selected. So in this case, Art of War and Large Richard Energy, sorry. Additionally to that, if there's one of these games that you're particularly interested in, our friends over at Tabletop Life have separate streams running for each game. So if you are interested in one of these games in particular, you can hop on over to Tabletop Life's YouTube channel. They should have 8 separate streams going, and each of those will be one of the overheads along with the player mics for that game. And then, of course, right here at the Art of War, we will be providing you with kind of the big picture, hopping from game to game, getting lots of action shots as best we can, and trying to keep track of where the teams are overall with John's predictions and how those scores come in comparison. And while we're waiting for John to make his way back to the table, where's everyone in chat watching from? We're right here in Atlanta at Dreamhack. It is unbelievable seeing this environment, this convention center. We are going to have to spice up the Warhammer section next time. But as you go through the hall here, just all kinds of laser lights, smoke, black lights, all kinds of cool cosplay going on. I think today there is the Dreamhack cosplay contest, world championships for a bunch of different esports games.
Yeah, I gotta fix it. What is this supposed to be? It's a mission supposed to be. Mission Alpha. But it's making holes, raise banners, search and destroy.
Thank you.
No problem. I know this stuff.
Alrighty. John has made his way back.
Alright, so every player
every player should have names, factions, opponents, and they're all on the right side. I think we got it. I think we got it.
Table 4 slacking. Russell.
You know, they had it up there, so that may be a feed problem. I can
double check.
I can confirm that I saw it on their screen. But that is Russell against Zach Point, Chaos Space Marines versus Drukari. So at least I know the names
At least
there.
process of elimination.
And they're putting it on the right sides. So
Yeah.
let's ooh, are we in prediction time?
I think we have the capability to do that.
All right. I am excited for this.
Let me just see if I can.
Oh, you know, I didn't fix the teams while I was over there.
That one worked out correct. But
Alrighty.
Oop, nope, wrong team. There we go. All right, so that should be Russell and
Should be Zach Point.
Zach
Drukari
Point.
on table 4.
got it.
All right, so I think we're getting everything sorted out here. There we go.
Alrighty.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and make some predictions, I think. Let's start off.
Yeah. We're gonna start at the top, table 1.
All right, starting at the top. Mike Muzani against Josh Campbell on Necrons. So this is Hypercrypt. This is double monolith, 2 DDAs. I am still inclined to think that this one is going to favor the Thousand Suns. I think that the Warrior Bricks are adding an interesting dimension, and they do have that cool little trick where when you hurt the Warrior Bricks, they go back to the monolith. But that the hurt is a little bit subjective. It's when you get attacked by. And so what I would worry about as a Thousand Suns player, as the Necron player, is eating 2 Doom Bolts to a Warrior unit, maybe even a grenade, and then being told, no, I haven't attacked you yet. You've just lost 13 Warriors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't attacked you. It's ridiculous, really. And then there's 7 Necron Warriors getting shot at by a Rubrikai squad, and then you maybe don't have anyone to pull back to the Monolith.
Right.
Or Magnus or something. And so it's difficult to deliver perfectly on both sides. But I'm going to go ahead and favor the Thousand Suns here. I'm going to go 13 in favor T-Suns. That's going to be the prediction.
Okay.
Next up is Jack Harpster into Malachi, Astra Militarum into Thousand Suns. This should be a really good one. I personally am of the opinion that Astra Militarum actually are one of those armies that does have good tools for taking on Thousand Suns. And so I'm inclined to say here Astra Militarum favored. But I also think that Jack's army, while it has a lot of firepower, it doesn't have a ton of scoring units. I think he's going to have a hard time pushing the differential, really, unless he gets a massive material advantage early. So I'm going low. I'm going, like, 11. Just like, I think he's getting the win. I think that this is a much tougher matchup for Jack than he has had in the past.
Okay.
Next is AdMech versus Sisters of Battle. So here's a fun little story. Jeffrey Kolodner, at the moment, by my understanding, is currently 4-0 when playing against the House of Art of War.
Wow.
I myself represent 2 of those statistics.
Ooh.
I know Jeff is fantastic. All of these in 10th, all of these in Sisters. He has put down Jack and Quinton as well. And you know what?
He's a bit of a faction expert, if I recall.
He is very much
Sisters
a faction
through
specialist.
and through.
I'm willing to say here, Jeff gets the win barely. I'm calling it an 11.
All right. That'll be a juicy one to watch.
Absolutely. Then we have Russell Tassin's Chaos Space Marines against Zach Point. Zach's a great player. I know he has won both Nova and Adepticon in the past. I've had the pleasure of playing Zach several times in the past. So I'm sure that game will be a gem. Those are 2 of the nicest guys on each team. And so it'll be a fun one to watch, but tough one to call. I know Zach is quite good with his Drukari. I'm calling Zach on this one. I'm thinking like a 12.
All right.
But I still think Russell's going to hold it respectably. Then we're down to the back half. Sasha Edelkraut, Dark Angels against Astra Militarum. Astra Militarum chose the table, and, well, they chose an open one. Can't say I blame them there. I'm thinking... I'm honestly calling guard on this one, but narrow. Dark Angels just are good at holding on to points. I'm going to call it 11-9 in favor of the guard. I think so far we're looking at a lot of close matchups. We'll see if anyone's able to pull the differential.
Right now with 3 to go.
I know. But now we're on to the next couple, and they're going to see if they can find some diff there. Quinton Johnson into Matthew Burgoon, Sisters into World Leaders. I'm calling this one as where Art of War finds a big win.
Uh-huh.
I think that this one, now the World Leaders got to choose the table, and I don't think that they have the material to keep up with Sisters.
Right.
So
So they picked the table, but it was pretty late, right?
It was.
So
it was in the bottom half. It's table 6. Bluntly, table 6 is not a particularly well-hidden table. It's not, it's probably the densest one left, but it's not like there's just massive walls for Matt to hide behind and never get shot. Sisters, an army that moves extremely fast and shoots extremely hard, can find angles. I'm calling this a Sisters win. I'm calling it big. 15 for Quentin Johnson here. So 15-5.
All right.
And
pushing on the threshold.
I know. Going down the line here, we've got Brian Jones into Noah Keith. This is Leagues of Votan into Tau. This is a shooting matchup on a dense table. I think the Votan are technically better at close range fighting than the Tau are, but I'm going to be real honest, even though there's a Tiger Shark, I don't think that you're looking at a situation where the Leagues of Votan are looking to get a big win, and the Tau I don't think can get a big win. I'm calling this one close. I imagine first turn, things of that nature are going to have a little bit of an impact on it, but this is going to be another grindy one. Brian Jones has been enjoying the ride with Votan, but I know that he's also kind of new to the army. I'm willing to bet that it's going to be Brian Jones with the 11 over Noah. And
sorry, what was that number?
I'm going to go 11-9 in favor of the Votan.
Okay. All right. One point up.
Yep. And we'll see if we can work on those individual feeds, Nolan. We see you in the chat. And we'll see what kind of work we can put into that. Final game, though, Nick Nonavati, Genestealer Cult, into Dustin on Chaos Space Marines. I think the Genestealer Cult have enough to get through the Chaos Space Marines. I'm betting on Nick here. I think his knowledge of Chaos Space Marines is going to serve him really well. He's played with, he's played against a Cursed Cultist. And Genestealer Cult's a tricky army to play against, and Nick is quite the expert of the jank tank. So I'm betting on Nick here. I'm calling it a 13 for Nick Nonavati.
Okay, very close round.
All right, and so final predictions. This is just what John is projecting after looking at the matchups of the tables. I don't know who's going first yet. I also intentionally have not looked at the Art of War matrix, although tell you what, I'm about to do it.
Yeah.
And that is going to be 89-71 in favor of Art of War as the prediction. Now, there's plenty of games here that are volatile. I think that Astra Militarum in 2000 Suns, I think that is hyper volatile. Jack doesn't have a lot of guard experience, but he has a lot of pushing big victory experience.
Yeah.
And so which one of those pans out? I have seen the guard lose that game. I have seen the guard absolutely destroy Thousand Suns in the past. There is room for both possibilities here. If Jack, who has a knack for picking up on armies quickly, can capitalize, he also knows T-Suns very well, that's one that I could see really ballooning in favor of Team Art of War. But I gotta say, on the other side of it, again, we're going Astra Militarum. That Astra Militarum into Dark Angel game, I've picked it as a very close win for the guard. Open table, if the Dark Angels make a mistake, I know, again, I've said this a couple times, Sasha, good at switching armies, knows Space Marines very well, a little new to Dark Angels. If just one or two things break against Sasha, a Lehman Russ rolls a little bit hot, something gets weird, that's another game that I could see snowballing, but in the opposite direction.
Oh, really?
All right, so we're... All right, looks like we had a small typo on things, so we're going to see.
Maybe we can just add a new player and you can choose that.
All right, fixing a quick typo that we had. There we go. And there we go. And we have Malachi Fowler. Malachi Fowler is currently talking to us, and we're glad that we could get that fixed. All right. There we go. Looks like it should be fixed now. And yeah, this should be really interesting. So I'm predicting this as a tight victory for Art of War. I think they're absolutely going to be pushed and challenged here. And it's really going to come down to a couple of these swing tables, who can make the difference. You know, when you're in a team event like this, it's 8-on-8. You don't need all 8 of your players to ball out. If Large Richard Energy just has 1 or 2 games where they're able to push a bigger differential than maybe Team Art of War expected, or just across the board, they're able to hold the line, not give up any of the big wins while their players were in good positions to do their job. That's really a potential to turn what I'm predicting as a loss for them into a tie or even a win. I've seen it happen in the past. You know, I know from experience that these Art of War boys, they're pretty good at Warhammer, but they can bleed. I've seen it happen. Let's see. As always, folks, make sure you put some requests in the chat. We're going to be hopping back and forth between the games, and we'll see what we can do about fixing the individual streams. You should be able to go watch all of the streams on the Tabletop Life YouTube channel. That's Tabletop Life, not live, Life. Yeah, William Fowler, I believe that we have fixed Malachi's last name. If it's still showing as Flower, we will see if we can fix that. But we already edited it on our system, so that should be good. But if it is not, we will endeavor to fix that, make sure that we're getting Malachi's name correctly. But it is Fowler. All right. And so far, yeah, I don't think any of these games have actually started in earnest yet. And I agree. I think that the Richard versus Jeff game is one that I am most interested in seeing. I'm going to definitely spend some time on that. I'm going to look at the mass of Sisters and AdMech models, get confused, and switch to another game. But before that, I'm going to see if I can catch in on what's happening, tune in, just see what the guys are doing. This should be a really good round. I'm very excited for it. We've had such great rounds so far, both really close and well fought. And so it's going to be there. All right, we're seeing what these guys are doing. Yeah, so far, none of these guys look like they have started off. Let's go ahead and just look through the tables as they start deploying. Just take some quick looks here. Yes, no one knows. Richard can be a little dramatic at the table, the opposite of what you'd expect for him. And let's go check out table 1 to start. And we might also be able to hear these players as well. Let's see if that's true.
Never. Living his best life. Charge it. It's
Are you staring down the barrel of a loaded gun?
Feel the power of a 45.
Right, looks like there's a little bit of banter between the
First
players.
you ye, then you ha.
This is Mike and Josh on T-Sons and Necrons. These players already look like they're
advancing
having a
that
good time.
vortex beast in the middle.
Fake.
Oop, they
Look,
have actually
I
started the game.
subscribe to the tribe so far. Blank concept. I don't believe in magic. It can't hurt me, bro.
I told magic.
Yeah, bro. I don't know. They're really fast guys. They're actually just all people. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
They're fast.
Yeah, what are you saying?
I was looking for a Shadowrun joke. I didn't quite find it in time.
Nope, not really. Did not do it in time.
Look, I try.
We'll do this instead.
Something, something, something. Speed freaks. Something, something, something. Ninjas and like cybernetica. I'll get there. I'll get there.
We're good. Okay.
Whoa, the classic "Don't Move Magnus" play.
Failed. I have
by
moved
chance,
Magnus.
Do you play similar to TJ? That's so crazy. Or does TJ play similar to you? The classic Magnus doesn't move.
Woo. Don't
Lots of
ever
banter
see it
between
coming.
these guys right now.
By God. Oh no, I'm sorry. He pivots.
Oh, free pivot.
Yep. Utility, damage. Pure sex appeal.
Oh yeah.
Arisen Tyrant, Dimensional Overseer. Red is danger.
Danger, danger. Danger, danger.
That's why none of the rest of them are painted red. They're not painted red because they don't do danger. They always roll ones, baby.
Did them once. All right, we're gonna go and spend 5, so I'm down to 8.
Cool.
The double move these go.
All right, so I'll talk over these guys as they're just doing a little bit of objective play at the moment. They're very much in the early stages. For anyone who has joined this stream relatively recently, such as GG in the chat, well, we are currently streaming all 8 rounds of Team Large Richard Energy against Team Art of War. So we have 8 tables set up in front of us, 8 top downs. We're going to be able to alternate between them. And I'm going to be kind of commentating on the whole thing, the flow of the round. I'm John Lennon, joined today by Werner Bourne. And we're going to be looking at each of these 8 tables, trying to track what's going on. and see who's able to pull ahead. Because we are doing this as a team system, that means that all 8 teams are playing 8 games. And on each table, there are 20 points up for grabs if you're new to the team differential system. That means that if one player on one table gets 16 points, well, their opponent only gets 4, because those 2 players are going to get that differential score based on how well the game goes for each of them, and there's only 20 points up for grabs. That means that across this round of 8 tables, there are 160 points up for grabs for each team to try to get, and the winning number is 86. So 86 is going to be what each team is striving for. 86 is the win, because if they get 86, their opponent only has 74, and that is a pretty decisive victory. Anything less, if you're in that 85 to 75 range, and the round is scored as a draw. So even if a team is up, they're still trying to fight to solidify the victory. And even if a team is down, they're still trying to fight to get it into the range of a draw. Losing by a little bit actually means that it's a draw. So even if a player is losing a game, a big part of the team format is that it's actually very important to be working hard and trying to score the points you can. Just because you, the player, have lost your game does not mean it's over. You can still win the round, and the margin that you lose by could be really important for how your team actually does in the round. We saw this yesterday in round 2, one of those games where Walter Langendorf was getting blasted by Sisters of Battle, but he did his darn best. He did his best to score points, hold on, do everything he could, and he lost really badly, but not as badly as he could have, and his team barely won the round. You can look back at those 4 points that he scored in defeat and say, hey, they were 4 points away from tying the round instead of winning, and suddenly even a player who got the biggest, one of the larger losses of the round, in a very tough matchup, let's give full credit to Walter here. He battled, he did a great job. He might have actually won the team his round by scoring those points.
So both monoliths up and Death Mark's up.
And last one will be Gold BDA gets to years.
Yeah. So up, and where are the Death Marks I got up?
They were in there.
Okay. Cool.
The only question is, do I pick this one up instead of that guy, basically?
Okay.
All right, folks, we are working on those individual streams as well. If one of these games is particularly of interest to you, just bear with us for a few minutes while we get that sorted out. But in the meantime, our coverage should be unaffected by that, so we can hop through those different tables in the meantime.
Yeah. Hopefully that was helpful. Mega T Cash, we actually haven't set up the Nightbot yet with the list, but if you look in the description of the... Oh, I'm lying. Werner did. Werner's so good at this. Oh, there's the list right there.
I didn't, so I don't know who did.
All right,
but
someone did. Oh, no, those are the old lists.
Oh, that's
Never
from
mind.
the last, yeah.
All right,
okay.
my apologies. Mega T Cash, those are old lists. However, the lists are in the description of this video. So if you're watching this on YouTube, you can just click. There's paste pins for both lists in the description of the videos, and you can either paste that over, or you can just watch on a different tab. And so we do have those lists available for you. We'll see if we can figure out how to update the Nightbot. Our normal Nightbot operator is currently playing against Jeffrey Kolodner, so we'll figure that out. And we will try to get individual streams, so there's a way to stay on or watch a specific table. We're also taking requests. We're going to be covering all of these games, but we're going to be spreading our attention. So if there's a table you want to see, well, we can go get it. I know Gigi in the chat is supporting one specific player, but I don't know who. All right, so still on that Necron game. Let's go ahead and go down the line, and here we've got Table 2. This is Malachi Fowler against Jack Harpster, Astra Militarum into Thousand Suns. I know I predicted this one initially as an Astra Militarum victory, but this one could be volatile. Oh, and we just switched off of it. All right, so far it looks like these players have not yet started deploying, really. Funny, because some games have already started rolling dice. Some players haven't even started deploying. They're still figuring it out. That's okay. We'll see if we can move it on to Table 3 in a little bit. And it looks to me like Malachi Fowler is being spelled correctly on the stream right now. We're getting some all caps messages, but it looks like it's being spelled right at the moment. If you tell us where, if there's a different scene, we'll try to fix on each of them as they come up. We know how to spell it. We'll get it.
Yep. I think there was a typo before on the...
yeah,
it does not say flower anymore on our side.
It says Fowler.
It did say that before, but it should be correct
we
now.
already spoke to Malachi and made sure we got it right.
Yep. Not sure why it's not shown on the thing, though. But we'll make sure that gets sorted as well.
Every time we see a new screen, we'll check it for you. All right, and going on down the line, here we go. This is Richard against Jeffrey. Now, this is one that I was really interested in, so I might spend a little bit, a bit on it. All right.
This is a very juicy one.
Yeah, this is really good. So right now, it looks like Richard has already started moving, and because this is table quarters, it looks like both players have already taken a turn, and so we'll see who's moving right now.
Table 3. This is table
Yeah,
3.
so because...
Oh, all right.
Right, so yeah, it looks like we're just kind of moving out of the moment. So we've got Richard's AdMech that have very much pushed onto the center objective, almost like he's daring the sisters to come out and shoot him. With that said, I think that AdMech actually have a fairly good matchup into sisters, and so I'm curious to see how this one goes. Certainly, AdMech have the tools to remove all of the infantry from the table, but there's an amount of tanks that I think would pose a problem. But there's just not that many tanks. There's 4 vehicles here. There's some Nundums. If Richard's able to leverage his anti-infantry power accurately and is able to take out a lot of the infantry, he might be able to get control of the table, as it just takes too long to wade through all of these AdMech bodies. But at the moment, Richard seems content to push up, engage that center objective. I don't know if he's doing this with the expectation of holding it. It may just be about getting a response. It looks like 2 units have stretched out here. I see some 40mm bases and a lot of 25mm bases. So I'm thinking here that Richard putting 2 units out is saying, hey, you have to send like a kind of a lot of stuff out, if I'm being honest, to stop this. I don't think he's trying to imply that Jeff can't. But what he wants, I think, is to get infantry to come forward, to get tanks to come out, to get things where Richard can hit them, so that Richard can start doing damage. Again, Richard probably feels like he has good damage-dealing elements to try to deal with a lot of what Jeff is bringing to the table. And so he's going to see if he can get Jeff's units out where he can hit them so that he can start removing those troublesome assets. And I believe because Richard is playing the Skitarii veteran cohort, I believe that there's actually a stratagem in that attachment that says that you can't shoot a unit from more than 18 inches away. So this unit that is walking up here onto the objective, that one, well, if you wanted to shoot at it, and I'm just going to eyeball 18 inches here, I'm not positive, but I'm going to guess that that 18 inches stops right about there. I'm going to guess that there's a line right about there about what 18 inches is going to look like to get in range and line of sight of that unit. And yes, some guns can get there, but to do so, that's war suits going forward, a castigator forward, and this castigator is not going to help. This immolator is not going to help. That's just more than 18 inches. If that's where he uses the stratagem, he's not going to be able to actually fire there. And so it could be that Richard is saying, hey, I'm going to put this unit out and I'm just going to say, hey, I'm putting out more than you can shoot to death right now. I'm going to score primary. You've got to put units forward onto objectives. And if you don't, I'm going to outscore you on primary. And because Richard has units right here and right here, it looks like he very much will be able to contest any of these midfield objectives that he wants to. There's a lot of units in AdMech, and so far all 3 of the No Man's Land objectives very much look like they're near an AdMech army right now. And because of the Vanguard that AdMech have, that's a 3-inch aura of -1 to OC, it is incredibly hard to hold an objective while there is AdMech on it. You just can't get enough OC on there when OC2 battle line, that lowers your OC, is standing on it right next to you. And so Richard may be making early plays here to get a primary lead against Jeff. And certainly, I think what he wants there is to get a lot of Jeff's infantry out so that he has things to shoot at and kill. That's my guess here. Yep, just more tanks driving up. He seems content with the fact that a castigator could shoot him. That does not seem to bother him. He just looks like he's well out of melter range right now, and apparently is okay getting shot by castigators. Because again, there's already so much to shoot at for the AdMech, and it just can't go everywhere. So this will be a good one to keep an eye on. We'll see what Richard's able to do, see if Richard is going to be the first to conquer Kolodner. Let's see if we can go down the line here, check out what's going on table 4. And this looks like this is the Russell versus Zach CSM into Drukhari game. So, again, already moving, and looks like there's just plenty of vehicles just hiding at the moment. It looks like Russell is not interested in taking random Scourge fire for no reason until he has something to do, like shoot. And until he's firing guns, he doesn't feel the need to get shot at. So at the moment, these two players are just kind of filling the board out, it looks like. Each of them, it appears to me, has a very safe objective marker. It looks to me like Russell can hold this objective marker right there. That one, you just get behind the wall, and that's Russell's. And I don't see a ton of Drukhari shooting that could poke out and cut an angle into that ruin. So if some Legionnaires step there, combat's going to be the only way to dig them out. Meanwhile, you know, we've got a whole other side, and it looks like Zach could hold this objective very easily. And again, I don't think there's a ton of guns that are going to cut that angle super easily, and you're going to have to resort to combat. So what's going to break the tie? There's an objective in the middle, and it is wide open. You could put a large Domino's pizza on this table and not touch an objective, or not touch any terrain. And I wouldn't want to be sitting there and getting shot by the other army, because I would say that the Chaos Space Marines are most likely shooting harder here. But the Drukhari, they don't shoot soft, and they've got some good combat to back it up as well, plus plenty of trick shenanigans and transport malarkey. So I wouldn't say that anyone is going to be super comfortable touching that center first, because whoever does it is likely going to suffer some casualties. All right. It will be very interesting to see how this one develops. So far, it looks a little cat and mouse. No one has decided to really push the issue. Oh, I lied. Russell has decided that he wants to stand on that personal pizza. Let's decorate it for him. Again, that is a 12-inch pizza right there that you could just drop on the table, not touch a terrain feature, and it's in line of sight of everyone. And so we're adding some Legionnaire pepperonis. I don't know if he drew. Let's see. Ooh, area denial. That's why. So it looks like Russell has looked down, measured the life of his Legionnaires, and decided that, you know what? Those Legionnaires are worth 5 points. He has decided that scoring area denial is worth it, so he's going to go send out this unit. Boop, get within 3 inches of the center. They're going to score 5 points. They're also probably going to die, if I were a betting man. I would say that unit's life is measured in phases at this stage, and I would expect that by the end of Zach's turn, well, those Legionnaires are going to be sitting on a table next to the table, not on the objective anymore. But, you know, he does actually have to do it. And so a Rhino is shifting up right about here, trying to hold on to another objective. So Russell's looking to lock down 2 objectives, score the secondaries he can, and just see what Zach does to respond. And this is top of 1, so I'm guessing Russell has gone first here. All right. Let's see if we can move it over to table 5, maybe. See what that Guard versus Dark Angels game is looking like.
Yep, and just as an update to the chat, the individual streams on Tabletop Life are starting to come up one at a time. So first few are up. So if there's one that you are particularly interested in, those should start popping up. Good to go.
All right. Looks like the Dark Angels here once again have taken the first turn. They're going up against Astra Militarum at the moment. There's plenty of Guard chilling around this table. And now they're kind of deciding where they're going. So let's look at it real quick. There's a very hidden armies on both sides. And you know what? Now that I'm looking at it, it might actually be Crucible of Battle. It may be the deployment here, just based on what all these players are doing. So maybe I misread it, and it's actually Crucible. We're finding out real fast. Oh, it's Tipping Point. It's Tipping Point. Oh, it's the Step Zone. That makes so much more sense. I was trying to figure out what these deployments were. But it's Tipping Point. All right, so that means that with Tipping Point, this should be, the Guards deployment should be like roughly boop, boop, boop. Should be roughly like that. And so that's how they've achieved this deployment without going first. I was a little confused there. And so these players are going to have to, well, really wrestle with the fact that these objectives are going to be open. There's a big brick of Astra Militarum tanks down in the corner here. I see at least one Rogel Dorn. I see some Lehman Russ. I think that's 2 Rogel Dorns, a Lehman Russ, and maybe a Hellhound. And then I see another tank at the top. Unfortunately, I can't quite tell what that is on the top down, but that's okay. Plenty of guard infantry hanging around here. Another tank. There's plenty of shooting firepower. And one of the things that Sasha, the Dark Angel player, is going to have to navigate is the fact that he, well, he doesn't have a lone operative to stand on these objectives. And it looks like in a pinch, these tanks could drive forward and shoot up the line into that objective, the one that's labeled 4 right now, if they so wanted. And as long as those guard tanks are down there, it's very difficult to approach them. And so I can't tell if Sasha's repulsor is hidden from this angle or if it's going to be catching some strays. Hard to tell on the top down because of a fisheye lens. So we'll find out if that takes any damage or if it's just completely fine. It's hard to tell. But until that point, I very much think that the guard amount of guns are going to be doing a lot of work to control where on the table the Dark Angels can stand without getting shot. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't just stand on the objectives, get shot, and score points anyways. That is certainly an option. And as well, if the Astra Militarum don't push forward, there's that real potential for rapid ingress to drop in and secure some points. But at the moment, the very conservative deployment of Sasha, just trying to keep his units alive, and the amount of Astra Militarum staring down the table, to me, looks like this is going to be a little bit Astra Militarum favored. So it's going to be challenging to get these units up onto objectives for the Dark Angels. And the Guard, if they just push something up and sit there, anything that comes to fight it is going to be standing in front of the guns. That may not be what Sasha wants to do. All right, let's move on down the line. All right, let's see if we can get to table 6, maybe.
All right. And we have confirmed all 8 separate streams are available. So if there's any individual game you want to watch, you can do that. But we hope you stick with us also.
Perfect. Okay, so going on down the line, this is Quentin against Matt, Sisters against World Eaters, and ooh, it looks like the action may be starting. It very much looks like the Sisters went for a relatively conservative deployment. It certainly looks like they have deployed far back to make sure that they were safe, but the speed of Adeptus Sororitas means that they are never necessarily just far from the action. So Angron, that big scary man that he is, appears to have come up and is ready to charge an Immolator. I expected this Immolator is dead. However, I can tell you that the amount of shooting that Sisters bring to the table is terrifying, and so it's entirely possible here that Angron ends up losing his first life to that. If that happens, well, we'll kind of have to see, won't we? This is kind of the kind of scenario that I think the Sisters are okay with. That is because even though, yes, we acknowledge Angron can come back, it's a fun and joyful mechanic that everyone loves, Sisters want to escalate the pace here so they can keep doing damage. World Eaters, their biggest problem is just the number of units they realistically have. And it's just realistically not that many. And so if Angron's coming out, well, you know, there's also some Spawn coming out. There's also a Rhino out here. It's entirely possible that an Immolator and a set of Dominions are able to really take out this Rhino very quickly. The Spawn could end up dying to one of a million different things that are floating around here. And Vol's Paragon unit could end up just advancing up, wrapped in a ball of tanks, and the tanks will slowly start dropping as World Eaters get to kill them, but everything that steps out dies. And so I'm not surprised that Quentin is pushing the pace here. Yeah, very much looks like Angron has just completed a charge. He might be trying to stay safe from a Castigator. I'm going to be honest, with the amount of dice that Sisters have, I would be shocked if this Castigator was not able to get some kind of an angle to Angron by the virtue of moving 1 million miles because it chose to. The actual cap, I believe, is 19 inches on a Castigator. I think it goes from move 10 to move 12, plus 1 advance, drop a 6. I think it goes 19 inches.
It's pretty fast.
But that's pretty fast, and I really would not be surprised if 19 inches got Angron in range. And you know what? Even if it doesn't, that means that the Castigator will just go here and shoot the Spawn, and then something else like the Immolator will come cross-court, put a hunter killer missile or something in Angron. There's a lot of answers for Sisters into these big scary units, so we'll see the speed of Sisters maybe put to the test here, but I would not be surprised. Let's go ahead and check into what Quentin's saying right now.
I'm dead. What a shocking surprise. Do I explode? No. There's 5 girls inside. And the sergeant is now dead.
All right, so 4 girls are now alive, and those are Dominions, I assume, and they're very
They're just going to
likely-
be outside of range of consolidation from Angron.
Sounds good.
Exactly. Quentin just doesn't want Angron to engage these girls. This unit is now alive,
I'm
nothing
at
else has
3
charged.
CP now.
So there's now 4 Meltaguns hanging out vaguely near
I did a
Angron.
miracle die because you killed my immolator. So 1.
Cool. That's my turn.
All right, so that's the end of the World Leader turn. Seeing how
I get
much his
baby
sisters
area?
can do
Get baby area.
in response is going to be big
04
here.
is for
3.
3.
All right, and let's go on down the line, see if we can hit table 7 as we're doing our first pass through all these tables. And we'll get to that in just a second. Leaving Quentin behind, and we'll come back to see what's going on there. And here we have Votan into Tau. All right, so it indicates that the Tau have gone first, and we're now on bottom of 5. So I'm assuming this is a Votan shooting phase as they're working on some of those
dead
timings.
Krutox rider for you, sir.
Oh,
Okay,
Krutox says medicine.
that's going to be it.
I like it. All right, cool.
I will get,
So you're going to, and then obviously contain.
yep, I'm going to get
Cool.
raised banners for 1 on that squad, holding it at the end.
Did you get it for your home?
All right,
I think it's
currently they're
just every
deciding the
objective,
home
right?
objective for raised banners.
Let me,
I can go ahead and
could
tell
be
you
wrong.
that
Let's
that
see.
is going to count, but it looks like so far both players are staging
Raised
behind terrain.
banners.
1 Sagittarius has come out, and it's
No,
going to
adapt
elicit some
or
kind of response from the
die.
Tau. All right, and then let's go ahead and hit table 8, that last table here, and we'll head to there in just a second. And then we'll be able to see top down. Let's spend a couple more seconds on this before we go to table 8. And yeah, I really think they're just staging at each other, and Brian's trying to force something in the Tau army to come out, and that Sagittar on main, that's going to do it. Something's going to come solve that Sagittar, and then Brian is going to try to give it the best response he can. But let's go ahead and hit table 8 now. And there we are, Gene Stiller Cult into the Chaos Space Marines. Spooky. There's a lot of Chaos Space Marines and Gene Stillers on this table. It looks like some Pure Strains are getting lifted up right now.
I think Nick said he did really want to go first in this game, so it looks like he did get what he wanted there.
Okay. Yeah, looks like he just did a little bit of move blocking action. There's plenty of Vindicators in this Chaos Space Marine army. Looks like 2 and then 3 right there. They're just hidden at the moment. They're not doing anything crazy. But Nick has sent out what appears to be some kind of a move block. A unit of bikes has done a little bit of a wall against these accursed cultists, as well as they have touched this objective. Just doing what they can. Okie dokie. So I think that's about where they are. Didn't look like Nick had too much to shoot at. He might have poked some things up to take some shots down this angle. But if that's in a big accursed cultist unit, he might not have shot there because he didn't want them to blood surge into the bikes. And it looks now like we must be in the Chaos Space Marine player turn, and they're just chipping away on these bikes after they moved up. Looks like these accursed cultists are just dogpiling this objective to live there forever until the Gene Stiller cult finds a way to dig them out. But Nick is full of tricks and trucks, so we'll see what he can do about it.
Yeah. So I'm just looking at the board, and it looks like table 1 is already on to top of 2.
All right. Well, hey, let's move on to there, shall we?
Yeah, let's see what's going on.
All right, and this is Josh against Mike. So this is Necrons against Thousand Suns. And so we're on top of 2, and it appears that the Necrons have gone first here.
Over here.
Would you say that they are the GOAT, in fact?
The goats.
All right, it sounds like we're also getting an update that Quentin's game might be getting exciting soon. So we'll hop over there in a little bit. But right now, looks like Mike is willing to make a push on the center objective.
Yeah, what we
So
actually...
that's 5, and then we'll go ahead and double move them again, so I'm down to 3.
Oh, just adding in some flavor text there. On that Quentin Matthew table, what we heard was actually the World Eaters are basically in Quentin's face. He said he has a plan, but it could go south really fast.
Ooh, interesting. So that's one we're going to want to check on pretty soon.
Yep. Yeah, let's see what these guys are talking about on this table.
All right. So this is that first opportunity for the Hypercrypt to actually land their models because they weren't able to do it on turn 1 since the opponent hadn't had a turn yet. So now things are able to land, and so it looks like Josh is just doing a little bit of measuring to determine what his plan's going to be.
I don't know. Hey, you know what? It's close enough.
So
Off the pistol or something, or they just swap places.
yeah,
It's fine.
okay. We'll do that then. They just swap places.
We're
fine.
I wasn't sure at the start just because diagonals are weird. And
No, diagonals are super weird.
it looks right.
Alrighty, so shooting. So first things first, goats are gonna go ahead and do cleanse.
I need to go tell someone to do something.
Okay, feel free.
So it seems to me that this may not be top of 2.
You're 20 away. That's the line.
Or Mike actually went first.
Oh,
So let's see
is
if
that
we can
actually
get
true?
that clarified.
Yep. We'll see there. Looks like Josh had some words for his teammate to try to
No,
try to
he
give
went
some
first.
encouragement.
For whatever reason, it got put in backwards. And we didn't know how to fix it, so we're just like, okay.
Right now it says he went first.
All right, so we're just fixing
It
that
says he
turnover
went
at the
first?
moment.
Yeah, that was correct.
Okay. So we're right?
Top of 2?
This
Yes.
is bottom of 2.
Oh, so we're on
Got it.
bottom of turn. Okay, so the turn order was the problem. And there we go,
bottom
we're
of 2.
fixed. So bottom of 2, that means the Necrons have
Oh,
already
let me go
taken
get
their
my
turn
points.
2. Looks like they're just being
Yeah, go ahead and do that.
very
You got 5
passive
for
at the
both
moment.
secondaries. So you get 10.
All right.
All right,
Bottom
perfect.
of 2 is where we actually are, so cruising right along in this game.
All right, this pace, this is going to be one of those first games to finish. Both players seem to know what they're doing and be happy to do it.
Yep.
All right, so here we are, and just a little bit of damage coming out here. Let's pop over to table 6, shall we?
Yeah, see what's
There's
going on there.
some stress. So Quinton's deciding how he's going to answer this. So he says he has a plan. We'll see what it is. Quinton's pretty crafty. So we've got a rhino right here. Presumably there are berserkers inside. I can see just one little guy standing on top of that. I don't know who that is, but I'm going to guess that it is some kind of character. It's either got to be a Master of Executions or Karn, and then I assume that whichever one's in there, the other one is down here. Oops, and we moved it. That's fine. Let's kind of get to that shot. So there are plenty of guns for old Quinton to try to do the best he can do, but there's a lot in front of him as well. There's 3 threats that are near him, and he wants to deal with those, but he does not want to get too close to all those threats that are staging behind walls right now either. So he wants to try to solve that rhino full of Trader Marines as best he can, and specifically Angron. And he may decide that one of these threats needs to die and one of them needs to be neutralized, and maybe he has a plan to do that. That's between Quinton and the Emperor. And then there's 2 spawn in the middle, and those aren't that scary. But they are tougher to kill than they look. Can Quinton kill them? 100%. Does he want to spend the effort? That remains to be seen. He probably could kill them. He probably will. But if he puts that firepower into the spawn and then Angron lives, suddenly that's dangerous. So he might go for the Angron has to die, and if I happen to get the spawn after that, that's great. But if not, then it's not the end of the world. He'll deal with the spawn next turn. Let's go back to that top down, kind of see where Quinton's moving. These Seraphim looks like they're coming up for Angron. Yeah, they're going right up there. Okay. Lots of options here for how Quinton can deal with Angron. Again, Angron dying here would not be surprising. But if Angron comes back immediately, then all that effort feels wasted. It's also entirely possible that Quinton has gone for some kind of plan that involves him wounding Angron and then tying him up. If he can get a unit into Angron that can survive Angron's counterattack, those do exist. And frankly, I found the best way to do it is to send 2 units in if you're going to. But he's capable of it, and then he's apparently quite willing to send a lot of stuff forward. Oh, that emulator looks like it just touched melter range because it moves as far as Quinton wants it to. What a wonderful trick that is, right?
Yeah, pretty handy. Okay, table 3 feed. We'll see if we can do anything to rectify that. Understandably, there is a lot of network traffic at this event with all of the esports action going on in addition to Warhammer. But we will certainly see what we can do to get that smoothed out.
All right. Let's see if we can now listen in on what Quinton's saying.
One's in melter range there. The rest are melter range here. So they're all in melter range here, then one's there. Sounds good.
All right, so Quinton's making sure to get that melter range right. So that, to me, speaks of 2 Dominion squads in melter range, and a Castigator, and an Immolator, and a Seraphim unit. And again, you would expect there to be some Corn Berserkers inside this Rhino. So not only does Quinton have to deal with the threats in front of him, he needs to make sure that during this process, he does not end up accidentally taking too much damage back.
Yeah, she'll advance.
So just rolling it on this Cascadator. Oh no, it's the Triumph? That's the Triumph, okay.
6 and 6 there.
Just getting within 6 inches of a lot of people, because those are fun rolls.
Oh, I'm gonna move. Do I need to move? I don't need to move them. We'll get there.
Alright. I wonder if Vol's unit's going to come out. The most obvious place that Vol could shoot right now, to me, looks like it's right down this aisle. And I have to check 18, but my estimate
That's a lot of guns.
would be that this 18
Is
spot
the plan.
probably cuts right around there. Just an estimate, maybe even a little bit further back, actually, maybe right there. So it's possible that Vol's unit just tucks in behind this wall, and this Cascadator points some Meltas at this tank and just wishes it to go away. And we'll see if that's actually where they end up going, or if they're going to be a little bit more conservative. Can't quite tell the angle that he's going to try to go here.
We get him to here. We're going to use a 5.
All right, Quinton's using a 5 to make sure he gets the exact measurement he needs out of this Cascadator. And it's going forward, and I'm guessing this is going to give a line of sight to Angron very easily. Yep. And also down there. Now, Angron has cover against these AP1 guns, but not if an Immolator shoots at it first. Crazy how that works. Cascadator is
Volgons will advance.
Here come the Volgons. Where they go is going to mean a lot here. Oh, forwards. Okay, well, they are incredibly fast. And it looks like Quinton has committed to Morven Vol shooting and nothing else. So maybe I'm misestimating that range on the top left, and it wasn't really efficient to get them up there. Or maybe he's decided not to try to kill that Rhino. It's entirely possible that he's looking at the situation and decided he's just going to charge that Rhino with Dominions, wrap it, and ask those 10 Berserkers politely to stay inside for the turn. If he doesn't have a plan for the Berserkers, it's possible he doesn't want them to get out and he doesn't want to shoot the Rhino.
Yeah.
And he may just be content with Morven Vol pitching her shots down into Mr. Angron. It turns out that Morven Vol by herself is actually still pretty good at shooting. If she really wants to be, that's going to be 6 shots from Fidelis, wounding on 4s, AP2 damage to ignore cover, rerolling hits and wounds. All of a sudden, Angron takes some damage.
Yeah. What's on the center for
Number
Matthew? Are
17?
those spawn?
Yes, sir.
Those are spawn.
Got it.
Those spawn definitely will die if Quinton wants them to.
Yep.
But he just might take a real hard look at how much effort it takes to kill Angron and decide. And I think that's what he's looking at, is that everything can shoot Angron. Anything can shoot Angron. But he's not going to try that until Angron's dead. But once he's done that, though, all these things can shoot the spawn, right? You know, they're right there, right? He's got line of sight on these spawn with like 4 different units at minimum.
Well, and I think those other Paragons probably can shoot them too, right?
I think, so it's actually hidden by a Castigator, but it looks like the corner of the building cuts off right there.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm guessing that, it's hard to tell because there's a Castigator on it,
Yep.
but I think that means that those Paragons are not going to line us up the spawn.
Right.
Frankly, I don't think they have shots on anything at the moment.
Okay. Do your rapid.
All right, so there's a rapid ingress coming in.
Actually, hold on. I'm going to change one thing.
Oh, Quinton's going to change one thing before the rapid. Let's see what it is. Must be a little bit of screening.
This was here.
So that Immolator is changing the way it pokes out. So it's getting wholly on the feature, and Quinton's doing that so that he has the ability to shoot it down the line. So I still think he's maybe trying to shoot Angron. Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay, we're going to do that.
So this line right there is probably
Right here?
clipping the top of that
that
tank. And then he now
I
has
think if you want to
the
go back here, I
ability
can
to
shoot
shoot
you with
there.
2 Volgons and this thing. Fine. It's 3 dudes, right? Yeah, that's it. Go ahead if you want to.
Yeah, so Quinton is okay with it if he wants to rapid ingress right there. Because, as he mentioned, 2 Volgons and an Immolator will shoot you, and those things don't have anything better to do right now. So he's like, screw it. If you want to give me more things to shoot at that I'm not firing, I'll just fire the guns. It's fine.
Yeah, got some re-rolls.
Yep, and now it looks like he is instead looking at rapid ingressing a little bit down in this back corner here. He's just going to try to stay safe from the Cascadator and have another resource to push forward. It looks like this big push of Quinton's, he wants to answer it to the best of his ability, and so that's what he's going to go for. All right, very interesting to watch Quinton dig his way out of this one. This feels like it's going to be a very impactful shooting phase just for the fate of this round.
Yeah.
You know,
In your projections, this was one where you anticipated Art of War getting some major points towards winning
Absolutely.
the round. So,
But
if Matthew's able to swing it, that would be huge.
absolutely.
Two, right?
May
Or
cause
AP3?
other games to
What's the AP?
shift
AP3
their
and AP2.
approach
Strength
to
14,
get more
strength
aggressive.
Yep. And he's just trying to keep it safe from the shooting of that castigator, just to make sure he doesn't take any unnecessary casualties. This is a 3-man.
So I think I can
believe those are
barely hide, like,
exalted
right there.
8-pound.
Now, is that what I want? That's the only gun kind of pointed at them, right?
Yeah. Should be good there.
All right, they're good there.
All right.
I'm down to 2.
All right, so down to 2 CP for Matthew. And we're going to see Quinton's shooting phase. And I think we're going to stick with this one. I think that this turn, the shooting phase of Quinton's is going to be very impactful for making sure that Quinton gets the score he wants. And if he messes up here or he just rolls a little bit low, suddenly this gets a lot more dangerous for him.
Wounds. Take 6 damage.
6.
Okay.
Cool.
So someone just took 6 damage.
And you
I'm
rolled it.
guessing that's Angron.
2 hits. 1 save. You're good.
Good.
All right.
I'd like to ignore cover now.
All right, so
This
Angron just
Castigator,
lost his
here.
cover.
Go.
And here's Castigator coming in.
Honestly, no. The Flame Seraphim.
Flame Seraphim before the
Not at all,
Castigator,
okay.
so not getting the AP
12.
one. He just wants to save those for something else.
That's 15, 20,
24.
24. Plus 9 is 33. So I'm going to roll 10,
Go.
a 1, and then a real ones.
Real
just
ones
one.
because near the
Go.
Triumph.
And 13 more?
Yep.
Or
2. Well, no, I'm going to roll 3 batches, and then 3.
okay. Oh yeah, 33.
Okay?
Alright.
Go.
And then 2. So 4 total. Cool.
Oh, all
Sorry,
done.
free
Okay.
shot devil with the
So
devil.
4.
All right, so
And then
Quinton
here's
gets a
some
free
bit
shot
pistols.
for Devil Wounds, which there's no reason not to. There's a
It's
cannon
gonna be
there.
a fat explosion, I'm telling you, Quentin.
And yeah,
One missile
very
sustained,
much seems that
these
Angron is going to
sixes.
disappear in a red mist very soon, and there's going to be a lot of guns left over at the end of that.
1 AP
And
0.
Off the eyeball, this Castigator
Good.
could reach the spawn.
Pop a pistol. Misses.
What I'm really curious about is if any of these Castigators are
They're
able
not
to
gonna fire
see
anything.
the Berserkers. At
It's
this
6
stage,
left.
Yep.
This Castigator will shoot you.
Go.
yeah, 6 wounds left on Angron, and there's
Main gun.
5 things that haven't shot yet. This is happening.
Yeah.
Frankly, Morvenval alone could probably do it, but this Castigator should.
And you
should
are
really
ignoring
finish the
cover,
game.
right?
I'm going to ignore because do the 3 ups.
Good.
So you're good? Ugh. I just won. 3 up.
All right, so this Castigator
Good.
doesn't seem to be doing
Missile.
much to Angron.
Missed.
Yep, classic hunter killer right there.
Plus 1 AP now.
But now everything is
Both their
hurting.
girls are going to shoot you.
Sounds good.
One 3 up.
Now, Matt has
Good.
a lot of units here that are staging. So again, we're expecting by the end of this that Angron's going to go down. But let's look at what can come out for Matt. And that is going to be that there's some 8-bound behind this wall. There's a lot of 8-bound and Nicotis behind this wall. Berserkers and a Rhino here. There's a lot of things that can come forward into the Sisters' army. And the Sisters could take a lot of casualties here. It's all going to be about how much material Quinton actually has left. Because everything Sisters have is theoretically deadly into power armor, even if you're a possessed power armor. If you're a power armor in front of a Sisters' army, it could be deadly. Let's hit that top down real quick, make sure we can hear the players. And here we go.
2 saves on your invuln. It takes 8 damage.
All right, Angron
Dead.
is... Does he
Explode.
explode?
No.
All right, no explosion. I'm sure Matthew was rooting hard for an explosion there, just trying to pick up...
Just get some extra.
I don't know if it's D3 or
Simulator
D6.
I'll be back.
Yeah, Angron, not
Help
unlikely
us.
to come back. Now these spawn are almost certainly cooked.
2 go through. First one is 6 damage.
So the main question I have right now, because I think there's plenty of guns here for this spawn unit to disappear and find nest. My question is Quinton going to attempt to kill the Rhino on the top, or is he going to attempt to pin the squad inside with the infantry that are hanging out? I think it's entirely possible that Quinton kills this. There's some Dominions right here. Those might just be armed with melta guns and that, that would do it, bluntly. But if he does that, if he pops it, I'm not sure which of these Cascaders have shot, and if there's going to be angles from the Cascader to shoot the infantry. I'm willing to bet that there are angles to shoot the Berserkers when they get out, if Quentin pops it and he hasn't fired the Cascaders yet. But I don't know what his plan or order of operations is here, so let's tune in and see what's going on.
We got this, boy.
Dead.
Quentin's thinking just a little bit as he's again, his #1 goal was Angron down, and that has happened. Angron got popped, but he still wants to make sure he accomplishes as much of the tertiary goals as possible.
What have you shot so far?
Everything. I have 2 Castigators left. They're just not going to shoot.
The middle one and the
that one.
Cool.
All right, so these Castigators haven't fired, and he just said they're not going to shoot. Which
This simulator
Chaos Spawn?
is going to declare a charge here.
Is he not going to shoot the Chaos Spawn?
Far?
Far. Well, you're assuming within an inch of the wall there?
Yes, I have to be tucked.
Yeah, so I need to roll a 10.
I bumped it a little bit,
Yeah, you're
so
good.
whatever that is.
I have clearly missed something.
So I'd have to roll a 10.
Is that outside of 12?
So I mean, I think I'm within 11. Am I to the front of my girl there? Am I over your base there?
Yeah.
I am.
Oh, this
Yep.
feed
So I
might
need
be
to roll a
frozen.
10. So I'm going to use a 6.
That
and then I need to
would
throw 3 plus here.
explain it.
Okay, I'm realizing that they were doing
make it-
measurements and I couldn't see anything, so this must be frozen.
Yep, good eye.
All right, we'll fix that.
So
That
no
spawn
hit
is
out,
probably
please.
dead.
Yeah.
That would explain why he didn't shoot
And
it.
then,
Okay.
Let me kick it over to another
this is
table
no
in the
girls in
meantime,
Yeah,
and I'll go.
No,
take
it's
it to table
That's the only
5
one who
for me.
actually has stuff.
We'll come
All
back.
right.
correct, yes.
Peaceful
We're
things
getting
over here.
like 10 minutes.
All right, so now we've got Sasha's guard, Sasha's Dark Angels into the Astro Militarum.
I guess we'll see.
And it looks like the Astro Militarum are very willing to push up onto the center objective here. And they are covered by the firepower of a lot of tanks, so the Astro Militarum are trying to control a lot of these primary objectives. They're trying to run up the primary score real quick, so there's some either Ogren or Bullgren on that objective there, and obviously the guard home objective is covered in guys. And all these guns just pointed downfield, daring Sasha to come out and stop him. This is challenging position for the Dark Angels. I'm looking at this. My initial prediction might have been a little bit on the low side. I called it for the Astro Militarum, but I called it tight for the Astro Militarum. And at the moment, it does not look good for the Dark Angels. They're not necessarily getting killed right now. There's plenty of resources left, but they're not anywhere good. They're not out of position, but they're not on the objectives. And this map being wide open means that at the moment, it looks like the Astro Militarum are just going to be scoring more points. And we'll see what the Dark Angels can do about that, but because they have first turn, it's not like there's a great secret mission for them to use going first against Astro Militarum that are controlling the table. So at the moment, it looks to me like Steven might be able to run up a decent primary lead. Because now maybe Sasha just comes out and is able to hit him, but I don't see any great ways for Sasha to come out and hit these Bullgren or anything. Let's see what the players are saying right now. See if we can get a bit more of an update.
9, the best gun, heavy stubbers. Yep. This will hit on, you didn't smoke, right?
Nope.
Hit on 6s. Hit on 3s, and no 6s.
Smoke gives me stealth.
It gives you -1 to hit, not stealth,
So I
but
will spend it now, so I have both CP spent.
cool.
Don't put a cover to -1.
Gotcha. So
Yep,
will
you're
not change anything there. 6s, 1. You AOC'd, so it's +1, -1, 1 damage. Yay, there was a lot of rejoicing.
All right, so
Next.
guard of
We'll do his
fire.
autocannon.
Nothing crazy's happened, but there's a lot of
I
guns.
have
so
1
go.
lethal, 1 hit, 5 to wound. You have 1. I'll just do the AP at base.
I'm just going to roll dice and then we see it. 2 is a fail.
Fair enough. 3 damage. We'll do the big gun. That's the only other. D6 +3.
So it
5
seems
shots.
like the repulsors catching some shots right here. Must
Hitting
be
on
Dorn firing.
force because you smoked. No lethals. Sad. Strength 12.
1 force.
You have 2. It's AP2. Ignore cover.
The 5 will pass, and the 1 is a fail.
3 more damage.
Down to 9.
9
We
wounds
shall
left in the
do
repulsor.
the
So certainly not dead yet, but you
fire
know,
over here. I'm
any
not with an
one
18.
good guard activation could really do it.
With an 18. Yeah.
So not any multi-muffles coming out of that tank, it looks
That's
like.
plenty enough range, and he. Let's get the front demo commander here.
Yep.
The multi-melters will go here.
Yep.
And then all the other weapons will go over there. We'll
Go for
spend
it.
the Hunter Killer. Would you be kind enough to just yank the yellow missile off the side? They're magnetized.
Here we go.
Thank you, thank you.
You're so welcome.
We shall start with the Hunter Killer. +1, -1, because you smoke, so 4s. He does not get lethal. He doesn't have the right keywords for it.
So this must be a
We'll do
tank
the last
commander
cannon.
firing.
Last cannon. Last cannon. No. We'll do the demo cannon.
All right.
I'm just kidding. We'll do the heavy stubber, the best gun in the Imperium. Now we'll do the demo
Yeah,
cannon.
no, you did the demo. I just got the bat dice out.
I know. Yeah, well, that does help a little bit. Okay, I apparently did not get the bad dice out of the way. Strike 14. Bam! No, God.
All right.
All right, so it
The
seems like this
multi-melter. So we're going to
repulsor's
stop using these
living.
dice.
You guys all going.
Not a great shooting phase for the guard
We're
here.
gonna go over
If
here.
all of
Multi-melters
Sasha's
into the
assets
Terminator.
survive, that's going to make a big deal for him being able to get forward. Now, there's likely an Eradicator unit inside of that repulsor, and when that unit jumps out, it is capable of killing a decent number of Astra Militarum tanks, but if it does so while in front of all the rest of them, it'll be a one-trick pony. So we'll see how Sasha decides to use him here.
Hunter Killer on the back
Now, you might have mentioned this
He may as
while
well
I
shoot you with
was
the Hunter Killer.
having
This is
a
the time to use it.
battle with that camera, but
Thank you, thank you.
what do you think about Sasha going first in this match?
We'll see if it hits.
I would have preferred to go second
smoke,
as the
so
Dark
5,
Angel.
Okay.
6s are lethal.
I think,
Nope.
bluntly on this table, I think he's losing primary either way, and I'd rather have bottom of turn. Because he's going to be hidden turn 1 anyways, because he couldn't risk just deploying on the line and getting
I don't
tabled.
need that
And so I think I'd rather just waste
This
another
demo
one of the
tank
guard
commander
shooting
will
phases,
fire
but I have as
everything
few as
over
possible coming
Except
my
for the
way.
multis, they can't.
Guard are
They can't do anything.
good at shooting. Dark Angels are tough. Dark
We'll
Angels
spend
can
it.
take an amount of shooting, but they don't want to take 4 turns of it. And so I'd want to take as few as possible.
That's it.
Let's see if we can hit back to table 6. I want to see how Quinton's turn finish out and what his charge plan was. All right, it looks like an Immolator has charged. And it looks like a Sisters
Angron.
squad has charged. So I'm
Angron.
guessing
All right,
One
well, we
reroll.
just heard no Angron, so Quentin, maybe a little sigh of
So
relief
we'll do
there.
advanced charge Philippine.
and it looks like this Immolator
We
just
got the
charged
advanced
the
charge.
Rapid Ingress unit.
Yay.
All right, so he just charged the Rapid Ingress unit, and he's still there because we are out of the fight phase. I'm guessing he charged, popped the Sisters equivalent of Armor Contempt, spent a couple.
Yes, he did. When I was
Yep.
over there, he said he was
spent a couple of Miracle
spinning
Dice if he needed to, and just lived. And yeah, is this Immolator completely dead? Of course it is. It's,
Sure.
it's going to die soon. But you know what World Eaters do? They hit hard in combat. You know what they don't do? Fall back and do a damn thing.
Yeah.
So they're just there.
They're parked
These guys
for a
are just
turn.
stuck. It looks like this squad might have tried to box in this Rhino a little bit, and it
Yep.
looks like this Rhino might have been boxed a little bit. So it looks like Quinton's plan was not maximum damage, screw the consequences. It was to limit the crackback and kill Angron. That looks like that's what he planned, and it looks like he's done a decent job of it here.
Yep. Now, looks like Secure No Man's Land and Containment are what were drawn for secondaries for Matthew.
Secure No Man's Land is certainly on the agenda for him this
Yep,
round anyways.
absolutely.
But I got to say, when you're about to push into the Sisters Army,
Yeah,
you may not have anything-
Containment's kind of annoying.
Yeah, like great secondary, maybe not the best turn for
Yeah.
it.
I mean, those Jackals, maybe.
I don't think they can get all out of there because you
Yeah.
can't advance and do it. So I'm not sure. And they're advancing, so I'm guessing that's an advance in charge. Oh, and it looks like all of these Sisters here and here charged the Rhino and just stopped it from disembarking. So it looks like none of these Rhinos are emptying this turn. Is my read of the situation. Wow, that is important for him. So, but the rest of the World Leaders Army is going to try to get a response, and then they're going to be standing in front of the Sisters' guns, and we'll have to see how that one goes, won't we?
So we saw Large Richard Energy's team grabbing their mascot, the Great Clean One. A little bit of some worship occurring.
Absolutely.
And,
Good fun.
Being brought over to the table 8. Not sure if that's an indication of
important dice.
A request for some nice
You know,
dice.
let's
yeah.
hop over to table 8 and
Yeah, let's
see
just
what they're thinking. And we'll even let the players talk here.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. We
See
good.
if we can get that camera tilted over.
I'm playing a lot.
All right.
He's making me uncomfortable. he's here to help.
I told Josh he was the go turn and I needed Large Richard, so
Yeah.
he's going to bless my dice.
Hell yeah.
All right. Large Richard standing by the dice tray, it seems. Large Richard, of course, being their Great Clean One. An unclean one who they seem to have shaved down to the point of cleanliness. There's Large Richard making his appearance. Boy, is that one is clean, folks. I don't know how else I could describe it. All right, let's see. All right, so still working on that top-down camera. I think he went too far in the other direction. So we're gonna see if we can get that centered up, and I'll give Warner a big thumbs up if he gets it right here, but we're gonna just see if we can get that top-down adjusted a little bit more so we've got a real good view.
No, just
But at the moment, Chaos Space Marine push turn is what we're hearing. That looks like, yeah, we'll let that stabilize. And, oh, there's Large Richard making another appearance. I think that's actually pretty good right there. Let's see. All right.
This army is so complicated. Why is your army like
Let's
this?
see if Warner can look at me, and I can give him a thumbs up. Well, Nick is lamenting the fact that Chaos Space Marines are good at Warhammer, which is, I agree, quite detestable. But that's because I'm loyal to the Emperor. But I'm sure for all the heretics at home, they're quite happy with where Chaos Space Marines are right now.
Okay. So they are barely within 7 of those dudes. You have to roll 6 to get there. Hurt.
All right.
Basically the same thing with him.
Yeah, I think he wants to be a tiny bit closer.
Okay.
So you're going to blood surge into him if you blood surge. So it's still a 6.
Hello,
but it's,
Scary.
It's closer.
Happy to see you in chat.
You got it. Got it. Cool.
It's less of a 6.
Nick is actually playing. That is correct.
Yep. And so at the moment, Nick is trying to navigate the blood surges. So it seems that Nick is moving, trying to handle Dustin right now. And it looks like Dustin has just, in fact, pushed. So what he has done here is he's looking at this Cursed Cultist unit. He has decided that the roll must be a 6 in order to get over here. And so they have to roll a 6 on the blood surge, or a total of 6 inches, to get in engagement range, and this is the closest thing.
At that point, you come back.
And that's probably intentional because that unit can still shoot, because it can use big guns, never tire. So if in fact it gets hit by the first blood surge, I think what Nick wants to do here is activate 2 times before the blood surge. If he rolls the 6, he'll only get 1, but he's prepared for that. At least he's ready for it. And now we're seeing that there's still a lot of accursed occultists coming out here. This is another big unit. This is another big unit. It looks like this is just a full send that we just saw from Dustin. So we seem to have missed it. We were so focused on the World Eats and the Sisters. But we're going to see if Nick is able to handle that, which entirely possible. If he can navigate past this turn, he really has to deal with these accursed cultists in ways that involve him not getting touched and tabled. If he can navigate past the accursed cultist turns, I think he'll be in a great spot. But he has to get this right. Luckily, Nick is quite savvy, so he knows the tricks. He knows what he has to do. We'll see what his game plan is that he comes up with. All right, and that's that. So at the moment, Nick is thinking a little bit, solving a puzzle. We're probably going to want to come back to this one soon.
Come back.
While they're thinking a little bit, let's start at the top. Let's hit table 1.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Sounds good.
Looks like they're
And then
finishing
I'm
Mike's
at 2, but I'm going to be at 3 in a second, and you're going to be at 6 in a second.
Okay,
I flip it over.
am holding 2.
A lot of command points.
And my mission that I'll draw here will be assassination.
So they
and I'm
must be
going
on
to pitch
bottom
mark
of
for that.
3.
Bottom of 3.
Supposed
So
to be
I'll
bottom
discard
of
mark.
That's what I thought.
So I'm staying at 5. And I'll get Storm Hostile.
Both super doable. Well,
You guys now on bottom of 3?
Yes.
did we not do it right?
All right, so they're going to bottom of 3. No big deal. This game is speeding along here. Very good.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Okay. So
right,
hard
I
to
go
tell
3.
what's going on here.
I'm
Looks
staying
two
at
to
5.
6.
I'm back to my 13.
Okay, stay at 5.
Because they never counted last turn because they weren't even alive.
What is dead may never die in the service of the drowned god.
What is dead may never die.
All right, so the moment it looks like the Necrons have been very conservative. You can see that a DDA is hiding in the back. There's a monolith all the way in the back and a monolith tucked in here where it's kind of hard to kill. Magnus has decided to just stare from behind his wall. It very much seems that Mike was willing to push out, touch the center with a Mutalith, and it seemed that the Necrons did not really come out and stop it. So Mike must have just scored at least a 10 on primary based on the absence that I can see of Necron warriors touching the objective. I'm assuming the Mutalith held it. And we'll see then if enough things are going to come up and take care of all of these Necron-sized problems. But they're kind of hiding. It's going to be hard to reach them. So Mike may just be trying to reach this objective here just to apply more pressure. Just say, hey, if you don't come out, I'm just going to score more points. But he also, you'll notice, he's hiding in the top. There's a Doomsday Arc. And so something's got to deal with that. It looks like that must have 3-inch deep struck and shot someone. I don't know who. Maybe it was the solo character. Maybe it was a solo character that was next to him and is no longer there. We missed that part, unfortunately. So we'll see. But looks like Mike's goals are just going to have to be remove that DDA, try to consolidate the objectives, because he doesn't have a large quantity of things that he's going to struggle to really get effective hits on this avenue, frankly. At least to this turn. He could double move and get some things in, but I just don't think he's getting everything in. All right, well, Mike's doing his movement. How about we pop over to game 2? This is the Astra Militarum versus Thousand Suns. And this one, again, this is one that we called in, I think we called it in favor of the Astra Militarum. We called it small, but we said that there was potential for great violence. Half of those models are mine. All right, Jack seems like he wants to control every primary objective. And it looks like he's doing it. Bulgrin staged, Bulgrin pushing past objective, this objective covered in guard. Yeah, primary looks like it's going to get one-sided real fast. At the moment, Jack has a score advantage. And appears he has the first turn as well. And he just seems content to jam. And dear goodness, these are Bulgrin right in the thousands of the deployment zone. I didn't even notice that.
Yep.
In combat with the Rubrikai. Okay, so he is going.
He just hit a charge, yeah.
Oh, he's in the charge phase. Let's listen to what they're saying.
All right. I'm going to start there. Sure.
Hard to hear them.
Okay, what we will attack. I'm non-zero now. I'm just going to go to here and closer to the unit, like by basing it. Same thing here.
All right.
And now we're going to stab just into the unit. Just going to hit the unit. Just going to hit the unit. Fuck the mutilate.
So it looks like Jack is trying to mess up this Rubrikai squad as hard as possible. He has touched a mutilith, but he seems content to just sit there with it, not actually try to kill it. And I think that's the right call. Bulgrin are good for some things, and killing mutiliths, probably not what their primary targets here. He's just trying to kill as many Rubrikai as possible. In Jack's perfect world, he's taking some Cabal points off the table as well. Let's see how this goes.
10 saves on your invul. I mean, because it's a 4-up. Yeah.
What's the damage?
2.
So 10 saves from Bulgrin, normal enough amount.
All 5.
It's all 4-ups.
Yeah, but it's the save.
Sure.
We lose 2 dudes.
2 dudes. 5 more.
3 more. We lose 1 more dude.
Yes.
Last 2, there's 2 rivers.
Good save so far.
Kill them?
I would 0 out on the sorcerer.
Sure.
So that way the unit lives.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, so it seems that 4 Rubrikai went down,
and
and there's just a character and a source, and the sergeant equivalent. That's the aspiring sorcerer of the squad left. So decent there, but then there's another Bulgrin squad on the bottom. I'm sure they're about to
A lot of 2s.
Yeah, you know, maybe I don't kill him.
You probably do.
wonder what they're swinging on. Maybe some Zangors? If it's
10 more. Oh, I sure forgot to move this unit. I forgot to move the unit.
He's super dead.
Yeah, he's very dead.
something just died.
Yeah, it might have been like an Infernal Master or something.
Someone over.
If you don't, that's fine.
That's a tough one. How about on a 4-up? You can move.
Very fair.
Right? That's how I like to do things.
4-up, I'll move it.
What is it?
It's a 6. You can come over here and look at it.
I believe it.
All right.
All right, so it looks like Jack forgot to move a Bulgrin squad. They're not charging, they're just standing on the center objective. It seems that Jack is just trying to hold these primary. Again, he is pushed onto every primary objective.
It would be a 6.
It would be a 6.
I always offer that to opponents. They always roll before.
All right. And then, oh, it looks like a consolidate play from these Bulgrin has touched both of these things here. So it's a Forge Fiend and a Mutilith. So this is looking very good for Jack at the moment. They're going to swing back, and we'll see how that goes, but let's just look at his board state for a minute here. So we've got, it looks to me like Jack's entire army is alive. So it's top of 2. It looks like he pushed forward aggressively, and then the Thousand Suns player either didn't do much or decided not to try and do much. And so Bulgrin in combat with a Mutilith, Bulgrin in combat with 2 units here. And that means that there's plenty of things to respond with, but those rubrics can't really fall back and do anything. And so there's not maybe a ton of resources that a Thousand Suns can use here. So this looks to me like a Demon Prince and a Mutilith are free. And this Forge Fiend and Magnus are free. And that is not an inconsequential amount of damage by any stretch. But let's just look at the problem here. None of those are rubrics. I do not see any rubrics on the table that are particularly safe at the moment. I know there aren't a ton of rubrics in the in this list. I know it has gone a little bit thicker. And so there's not a lot of reroll wounds against objectives. And so of those 4 units that I covered, yeah, there's Cabal points. There's some pain coming for Jack. But I don't see how Malachi is going to be clearing off the objectives at the moment, because this objective is behind a guard army. This objective has a lot of things on it. This objective has a lot of things on it. This objective still has a tank on it. Malachi would have to clear 2 of these objectives to put a dent in Jack's primary score. Jack can cap at a 15, but he's currently on pace for a 20. So Malachi has to put in a lot of work, and he has to do that while there's these Bulgrin right here. I'm willing to bet that Malachi is going to end up giving up the 15 to Jack here. I don't even think it's worth his time to try and stop it. I think at this point he is in damage control. I'm guessing that Jack is going to try to push this farther, because while this whole thing is happening, yes, Jack is scoring these 15s on primary, and Malachi is scoring 5s. And 5s are where it caps at the moment. So at the moment, I'm going to say this one is going pretty Jack favored, as long as he can keep a possibility of a secret mission out of the way here. I can't tell if there's any T-Suns in reserves based on Jack's complete and utter disregard for screening out his backfield. I'm going to guess that problem is no longer a problem.
Probably not.
But I'm not sure.
Looks like Nick is doing a quick round to check
on how his team's
where
doing.
the different tables are. Maybe we should look at his table, see if that
yeah, how that's gone
means something.
Oh, it looks like he's brought in a lot of neophytes.
Maybe he's waiting. He finished his movement phase and wanted to check in before he.
Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, you would think that Nick is able to deal a lot of damage this turn. He just has to make sure he doesn't accidentally lose too many assets to these accursed cultists, because if he mishandles the operations here, suddenly he's in trouble. But one of the things that I think Nick has done is, as I'm looking down, it looks like 1, 2 of these trucks. These are the things, these rock grinders that are closest to the accursed cultists. It looks like each of those has a model on top. That means there must be a unit inside. And because of big guns never tire, that means that those things are able to shoot back. So if he blood searches into a vehicle and they're open topped, all of the guns can still fire it. Even though there's infantry inside, well, the tank's firing it with big guns never tire. So he can still get one last decent activation. Now we're on to Guard into Dark Angels.
Yeah, I wanted to hop here because I think what actually prompted Nick to take a look is that Sasha is maybe in a decision point right now, and wanted to get some input as to whether he should play it safe or not.
And maybe he's deciding if he's full sending or not. It looks like the Repulsor is gone. It looks like the Eradicators are kind of far back. It doesn't look to me like those Eradicators are in anything resembling a shooting position at the moment. And they must be deciding if they're running forward and shooting or running backwards and hiding. But I just don't see great places to hide. If he backs up, he's not going to use them for the rest of the game, as far as I'm concerned, because the Guard have no reason to push further than where they are. They're currently scoring the primary. Why does he need to move forward? I mean, the Guard player, depending on what the instructions are, the Guard player probably isn't trying to, Guard player's probably not trying to get a 20-0 here. He's just trying to win. Just get a win for the team, get a strong win for the team. But, a 15 is good enough for him. And if he just controls these and shoots off, that'll be enough.
Tried to kill one guy here.
All right, players are thinking right now, it seems.
He can also shoot him, which would be...
Stephen very stoic as Sasha does his thinking. Getting a little humming going on. Nice little smile.
There you go. He's singing along to the music, I think. Got some nice background vibes here at Dreamhack.
Yeah.
All right. Let's switch it.
Just behind the wall.
Yeah,
Josh! Yeah, Josh!
Oh, seems Josh is having a good time. Well, let's go see what's happening with Josh. This is table 1, right? All right. Well, the players are whistling on Mike.
To the music, yeah.
Oh, that's Mike.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to turn that down, and we're going to look at the board state. I love Mike's musical proclivities, but maybe not now. So
We're
Magnus
just
has come
enjoying
forward.
some Linkin Park.
It seems like Magnus is coming here. This is a good spot for him. He is hidden. He can indirect a lot of things, and he can see one Doomsday Arc if that's where he is needed. So I'm
Oh, Nick is in his shooting phase. We've just heard.
okay. Ooh, you know
Let's
what?
hop there.
Yeah, let's hop there. This is gonna be big, I think.
Turn their mics on.
To explode.
Oh, what? Something died.
All right, a lot of accursed cultists just died.
Stubbers.
Looks like they did not get that
That's
6.
Stubbers.
Yep. So they surged once, moved. They're getting shot a second time. These Ridge Runners are just buckets of dice.
4 wounds from Stubbers. Yep.
All right, so and I'm guessing what Nick is looking at here is that the tatters of this unit are going to surge into this truck. Then he can still fire this truck with the guys inside because the big guns never tire. There's going to be a couple of cursed cultists here. If there's still some after that, this unit
Just
slam,
Yep.
just slams right in there and removes them, and that ought to take care of that unit. This unit should be neutralized here, but there's still 2 left, and I think Nick has to get a second one this turn to be happy. So he's looking at this big neophyte activation to do a lot of the heavy lifting there. That's my guess.
I think you got
So we're
the
seeing
grinder,
some
not the beam.
comments in chat about some maybe reveals that happened on.
Yeah, there's a GW live stream going on right now. I think it
It may
actually
have just ended.
just ended. I unfortunately haven't seen it. I'm sure we're getting some spoilers in the chat. I'm personally praying for new Astra Militara models.
Grinder's
They've
gonna shoot
mentioned
everything into you.
they've mentioned new models. They've mentioned a Codex early next year. I would love for that to be the new
Here are the
release,
five
as I am quite a big fan of the Astra Militara.
Well, apparently there's a
Kinda
servo
tight,
skull
split paper.
painting palette,
Yeah.
and that is one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
Flamers.
That's kind of dope. I'll be curious to see that.
That's just adorable.
That is, I do kind of want
26
that.
hand flamer shots.
26 hand flamer shots from
And
from 5 hand flamers.
15,
What?
20
That's
26
not even fair.
on 5.
Oh my goodness. And those hand flamers might be rerolling wounds against objectives if they're not in a transport right now.
That's that. 8. 1 damage each. Good guy. Yep. Yep.
Wow.
It's all 5s and 6s, right? You can just roll it.
So Red Rum in chat says, John, you are getting new snipers. Ratlings are getting a kill team.
Oh, awesome. I'm excited for that.
And it's going to be Ratlings versus Orcs.
I'll have to take a look at that in between the streams. Okay, so this is a couple more. So what I'm guessing is that this is the contents of this Goliath truck shooting.
9 shots.
So it probably wasn't
Going
rerolling
hot, you need to
wounds,
see
but
it.
still doing some good damage.
I mean,
And now there's not enough in that unit that I think they want to take an
It's gonna be
acolyte charge.
6 wounds,
That's what's left.
1 damage.
I don't think that's enough. So I'm guessing Nick is going to be able to swing this objective back. Now it's going to be which of these 2, if either, he can bring down.
Not bad.
All right, so we're getting good shots of this. This is where the action's happening right now. And it looks like, this is actually, this is a neophyte squad. That is not a
And a
charging
stubborn.
threat.
And then we'll touch. -1 though.
What
wound for
about
stubborn.
charging the Rock Grinder in?
Yeah, the Rock Grinder, I mean, if there's one big model left, he's going to win the fight at the end of the day. Because it looks like there's only 1 Torment
so we're in
left, and the
combat
rest of
again.
it is little support characters. Oh, and the Torment's wounded. That means that Torment's about to die.
I think
So
you're
he's-
within 2. Yeah, okay.
He's trying to surge into the
You don't
neophytes.
roll 1. Art of War. Use it against me. Oh,
All right,
Richard's
moment of
not
truth.
good at this.
Are they going to roll it?
Richard's going wherever he likes.
I think he rolled a 6.
All right, so he's getting into combat there. That means that he's really only going to be catching auto pistols if that neophyte unit hasn't shot yet. But you know what? The Rock Grinder can charge in. And so with 1 wounded big model, oh yeah, there's that wound marker. Frankly, the auto pistols could kill him. Like,
So we
just
got a
giving a
Ridge
couple
Runner
saves could do
squad.
it. But we can probably hit that top
Activating
down now.
These guys can't blood surge into anybody yet.
But I think a
Not yet.
Rock Grinder charging in kills the big model,
mining waves.
and then that unit's combat teeth are no longer existent,
be
and,
4
and at that
plus
point, he's
4
the
for
Accursed
12.
Cultists are not going to get that objective back.
Yeah, when it's down to the characters,
Yeah.
neophytes can slap.
The Neophytes might actually win that
Gonna
fight
draw 'em.
eventually, and they're also the Neophytes heal models with a banner. Like they're not going to go down.
Arvo lists are not currently on Nightbot, but they are in the
We lost your 3
description
dudes.
on this video, so you can see both teams' lists.
Absolutely.
That's 3, the rest are 4. Yeah. Okay. 3 trip 6s. You've done it before.
All right.
4 down. Yep, I got stubbers.
Lots more shooting coming from Nick here.
Stubbers showed up to work today. Stubbers on 4s. For 8.
I'm just trying to figure out where things are shooting right now.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, it's not bad. Yep. Yep. You got it.
All right, waiting for a casualty pulse. These are ridge runners. Here are what's firing. All right, put a wound marker down.
Yeah,
Show me where it's happening.
Right there.
There's got to be a blood surge move coming. Yep, there it is. So it's this unit right here. Oh, and we moved. There we go. They're getting closer. They're not engaging yet. All these things were a decent speed away, so it looks like a ridge runner unit shot, and it's taking an accursed cult unit closer, and then the neophytes are going to fire. And now that we're at a point where it is possible that the accursed cultists could make it into combat on their next activation, that means that Nick is going to save that truck right there because he can use big guns never tire, and it still has the acolytes inside, so we can still keep shooting with full effect. The neophytes drop the big hammer, see if that's enough, and then if they blood surge into the truck, that means that Nick still gets a 3rd activation there. And we saw before 3 activations really hurt that unit. There was not much left. If he does that again, there will be a few.
That was with
cultists
some
left.
Excellent flamer rolls.
That's true, but this neophyte squad is the single biggest damage activation that's coming towards these. In my opinion, this is the single biggest activation coming towards these accursed cultists right now. So that's what I'm expecting to do a ton of work here. And I think we'll stay on this long enough to see how that unit does, and then we'll probably move on to another game, but I'm guessing that that's the plan here. 2 units get neutralized. There is 1 left. As soon as it moves, Nick overwatches it and just does his best.
Grenade for 4.
Yeah.
Oh, so he threw a grenade first. That's not an attack.
Yeah.
So he deep struck 9 inches away. He blood surged closer. He's the nade grenade.
Damage, yeah.
Just get it. He wants as much damage as possible before he does the big shot. But this wasn't a shot, so there's no blood surge.
Blood surge. Let's see.
And Nick knows that. He's a smart cookie. So there we go.
Ooh, pretty good grenade.
That was a good grenade.
And now we're going to go crit 5s.
All right, the neophytes are going to lift this entire unit.
crit
No, this unit is dead. Like, I mark my words.
Calling it.
0 accursed cultists alive when this is done. Let's hit the top down while we watch this.
So now blood surge is still closest this way.
Yep.
Blood surge is
So
still
if
closest
anyone
that way.
lives, they blood surge into the truck.
We can go that way for sure, as long as you can maintain coherency.
And they're out of coherency right now, so that's rough too.
Yeah.
So,
That would
but
be
I
pretty
genuinely
tough. Like maybe if he got a 6, he could make it work.
This isn't the same neophyte squad that we had in the past, but it's crit 5-ing now, so it's better rules on less shots or less good shots, but just a bucket of. Oh, the neophytes are deciding where they're going. Okay, and they're going into the 3rd unit.
Okay.
Okay, so he's decided that he's worked on this squad enough.
Does it
And now he's going for the big one. If Nick gets this shooting phase right, if he gets everything that he needs here, he actually might just win off of it. Might just get dominant position.
Do shotguns. No, we'll do all the little shots first.
Okay,
So
so
here's
he's
the
putting
shotguns.
everything here. I don't think he's going to kill this unit. He's just going to hurt it. But if he's crippling all 3 units here, he's good.
I'm going to go fishing. 5s and 6s are sus lethal. Suspiciously lethal. So that's 8 saves so far, plus 9 hits. I'll just roll the bonus now.
Very nice.
Yep.
And there's also
So
a small
gonna be
little
4
melee
more,
acolyte squad
12,
there, which in a
and then
pinch
I'll
will
keep
help
on
kill a
going.
couple of curse cultists.
These are all one damage.
Since he's not putting the big unit in. I have not done the math on how much this kills, but I'm expecting a lot. Let's listen a little more what the players are saying.
I've got a lot more shooting if you want to just wait. It's up to you. Okay. It's all 1 damage, yeah. There's the seismics are more than 1. Whatever that's worth. Okay. They're gonna go last. Okay. 4.
All right. So a bunch of the small arms fire seems to have killed 4 models. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. They had feel no pains. Those must be the regular mutants, not the actual commune. But oh my god, there's a lot more shots.
And we're gonna go fishing.
Okay, he's crit 5s and he's re-rolling all of this because he can. He must have a Primus in the unit. I can only imagine. And these should be sustained hits and lethal and crit 5s re-rolling hits at the moment. So this is an absurd volume.
13 so far, and then I'm gonna roll the wounds.
All right, so 13 plus what he rolls here. These should only be wounding on 5s, but
5 more, so 18 saves.
18 saves. That's gonna hurt. I mean, that you're looking at that as an expected value of 10 damage to the unit.
Ugh.
And there- ugh.
Here we go.
Okay, so a lot of 6s, we don't have 5s. Let's keep that energy next time.
Yeah.
Okay, 6 passed, perfectly normal there.
So we're killing all the little guys except the character.
Yep.
And moving on to the big boys. We didn't keep that.
We like that.
It
We
looks
like
like
that.
he.
12.
You know what? It looks like he just put feel no pains on the characters that don't have feel no pains, and then didn't pass a single one. So that really simplifies that as a problem. No big deal there. And I also might have misread that. I don't want to assume the player's making a mistake. But either way, that's 12 damage out of his activation.
So it looks like this is actually on that middle unit.
Yeah, exactly.
Ah, okay.
And he still hasn't fired the seismics
We've got 2
or the mind
Webbers,
lasers. Oh, the Webbers. Oh my! There's just it's never
10
ending.
shots. Wounding on 5, 6s are dev. 2 devs and a save.
Okay, just a little more chip. This unit's gonna hurt. And again, there's a truck full of flamers just staring at it to blood surge into. And if it doesn't blood surge, it's just gonna shoot it. Ooh, that's gonna hurt.
They were not kidding when they said this was Nick's go turn.
Yeah, this is a lot of a curse cultist dying. I think he's getting all 3 units here.
No problem.
I mean, he's
2
not
grenade
even
launchers
done
on the
shooting
frag
the
shot,
unit.
so T3 is going to be 2 plus blast for 4 each. It's going to be 10.
So he just snake-eyed the shotgun on the grenade launchers, and it's still 10 shots.
And
The other
we'll go
thing is that
fishing
Nick
again.
has done all of this while keeping a lot of his army still kind of behind terrain.
Yeah.
So
That's
those
more like
Vindicators
it.
are not going to have a
6
ton to be
hits,
able to
6
target next turn.
And
No
wounding
kid.
on 4s is going to be 8 more saves.
Yeah, I think Nick's going to get a real big material advantage by the end of this turn.
Okay.
Really how it's feeling here.
1 more. They gone, and then 4 on big.
We got
And then I have the
a
seismic
question from
last.
Krika. Anything exciting happened so
Yep.
far?
A lot of exciting things. We're in an exciting shooting phase by Nick right now.
Yeah, this
This is high energy. Oh man, more casualties coming up, and the coherency's getting shattered. But there's more shots coming, so it doesn't even matter.
Primus and seismics. I'll do seismics next. And once again, going fishing.
Yep, just fishing for 5s. That's the way to do it. Goodness gracious. Not
3 hits.
great on that,
3
but
wounds. This needs 3. It's going to be 5 wounds at D3 damage.
okay. It's going to keep adding up. This unit might just be getting vaporized by the neophytes by
No,
itself,
the
or it's
seismics
so
were last
close.
at D3. If you want to put some,
It just meant that I have a couple little guys left.
put some little guys back and just put the wounds on big guys.
Nick's
instead.
demonstrating his
4
typical
more back.
high
You got it,
sportsmanship.
no problem. Of course, of course.
Yep, what you'd expect.
Yeah.
But I think those little guys
3
are
of
also
them,
about to die.
D3 each. There's a 1, a 2, and a 3.
Alright, so 1, 6. I'll have 2 at least.
Yeah.
2, that, and 3.
All right, so it looks like 3 more little guys just went down there. So there's
No
barely
Okay, and
anything
last
left in
but
this
not least,
unit.
the Primus. Who will go fishing? If he hits you, 1 wound, D3 damage.
Good guy. Takes it.
Takes 3.
Yeah, there is almost nothing left. And a blood surge is not going to fix this coherency. Let's hit the top down so we can see it.
Yes.
There is no blood surge that matters here. I mean, if you roll, I don't think even if he rolls a 6, he's getting anywhere.
3 inches. Can they move if they're not going to be able to make coherency?
No, they can't.
Not a normal move.
Yeah, it does not matter.
Sure.
Okay, well, they're playing it that way
Break
anyways.
all the
But
rules here. I get it.
no, they don't.
Okay.
All right,
Cool,
well,
cool, cool, cool.
I don't think that's going to matter at all, even though that is definitely not how that works. But that's okay. We're not interfering with the rules for the
Sir.
players here. We are just letting
We
them
are
do
just
their best.
observers.
We are simply observers and commentators, so we're not going to try to fix that.
All right.
But that is okay. Instead, what's going to fix it is a rock
This
grinder
is
shooting everything at them.
Grinder.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
Well,
I
it's,
don't think it's going to make.
it might even be splitting fire into the big unit that's out at this point. Like,
Everything at these dudes.
yeah, exactly. I think Nick just doesn't care about 3
No,
models that
vehicle firing
cannot,
weapons.
that shouldn't be able to pile in and consolidate.
I'm
Yeah.
just
We'll find out
using
if they do.
the like range never tied. Yeah. Yep.
And that's okay.
So hand flamers. Actually, let me think about that. You are going to engage them, but you're also going to engage him.
So Nick's
I
just
want
deciding this.
there.
I mean, so far this turn appears to me to have gone
They move more
incredibly
charge
well
against
for Nick.
Overwatch.
Yeah.
I think there's no other way to say that.
A lot.
What's also kind of funny is that Nick actually could just charge the neophytes in and just add
And if
20
you see
dice
my
to
squad, I can
something.
go back and
If this is
reserve.
just like
It's one of my stats.
barely a thing, but this, if this squad gets wiped out here, that means
still so
that
many
this
wounds,
neophyte
I'm
squad
just not gonna get
is
through. I'm
unanswerable.
gonna shoot these guys with everything.
Okay.
Just trying to get him out of the way. Hand flamers.
So he's just trying to finish off that unit there, and maybe he's going to end up multi-charging it with
15,
2 rock
7,
grinders.
22. Staying hot. 15,
All right.
22. Yeah, there's also 2 more C6 clearance incinerators, so I'm hoping so.
So good
Well,
shot
the
count
wounds
from
were
the
great there, just
torrents,
5.
but there's just not enough left here.
This is the small one. This is one I'm talking about. Yeah.
All right, yeah, this unit's about to defend. I don't think that blood surge ended up mattering at all. I think they're just dead.
Yeah.
And then 6 up.
Yep.
Okay, so the little guys left, 5 up for him to live.
And
6 up for him to live. Nope.
Squad's done.
So
And 2d6 clearance incinerator item.
there is a character getting flamed. All right, that ought to do it.
Love to see it.
Okay, and she doesn't even have a feel of pain.
It's gonna be 7 AP1s, 1 damage on the lady.
Yeah, I think she's 3 or 4 wounds.
Sir.
4. I make 4. She lives on 1.
She's
All
on
right,
1.
character lives on 1.
Okay.
Good for
She's
her.
a 3-1 character.
4-1 character.
She's a 3-1 character.
Oh, they're talking about the wound
I'll
count.
take CSM.
All right, they're going to double check.
Hold up.
Perfect. All right, and then that to me that looks like the end of Nick's shooting phase just about. He's got some little charges he can do here, but I think we're going to switch to another table now.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and head over to table 6,
That's
that
good.
World Leader
Stop
vs.
versus
Sisters
there.
game, see how that's developed. All right, when last we spoke, it was all about...
How many attacks?
Oh, actually,
They're
let's see where
12,
they are
she's
right now.
8.
Oh,
3
there's more
damage,
follow
dev
left.
wounds. She's 3 damage dev wounds, they're 2 damage not dev wounds.
Okay.
So this is all screen.
Oh, is that Angron? Looks
so
like
if I
Angron.
rapid.
That does look like Angron.
Oh, so it looks like we're
I'm gonna
about
change
to
up where these
have
girls are.
we're about to have a shooting phase
And
from
over
the
there.
sisters. It looks like we're debating another rapid ingress by the world leaders, but maybe they're debating Angron's rapid ingress. Angron coming back is always unfortunate, but I think Quentin's just trying to remove as many assets as possible here. Okay.
Is this the only reasonable rapid spot?
So he's debating a rapid. I can only assume that if that is Angron, that Angron is the rapid he's debating.
Charge out of deep strike.
Yep.
That has to be it. Because if Angron was there normally, I'm sure that those melta-guns would have turned around for him. But maybe I'm misreading it. You never know. Don't want to make too many assumptions here. Where
turn
will
is it?
Angron go?
This is bottom 3.
Oh, that's extremely helpful
I'm
for
good.
us. Thank you.
I'm good.
You are going to
All right.
rapid?
Nope.
You're
All right,
not.
no Angron rapid ingress. Wow.
So they're going to shoot here.
That means the Volgons are basically
First set
safe.
dev wounds. Oh, they're battle shocks. They're not dev wounds.
Yep.
This will be 60, 76.
Lots of flamers toasting someone right now.
That was pretty good. So that's 10, 24, plus 5 is 29. So
Looks like Quentin's just on asset removal duty here.
off the first batch.
Okay.
Then 8 again.
We've got so many high stakes moments here that we haven't been able to grab every
Then,
single thing.
7.
Okay, so I'll do 8, 8, 7.
Yeah.
Cover.
Use ignore cover.
Cool. We'll do film pains, I guess.
So 7 are dead.
All right, looks
so
like
this
a
is
lot
Pregame.
of jackals just
Well,
got.
they're 5. Oh, they're 6 up base. Yeah, so 5 are dead.
Okay, so 5 are dead on the first
Yep.
batch.
All right, these are jackals, I think.
Okay, so 3.
Sounds good. 8.
Yep. And then 7. Yeah.
All right, let's see here. Just finish
So
this
they're
out. All right, looks like a
On the deck.
jackal squad might have just been lifted by the Seraphim. Seraphim with hand flamers. That is 7 hand flamers. I mean, that'll do it. It's terrifying, but that'll do it. Wow. Okay.
And these guys are going to fire and third, so you just can't get a 10-man out.
Oh, Quentin is trapping the Rhino
Can you do that
again.
with being coherent?
Yeah, because I can do this, and then this, and then this. Actually,
I can definitely fit a 10 man.
so what we're going to do is we're going to do this. and then they're going to charge you there. Cool.
All right, so Quentin's trying to keep him stuck in the Rhino again, so he's
Make sure they're.
he's just going to double check his clearance to make sure it's good, but then he's got some sisters to try to charge in and complete that. He's just trying to trap this unit in the Rhino forever, and if that happens, this objective belongs to Quentin. Because I imagine, since we're at the start of the sister shooting phase, that Quentin's going to find some answers to a lot of these war leaders that are just standing in line of sight right now.
This Castigator, everything here.
Angron going for a deep strike instead of a rapid ingress does open up
Main
the
gun.
possibility that Angron lands, fails the charge, and that would be a disastrous turn of events for the world leaders, because then the Volgons get to just maneuver and end him. At the moment, I'm
5.
expecting these Volgons to do a ton of work up here, though.
And to here, you said, yeah, cover.
Just trapping them in the Rhinos. A trick we have all used here at the Art
2 or 3
Warehouse.
damage.
Where did Angron go?
Alive.
Angron did not rapid ingress.
Oh,
he was
okay,
measuring
he was
a rapid ingress
considering
and
it.
decided
Got it.
not to.
Got it.
Spicy take. All right, a couple more world leaders getting lifted. Man, the sisters'
2.
firepower is
AP, 1
brutal.
damage, 2.
Okay.
1 damage. Yep. Okay, I'd like +1 AP there. This has everything there. We'll put the heavy bolter there. Or the storm bolter there. Cool.
And this is Invicata's currently getting
So here's the main
shot.
gun there.
Okay. Man, such pivotal breaks at the moment. I
That'll
think
be
we're going to move
6
off this game,
82s.
though.
Yeah,
I want to
there's
come
a
back and
couple
see
we
the end.
haven't
There's a
checked
couple
in
we
on in a
haven't seen.
while.
Let's go
Yeah.
ahead and look
3
at
damage each.
table 3 and 4 in any
4.
order, really.
So he's
And this is table 3. This is Jeff Kolodner against Richard Siegler. They're on turn 2 at the moment. AdMech are surging towards these objectives. It very much looks like whatever ended up touching the center is no longer there. Probably because it's dead. However, I do not see as many sisters as there were before. So Jeff is probably just holding on, maybe not holding the objectives, but holding on material in the face of this just apparently unending tide of toy soldiers.
Nah, I don't think we're the Calidus.
Let's see if we can hear them.
This is rough.
Seems like Richard's on the up of it right now.
I think that is the end of my turn.
Oh, so that's the end of Kolodner's turn. Okay.
1 CP.
I get my 1 containment.
We're going to bring those 5 Skystalkers. Pretty easily. It's impractical.
We forgot to
So I think then this might actually be top
I'll
of
move. I'll
3.
pick
Yep, so we're
there
going
we
to
go.
top of 3. There we go.
Fixed it.
And it looks like Richard is lifting some Skitarii, so he's planning on bringing them down somewhere interesting, I bet. I see a couple of sisters holding on to an objective here, but I don't know if they're going to be there soon.
Yeah.
There's just so many AdMech models still alive that I'm wondering, and it looks like several sisters tanks are gone. There were 4 to start, and I see 2. And some of these suits on these objectives I also expect to be in a fair amount of days right now.
Huh? Luckily, this guy has OC because these are both battle shock.
Yeah.
So this is the only storm hostile I could get.
Yep.
All right, so a lot of battle shock unit, but Richard drew Storm Hostile. Looks like this objective is hostile and directly in front of his army. So those are points that Richard's getting. Ooh, and Richard just scored a big primary as well. So Richard is moving up in the world. Okay, so this seems to be going Richard favored right now. Let's hit table 4 real quick. That's Russell versus Zach. This is one that I'm going to struggle to put an estimate on until I see what's coming.
All right, 1 sustained lethal.
Looks so
3,
empty compared
2,
to that last
neg.
table.
I know.
2, because you're on objective. Sounds good. I'll take 2 on the bird.
Just seems like we're in Russell shooting phase right now, so that's bottom of.
All right.
Bottom of 2. It seems like
autocannon?
we're being relatively cagey and patient here. Okay. What other tables have we not looked at? Can we maybe take a peek at 7? That was
Okay.
Tau versus
Angry.
Votan. We just
Yeah.
haven't
Force
seen that
Saint.
one yet. I mean, there's so much going
I'm
on
gonna
here.
go touch it with a devilfish.
A lot of good games.
Yeah.
I assume so.
Oh,
Yeah,
people are
good.
coming out.
I'm gonna go touch it with a devilfish. There is a devilfish on that objective, touching. I'm gonna turn sideways so I'm not on this terrain though.
All right.
Devilfish there.
Eyeballing it. It looks like Tau have locked down their objectives.
I was gonna shove the hammerhead on
but
there too, but I cannot.
they're also working on the Votan objectives a little
Okay,
bit better
those
than
guys
the
have already
Votan's
moved
working
to
on
get
them.
line of sight.
I also see
These guys
one
are gonna
land
be guide. I'll
force
have
gone.
2 guides, and 2 riptides should pick up that unit. Do they have an inbone?
2 up armor.
Cool. Those guys are probably good with that. This stage
Okay,
is for
let's
my
take a
following turn.
Second of this. This looks to me like it's Tau advantage at the moment. These 2 railgun heads are still totally fine and intact at the moment. It looks like we're also at the Tau turn, and they're moving, so there's still some shooting to go. I would not at all be surprised if some amount of assets got removed here from the Votan. And it looks to me like the Tau player has locked his objectives, and I think he's got enough stuff to push at the Votan occasionally. So I'm guessing, even though Votan are up on the scoreboard at the moment, this might start to go a little bit Tau favored. We'll see, though. Maybe there's reserves that I'm not accounting for. And, of course, you never know what's in these transports. And so I think let's go ahead and see table 1, and then I think I actually want to make a prediction soon.
Okay.
All right, so table 1, this is Mike against Josh. Mike looks like he is pushing for a lead at the moment. He's on 3 objectives. Magnus has done some damage, and a lot of the T-Suns are getting stuck in. And I see less Necrons on the table. Let's listen in to see if we can catch what turn they're on.
Got a cohesion. There we go. We found it.
Oh,
Oh, it's bottom of 3,
The
so it's Mike's turn
cohesion.
3.
All right. New plan. New plan. DDA rolls 7 shots. Hits, wounds all. Kills Magnus. All devs.
So I do think at this point, going into started turn,
You'll be -1 damage.
Probably.
I get it.
I think I was
Looks like
like,
we're
oh
about to
wait,
go to
I don't need to
top
be
of 4.
+2 to move anymore. I'm pretty much where I want to be.
Yeah, okay. So looks like we're about to hit top of 4 there, which means that it means that that DDA arc lived, frankly, which is a little bit impressive. But it's in combat with some Murmuka at the moment, so it looks very damaged, but impressively it held on. Must have made some 4 pinholds. All right, cool. So there.
I'm gonna go get a drink.
Yeah. So yeah, Mike's just going to get a drink. So it looks like they're taking a small break from the table at the moment. Then let's go ahead and hit table 2. And this was the other T-Suns game.
Ooh,
This is getting ugly. Okay, Jack is trying to push for the big victory here, and I do not see as many T-Suns as I saw before. Yeah, there's still some pinned in the corner here. Yeah, there's still a lot of monsters, but it looks like there's so much guard left that I cannot believe that the T-Suns would have done enough damage in their turn. I also don't see Magnus. All right. Nope. Oh, my God. There's Magnus in the corner. Hold on. That's Magnus. Bottom right of your screens, everyone. Magnus is hiding, and he is not on objectives. Jack is running up a score. And what this, I think, has to mean is that Malachi is going to be trying to play for a secret mission here. We are very quickly trending towards Jack scores 50 primary, and Malachi is on the verge of scoring 0 right now. Because there's more Bulgren coming forward. They're going to try to charge onto the objective then. Oh, man. Yeah, I am... Oh, the tanks are driving. We're in Jack's movement phase. That means Jack's about to shoot. All right, let's go ahead and hit the prediction stage. This, to me, looks like it's going to be very guard-favored. Scoreboard's already saying it. Okay, so let's look at our initial predictions. I still like Mike as favored in that Josh Campbell game over the Necrons. He was on more of the objectives, and it looked to me like Mike had the board control, but it didn't look like he had crippled the Necron army yet.
Right.
So there's definitely still points to be scored for the Crons. I don't think that one's going to a blowout anytime soon. Jack's game into Malachi, put it at a 16. I think this one's going north, for sure. Also, I'm going to be honest, I feel like Richard's also putting in good work against Jeff right now. He's on most of the objectives. He was starting his turn. He hadn't lost that many assets, and he had removed some already. I'm calling that Richard a 13. I think Richard's going to be the first one to break the curse here.
Oh.
All right. Russell and Zach, it looked standoffish. I'm going to leave my prediction as is. This could be an 8-12 the other way. This could be anything, but it didn't look like either player was committing so hard that it was going to turn into a blowout.
Yep.
Now, here's some good news for the fans of the large Richards. I think that Sasha, to me, looked like he was trending for less points than that game. I say we poke that down to a 6. 6 in favor of Sasha, 14 for Steven. It looked like Steven was putting in good work. I like Quinton's plan. I'm going to keep him at the 15 into Matthew Burgoon. And then, you know what, a bit of bad news for Art of War here. I saw Brian's game against Noah. I saw that as Noah favored. That looked to me like Noah was winning that. I'm going to give him a 13 or a 14. It didn't look like he was sweeping the board of them, but it looked like he was up. And Nick into Dustin, I'm going to keep it at a 13 for now because it looked like Nick wasn't scoring a ton of points while he was doing his job. But we can go check in a second.
That could get bad fast.
But it looks like he's going to start scoring a lot more points than Dustin. It looks like primary is about to become very Nick dominant. So let's actually... So if that just stays where that's at, right now, still looking Art of War favored. We'll see if you're rooting for the big Richards. You're trying to see if Josh can maybe swing a game that's undecided. You're maybe looking if Jeff or Malachi can keep that closer than it's looking right now. And also some of those games that looked a little undecided, like Zach pointing to Russell. You got to be rooting for Zach to pull some Drukari magic out of his boats and see if he can score a big win over Russell instead of the small win that I had initially predicted. Other than that, you know, I don't know if Quinton had fully navigated past the volatile point of that game into Matthew. And so if that one flipped, you'd be right down to a dead 80-80.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so there's still plenty to play for here for those for LRE. But at the moment, I'm seeing this start to tip in Art of War's favor, but by no means are they safe or out of the woods yet. And we're over to Nick. Let's see how this is going. Couple of cursed cultists, not many left. It looks like 2 squads are wiped. There's a single character falling back on an objective, and there's like 5 models alive that are just surrounded by cultists. They're not going to make it very far.
Yep.
They're going to go try to kill those cultists, but I don't know if they're going to get the entire neophyte squad. And frankly, there's probably an Overwatch coming in their future.
Yeah, Flamer's pretty good at Overwatch.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely, right? He's got Webbers. He has reroll hits on the entire thing. It's going to hurt. Now, the big problem here, actually, for Nick is that even though Nick is up on points right now, this objective is looking kind of far away.
Yeah.
This objective is looking kind of far away. I could see Nick able to control the board from here, push up, remove assets, get onto objectives, and start scoring some 15s sometime soon. But if he gets gunked up for a turn here, this is bottom of 2. If he gets gunked up over here, then I don't think he's making it on top of 3. And that means he's not making it there till turn 4. And that means he's only getting 1 turn of really raking in the points that 15 could give him. Because it looks here like he's going to get a 5. To me, I'm guessing enough stuff lives to score some primary there without some high OC. But I would not be at all surprised if this objective is being contested right now.
What is the OC on a rocket grinder?
Only 3, and I'm seeing 1, 2, 3 models, and there's 1 accursed cultist. If she passed her battle shock test, she's good. If not, they're going to have to charge and survive. And I don't know if they would survive that combat with everyone, but it's 3 OC on that objective right now. So if that girl passed her battle shock test, then suddenly you're looking at maybe Nick, in fact, has lost some primary off that. There's still some Legionnaires and Rhinos. There's still some Vindicators. You know, by no means is Dustin out of units. Nick's up. I don't see this as a scenario where Nick's going to push this into like a 20 or something crazy. I don't see that with the amount that Dustin has left and where things currently are. But maybe there's more GSC reserves that we're not aware of too. We haven't seen any units die and come back yet necessarily. I'm not sure. So if there's more Acolytes dropping in, all of a sudden you say, hey,
that will change things.
Maybe that does change things for Nick.
Yeah, I mean, if they are, there's definitely some spots opening up on the board for them.
Absolutely, yeah. As the big bricks are gone, the ability to screen is going to get a little bit more limited.
Yes, Tattoo, this event does continue tomorrow. So we have 2 rounds today, so 1 more after this, and then we have 1 final round tomorrow.
Yep. All right, let's see what other tables we can look at here.
The big squad.
Let's check back in on Quentin's shooting phase. This is table 6 here. And here we go.
Philippine.
I do not see a lot of world leaders. Oh my god, there's very few world leaders alive.
Philippine sustain.
So it looks like Morvenval's gone up north.
Yeah, so all right, let me just draw this board real quick. This is looking like Quentin might be able to swing that big score I'd hoped for. And here we go. This is Morvenval's unit in combat with a Rhino. This used to be 6 Exalted 8-bound. I see 1, maybe 2. Not many. I see a Rhino that is wrapped in girls right now. We know Angron is in reserves. I do not see any other world leaders on the table. Maybe there's a couple. Those are some bases over there. Maybe that's guys getting out of the Rhino or something. Or maybe that's... Yeah, there's things getting out of the Rhino.
Yep.
Okay. That is very good for the world leaders here. Matthew is grateful for every unit he can get onto the table and start chopping with. But he may lack a strong answer to these Volgons at the moment. You know. The Volgon unit's a little nastier on Overwatch than you would think.
Rerolls are good.
Yeah. And since they're disembarking here, he can just Overwatch them in the movement phase right away and just get that out of the way so that nothing can charge him to turn that off. All right. Very interesting here. If Quentin's plan works, he's able to just keep this Rhino full of Corn Berserkers just stuck there, and then it just doesn't look like there's enough units for Matthew to split his forces up and contest all these objectives. Because at the moment, you know, you're just seeing 1 Castigator on this objective, 1 character on this objective. These are cheap and disposable resources, but where is Angron going to go to be impactful? It frankly doesn't look like Angron has a good charge into the Volgons because he did not rapid ingress. I actually feel like not rapid ingressing there may end up being a costly mistake for Matthew, because now
you kind of lose a movement phase.
Yeah, and if what we're looking at now is if Angron deep strikes and charges this 1 girl, this is it's probably like a Dialogist. It's probably like the cheapest sister's character that money can buy, just sitting by herself. If he charges there and kills it, all right, maybe he can get the Castigator. If he can fit and charge the Castigator, that is something worthy of Angron. But ooh, that 9 inches
That
is
looks
looking tricky.
just a little too
Maybe.
tight. I don't know.
All right, you need one of those handy measuring tools to see. Oh man, it looks like Angron might actually end up fitting there, and oh, that's gonna matter, isn't it? Hard to tell. Looks like they're trying to find a way for him to fit, and at the moment he's still there, so I'm guessing that they found it. Both players looking over the tape measure right now, making sure. But either way, Angron, best case scenario, charges and flips one thing on its head. And it's not going to be the Volgon. So unless this Berserker unit that got out of the Rhino, unless that is able to crack the Volgons, who, let's remember, could Armor of Contempt. All right, looks like they're calling a judge to get a rules measurement. So let's go ahead and switch to another table. We'll come back and find out. And especially if Angron makes that charge, it's going to be impactful. And so here we see Dark Angels into guard. And yep, looks like the guard are still on 3 objectives and still have all their tanks. And the Dark Angels are behind walls. This...
I think the guard are actually on 4.
Yeah, okay. So the score currently favors Sasha. This is not going to last.
No.
And where did we have that in the predictions? Did we call that a 6 for Sasha? He might not even hit that 6.
Yeah, currently we have it as a 6 for Sasha.
Bring over that predictions. Let's change that to a 4. I am seeing bad things for the Dark Angels there, and Sasha's going to fight for points. He's a great player. But I would not be envious of that position. And so you see every point that each team can find right now is going to be massively impactful. And
absolutely huge.
Yeah. You know, can any of these Art of War players buy their team a little bit more safety? Can Jack push that 16 into a 20? Or can Malachi hold the line and score a lot of points? I don't know. Maybe Malachi has a secret mission in his back pocket that really saves the day for the team. Because if you just took any of these scores and you added 20 points off a secret mission, if Malachi secreted and swung an 8, that would be a draw right there. So very much a lot to play for here. This is a tight round. I'm glad each round so far we've had some really tight rounds. No blocks at all yet.
What we just got some word from the field that right now Pro Tabletop and Georgia Warlords are playing each other. We saw both of them win their rounds yesterday. They're now paired up against each other, and we're hearing it is a pretty tight round. No surprise there.
Okay, very good to know. All right, so let's head back to these tables. Let's start at the top. Let's go to table 1. See that T-Sun into Necron action. All right, the Necrons are responding. That means we're in the clutch turns now.
And I believe Josh said well, I don't know what that warrior...
I'm guessing he's moving the monolith before he brings the warriors into it.
Okay.
And he just wasn't deciding yet where the warriors were going to fit.
The red unit of warriors is his damage unit.
Yep.
They're the ones with the Plasmancer.
And so he's got some Rubrikai he could shoot at. He's got a Mutilith he can shoot at. He has options. I don't know if that monolith must be making a 3-inch deep strike. And then he brings the unit through it. And I believe that's how the order works, is you can deep strike the monolith and bring the unit through.
Absolutely.
And he's not getting a lot of shots on Magnus that way, but he has a lot of shots into Rubrikai between a monolith and a warrior squad. But if he doesn't clear them, that's going to be more primary for Mike. And again, if he can't clear that Mutilith, Mike could still score a lot of points here, because currently Mike's on a lot of those primary objectives. So I'm comfortable in my call there that Mike was going to end up winning the game. But Josh's turn here could go a big way towards bringing that back or even getting a win. And so seeing how this one goes is going to be impactful. And are those warriors ending up behind a wall? Are they not coming out? Or I don't really know. Nope, they're not.
That might just be where they were before.
Okay, maybe I missed something there. Yeah, no big deal. So they're coming out. That makes sense. I'm not at all surprised that they are coming out to play.
Do you see the other warrior unit?
I do not. I am guessing that the other warrior unit, I'm guessing it's not alive. I could walk by and take a quick look if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just take a quick peek at that table and get a little more fact-finding, because this is one of those games that I think is going to be key, because we believe that Large Richard is down across the board at the moment, not by a ton, and this is one of those games where they could try to swing it back here. So a lot of the weight falling on Josh's shoulders along with a couple of his teammates. Let's go take a close look at the table, and I'll be right back with some intel.
All right, so while John does that, maybe we'll just take a cruise through a couple of the other games we haven't seen quite as much. Now let's hop over to that game with Russell and Zach. Definitely still looks pretty standoffish. Definitely both players playing a bit cagey here. Still very early in the game, though. Players still have good amount of time to get through things. It's effectively a 4-hour round, half an hour for pairings, and then 3.5 hours for gameplay. All right, and John's back, so...
All right, some very interesting updates out of that. So not only is the second warrior unit dead, but as a matter of fact, it seems that the red squad was the one that makes you dead because it's the damage squad because it's better painted. And so that's actually not the red squad. The damage dealing squad is the one that died, and he's now using the better painted models for the second warrior unit.
Okay.
So one warrior unit came out, has been wiped, the next one's coming out, and this is the one that is not as much damage.
Yeah, as
so
a Chronomancer, so
yeah.
they could scoot onto that objective.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that's why he's measuring all these things, because he's measuring too far from the monolith. So he must be looking at where he can move the unit after he shoots them. And that's why we were confused about how they were behind the wall and not behind the wall. So he's looking at a fire and fade at the moment. So he's just setting up some distance, and he's still planning to fire that unit from the open and then scoot back, is my guess here.
Are any of the monoliths damaged? Looks like maybe the bottom one.
Yeah, the one in combo, the Mutilith, looks damaged. I don't see a wound marker on the one at the top. That one used to be living all the way down here. So that looked to me like it was pretty safe. This is probably a full health monolith. But I got to be honest, when you're in front of a T-Stone's army, I don't know if I trust full health.
Bit misleading.
Here's a question. That monolith, it has a stratagem for a 4-up invulnerable. Could it do that in, I don't know, combat? Or is that a shooting-only stratagem?
I think it is shooting-only, but
I'm asking because Magnus, as I recall, carries a large stick. And strength 16 plus 1 wound. It may not have the typical respect for a T13 monolith that you would normally expect. I mean, Magnus might as well move the darn game on 6s. We'll get a read on that stratagem real quick for the Hypercrypt. It's something I really don't know. I normally hit it with AP2 in combat, so I hasn't come up very often.
Yep, you can use it in the fight phase.
Okay, so now it's, is it 2 CP?
It is only 1.
It's only 1? Oh, man. My kingdom for a Calidus right now. So it's entirely possible then that Magnus does not just drop kick that monolith into the sun by himself, but you got to think that between some shooting, some doom bolts, and you know, some magic in pockets, I think Magnus could still get the job done if that's where he wanted to go. I don't know though. That may not be what he actually decides for.
Got a question. What model is the mouse proxying? Not sure.
The mouse?
Maybe you're talking about the wizard.
Oh, he's joking about the literal computer mouse on the table.
Ah,
yeah.
That makes way more sense.
Yep, nope. A joke that went so far over our heads, we might as well be Votan. All right. Speaking of, we just said the words Votan. That makes me feel like we should check on table 7.
Yeah. It's been a while since
it's been a while. Let's see if
there.
Brian has been able to stabilize what looked like a Tau favorite. Oh, okay.
No, this is looking pretty bad.
Nope, that's
very good for large Richard energy.
Absolutely. Brian's still up on points.
Still up.
That makes me suspect that score sheet is not up to date. Truthfully, we could maybe see if table 7 has updated scores. Maybe just go give him a poke on the shoulder, see if that bottom of 2 is accurate. We'll see what the players are saying. But based on the amount of Tau moving around the table, I cannot believe that Votan are coming out on top of this one. Yes, there's a land fort hiding down here. There's a land fort hiding down here. But notably, those are not scoring primary in the predictable future. I expect Brian to get some points. I do not expect Brian.
Looks like they're going to go update it now.
Okay. So we're going to real quick
see
update.
Some real-time updates here.
Oops, and Tower scoring some points. That's not what Art of War wants to see.
Yep, so it looks like they're in top of 3. Noah's turn.
So
looks
Noah's
like
turn
he's
3.
Got assassination, recover,
and it looks like
assets.
Noah's currently pushing. So this must be... All right, Noah's currently shooting. There's plenty of Votan behind walls that are going to survive. But they're not on the objectives in the tower.
Yeah.
The board is escaping. Let's hit that prediction real quick. Just see if maybe what I had that as. Brian at a 6. Give him a 5. Let's knock one more point off. I really feel like the tower going to be getting a strong win out of this.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, we'll have to see if that actually manifests. All right. Maybe we want to... Tough. Let's go check in on Nick, see how the Chaos Space Marines were able to respond there. Looks like the Neophyte squad is gone.
Yep.
Here's the thing. That Neophyte squad goes into reserves if it gets shot. So it either got shot and left, or 4 Acolyte, 4 Accursed Cultists wiped the entire thing. I know what Nick wants there, and it's not that. So I wonder if we can get... let's see if we can listen to the players.
Yep.
Price, could you ask Nick if his Neophytes are alive or dead?
It's my turn 3. Gotta start doing real damage here.
So it's going into Nick's turn 3.
Sounds
That's
like
dead. This is alive. So I got the 20-man squad. It just went into reserve.
All right, the 20-man went into reserves when they got shot. So that is still an asset that Nick has access to. That means that if he wanted to, he could 3-inch deep strike it and tag both of these objectives if he was looking to play for the scoreboard. Or he could instead try to reserve that resource and say, hey, it's still something that you can't quite deal with. You could always put it in the backfield, just start working on things. So still some good trick access here for Nick. Even though he's been held back, he has a lot of assets left. Again, you have to believe that these accursed cultists are not going to survive much longer. But it looks like Nick didn't score a ton of points there yet. He's up, but he's not up by a lot. And you've really got to believe that at some point soon, Nick's going to have to deal with all these vehicles in the middle. He can do that, but he notably has to do it. Oh, and he might have ingressed something into the backfield here. These are acolytes walking onto the objective. Oh, if Nick's able to start tagging some of these tanks and just holding them still, yes, they can shoot. They're Vindicators. But if you can just move up, tag these tanks, and just keep all of these things still, his ability to control the board is going to go up exponentially. That could be a very big deal for Nick. If he's got assets in that corner and he just starts turning the corner on this board, suddenly we could end up in a spot where there's a couple tanks tied up, not able to clear the objective, and then CSM are boxed into a corner after Nick's turn here. This could end up actually going a little bit higher than the 13 if Nick is able to pull off the good turns here, because it looks like he has been able to take that bottom right objective that we thought was going to be a little bit out of reach, but it looks like the power of ingress and screening has brought Nick a little bit closer to victory.
Oh, they heal also. One more.
All right, and let's move off of that one. Do we want to maybe go take a look at the game of Quinton versus World Leaders? See, Quinton was in, I think we were in the World Leader turn. We want to see how well they were able to respond. Here at the players.
3, AP1, 3 ups. Dead. And then
sorry, did it explode? No.
The big axe.
Angron must have failed the charge.
And 3s.
Angron is sitting right there, not in combat.
5, AP2, 2 damage.
I wonder if he failed that charge.
I lose the suit and falls down to 7.
So, looks like Vol is wounded and all the Paragons are dead, but I see so many sister guns that are still intact. So let's look at this board state real quick. So it looks like we're in the end of the World Leader fight phase. Vol is alone and not in combat. They're consolidating in. They're letting Vol swing. Oh no. Oh, we have to listen to this. Hold on.
Go. Would you swing first? You get to swing first.
So Vol's just gonna get to hit these guys. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Nope. 2. 3 up. 1 dies. We pass the next one.
Right.
And it's per phase, per unit, right?
Per phase per unit.
So it looks like
1 left. Good.
okay. Looks like that's just one.
That is my turn.
That's
Wait,
the
did
end
I
of the
even
World Leader
draw?
turn.
I don't think so.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
they're
no.
so stuck in it. Let's
Does
hope.
assassinate. Engage. You'll get 1. You're not going to engage because you're only in that quarter.
Wow, it looks like Matthew is just
I got
out of
bloodthirsty.
resources right now. He has Angron
So I got
alone.
15 on primary.
All the Castigators are there. They're all scoring points. All right, so let's just take 1 second to look at this board state. So we know we're going into Sister's turn. There are 5 8-bound looking models staring at Vol. Maybe Vol's unit had already swung or something. And that's why he consolidated in. That would make a lot of sense. But 3 Castigators left to activate. The Triumph is hanging around. There's some melted Dominions behind this wall. As far as I'm concerned, that means that there is enough firepower to make Angron feel some pain. He could survive that, but even Angron by himself, I don't know what he's doing, because it looks to me like the Sisters' army could very conceivably keep this Rhino trapped by just falling back around it and just sitting there and just saying, hey, no more rolling dice to try to get one thing killed. I'm just going to keep you in it for 1 more turn. And then everything not named Angron is dead. Just dead. This is 5 8-bound next to Vol in front of 3 Castigators. If Quinton wants, you can say Angron is the thing that you activate in your turn. I'm on 4 objectives. Which way would you like to not deny my 15? And at that point, because Matthew has top of turn, not bottom, he's not looking at a great end of game primary.
Just not a lot of resources.
And then he's just out of resources, so his cards are not going to be great, and Quinton just keeps scoring primary because he's just on more objectives than Matthew has units. And that's how Quinton tries to find it. And as a matter of fact, he's going to be advancing this character towards the sticky objective And he just chose to pass the advance roll. Wow, what a cool thing to do. All right, so that's less primary for Matthew.
Dice.
Miracle dice. Boom, 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 boom. I think Quentin's going to be walking out with that 15 I talked about.
Looks pretty good.
All right.
And apparently, speaking of 15s, we just heard in chat from Red Rum that Richard is currently looking to get a 15 as well.
All right.
And that is where their scores are at right now.
Okay.
Really starting to come out here.
There we go.
All right, so yeah, checking in here, there are a lot of AdMech still on this table. So maybe Richard finally ends the curse of Jeffrey against Art of War. We will see. Sean, we just checked in on that Sisters World Eaters game. It is starting to look pretty bad for the World Eaters. Sisters look like they are really getting in a commanding position, and World Eaters just kind of running too thin on material to really change that outcome at this point. So it's a bit of a damage control situation for World Eaters now. But yeah, over here, we do see Richard really is controlling the objectives across the board here. The only ones that he's not are just not touched by anybody. So Sisters really starting to run thin. Looks like they've got a Castigator, an Immolator, a few squads. Looks like we've got some walkers in the top. But Richard using those Taraxi to really do a lot of move blocking. And with that in combination with this terrain layout, really kind of clogging up the only ways that Jeffrey can kind of get out onto those other objectives. Definitely an interesting one. When I walked by earlier, I heard Jeffrey make a comment about how he never wants to hear someone say AdMech are a bad army again. So definitely probably maybe a little bit of an X factor for a couple teams. We also saw Pro Tabletop with a very effective AdMech list. Bit of a different style than what Richard has taken, but nevertheless pretty powerful. Gonna hop off this one. Looks like Jeffrey's basically taking some time to think at the start of his turn. So let's check in on that game with Russell and Zach. Every time we come back to this table, it almost looks identical. Players on both sides here just being very cagey. Not sure that turn counter is entirely correct, so we will prod them to get an update on their tablet if they have not kept it up. But yeah, both players really just kind of hiding from each other. Yeah, and I definitely agree, Red Rum. AdMech, I think, are definitely an army that not everyone is going to have a great time trying to pilot, but in the hands of a good player, they can do a lot, especially in the team format. Really opens up a lot of options for them. And we saw in the pairings process that Richard's kind of been denied as an attacker multiple times, and I would not be surprised if part of that is just due to maybe a little bit of discomfort of other teams not knowing exactly how he is going to operate that list. So definitely will be interesting to see how that continues to pan out over the next few rounds. All right, so let's take a stroll down the tables. So over on table 5, we've got the Tau Dark Angels game. I'm sorry, Astra Militarum Dark Angels game. Still looking surprisingly close here. But it does definitely look like it is going to only get worse and worse for Sasha. Scary, it is a 5-round event, so we have one more today and then one tomorrow. And players still have a little over an hour, I believe. So still plenty of time, especially as these armies start to get thinner and thinner. But yeah, this really just looks like this is a game where potentially large Richard energy can kind of maybe put their foot on the gas, especially if they get some updates from the other tables and maybe push this a little bit harder. Of course, Sasha might at the same time be able to try to just start play real conservative and see what he can hold on to. But right now, that 10-10 does not look accurate, and if that is the case right now, it will not be for long. Let's see what's going on that Nick game. Looks like Vindicator is taking some damage.
Okay. Now, Richard was walking by extremely animated, and well, it seems that he has stepped away from his table for just a moment. Jeff is staring at the table with an expression that I would not describe as joy or enthusiasm.
No, yeah, I
So I'm
think
guessing
he said I'm going to need a little bit to think here.
Yeah, and I'm thinking Richard just took a
Richard
walk,
said,
stretch his
okay,
legs.
I will, yep, let you.
Yeah. Have we tuned into that one recently?
Yeah, we were just on that,
there?
looking
Okay.
at that one. We took a look over at the Russell game. I will actually prod them to make sure that they are keeping their tablet up to date, but
Okay.
looked like the same as every time we've looked at it, basically.
Yeah.
It's just,
You know, do you want to do one more check-in on Jack versus Malachi, see if that's something that is going to the conclusion we saw? Yeah, it's not looking good for the Thousand Suns. I'm still seeing...
Magnus is still alive. And
Magnus
a
is in the
Forge
open,
Fiend.
though.
And,
You know, there's actually a decent amount less
yeah, a
tanks
couple
than
Forge
before.
Fiends. Mutech, Mutalist.
Still some Bulgrin somehow, just chilling over there. Okay, it looks like materially the Thousand Suns may have been able to claw this back, but the scoreboard is telling a story right now. And so I'm guessing that even if Jack is accepting the fact that he might be losing a lot of things, if he can hold on to his home objective, deny Magnus that, the secret mission becomes difficult. Because I'm just not seeing any rubrics alive, and so Badline is out of the question. And then I think controlling all three still might be difficult for the Thousand Suns. And as long as Leontis' unit's there, Magnus does not actually take that objective by himself. That is just too many guys. It is too many guys holding a banner. Magnus would have to table this down to literally Leontis himself. For like if there's two models alive, that's enough that Magnus does not out-OC that objective. And so I don't think his firepower is so prodigious that he wipes out a bucket of guardsmen on it in cover.
As far as overall kind of like standing right now, ignore the zeros. Not sure why those are shown up as 0, but the team scores at the top here are correct based on how scores are right now at this moment. We do expect at least a couple of those are changing in favor of both teams.
Yeah.
So probably not the most accurate.
But that's where it is right now.
Predictor,
Yeah.
but that is where it is right now.
Okay. So looks like we just are getting an update from Table 2. Let's see what Price has to say there. So that's that Thousand Suns versus Guardian that we were just on. Let's listen to these players as well.
I mean, we both know what I'm taking.
They're deciding a secret mission.
Yeah. It's just to kill Magnus right now.
Yep. So we're hearing Malachi is picking a secret objective.
But you're also not taking every midfield objective that Magnus is fucking dead.
No, it's like I can take that one, right?
All right. So they're talking about the secret mission pick, and you know, Malachi kind of shrugged and said, "You know what I'm taking," and Jack's words involved Magnus dying. So I think Jack's just going to pile his entire army onto Magnus and see if that's enough to get the man dead. Looks like Magnus is not on the objective
You're
though.
out of the ball points and you're on 1 CP. I'm just going to unload every single gun into Magnus and probably attempt to charge with a second tank.
Yep. I will be at -1 damage.
Yeah.
All right. I can't tell if Magnus is at full health at the moment. I can't tell if that little bauble by his base is a wound marker or just some of the fancy decorations that Magnus comes with.
Yeah.
Hard to tell there.
I'll go take a peek.
Yeah, let's go find out what Magnus's life total's at. If he's at full, him surviving this is not inconceivable. But if Magnus is wounded, well, it's not going to get better from there. Especially because it looks like there's just no other primary for Malachi. Like, he's just not on any of these with any reasonable amount of things. Certainly not enough that a Sentinel couldn't fall back and just say, yep, you don't hold that. Okay, so let's get the word here. How is Magnus looking right now?
He is at 11.
11 remaining. He is not looking to catch a grenade. But if Jack... I don't know how many CP Jack has. They're both listed at 0, but we already know that there is more than 0.
I would guess he at least has 1 because this turn.
Yeah, you'd think at least 1. So what I'm wondering here is, could a tank fit somewhere? I can't tell if a tank can fit there. The wings really block the knowledge of where he can be.
I think he might be able to fit right there. And
okay. I'm wondering if there's a tank shock in the future.
Yeah. Okay. Here we see some score updates coming in.
Yeah, Jack is speed running towards a 20. Now. If he kills Magnus, this is likely a 20-0. Just because if he kills Magnus, the secret mission ability of the army goes away. Because that removes the Warlord 1 entirely. The Battle 1 is out of the question. The kill everything in the Guard army is out of the question. Leontis is going to live here till the sun goes down. But I just don't see how, with Magnus gone, this Thousand Suns army would be able to end turn 5. So there's 2 Thousand Suns player turns to go here. I don't see how he'd be able to end turn 5 on all 3 of these objectives, because as we discussed, that home field is just inaccessible right now. With Magnus gone, to me, that would be a sink. Yeah. But I think Malachi has no reason not to go for it because, you know, politely, I don't see how Malachi would, you know, be able to score 20 primary anyways. So the tank is going through and then pivoting. And it's trying to get to the point where it can charge Magnus to add a tank shock if those are the efforts required of it.
Yep.
Okay.
Doesn't look like too bad of a charge.
No, it looks fairly reasonable. Even with a pivot, that's probably like a 6 or 7.
Yeah.
And he actually might not even have to pivot if he just drives 2 forwards, then 5 across. He might end up being okay. And then I know that these Bullgrain Jack had measured a charge there. And again, that doesn't look unreasonable. They're too far to be getting an order. They're so deep right now. Just more things.
He's prepping 2 charges, maybe?
Every point of damage that Jack can do to Magnus, it seems he is intent on doing it. If nothing else, he may just be happy to lock in that primary, because if I were a betting man, I would say that Jack's at 40 or 45 primary right now. He may not need every objective on the table to get his 50. He just maybe he wants the center one to be his, or he may have 45 primary and have decided that that's enough. Okay. Tough. We'll probably come back to see Magnus's fate. Let's take a quick peek. What table have we not seen in a little bit?
I think probably the Votan
Tau
game, which Brian is still closer in this than I would expect.
Again,
I mean, it's only going to get worse, I think, but if Brian can keep it like relatively close, that is a huge
Here's the thing.
deal.
If Brian keeps it close, and he then gets bottom of turn and he runs out here, is that even that bad for him?
No, I mean, if Brian walks away with a 10 on this,
then that's hero mode. I mean, frankly, if I'm Art of War looking at this board state, I'm okay if Brian gets an 8 here.
Yeah.
An 8 is me slapping him on the back and saying, good job. A 6 is, okay, you know, no, at least it wasn't worse, right? 6 isn't great, but let's see what he's saying.
The Riptides were already max token.
Deciding his judgment.
You just killed last turn the Ein here and the...
I never killed that unit.
Yeah, you just killed the Ein here.
The unit itself died to this Riptide. The character died to that Riptide.
They were both already marked.
Okay. So just deciding their judgment right now. Honestly, with Brian keeping the score as close as it is, it does feel to me like he might just be able to take bottom of turn. And if he has enough OC to score a 10 here on turn 4, and then he probably has a not that difficult 15 on this triangle of objectives. I mean, at that point, you know, you're drawing cards the whole time. The Tau player is probably scoring a lot more primary here, but would it even be the craziest thing if Brian held Noah to a 10 here, where just one thing gets sacrificed, contests the Devil Fist, shoots, and he just keeps the primary close, and, you know, you're drawing cards, Tau control more of the board. I wouldn't be surprised if Tau pulled ahead, but at this stage, if this was just like a 9 for Brian, I wouldn't even say that's unlikely.
Yeah. Not sure if these secondaries are up to date, if he has flipped his turn 3 ones yet.
I think those are old secondaries.
Yeah. Might come down a little bit to that, how they each draw.
Yeah. Interesting. Have we seen the T-Sun versus Necron game recently on table 1?
No.
Let's take a peek. All right, let's listen in. Okay.
He had a couple really good turns.
So this looks like we're going into Mike's turn here. Yep, Mike's
Get bottom. Bottom's up, baby.
very much seems like Mike is trying to just get near a bunch of Necrons with that Mutalisk, do some battle shocks, do some mortal wounds. And frankly, if that monolith just fails a battle shock test against this Mutalisk, quite simply, it's going to just get killed by Magnus in combat. If that is what decides to happen. Clearly, Josh's plan of I'll just roll 7 6s to wound against Magnus did not pan out. It seems the DDA did not solo the big red man by himself. Unfortunate for large Richard Energy, but fortunate for people who believe in statistics. And now a couple Rubrikai lived on the objective. It looks like a Necron Fire and Fade may have contested it, but maybe didn't take it away forever, because that is not a lot of Necron warriors. And so I can only assume that they're going to disappear. And yeah, I don't think Magnus. I think Magnus is just going for the center objective and just saying, I want that to be mine.
Yeah. How you looking?
And fair enough. Is he just leaving room for Magnus to land?
Who is bottom?
Yeah, so bottom of turn is by the T-Suns here, and we're on bottom of 3. I mean, if Magnus plants on the center, he's not coming off, if we're just putting this politely.
He's going to win by 2 or 3. I'll get 5 at least. He is...
Okay. Oh, it looks like he has walked over.
Hearing him, talk to his other teammates.
It's a tie, I think Jack's going to
I'm
win
curious
by
to hear
like 2.
this.
He's getting bodied. They're going to tie. Dusty's going to small lose, like 2 to 3 points. He's 20-0ing. He is going for a tie. I'm
not entirely sure who
Let's listen.
Try 1 by 5. Or by 10, you know. More by 20, really. Yeah. I just want you to table him. Would you?
Okay. So very much the instructions coming from Josh of Team Large Richard Energy. He just went over to the guard table. He went over to guard versus Dark Angels, and he just told his player there, who I believe was Steven, he just told Steven that he needs him to win, like get a big differential. He needs to get like a 15 or plus to try to swing some of this round back. So that's putting some pressure on Sasha, but at least Sasha knows he doesn't have to try to win this game either. He knows that he needs to lose as close as he can and that he's okay with that. But just looking at the rest of this, I mean, some of those predictions that came in, I wasn't as confident in. I kind of want to go back to the Jack shooting a Magnus.
Yep.
I want to see if Magnus, because if Magnus goes down here, that to me indicates a 20-0. But let's find out. We'll listen in.
Misses. Over the highest damage output. Okay, so he's at 4. We're going to charge with the tank.
Magnus at 4.
7 to make it. Good. You'll have to pay to rotate, but it's going to.
All right, he just made it. There's a tank shot coming.
Tank shot.
Okay, so he needs to do 4 mortals here. Wow, we are in the clutch moment.
I would love to roll 4 or 5 ups. Don't do it. Magnus is dead.
Magnus dies to the tank shock. Right on cue, right when we switch over, Magnus gets killed by a tank shock of a Lehman Russ. I cannot see this as indicating anything besides a 20-0.
Yeah.
I know Jack. Jack knows how to close out a favorable board state, and this board state is favorable. I see 0 primary coming from Malachi right now, and I politely do not see, because he's charging Bullgren into the Sorcerer here, I don't see any Cabal points alive if this Sorcerer gets flatlined by Bullgren. And I do not see a way for 3 models to control 3 objectives at the end of the game. I do not see a secret mission or a primary for the rest of this game. Wow. I mean, I think we were there for exactly what we needed to see. Let's just finish this up, see if the Sorcerer dies, but...
It was also a hit, but that was not. There we go. We're looking at 5 saves.
Okay.
AP1. AP1. 4 ups. Makes 3 fails 2. It's a lot of 2.
All right, so the Sorcerer lives. I still suspect there is just not physically enough T-Suns on the table. And he's just consolidating on the objective, making sure... Yeah, so Jack... I think we put this at a 20-0 in the predictions right now. That's where I'm seeing. If it's not a 20, it's an 18. All right, so that was table 2. Definitely seems like Jack has the upper hand on the T-Suns there.
Just going to go down that line.
Yep. That table 1, it looks
look
favorable.
Like anything has really changed here on table 3.
Yeah, no kidding. What do these players have to say for themselves?
4 4s.
I think the lack of change is damning here.
Yeah.
No, I did.
I mean, I just see AdMech on objectives and Sisters on none.
Yeah.
And that's even if that's the end of the story, that's too much.
Jack really is playing the shooting army.
No, he likes violence any way he can get his hands on it.
Fours. So hitting on fours, winning on fours, rerolling everything. It does. It costs a
Yeah, I
billion
mean,
points.
here's the
today.
reality, is that right now Richard's up on score big. Richard does have top of turn. Maybe Jeff has some secret mojo in his back pocket. But because Richard has so much army left behind these walls, Jeff can't step out safely until the game is over. And so, I mean, Richard should be locking in a victory here. And then it's just going to be a question of, can he lock down one of these 3 objectives in no man's land to deny Jeff the possibility of secret. The Warlord is not getting to Richard's home objective if it is wrapped in tanks. And if Richard starts shifting up and can just take this objective forever, he's held it the whole game, but if these sisters in the top get scratched out and then the wall of AdMech tin soldiers just keeps this objective safe, that kind of takes away the possibility of a secret mission. And at that point, because Jeff knows this, he probably just plays for the bottom of turn 15 and just get the points he can rather than risking a secret, making his score actually even lower. That's my guess on how this is going to play out.
Yep, that makes sense.
And so we might be in bottom of 3 based on the quantity of AdMech that just got removed, and I can only assume that leads to
Yeah, it
sisters
sounded
shooting.
like Jeffrey was shooting.
Okay.
So.
All right, let's go down to table 4. And they're just playing Warhammer here. Let's
stand there.
If the score is up to date,
Charge like here or there.
Russell's up slightly,
That
but
sounds right.
it's not getting crazy.
So really, there's no guys right here yet. Yeah. So this.
I wonder if we can get some camera shots on table 4. Because I'm struggling to tell a couple of things on the top down. For example, I don't know what's on that objective.
This guy is on the objective. Oh, he is? Yeah.
I just don't know what that is. Are those mandrakes? Are those chaos marines? Are those cultists? Are those incubi? It could be anything.
And the same over here.
And so we'll see if we can get a camera over there to table 4. Just I want to spend a little more time on this one for a second just to see what we can solve.
Yeah, because there was a rhino.
At the moment, it just looks like it's 2 guys playing Warhammer scoring points, and no one's really making a massive difference in who's winning yet.
No, he's supposed to be on. I think we need to start off.
But I can only imagine they're having a good time because those are 2 of the friendliest guys I've had the pleasure. Let's see if we can get to that.
He's got the bottom of turn. This is the top of 3. This is what I got left. But we're hurting each other pretty good. I'm going to give it the good old college try here. So
sounds like Nick is just asking him to keep it close.
Looks like it's some kind of Drukari.
It looks more dark than
How many wounds
chaos.
you see? 7 wounds. 3 up save. Toughness 7. 5 up feel no pain. 6 up invul save. And you cannot heroic at this point. No, I am battle shocked now. Okay.
All right, so those are warp towns going
you're out
in
of
for
CP,
vengeance.
right? Correct.
Okay, so then it looks like even though Russell's up on the score right now, it looks like Zach, I mean, frankly, this top objective looks like it's going to belong to Drukari until the game ends.
Yep.
And it sounds like they might actually have the turn order wrong here. It sounds like Russell might have had the first turn and Zach has the bottom. So if Zach is potentially up a little bit on primary position for the rest of the game, and then he has a bottom of turn to close it out, and he can just keep contesting these 2 in the center, he might be able to hold Russell's score down from here on out. I know we had this as a 12 at the moment for the Drukari, but looking at this board state and knowing now that the turn order is flipped from what we had previously thought, I'm going to go ahead and adjust this up a little bit. If we want to hit the predictions, I'm going to go ahead and push that to a 14. So let's look at that. Yeah, I think Zach goes to a 14, but I also think Richard goes to a 14. I think Richard is just slowly pushing that envelope, maybe even a 15, actually, now that I'm saying it. Maybe Richard to a 15, and therefore Jeff to a 5. Okay, man, lots of body blows being dealt on all sides here.
Yep.
Here's the thing, though, that Brian versus Noah game, I think we had looked at that and decided that might actually end up a little closer. Let's give Brian an 8 with bottom of turn, and let's actually go check on that game to see if that's still holding the way that it looked.
All right.
Let's listen to the players, see if we can catch where they're at.
All right, I've got 2 CP left, and I know where I am having to spend them.
So it looks like we're on Brian's turn.
Yep.
So, we are going to spend 1. We're going to grenade the...
That's right, the shooting phase. Devilfish is getting grenaded.
Go down to 1. 6 dice. Right, yep, and I'm looking for 4s. Got it.
He did. Does he explode? And who was that? That was the unit in front of him.
Yeah.
He does not explode. I will not give rerolls to that unit. That seems kind of silly. Is it silly? Hold on.
Okay.
Let me have a second.
So at the moment, it just looks like Brian just popped the Devilfish with a grenade. He still has plenty of shooting left, as far as I can tell. I assume
looks like we got one game finished.
a game finished. And is that Quentin?
Looks like it was Quentin.
Did he push that
Yeah.
higher?
Yep.
I saw a high five to Matthew, so maybe Matthew able to hold on to points more than he expected.
All right, so the game is over.
We are seeing 16-4 if they updated their sheet properly.
Okay.
We will see as soon as they get that into
All right,
BCP
so we
for
called it as a 15 when the game started. Looks like Quentin was an overachiever and found one more point out of it. Not shocked, but it looks like Quentin is walking around with his phone out, so he looks fairly cavalier.
Still -1 damage on him.
So, yep, but I'm going to spend my last TP for sus 2.
Do it.
All right, game over. Quentin just gave me the sign, so that score must be accurate on the top down. That's a 16-4 in favor of Martin Moore. So let's adjust that prediction and give him the asterisks of finality. I do love seeing the picture come together. All right, so that's that, and then we've only got 7 games left of this. Some things we don't need to track as much. All right, less things to track. Do we want to look at Sasha maybe and Steven on a table 5? Fantastic. Okay, big pretty Imperial Fist dice,
bucket
right?
of dice.
Bucket of dice. That can only mean a guard activation. I mean, Sasha has some knights in combat stemming the tide. Okay, is this score up to date? I think we need to go poke those guys and just see what the score is, because that cannot be right with what we have seen so far from this game. And to be clear, what I've seen from this game so far is that the Astral Militarum have spent the entire game on 4 objectives, and the Dark Angels have held an objective outside their deployment zone maybe once at most. I'm not even sure if that happened. So we'll get a turn order and an accurate score from them, and that should be fine. But there's 45 minutes left in the round, so hopefully they're not on top of 3, but we'll find out very quickly. All right, we're going to tell the news.
That score in there is accurate, so.
So it's top of 3.
10-10.
They are a 10-10 right now. I mean, the top of 3 has to be. Okay, so Steven has only scored primary once.
Yeah.
Okay, then that explains it, because if they're finishing up Sasha's turn 3, that means Steven is likely about to score 15 on primary, because I do not see the right amount of OC at the moment for these 2 objectives to not be Astra Militarum at the start of Steven's turn. So we'll see what the players are at right now. I'm sure they're in combat.
4s. Damage is just 1. Gotcha. 2 becoming 1. Gotcha. 6s. Down to 1.
I think we want to stay on this for a little bit, because
if you tag them, I have fallback shoot and charge them all the time.
I will. I've determined me stay. I just want to get on the objective with as many as possible, and I want to make the desperate breakout. So he will be able to go there. He is closest to this guy right now, so he would need to end closer to him.
All right, so this is a Deathwing Knight squad consolidating, it appears.
Astra can go here.
No, these are Inner Circle Companions, and that's Azrael attached, I think. So he's just fiddling there to make sure that coherency is going to work, and he's just trying to pin in those 4 ponies. But actually, if those are Inner Circle Companions, that actually suddenly is enough OC to contest that objective, because I'm also seeing, I think, 1 Dark Angel on the objective here, but Inner Circle Companions are OC 2, and that might be enough to contest that. You know, sometimes on these top downs, it's hard to tell if something is a Bulgrin with a shield and a club, or if it is a Deathwing Knight with a shield and a mace.
Yep.
But as I'm reading this, it looks like objective 4 is only Bulgrin, no Deathwing Knights.
So that was all my attacks there, over there. Judicia right now goes. Actually, do you have anyone wounded in there? All right.
So he's still swinging a couple things.
7 attacks on the Judicia. And he's strength.
Hello, Bonsai. Thanks for joining.
Objective. 3 that are devastating and 2 safe.
And it seemed I might immediately be wrong. These might be Assault Intercessors with the Judiciary.
Everything will be 1 for the entire activation.
Cool. 6s. 1 guy dies.
Okay, it's 1 Bulgrin down. Yep, there's something there. And those are OC2 Assault Intercessors. If this combat goes well.
AP2.
4s. Looking good.
And a bucket of chain swords is usually how this ends.
And then these will be on 5s, but they reroll. These are AP1, 4.
Okay.
5.
So while Sasha's rolling that out, and we're going to see how this ends up, I do have an idea of what Sasha's plan was here. So it looks to me like that we've got this big firing ball of tanks. It looks like the Deathwing Knights have run up and tagged this front end, and that means that unless that Dorn desperate breakouts forward and then doesn't shoot, none of these tanks are really driving past it. And so it looks like Sasha's going to be able to keep this 4-tank death ball mostly still. And now there's a tank commander free, that's going to hurt, but there may just be a chance that Sasha was able to push onto these objectives, contest the primary for a little bit, and then if some of these units survive, he can keep making the contest plays because these tanks may not be able to get into position. And so, again, I don't think Sasha's looking at this as a trying to win, but he might be keeping the score a little bit closer than we had projected, because on his push turn, he's touching everything, and I don't think Steven's going to be able to clear everything with his tanks, even though he's going to do a considerable amount of damage. Let's dial in here.
And threes. You have 2 AP1, 2 damage. Kills both. Yay. We'll do the horsers. The horsers of coursers. I don't give a shit about these Terminators. So I think they're going to just dump
There you go.
literally everything over into the unit with Azrael.
Yep, -1 to
These are
hit.
the companions.
Sure. I have +1 to hit, so we're going to do the big lances. Yeah, we'll do the big lances. Lances. Hitting on 3s, 2 miss. Don't get lance, so still 2s either way because I'm strength 9. So 2, AP4, D6 damage. Good. Cool. On the hooves.
All right, so no damage there. Looks like the 4-pin mill of Azrael held strong. Just a couple of kicks from the ponies, but this isn't, frankly, going to do that much. Maybe it wounds a guy, maybe not. Hardly relevant here. Okay, so Sasha trying to hold the line there. I still don't think he's trending win, but I very much think that Sasha's making the plays he can to keep it as a close loss. Let's work our way down from the top again. Let's check on Necrons into T-Suns on table 1. See if that game's going any different. All right, Magnus is making a beeline for the opponent's home objective. He can't be mad about that. To me, this looks like Mike is trying to pull away. Mike is not trying to consolidate a win. If he was trying to consolidate a win, he'd be going after the Monolith. Mike is trying to crack the game open and end it. And so if Magnus gets into combat, that Doomsday Arc kills it, consolidates onto the objective, that means we're looking at not a lot of things alive, bluntly.
It's basically just the
a
monolith, some destroyer.
This actually looks like a
spider.
reanimator. I'm calling that a reanimator. Yeah?
Yeah, that is a reanimator. I mean, in the bottom left, I think it's a spider.
Yeah, that looks like a canoptic spider in combat with cultists who is currently being stared at by an infernal
master, yeah.
Something infernal's happening. Let's listen to the players, see if we can figure this out, but I'm not seeing a ton of Necrons left unless they're in the middle
or a
of the drop
commander
turn.
roll if I wanted it to be.
Yeah, I guess, like, do I move him to C? Or
Any card. Pick something he can't score. Put it back. Put it back.
Put it back. Not that guard.
Sound you're hearing is actually them over on table 2 doing some captain's duties.
He does, right?
Now they're back at their own table.
He just does. Can't he even get that sight line? Oh, he can by just going there and seeing him. He might as well. He's gonna go there.
Oh, okay, so we're in
I
Josh's
have a
movement
feeling.
phase.
You have 3 wounds.
If you want to do it.
I think I'm going to just Overwatch to try and just...
He's useless there as is.
Yeah, if Aramon lives, then cool.
Then neat, right?
Yeah. So D6 plus 3 blast.
We'll have to take the full movement and just go.
Yeah, you're fine.
Fire range.
8 shots.
All right, so right now Mike is overwatching a 3-wound DDA.
Give me 1 4-up. Or death. So it's down to 1.
Last one.
3d3.
Do it. Do me dirty, Daniel.
Ooh, for 5.
1 below average.
Hits 1. 3 up. Give me a invuln or death.
As if I failed these.
Let's see it. He does not fail them.
Dab,
He is down
dab,
to 1.
Dab, dab, dab.
All
Dab
right,
on
so
your enemies.
It seems that Josh is having a great time and held on to an Overwatch as that DDA ran away from Magnus.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll start over here for fun.
So,
They are going to shoot all their guns.
all right, so looks like Mike must have charged something else. But still, there's a Monolith being tied up by a Moodle Vortex Beast and every other objective. Actually, you know, if this is just a Reanimator by itself, that may have scored a decent amount of points somehow.
Down to 4.
The other gun.
Got a bit of an update. Looks like Pro Tabletop
Lots of
is
shots.
pulling
Oh,
away
God.
from Georgia Warlords.
All right, so Pro Tabletop, one of the other top teams that's undefeated at the moment, seems destined to face the winner of this round then, if they're able to hold on as they appear to be
I would
against the
imagine.
Georgia Warlords.
Ooh,
so we
seeing
might
some
have
very cool Warhammer cosplay over there.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to go look at that in between rounds.
Is that
I think it's a Grey Knight. I'm calling Grey Knight in that armor. There's a big eye on that hammer.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what the thing.
You know,
on the,
I wonder,
on the
could we
backpack
get a camera over to the cosplay? Is that an option?
Yeah, we should be able to.
You know, if that's the thing, I'd be willing to break away from the tables for a minute if there's some cool cosplay going on in DreamHack. I think people would love to see it.
Yep. I believe the cosplay contest is today.
Very
Oh
impressive.
yeah, I think you're right. I think that is a Grey Knight.
Yeah, I'm feeling Grey Knight on that one.
Oh yeah, definitely got an Inquisition Demon Hammer.
Okay. Well, we'll see if that's possible.
Maybe it's an Inquisitor. I guess that would also be possible.
I
Oh
think
no,
it
he's got
was-
the book. He's got the book.
Yeah,
Sure, okay.
we'll see what happens there. We'll see what we can get. But if we can get that, we will, and if we can't, well, we won't. Maybe the guy's busy.
Checking out our
Yep.
sponsors.
I think
booth
the
at Army
range
Painter.
of the the range of the wires in the camera may be a limiting factor. We'll find out together.
All right, we're going for it.
We'll see if the guy's up to be on camera for 10 seconds of fame. Fame, I say. All right, so we'll see about that. But at the moment, yeah, just T-Suns and Necrons going into each other. Let's.
There we go.
Let's see. Oh, guys, smiling. He's walking
comes.
over. I think we're getting it.
All right.
Here we go. Look at that. That is fantastic
Oh.
looking. Oh, and he's got an
Oh.
accolade with him. Oh man, I'm feeling Grey Knight and Inquisitor here.
Oh, you got to clear the telestrator.
Oh, you're right. I do. That is phenomenal.
This
Some
is
really
awesome.
creative work happening
Yeah.
here at DreamHack for the costume
Got the
contest.
Stormbolter.
Good luck to both of them.
Yeah.
Really appreciate them being so sporting about it. Thank you so much. All right, let's go ahead and break away to
Awesome.
a table. Oh man, that was so cool looking, dude. So much good stuff here, and we're on an overhead now,
know.
so appreciate them.
When we hit our lunch break, I am definitely scurrying
Yep.
to check out some of the other stuff at the convention. So much cool stuff going on.
Absolutely. All right, so now we're back to the tables here. So we're back to the guard versus the T-Suns. I see nothing here that has changed the status quo. Jack is currently
It
at
has
a
bumped up a
19-1 on
point,
top of
yeah.
5. So maybe he doesn't get the 20 here. Maybe he doesn't get the 20 because, you know, he has one
it
turn.
is hard to get a 20.
It is. He's killing some stuff. But, I mean, realistically, what he's trying to do here is he needs to score some secondaries and then have Malachi score 0 points to get a 20. And, like, if one thing lives, if one thing scores primary, at that point, you kind of figure that Malachi probably keeps it to a 1 or 2 instead of a 0. But still, that in rounds this tight, even though, yes, Jack is getting the big win here, every point does matter. We've seen that the final scores are tight right here. So Malachi's efforts are not in vain. If he can sneak 1 point out of this this game, then that's a victory right there.
Yeah, we saw yesterday with Pro Tabletop that 4 points from a game that we thought was going to be 0 points ended up being the margin of victory for the round for the team.
Absolutely.
Avoiding a draw, so every point matters.
Very cool. All right, so here we are. So now we're back onto table 3 as we're going down the rounds. Yet again, seeing no change to the status quo, except that a new 40mm AdMech unit has appeared in front of the Sisters L. Wow, it seems like there's a different one here every turn.
Yeah.
And the intent seems to be that the Sisters are not making the run into Richard's L.
Yeah.
And as long as that happens, and Richard is holding on to more objectives than Jeff, this score continues to go the way that it's going. I will say, we're on top of 4. I wonder, so what I want to know is there a secret mission?
Yeah, that
because
would be
Jeff
good
is
to know.
down on primary.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. Oh man, it's
Previously
top of 4 right now.
speculated that he might just try to
For the bottom of
go
for
for
the safety.
bottom.
I think that's the right move. But if the team is desperate and
He did kind of clear up that top area.
yeah, exactly. Like now I'm looking and thinking, maybe he might be able to swing a
Yeah.
bottom of turn. I hold 3 objectives in no man's land. Like that does not look unrealistic.
Yeah, that
anymore.
Cascador can just hide for another turn.
Yeah, it'll come out. Like, and there's enough Sisters unit here in Miracle Ice to just do
Yeah.
connect the dots.
Get
I wouldn't say I'd be surprised if Jeff was able to do that.
Okay, we're seeing some score updates going in.
Okay.
That is pushing it to
Pushing it a little bit closer. Okay. All right, so we're on bottom of 4. Let's see it from the players.
So Calidus is in space.
Yeah. I mean, a secret mission would make this closer, but nothing is taking away from the fact that I think Richard has the victory. I just don't see enough points being
All right.
scored at this junction.
Miracle at the start of the turn. I don't trust these Art of War dice. They keep rolling 1s.
Jeff is
and
learning
then
what
I
all of us
have
at Art of
no
War
single
already
crystal.
know, which is that you cannot trust the Art of War dice. They will let you
gain 2
down.
command points. Cool. We'll gain 1.
That's why we give them away.
Yeah.
So 1, 2,
I'm just kidding, of course. They are exactly as likely to roll a 1 through 6 as any other dice, let's be honest here. All right. So, not much there. I wonder, we're on bottom of 4. I wonder, Price, could we find out if a secret mission has or has not been taken on these tables?
Battle shock on the tank.
Yep.
And that should be the Calidus will need one when she comes in.
Yes. So battle shock in the tank is good.
Okay.
Yeah, just
All right. So now at least it can pop smoke when it comes out. Because it does have to come out this turn. So.
all right.
Sorry, sir. I need to scoot by you. So
Doesn't-
clear?
We're wondering about the Richard versus Jeff game on table 3. We're wondering if that has involved the secret mission at all.
You can see me.
I'm gonna see if I can get on.
You can definitely get on and see me, or you
Alright.
can be off and see. It's your decision.
Okay.
I'm gonna be on. I don't have a choice, sir.
Okay.
Seems like
I
Jeff's
have to
willing to push.
force
Let's go ahead and hit that top down
a-
again for table 3.
Move from.
Yeah,
Move
Castigator's going
anyway,
out.
but still.
I'm going to move anyway.
Yeah.
Have you drawn overwhelming yet?
I have.
You
I
have?
I got 3 on it. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure.
Okay. So right. Yeah. Then it doesn't hurt. Huh?
No, I haven't.
There is a
I
secret mission
totally,
for me.
I
Yes.
totally
There
lied
is
to you
a
if I haven't.
secret
You have
mission.
not? Then I'll say off.
Okay, there is a secret mission. So one could assume, based on the quantity
All
of
good.
AdMech still alive, that hold 3 in the center is what you're doing.
5.
I don't see
And
a path for a Warlord to make it onto the home objective, because there's not a Celestine in this list, and that is the only thing I would say is dynamic enough to really guarantee that play at this stage.
Sure.
Even then, the OC problem is that there's just Skitarii behind a wall.
Yeah.
Battle line, I don't see that being the move either. And so this has to be Jeff, bottom of turn, trying to weather Richard's top of 5, and then hold on to get bottom of turn, push that to a 40 on primary. If he does that, there is every chance that he can pull this into close to a draw.
Yeah.
I think Richard is up enough that he's not going to, I don't think it would be a draw. But, if you told me that Jeff ended this game with an 8 after completing a secret mission, or a 9, you know what? Even a 10's possible if the cards are a little bit favorable. That would be a big swing for the large Richard energy. If we swing over to that projections, I wonder if we could take a look at what would happen if Jeff were to maybe keep that a little bit closer than what we had initially predicted. Is this? Oh, we were projecting a 17 for Richard.
Well,
That sounds
I had bumped it after their latest.
Let's call that an 8 for Jeffrey. Let's say he completes the secret mission, gets a very respectably close loss here, and suddenly it's a little bit closer, and you'd have to hope for the Richards that, not Siegler, the large Richards, that some of these other guys have more points up their sleeves somewhere.
Yep.
Do we think maybe it's time to check in on table 8, Nick versus
I was just
Dustin?
going to say, we haven't looked at that in a while.
See if Nick's able
we
to...
did get a pretty amusing anecdote from this table a little while ago. So basically, and we do know that, so basically, Nick threw grenades at Cypher, did 4 wounds. Then he shot the Flamer squad for 6 3-up saves. Dustin rolled 5. CP re-rolled for the 6th. Failed. Cypher died without being able to shoot back.
Oh, man. Painful.
Yeah.
So, seems like things are breaking Nick's way there. And again, looking at that scoreboard and what's alive right now, and there's some, it looks like Legionnaires have made a run out here, but there's a lot of GSC tanks still alive that are just going to keep driving around and shooting the chaos, the forces of chaos until they go away.
Got the Steelers each to each.
Looks like there's a big combat going on right here right now.
Hey! And we're back. I really have hit so many of those. It's kind of absurd. Just the Rock Grinder. It'll put everything.
All right, and it looks like we also have a final on table 1.
Sure
That
am.
was Mike Musiani's Thousand Sons against
That is
Josh
a lot.
Campbell on Necrons. And it looks like the final there was a 14 in favor of Art of War. So we've got a second final. So just one higher than predicted. So far, I mean, Mike and Quentin both have pushed one above my pregame, whereas Jack is pushing several above that pregame. And do we want to maybe check in on Russell into Zach? This was one of those places where Large
Add-ons
Richard
units
Energy was
can
trying
advance.
to get a big win, I think.
What's all the reactive move stuff?
Transports.
Okay.
Transports.
I have,
Yeah, I'll
All right,
react. Sure.
so let's take a quick look at this board. So it looks like Zach has abandoned that objective on the top that we said was completely secure, but he left a token behind it. I can only assume that that unit we could not identify, I've got a bet. Is there perhaps a Court of the Archon in Zach's army?
Ooh, let's
If
take a
there
look.
is, and it's joined to a Cabalite squad, that could have been the sticky. It didn't look like Cabalites on the top down, but we couldn't tell what it was. Maybe it's a court squad that's sticky to and left.
I think it was Cabalites because of the guns they had.
Oh, maybe it was Cabalites. Either way, that unit seems to have moved out rather far. Potentially there was a court in there, and then they came out and charged something as well.
Let's see.
So I should have 20 on primary.
Boop, boop, boop.
Got a 10 on turn 2, 5 on turn 3, 5 on
Yep.
turn 4.
2 courts in this.
All right, so that must be one of the
All
courts.
right, Abaddon's unit is fucking
Turn
going to
4.
go.
That's what it is. Yeah, I didn't have you on turn 4 yet. There we go. So this will be accurate now. Cool.
And we're going to, this turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's push time? I'll be able to push. Okay.
All right. So
Oh, he's been full pushing. He's pushing good.
tight game at the moment. I still would believe that bottom of turn is going to give Zach
Sure
an advantage.
sounds like Zach is going to pull ahead.
Yes.
But it sounds like
How
Russell is
much,
making a push to just do everything he can before the game ends. And so, yeah, that's kind of what we're expecting there. But, oh, yep. That was a reactive move on a transport. So Abaddon's unit of Chosen ran forward. A reactive move on a transport just jetted away from them. And so one would imagine that if there's anyone in this raider, and it looks to me like there's someone dangling on the front. I can't quite tell, but it looks like there's someone in this raider. If there's someone in this raider, I'm going to guess that they're about to take that home objective. That would certainly be where I'd expect them to end up, unless that Helbert can go be a hero all by himself. But he might have already moved, frankly. Oh, yep, we're into the charge. Are we in the charge phase already?
Okay, so Abaddon's going to dark packs.
Okay.
He's just shooting, okay.
Pass on an 8. I'll get an extra command point.
Sounds great.
I am looking at this table, and I am seeing a very minimal amount of Chaos Presence.
Yeah, there's not much left for Russell.
This is turn 3 shooting phase, which means reserves are done for Russell.
Yep.
Which means, I think, I don't know where we had this before, but it might be more in favor of the large Richards here.
We currently had it as a 14 for the large Richards.
They're tied right now, but Zach has like 3 turns to pull ahead still. I might push that to like a 16 if I'm being honest. I believe that Zach looks like he's going to be able to secure a strong victory here. That certainly seems to be the case. And so it's just going to be a question of can the wins that Richards are able to secure, will that be enough? Yeah, let's go check in on another one that was looking good for them. That was table 5, Sasha against Steven. This score is still close, so it looks like even after Steven got his second round of scoring primary, it looks like Sasha was able to make some good contesting plays. But this shooting phase that's probably coming might be important.
I guess I could shoot into Terminators if I need. Multi-melters have to go into them. Okay.
Interesting.
Multi-melters, demo cannon, the rest. Cool.
All right, so we're in the middle of the guard shooting phase.
Guys and no minuses there. Gotcha. So I am +1, but I am degraded, so I'm still -1 back to 5s. Gotcha.
So a very wounded tank is firing.
So either actually ballistic skill wouldn't have fucking helped me unless I'm shooting for these guys.
Okay.
So we'll start first with the, none of them are wounded. That's full. Yep. Yeah. Full. So let's start with the, it doesn't matter, they're all D6.
Yeah, I think we're going to sit on this game for a little bit just to see what the shooting phase looks like from the guard. If Sasha runs out of models right about now, Steven can push the diff up. If not, he is capped at how big his win can realistically be, because then Sasha gets to take a turn 4 of scoring, send everything he's got, and accept that Steven bottom of turn scores what he can. But, you know, if it's a close game and then Steven scores all the bottom of turn points, there's only so much he can win by, even though Steven certainly still looks to be on track for a win, to my eyes. If Sasha limits the margins, that's big for Art of War. He just needs to control this loss and accept it, not change it into a win. That's not realistic.
Some of these. Goodness. And then the stubber.
Seems like Sasha's making his saves. I've played Sasha before. That sounds about right.
No. Okay. The Dorn that's not in combat.
Oh, so they're on to the next thing already.
His
Wow.
multi-melters are only in range
Not a lot of
them,
damage
so
off that,
gonna go
looks like.
there. These guys don't get feel no pains for mortals, so that's probably my path there. So he's going to just dump literally everything here. Okay. We'll start with the 3 damage shot. So auto cannon.
1 second.
Oh, hold on.
Is anything AP1 here?
Auto cannon. It's just the auto cannon.
Just the auto
Okay,
cannon.
not a
The
ton
big
of
gun is
AP out of that
AP2.
apparently.
The pulverizer's AP3. The multis are 4. The stubbers don't have. Yeah, it's just this. 2 AP1s. Ignore cover. 3 to flat.
Comes another guy.
Pulverizer, D6, 6, 2, 4.
So it looks like
6,
these,
plus or minus, so 4s.
these inner circle companions are getting battered pretty badly with Azrael and 1 being the only thing left.
3 damage.
Oh, so that's
we'll do
Azrael
the-
by himself.
Now it doesn't really matter. All these. Everything hits. 2s. 3 wounds.
Can Azrael hold on?
Melters. Right? Yeah. All the melters. D6 each. I have the big gun and the heavy stubbers left. So 2. So. 9
Azrael
damage.
down. All right. So it looks like the guns are starting to clear off that center. And so, yeah, Sasha's running low on resources here. But those knights are in combo with the door and are just sitting there. Those are not looking to me like they're taking any real amount of damage, so they're just going to keep wailing on the door. They might kill it and then be free to just keep activating on tanks here. Is honestly kind of how that's looking. So even though I suspect the OC is favoring the guard on that bottom right objective, and of course I'm referring to the one right down here, that Astra Militarum army is not killing these knights. So they're just going to sit there and club, try to chew through these tanks at the pace they can. They're not going to kill them all, but just keeping them there might limit how effectively Steven can push for diff. And that is all that Sasha is trying to do right now, is limit that push. All right. Looks like table 2 also finished up. That was the Jack game. We want to see if that score is up to date and final.
Looks like 18-2 is where it
18-2 is the final. Okay, so we'll
Malachi
update that.
able to claw back a point.
And I tell you what, even in defeat, you know, getting those 1 or 2 points can be massive.
Yeah.
But you know, being able to keep fighting even in a very overwhelming situation is important. So we've got 3 finals so far, and it's still trending Art of War at the moment, but it is by no means safe for them.
No, not at all.
But some of that's hinging on something like Kolodner pulling off a secret mission to keep it closed. Zach Point being able to push the advantageous board state we believe he has at the moment. The further Zach can push that, if Jeff can pull off the secret mission, all of those could help the large Richard Energy team pull this back into a draw, which has to be their goal right now.
Yeah.
Very much at this point, it doesn't look like Art of War is going to be losing this round, but that doesn't mean they've won it either.
Yep.
And so table 8's a good place to check in. This is Nick trying to run up the score on Dustin Zelef. Let's listen to the players a little bit. Hear what Nick's
I've got
saying.
an extra AP and ignores cover. AOC's going to counter that extra AP. We will shoot the dudes at you. Crit 5s.
All right, this is that neophyte squad.
1 shotgun. I'll go fishing. So 1 wound, 2 wounds. Just regular armor. Okay, we've got now the special weapons.
All right.
2 Webbers. There's 8 shots.
Looks like he's trying to clear out a Legionnaire squad.
It's all
These
12 now.
neophytes
Four
going right
more.
here into this Legionnaire squad.
Nothing.
I assume those are Legionnaires. Looks right.
2 Stubbers. Fives. Wow, we're rolling dice. Okay. Try it again. It was mildly better.
All right. We're going to let Nick keep rolling his shooting phase here, but I'm just going to take a quick moment to point out some things about this board state that are pretty important to notice. So we're in Nick's shooting phase right now, which I assume means that they've moved on to top of 4, and they're not, in fact, on bottom of 3. But let's look at these objective markers. This one is, it appears, controlled by a Vindicator right now. But let's come back to that one. This objective covered in GSC. This one covered in GSC. This objective covered in GSC. That objective, there's neophytes on it. There's 10 neophytes behind a wall on this objective. 4 of the 5 objectives are covered in GSC right now. And I know I mentioned we were going to come back to that last one later. And yep, there's an Acolyte squad right next to this Vindicator. If that Acolyte squad charges in, maybe after some shooting to clean out that Legionnaire squad nearby, if they just tag in here, 2 Acolytes should take that objective away from the Vindicator, assuming indeed that that Vindicator survives the shooting phase, but I don't see the kind of energy needed to take that down. But still, 2 Acolytes hit the charge and survive, so it looks like it's a 5-man. If that's a 2-man at the end of Nick's turn, that gives a 0 on primary to Dustin. That has to be Nick's goal here. Just keep Dustin's score underwater while he does everything he can. And yeah, he's killing things. Yeah, there's pure strain scattered around the backfield. I don't even know what these guys are doing. They're probably going to try to charge survivors, but there's not going to be a lot of them. Looks like the Lord is now alone. Let's listen in.
It's just how many points I can squeeze from my lemon. I am winning.
Right. Nick confirms our suspicion here. Nick is winning the game.
Like
it's
guy
just
can
how
shoot
many
a
he
flamer
can
at
get.
you. 3. The 1s. 1 AP. Karma. Cool. We're chilling.
Right. So just a wounded Lord in front of a GSC army, it looks like. But still a couple of
John,
tanks
I got
left.
more bullshit. No, he can't see you.
Right. No line of sight there.
Flamer on that dude.
Yeah, bye, buddy.
8.
Well, it looks like those Rock Riders are just going to be clearancing out some of these units.
AP1s in your cover. A5-ups, you got it. Nah.
All right. What looks like maybe the icon ward of the last squad of
this
Curse
8
Cultists is
inches?
now gone.
Oh,
There
no,
are no
see,
more
it don't
Curse
matter.
Cultists in here.
Okay, so we'll just charge.
Okay, let's see.
So
are
Rockstars
these-
into the Vindicator.
Yep, they're just going to try.
5 is plenty.
Yep, going in there. Now, I don't know what the CP situation is. It looks like Dustin's out on the scoreboard. If he's out of CP, that means that the Lord could heroic
We're
if
gonna
he still
attempt
has his
the YOLO
free
9,
strat.
Lord, whatever it is.
I think you might be a little further now.
10.
All
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
so
they're
pure
working.
strains.
That's
Just rolled a
11, I'm
10.
out.
Oh, but there was an 11-inch charge. Wow, that looks so good, but it wasn't to be. Still, I expect those melee
I think we're
acolytes
good.
to
I'll
just
just punch you here.
take this objective, give Dustin 0 primary. He's winning by as much as he can, and that's all he can do right now.
Rockstars.
It's gonna hurt this Vindicator, frankly.
6 hits. Anti-vehicle 4+. This is AP2, 3 damage each.
So this Dustin's deciding.
It's going to be 3 4-ups.
All right.
Oh, he did it!
Looks like the Vindicator batted 100% on the saves. Good for
Yeah.
him. That
Pretty
would
good.
have been
Yeah,
9
okay.
damage. And the Vindicator is wounded, so that... Oh, the Vindicator has 3 wounds. If he had failed one of those, he was dead.
Wow.
As it is,
That is big.
the Vindicator is not going to be holding the
So
objective.
do I get marked for death? No. I have to kill the Lord and the guys? Okay.
If you could collect one of the 2,
Right.
it will just precision on out.
Right. All right, fair enough.
Interesting. Okay. So
It
they're
just
currently
says you select
debating.
3 units from your battlefield. So that's 1 unit. Yeah, okay, it's 1 unit. Yep,
Alright.
I got you. So, I will ditch mark for death.
So it looks like Nick's
Although I
inability
just
to
have to
kill
kill
that
him for
Lord
5
means
points.
he did not get marked for death, but he might hold on to it just because, hey, it's...
I don't know that I'm going to kill him. You could literally run away.
I could also just, it says you have to kill it, right?
Yeah. It says,
All right, so they're just deciding right now about what they're
remove
doing
from
there.
the battlefield for any reason. So if he goes in there,
Okay, interesting. So Nick
or if
might
he
hold
dark
on to
back,
mark
yeah,
for
yeah,
death.
no, remove from the battlefield for any reason.
All right, so let's move off of this game. It looks like Nick is just
I
pushing
should really
the margins.
get a Vindicator at some
And
point or the
that's-
Rhino.
Yeah.
We're gonna move
the guide
them
is
and
most
rotate them.
important.
I only care if you don't
Got
come
it.
here. Yep.
Guide is most important. You got it.
Okay.
All right, so it's all coming here.
This is
Yep.
table seven.
Assuming your board armor.
Yeah.
Makes sense. So you're at what CP now? 2?
1.
You're 1. Okay. I have no strats. I can spin here to help me, so this is just gonna kind of be raw. All right.
And is this
You have a. I'm gonna start with the ion
top
gun.
of 4?
2d6. That's 5 shots.
So
plus
now he's
6
shooting
for the
this land for it.
profile.
Not a lot can see it though at the moment.
3s rerolling 1s. 6s are not lethal because I have my attachment roll. Wounding on 5s, rerolling 1s can stealth suits. 1-1, 2 1s. Literally 1 save. At AP2, no cover. It go down AP1, no cover. So 3s. 1 3 up.
He's good.
Good. 2d6
All right.
on the smaller gun. 6 shots. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Certainly
5,
seems
6.
that
Plus 2 for the profile.
Brian has a land fortress
3s,
surviving
rerolling
whatever
1s,
is hitting
not
right now. I
lethal.
can't quite tell what that thing is that's hitting it right now. I'm racking my memory to see what is an AP2 gun and 2d6 side guns, and I don't even know.
After AOC.
2s. Good.
Oh, it must be the Tiger
4
Shark.
missile shots.
Must be the Tiger Shark.
All hit. No
Yeah.
lethals. Wounding on 5, strength 7.
Yeah, and at the moment, I think Brian is content to do exactly what we expected. Brian is down on points, but keep in mind that Noah has taken 1 more turn of scoring than Brian has, so it's possible that this is still quite close. But there are 3 land fortresses still alive, sitting behind walls. Yes, there's a Tiger Shark very close to one of them, but it sounds to me like that Tiger Shark is not going to be killing this land fort. So perhaps Brian just holds still, and he just keeps scoring 10s on primary, and he goes out and he tries to get get 115 at the end of the game. And you know, if it's a close game, that's what Art of War is ordering right now. They want everyone who is down to just hold fast
hold
and
the
get an 8. And then the guys who can push, they're trying to get them to push.
Yeah, speaking of, I want to see what is up with Sasha's game.
Yeah, now's a good time.
How's he holding out? Wow. I mean, you know, I totally expect Steven is going to end up on top in terms of victory points, but Sasha, top of 4, is keeping this as close to a draw as possible.
Yeah. So, man, very impressive display from Sasha there. Looks like one of those Dorans in combat with the Deathwing Knights has, in fact, been removed from the table. So, leaving Deathwing Knights in combat with the Rurgle Dorn for too many turns in a row had to have some consequences eventually. But it just seems now, I think Sasha has depleted his reserves. I think everything is about in.
Yep.
But he's still fighting the good fight. Very impressive. What I'm imagining has happened here is that at some point we misinterpreted one unit of Sasha's, thinking it was one unit of Steven's.
Yes,
and
yeah.
so
From that top view,
I think something
the
that was
colors
alive
are
here.
A little close.
Yeah. I think that we just misinterpreted something as something it wasn't. And so maybe this unit on there, it belongs to Sasha, and so it's scoring him points, and Steven didn't control that one as thoroughly as we thought. And that's my guess there. And let's see if we have a good camera shot of that game right now.
Yes. There we go.
Okay.
Maybe
Yeah,
we can
you know,
just
from
hit the
from
zoom in a
here,
little bit.
what's funny is from here I can see that this unit on the side has yellow armor.
Yes.
I don't know why on the top down that's so hard for me.
I know,
but,
it looks red on the top.
Yeah.
Clearly yellow.
But right there on the side, Kim, you can very clearly see there's a little bit more of the Dark Angel fists than it looked. And so he's holding him back. And bottom of turn for Steven. I'm expecting Steven to win still. But I really think Sasha at this point has held what could have been a disastrous table for him down to maybe a 7 or 8. And you know what? That's what Team Ardor wants.
Yeah.
So Sasha's giving it his absolute best right now.
I mean, we were currently marking this as a 4 for Sasha.
And it really does not look like it's going to be that bad. So
there's just not enough scoring opportunities at this point
to
get to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's top of 4. There's 2 turns for the Astra Militarum, but, you know, we can see on that top down, now that we know which units are which. Let's see if we can switch that top down real fast, and we'll probably end up back on that camera, though. Yeah, so it looks like there's enough Imperial Fist painted models that are actually Dark Angels to easily take back these 2 objectives and make sure that those aren't being held by Guard. So Guard have another chance to score primary that Sasha does not have. But this objective at the bottom, if he holds it, not a guarantee when there's 5 Deathwing Knights there. Again, not a guarantee. If he holds it, he's still only getting a 10. So it seems like the flood of 15s that we thought might happen are just not materializing. And I would not be shocked if those Deathwing Knights killed a tank with Oath and Tactical Doctrine and used it as an opportunity to just say, hey, now that I've done that, I actually 4 Knights out OCs 1 tank. And so you get a 5. And if he does that, he's just keeping that score real tight.
Absolutely.
Let's go back to that camera, get another side shot here. There we go. Nice, crisp shots there. And it looks like that Oath marker is that big fancy model that does not look like a model in the middle. That cherub. Okay. Yeah, and of course, I think this is the Oath marker. All right, so there's some Bulgrin. It looks like there's 3 Bulgrin here. There's 1 tank on the objective. If the Bulgrin squad gets killed, I would expect the Deathwing Knights to out-OC that tank and just hold it down. I don't know if Sasha's going to be able to pull that off, but I wouldn't say it's out of the question either. You know, if he's got any more support he can lend that way, it would be enough. Anything else. All right, so Sasha holding the line for Team Art of War there. Maybe getting a 7 out of that. Do we want to go check in on table 3 and 4? Again, those were the ones where we were really, you know, if Large Richard Energy was going to be pulling a comeback, this is where we were counting on that. So let's hear what's going on table 3. This is, of course, without a secret mission in, because, you know, Jeff has taken one, but we don't know what it is.
But it looks like just as we speculated that there was really only one choice for him, looks like Richard
kind of figured that out.
Yep.
Not a surprise.
Saying, you know what, I'm just going to wipe that unit and park a lot of guys on this objective.
Yeah, and plan's a good one, right? And if one of those Vanguard lives.
So I think this actually must be top of 5.
I would say so, yeah.
Unless you roll Snake Eyes, I guess, but even then, you should be able to fit.
Yeah.
Get the
See
distance.
what I get? Snake Eyes, so yep. There's only one place for her to go.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is because of her small base size.
Yes.
Okay, she'll get to swing first.
Yep. All right. 1, 2,
There must be a
5.
Calidus
I was hoping I could
assassin
go in the other
that
direction,
just
but
heroic.
Unfortunately, that is not what I rolled.
-1 to hit.
Yep, she's trying to go out
so
into
hit
Snake
on
Eyes. Is going to cost her there.
lethals.
No lethals, and then anti-infantry 2+, right?
Nope, that's the gun.
That's only the gun?
Only the gun. Infantry is
T4
just strength 5. So for 3s. 2, -4.
5 of bin bones.
Pops 2.
All right, so 2 models went down for Richard, but frankly, I'm not even confident that full 10-man was swinging, so losing 2 is likely not a huge detriment there.
I don't know that they could have swung.
But at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if 8 Skitarii swung. Maybe 7. maybe 8. I can't quite tell. Oh, there's space. Yeah, I think he might be.
Yeah, he might
Yep,
have to
7.
put 1 on the Calidus.
One
I
guy
think.
can't swing.
Okay,
Yep.
one guy can.
Physicality, the bases.
Yep, yep.
Going into the.
It's going to hurt.
This guy has to go in there.
And the rest goes here?
Yep.
So 1 doesn't
So one
swing,
guy
6
into
on the
the
squad, 1 on the
Calidus.
Calidus.
Calidus, so this is him. Hitting on
Yep.
3s, thanks to the straw net. And then winning on 3s, because rank 5.
Yeah, T4.
1 dev, you're dead.
1 dev, she's dead. All right.
All right, so Calidus is now
Gonna do
down.
the anti-
Looks like she got shot up a little bit by the
Nice place
pistols
for
and was on her
wound
last
dice,
life.
so whatever.
What's that?
Got a
I
question.
think you
Was
picked
any
up her
team
wounds
crazy
earlier,
enough to
so-
bring
Yeah, she had
Imperial
one left.
agents?
Yeah, she had one left.
I did not see
should've went with the
any
dice, so-
main
Okay,
faction
1,
agents here.
2, 5,
Here's
3.
the anti guy. 1 miss. Okay. That's going to be 2 dev wounds straight to your character.
2 to the character. All right.
The whole unit's precision, so it's all going to go on
Down to
her
2.
until she's dead.
All right, so it looks like Richard is
more
trying to
guys.
precision out the character of the squad. I wonder what character that is.
The
But
whole
the unit
squad
is
being
precision.
precision is pretty funny.
And dev wounds, yeah.
Yeah, precision and devil, which they're just getting
Quite a combo.
There is going to be no miracle saving this lady. I wonder if that's a stratagem or just inherent. I haven't really looked at the rust stocker in a while, truthfully.
That's why I did the princess.
Yep.
6 are dev, so it's 4 devs so far. Well, plus the 2 other ones. So 6 devs so far. That's going to be, because it all comes at the end. And then I'll just finish off the
Okay, we did get a final score on Russell's game. Big win for Large Richards.
So I resolve the saves, undone the deaths.
19-1.
Ooh, man, that's what they needed.
Yep, so 1, 2, 3, 4. What's the AP?
AP1.
AP1, so 4 up saves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And then
1, 2,
6
3.
devs.
Yep.
2 from the carrot.
So
2
that
from the
is
princess.
currently pulling things to
6.
within just the
6
point
for
of a
us.
draw.
Wow.
I have to roll 5 because I could get to the other bodies. But nope.
And
Alright, so
Jabber
that
in
was a
chat
fail.
let us
Two
know
fails,
that
and
that's all
then
inherent
there's
for
gonna
the
be
Rust Stalkers.
Oh, wow, impressive.
Nice
4
little
dead,
combo.
5 dead.
It's applied directly to the character first.
Yeah, so,
So she
2
takes-
kills her and then 6.
Okay?
Yeah.
And so then, no. So 2 kills her.
No,
and then
you don't
4.
need. I'm saying the 2 failed saves kill her. Right? And then there were the
No, she has more than that saves. She has more than that wounds. How many wounds does she have?
she had 2 left.
Oh, what?
No, hold it.
Looks like they're
how many did I
talking
fail?
some more things.
You failed 2 saves.
All right,
okay.
so
You
it
have to-
looks like
so
Richard's
4
probably
of them,
cleaning out the
so
unit on the
2
top or
cleared her,
close
and then
enough
there
as to
were
not
total
matter.
of- but that- you
Let's
had
go
already
ahead
done
and
2 or 2
swing over to
here.
one of these other games that's going on.
All of it goes on
I
the
wonder
character
about
she's
that
dead.
table
So
7.
you have to do the
Brian's
saves first.
Votan into the tower.
5 inches that away.
Looks like he's getting some guys out.
This is probably
What
bottom
happens when you
before.
get
A lot dead.
That's what happens when you put 2 shooting armies on a book can't shoot.
All right. Yeah, plenty of land forts still alive.
I am going to watch from the start for what it's worth.
For them? Okay. Go for it.
And
Got
it
some
looks.
Overwatch coming.
Yep, this is the Tiger Shark we're watching.
If there are saves.
And it looks like he's just trying to get enough things out to go contest that objective from the Riptide.
It's 5 guys. So 1.
Small gun.
Nada.
Not a. I was like, this is Overwatch. Not a. 6s on the missile pod. Nothing.
Nada.
On the cyclic ion blaster. I was in 18th to start. We'll take the start.
It looks like Brian has not entered
One
the
hit,
score
I'll
for
take
his
Iron Blaster,
primary of turn
break
4. He
8,
might just be doing all of his scoring at the end.
one save,
But I'm
82.
expecting, based on the number of Votan, I'm expecting there to be 10 more points
2d6 in the big
for
gun.
Tau.
Or
sorry, for the Votan.
Plus 6 is 15. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 dice. 6s. That will not do it. All right, so that's 1 singular. Oh, 2 hits. Wounding on 2s. Wait, 3.
T5.
3s. Still got it. 2. AP 2.
6s. Okay. These multi-damage.
This is
Lots of guys coming out here.
Okay.
damage 3.
Because they have a feel no pain. So.
Nice. Do it.
Oh, is this a Berserk unit?
6s.
Okay.
No. I'm just going to kill the 2 bad guys that are on the
I owe
objective.
you 4 overcharges. That's
Nope.
all of them.
You'll love it.
All right, so
right.
it seems like
Cool.
Brian just making another play to contest the objective. It looks to me like he must have put enough on the objective to contest that Riptide. I'm guessing it's an OC3 Riptide, and he put 3 models on, just calling it a day, trying to give Noah another 10, and then hold on in time to get a 15 at bottom of turn, which seems, again, fairly realistic. It looks like if Brian gets 10 more primary here, and so he's at 52, Noah's at 58. If you then put in a 10 and a 15 on primary, Brian's able to swing that. You're looking at the game being 58-57 with a turn of cards to draw.
Wow.
And that is recipe for a 10, especially Brian has another turn of cards to score.
Yep.
Now, if I'm incorrect and Brian has already scored his primary, or if Noah finds some plays he can test to keep him off of 15, anything of that nature, it's entirely possible that this ends up as a little bit more of a win. But I got to say, Art of War is rooting real hard for Brian to just close this out as a 10-10. They would be ecstatic with that
would be
result.
huge.
Again, even an 8, I think that they're okay, but they'd be ecstatic if they can keep this to a 10. So let's go to that prediction. Have we already put in that 19-1?
It did.
Okay. So
Super tight.
So
Riptide OC4.
It's OC4. Maybe. I mean, Brian had a lot of movement. Maybe he is OC2 on those models, and we're misreading what it is. But we won't interfere there. So I assume Brian put on exactly 3 models because he thought that's what he needed. So we'll find out later, won't we? But still, if Jeff can pull off the secret mission, keep it close, if Steven can push this to a big win, then you still feel like you need to find something else for Large Richard. Because I think that the 4 games that are final, we've got those scores. But the 4 games that are out, I feel like all of those have a little more potential to be higher scores for Art of War than what we're showing. And so you really think that Large Richard Energy needs heroics on all 4 of their remaining players in order to get this to a draw. Otherwise, I think if any of these hit the Art of War upside, Art of War could push this into a 90 and be a little bit more comfortable, exhale a little bit with a victory. We will see soon, though, won't we? Let's go ahead and go back to table 8. That was Nick versus Dustin. I want to see how much Dustin has been able to do, because, again, it just looks like he's running out of things. And, yeah, the score is getting more and more Nick favored than what we had initially shown it as a 13.
Yep.
And if we look at what's left, I mean, there's still Gene Stealer cultists on this objective. There's still Gene Stealer cults on this objective. Let's listen to what the players are, but to me this looks like Nick scoring big primary.
Charges at him also. Here's the number of shots. 6.
I think he already did.
4 hits. 4 wounds. AP2, 2 damage. You get covered. Doesn't matter. He dead. He's got to pass both, so it don't matter. Yeah. Hazardous is good.
All right, looks like that Marked for Death Chaos Lord just got
They'll
wiped.
toss a grenade at the Vindicator.
3-wound Vindicator getting grenaded. Does this finish him?
Vindicator takes 3 and dies.
Yep, that'll do it. All right, Nick's in mop up right now, so he must have already maxed what his primary is going to be. He's just scoring secondaries and trying to keep Dustin down.
And I don't. I mean,
if it is a Rhino and a Vindicator, I don't see anything that's changing here.
Where do you? Oh, that Vindicator up there. Yeah.
I see 2 Chaos models.
Yeah. And they're probably both
6s.
getting tagged.
Yep.
Nothing on the Rhino.
The Vindicator does have that advantage of being able to shoot out of combat, but this could just be a math problem of there are too many things in combo with it, and if you don't wipe the Vindicator, then it doesn't even matter. Okay, so it looks like Nick might be pulling a big win here. He's at an 18 right now. Let's see if he's got any cards to score.
Bring it down's in the deck. He's going fishing. 20 wounds in that squad. Is it 25? Okay,
The 20 models should do it, so yeah. And he cannot kill that. I see no way for him to kill that right now.
They also heal for 1 more.
So I don't think that Vindicator can see them with the parts of it that are...
Yeah, planned it.
Yeah.
Wow. And he can't do the fallback stratagem to shoot because the fallback strat was in Nick's fight phase, not after he sees his card, so we can't use it now. Oh, man. I don't think a Vindicator would crack the whole squad, but it's... hate to see it. So, sounds like only one of the mics is working right now, but it seems to me like Nick is cruising to a 16 at least. You know, I don't see Dustin able to pull a
UAOC
any
there.
primary out of this.
That was it?
Yeah, I don't see any primary coming for
zero,
Dustin.
Right? Oh, I have not been keeping up to it. Yeah, no. Don't worry about it.
No.
What was deployment?
This deployment was tipping point, so just
okay.
to
so
kind of
he can fall back onto...
Oh, did he have behind enemy lines?
He got behind enemy lines.
Yeah, if he passes a Desperate, he could probably get the Vindicator, and it moves 9.
He's OC3, so you gotta kill all 3 of those. It's 3.
Returners are OC3, what a guy. tiny little buggy, more OC than a Rhino. Yeah, then there's just no way.
Desperate your Vindicator over my guy for behind.
Yeah, so it seems like this might go to a 17.
Sure won't.
But like, not even one Vindicator wouldn't change that.
I get that.
So this may just be actually an 18. They may be pulling in a big win here, and that gives a lot of separation for Art of War.
Yeah.
I know they were right on the razor's edge when we were being conservative, but I mentioned upside was all that was left for Art of War, and so.
Yeah, if we pencil that in as just a 17, that will push Art of War up to 90, which is a comfortable cushion.
I think it's an 18.
There you go.
Looks like he passed the Desperate, and that's that.
There's a handshake.
41-point margin is an 18-2, 18 to the final there. All right, that's the breathing room Art of War needed, I think, unless everything left is straight disaster, which it just didn't look like there was a ton of upside for large Richard energy left in a lot of these rounds. I just don't see how they're going to swing this back to a tie, but maybe those players are being creative and can do more. I mean, there's 3 games still being played. Do you want to take a quick look at Richard versus Kolodner on table 3, maybe?
Yeah, I just want to see what these rolls are.
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, I don't know what these rolls are.
Oh, maybe they're doing 2 rounds of combat to see
if maybe this Rhino can get a primary.
Rhino.
There they go. All right. No, they did not. No, the Rhino did not take out 2
units. It was really much closer than that. It just kind of snowballed too fast.
Yep. Yeah, Nick
I'm not.
getting
I was sweating for a lot of it.
all of those objectives. Just it was a tight game, and then one player stopped getting points.
So that's where we're at
18's
right now.
massive there.
Yep. And hopping back to the Richard Jeffrey game.
All right.
I'll double check because I thought they were on 5.
All right, this is going to go first and fire here.
Yeah, we can just double check on that. No big deal. So we've got our intrepid reporter headed over to check on that. But at the moment, if this is bottom of 4 or 5, actually matters a lot, doesn't it?
Yep. So multi-melta. 1, 2 hits. 5. Bottom of 5. We forgot to click it over.
All right. Yeah, they're bottom of 5. Okay. And this very much seems like if Kolodner could pull off the secret mission, it's that maybe that 8 range, maybe it's a 9, maybe it's a 7. But other than that, I do not see this becoming a win for the Sisters of Battle. Maybe he gets a 9. But it very much seems like Richard is on pace to finally end the Kolodner curse.
No cover for them going forward.
We'll hover on this for a little bit as we see what's going on.
Castigator's going to shoot.
Castigator's going to shoot.
Everything here except the Storm Bolter, which goes into the one next to it. Low now.
Cool. So that's every gun up there. And Stormbolter here, and Richard just spent the CP to be low enough. So now he has to change direction and put everything there. And I'm thinking that what Richard's thinking is, hey, this unit's low up, it's too much OC, Kolodner can't hold that objective, the secret mission fails. And if that's correct, and if we're reading this right, that's locking Richard in at much closer to a 14 or a 15, maybe even a 16. Probably not a 16, but maybe a 14, instead of being either that 10, 11, or 12 range.
Stain and 2s. 3 minus 1.
All right, thrilling developments here, but yeah, I just don't see the Sisters Army with enough stuff to take this objective away.
I'll just take him on this.
I mean, if this is bottom of 5 and it's currently at an 18-2 and Jeffrey can't get the secret,
then
how much can he even get? Assassinate.
I mean, if he scores Assassinate secure, he can do that. He can run his primary up to 20, but that's probably not a big increase on where he was. I think he would have gotten more points not doing a secret, but his team was down. He had to take a long shot.
Yeah.
Missing it means you fall even shorter, but you're not trying to lose closer. You're trying to get the draw to win.
Yep.
Okay.
And
that's really close.
they're measuring whether or not Vol can shoot at that model if she's an 18.
To get a little further, but I don't know if it'd be enough.
So that's 18, and it looks like Vol is just not getting there. So even though the spear is sticking out for line of sight, the range is still her base, and so she is not going to be reaching that. Wow. So it looks like that's Qatari Vanguard unit here. This one, the lone operative.
For it or by unit? For lone op. I believe it's model per model.
It's model by model, which they'll determine quickly, but at that point it means like one model could shoot. It just is not going to be enough.
Small squad activates and fires
Melt is there, everything else into the
So very much expecting Colodner to claim 2 objectives here. I just don't see him claiming a third.
firing backwards.
But hey, maybe an Immolator with an absolutely heroic combination of tank shocking and multi-meltas and heavy bolters could actually punch that out. You would have to think it would take a miracle on dice, but there is no reason not to try. And if any army can pull that off, you would think it's Sisters of Battle.
2 of them, 3 of them. 9 damage.
Okay, down to 2.
And then storm bolters, 6, 8.
This is just the Castigator lighting up the squad here.
Yeah, 10.
So it seems like Richard has shut off the secret mission play, unless something absolutely wild happens. We'll come back to that in a moment. But I think for now we're going to step away to a different table, just checking to see if either Steven or the other game has cracked it. So this is Sasha versus Steven. This score is still too close. It's bottom of 4. The Astral Militarum, it looks like they may not have scored that bottom primary objective, and the Dark Angels have successfully gummed this up. Wow. I mean,
So we've got 2 plasma guns.
it just seems like the Guard have not been able to capitalize on these open firing lanes as quickly as they needed to.
One better base.
And so Sasha's keeping it close. I mean, and if again, you still would think that with bottom of turn, the Astral Militarum probably win this game. We are now looking at that win being like an 11, maybe. Because like the Dark Angels just seem to be living on the objectives.
As a 16, so
That's just not it.
like let's just
Put it
drop
at a 12.
To a 12 just to be conservative.
Yeah, I mean that takes you to Art of War edging well past 90 at this point. So they're really
And that's
just
with
trying to lock
Richard
this in.
only getting a 12 still.
Yeah, so
and he definitely might be much.
that's
higher
what I
than
was
that.
saying. Every game left only had Art of War upside. I don't see any upside for the large Richard energy. As a matter of fact, if they don't hit their best case scenarios here, you're in danger of giving Art of War 100 points. Which at the moment, I would guess that if we're just going on what's probably happening, I'm guessing Art of War cracks 100 here. I'm maybe like 99, but I'm thinking 100 honestly. And it definitely seems like the Art of War boys are on top of that as well. The ones that are not playing don't look like they're really panicked or stressed at the moment.
No.
So I'm guessing that their guys are confident that they're going to hold, you know, even if they hold to the worst case scenarios, that it's enough for Art of War to win. And if that's the case, especially because we believe Pro Tabletop has already pulled away from the Georgia Warlords, if that's the case, that would set up a Pro Tabletop Art of War showdown as the last 2 undefeateds of the event. We'll get a little confirmation, see if Best Coast Pairings will tell us how.
Yep, it looks like they still have to submit their overall round, but Pro Tabletop won 7 of the 8 games.
All right, so it seems like Pro Tabletop was
and
able to
several
secure
of those
victory.
were very large.
All right, so Pro Tabletop won their round.
Yep.
They're 3-0. Art of War is cruising towards 3-0 at the moment, and that would set up PTT versus AOW in round 4. You know for a fact that if that's the game, there's 2 undefeateds left. You know for a fact it's going to be on the stream.
Yep, absolutely.
All right. So right now we've got the Votan into the Tau Empire, and let's just see what this is. This might be top of 4, and to me, top of 4 might actually be top of 5. I wonder if these players are on top of that.
5 shots.
Do it.
The
2s
other
or
ones.
3s?
Yeah, 2s and 6s are staying 2.
Oh,
so
no, we're on bottom of 4
there we
right
go.
now. This is
6
Brian's
hits.
shooting
We got
phase.
5s, I assume.
Yes. Same gun, just the extra shots. No extra ones. We're good.
To be clear, these very small fins here are a
second,
Tiger
we're gonna shoot
Shark.
the high-las auto rifle. It's assault. So you're going to shoot.
Oh.
We're going to shoot it and the
High-las auto rifle to me sounds like something a Hearthkin warrior would carry,
Yeah,
which means
so-
this unit on the center
yeah.
objective is probably Badline OC2,
OC,
and that's why he.
sitting there,
So
yeah.
Brian probably just asked, "What's the OC situation?" Put the right number of models on and called it a day. And that seems like that would simplify that. So, yeah, there's 3 games left. I mean, that's kind of it. I'm gonna go. I'm wondering what else there is to look at. Oh, it looks like
There's some
all of large
team
Richard
bowing.
Energy is trying to channel their energy into the Tau player right now. Seeing if they can give Noah a little bit of extra magic juju to persevere through Brian's shooting phase.
5, 81, no cover.
All right, bucket of shooting coming in.
Oh, I'm seeing.
All right, is that table 3 where we're seeing some updates?
Yeah, looks like
Let's do it.
we're maybe getting a handshake, a hug, something was about to manifest. A quick
Ah.
die roll. Here's a hug. Wish we could have caught that on camera. Looks like the reign of Jeffrey over Art of War has finally come to an end at
All right.
4 in a row.
And so it seems like that Immolator attempted heroism, and there are a few models left. They might still be updating the scores. I'm sure we can find out very quickly if that 18-2 is a final or not. Looks like Jeff is adjusting the score right now. So Jeff is scoring more points. It's not an 18-2, but oh, he's scoring a lot of. Is that where it
Maybe
ends?
he did get that secret.
Or maybe it was just end of game primary and some cards, and that's. All right, at the moment, they were just in the score sheet. They just shook hands again. It looks like a 14-6 is the final on that one, and that's giving Richard 2 extra points. That's just pulling further away, and with only 2 tables left, you just don't see a path out. Yeah, 97. And if either Sasha or Brian can hit that upside, and if they both hit that upside, score the 9s, I'm thinking 99 might be the final here. Maybe Brian can get to a 10. Maybe Sasha gets the 8 or the 9. But yeah, that's looking real. I mean, at this point, I don't think it's mathematically possible for this to end any other way. Which is good because the round ended 13 minutes ago and we're hungry for lunch. But we're going to let these guys play it out, of course. Their next game will be in 47 minutes. So we're not going on a break yet. And no, Brian Jones is not on Imperial Knights. I know it's crazy to say out loud. But Brian Jones has been exuberant with his ability to use rules on his models. And so he seems thrilled to be off Knights. He seems happy. There's a pep in his step, a glow on his cheeks. And he keeps bragging that he makes plays against his opponent now. So maybe there's some benefit to not playing Imperial Knights right now.
He was like, did you guys know you can Overwatch?
Yeah, he's like, hey, guys, I fired Overwatch for the first time in 3 months yesterday. And we're like, yeah, good job, buddy. You got this. Good times. He's having a blast, though. It looks like everyone in the hall is having a good time.
That multi-view going.
Looks like Jeff and Richard are still kneeling over the scoreboard right now. Let's just go to that game real quick, make sure that that's locked in where we thought it was. Just kind of want to listen in.
What did you miss? You
got primary, third, and secondaries. I think that's what I have as well. So I think I just messed that up.
I'll just
so 14-6. Okay, there we go.
That's why I did it on the app.
Yeah.
So I think I
had this. This was set to. Oh, I was reading that. Okay. That's what the problem was.
It seems like there was confusion. It seems the players.
Yes. No, I was reading the team score.
It looks like they didn't put paint on the app, so 85-60. Good enough. Still a 14-6.
I'll go ahead and enter this.
So that seems like that's a final 14-6. We're good to go on that, and there's just 2 tables left. And it's just. Let's go to table 7. I think they're just wrapping that game up. It's taking a little bit, but. Yeah, with the round no longer in question, I imagine the players are going to be able to speed through it pretty quickly, as long as they know that the round is no longer in question. But I truly see no avenue out of this for a large Richard at this stage. Of course, you know, 15 minutes after the round ends, you know, just let these guys finish it up. No need to rush them. See what these players are saying.
On the other guys.
And again, it's a tiger shark at the top of the screen.
12. 2s. 1 miss. And 3s. Because of the judgment. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hard to tell what's shooting right now.
2.
How many?
8, 10.
Oh, and AP2.
Well, it looks like a unit may have actually
Concussion dollars,
charged.
baby.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, you said?
Yes.
AP2, 4 ups. Damage?
Are we frozen
2
on the
each.
top down right now? That
Looks
might
like
be
a yes.
Guys,
Got a blur.
All right, let's move it over to table 5, and then we'll come back to table 7 here. There we go. We got movement.
12, 16, 17, 18 stubbers. Because unfortunately, I actually have to wound this guy for tank shock. Oh, wait, 3's hits.
All right, looks like this is just the process of Steven trying to bottom a 4, finish off some of the scraps of Sasha's army. Again, Sasha's just running out
I had
of dudes.
engaged on all fronts. Fuck.
And they're just finalizing the scores here.
Hold on a second.
Just send me the saves, and then we can come back to engage.
You have 4, no EP.
That is good.
All I'm gonna do different is basically gonna just be here to do the same exact thing that he was doing earlier.
Totally fair.
We'll just get right up in there, roughly 9 inches away, just a 9-inch charge. All right. So that's him done.
The tanks are closing in on Sasha. He is,
I think that is everything
I
fired.
think, finally actually going to be
charges and stuff.
taking the losses that
Charge
we
here.
thought he was going to
Go
on the
horsers.
scoreboard.
Hey, they make it.
But, you know,
We're
until it
gonna
happens.
You have drawn overwhelming force? I'm going to not put him on if it is. If you have not, I'll put him on, I guess. It doesn't really matter. Over there,
He was on the objective, so just if that matters. If you don't kill him.
I didn't have. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll put. One little
It's
bit
like
on
Sasha's just reminding his opponent how that objective works, just to
Thorn is going to
being
do a
friendly,
7.
making sure
We'll
his opponent
spend the
doesn't make
tank
a mistake.
shot. 2, 4.
I will pop the
6,
Watcher very likely.
And the
2,
Watcher
4, 6,
almost certainly
8,
can answer this tank
10,
shock.
12. You got 2. Yeah, it's a 6.
6.
Well, it's like 7 or 8, but it caps at 6.
Alright, I only take 1.
One
Damn.
failed
Bogren
feel no
gonna go in as
pain,
well.
and so that Watcher may
Bogren,
just
Bogren. Actually,
be fine.
you can't fall back and do stuff.
I
Well, you can fall back and like charge and stuff, but not actions. So unfortunately, I think those Bogren are better off going over there because I don't care about it. I don't know what the charge looks like. I don't think a 3. I guess I'll spend the command point.
So it looks like he's trying to re-roll it. These are just
No.
Bogren at the bottom of the stage.
I was already at 1.
Trying to see if they can get into a
Okay,
shot there.
Okay, yeah, so I have 1 more for a command point.
And he's re-rolling that
no,
short.
tank shock, so now you will be down to 0. With the reroll, you're at 0.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Okay, so I don't have any reroll right now.
Oh, wow.
Am I at,
You can reroll the charge.
oh,
for
and
the
then I'll
CP.
go down to 0. Got
Yeah,
it.
then you go down to 0 for sure.
Is a 9 going to make that?
Yeah,
I'm sure it will.
Yeah,
As
that's
many
easily
guys
a
as
9
can
inch
get
charge
as
here.
close to that objective as possible. So basically just go like the full 9.
Yeah,
that
and
makes
so
sense.
Steven's just trying to get as deep in there as
9
possible
Gets this guy.
so that he
So like
can
right there-ish.
just be close to the objective. He definitely wants to try to retake it. He should be well positioned to get a 5th at the end of the game, but there's no reason not to spread out, get 4 objectives lined up to make sure that you
Yeah,
get some
until
of them.
pile-ins and stuff happen, yeah.
And we're also getting a little bit of the story of the round from Warner here, as Warner's talking to Quentin and Jack right now. We might try to
Yeah, and
get
then
some
he'll
of those
just go through
players
the
in for
wall and
interviews.
then
Exactly. So do you want him here or here?
Over there's fine. He does have 1 wound left on
Let's
that
see if I can
model.
grab Warner.
Just drag him behind. These guys are going to go for the 9 over here. Well, this is now a 9. Okay, cool. All right, you don't have enough command points to interrupt, so we'll just go over there. We got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Hit on 2s.
All right, so we're going to attempt to get a player
guys,
interview
guys.
in here while the
Hit on 3s.
while these games wrap up, because it seems like the result
have 5,
is no
8,
longer
1,
a question,
2
but
damage.
it's just a question of how many points Steven and Noah
Okay.
can score as they try to
The
get some
Dorn
victories
in
for their teams,
combat.
and if Brian can tie it up.
I don't even care about it. I'm not going to kill him.
All right, so we're seeing who we can get over here. Looks like we're going to get Jeff and Richard over to see this one. Looks like Richard is the man to finally snap the streak.
Down and over, everything hits. 2s, everything wounds. And we'll just say that they're all on the point now. There's no reason not to. 3. AP4.
All right. We got Richard and Jeffrey joining John.
All right, so we're going to get some answers out of this.
All right.
All right, here we are, everyone. We are live here at Dreamhack. Thank you so much for joining me, Richard and Jeff. Looks like you guys were having a wild game over there, Sisters into AdMech. So we've got 6 of the games done so far, still 2 to go, but it seems like Art of War is going to be able to pull out a close victory at the moment. But unless there's some late game heroic coming from the large Richards. You never know. You cannot count it out until the last dice is rolled.
There's a lot of energy here.
Absolutely. So for the first time, we're actually getting 2 people on who played against each other. So real quick, how did this game end up?
So it ended a 14-6, but it was very, very tight because Jeff had bottom, and I was doing everything to try and deny him points, get a secondary lead. And so it came down to this final turn where he redrew into secure, had assassinate. I got 2 characters in front of him, and then he has the Volgons. He's got half of the Junith unit. He's got 1 immolator, 1 Palatine, and a sister with it. And so he's going for the secret mission to hold 3. That's really the only one that he could go for.
Of course.
So I have my Battlesphere uplink unit. I overwatch. I kill the 1 sister, so it's just the 1 wound and do 1 wound to the Palatine. So she's left. Then the immolator is going to try and make the charge. He shoots at my other guys on the other the far objective, ends up whittling them down. And so I had just a wounded Marshal, which the Castigator charges. So he makes a Castigator charge, makes the immolator charge.
Oh,
All of a sudden he's like, where am I tank shocking? Marshal has 1 wound left. I'll kill him in combat. Let's go ahead and tank shock the big troop unit.
Okay.
6 mortals.
Oh, man.
Big Daddy.
Yep.
He had killed 2 in shooting already, and I killed 1. So, or something like that. You kill 1 in shooting, something like that. And so I have the unit with exactly one model and 1 character left on the objective. And so all he has to do is make me fail 1 4-up save with his combat. Uses miracle dice.
How
uses
many did he
everything.
give you?
Gave me 4.
3.
3?
Oh, 3. And I passed all of them.
Boy, Richard, I feel like I've seen that out of you
Denied the
before.
secret and possibly
That's
assassinate.
20 points.
So then his assassinate, he rolls the castigator, boom, gives me just one save, make the save on a 6, keep the assassinate, and so
Wow.
huge point swing at the
So that
end.
could have been a 10-10 if not
It would've
for.
Could've been 20 it was
exactly
25 points that I
85,
denied.
85.
Oh my
Would've been an
goodness.
exact tie.
Wow.
Honestly, though, basically, because I think my inexperience against AdMech kind of kicked in a little bit, I underestimated those tanks. I really did not appreciate how durable they are.
Scorpius.
The Scorpius? Okay.
Yeah, the Dune Riders.
The
And
Disintegrators.
Disintegrators, yes. And they're surprisingly durable. And so I tried to go for a sort of a cheeky shooting trade, thinking I'd be up 1, so I wouldn't take as much back. I did 0 wounds, and that was when I was like, oh, I think I've miscalculated horribly. And so I kind of fell pretty far behind, and then Richard really started locking me out of the game, locking me into my deployment. So I spent the rest of the game clawing back, and so that was my last Hail Mary, and Richard was like, I'm just going to block that last try.
Yeah. I've heard this story with shield drones, with incubi, with grotesque. I've heard this story 100 times.
One play that mattered a lot here was, I think it was turn 3. I 3-inch deep strike the Calexis on his home objective. 5 Battle Sisters on there. They have it stickied. So I throw the grenade with her, kill 4.
Oh no.
She shoots, kills the last one. He had defend stronghold, so he had to keep that another turn, and I gave him a 0 on primary.
Oh wow, that is massive.
I did not know that she had grenades, because the Calidus does not. So that was a really big surprise.
Yep.
Where I was like, oh, this one's got grenades.
Yeah.
So that completely changes my evaluation of that assassin. Like
The Calexis,
instantly.
the
Yeah.
Calexis is deadly.
Tricky.
You could even argue for both, honestly.
She also
The
got me
Calix is
behind at
very
the same
good.
time. Yeah, it was a big
but-
money play.
Oh
Yeah,
my goodness.
that was a huge moment, and like
Yeah.
I could have screened that out if I had kind of taken the time to realize I didn't know what all the data sheets were for his list, because like I came in, I was like, all right, so I don't know how these ones work, but I think I know the rest, and then I keep getting like, oh, I'm behind the times here, old man. So so I definitely had to reevaluate at that point.
Absolutely.
So like little mistakes like that kept adding up, and Richard was just punishing me like right on top
Yeah.
of it, because he's just really good at like finding those little angles. And
Yeah,
pulling
no,
it
he
out.
definitely
lot of small
carries
things.
a large energy with him
Yes.
wherever Richard goes.
Now, Jeff, you've been playing a lot of Hollowed Martyrs when almost the entire meta is Bringers of Flame. How you feeling about that detachment? Because you've been playing it really well and for a long time.
I like it a lot. I think it's more fun than Bringers of Flame. Just to start off, I play what I find really enjoyable. I just find Hallowed Martyrs much more interesting as a player. It just asks me more interesting questions and lets me solve more interesting problems. It's way better into melee matchups. It just completely dominates melee matchups. And it's still decent into shooting. It has a lot of little fiddly things that I think just let you do. The toolbox is more interesting. The stratagem toolbox in particular is a lot more interesting. I think the Bringers of Flame stratagem toolbox is very boring. It's got like
Strong, but
it's strong.
boring.
It's just very boring. It's just Armor of Contempt and sometimes Dev Wounds, and every now and then advance and get out. Like not a lot going on that's not
Technical.
Yeah, it's just like stat bumps. Whereas like Hallowed Martyr is all interesting tricks. And so I really enjoy that about Hallowed Martyrs. I will say, I think that Hallowed Martyrs is actually a little bit stronger, just 'cause it's a little bit better rounded. I just think Bringers of Flame has more blowout potential. I think if that's how I would describe it. Like it's better at just
I'd agree
like
on that, yeah.
going in and blowing somebody up. But like a really good player like you guys would probably know how to avoid getting melt arranged by everything turn 1. You know, so it's like
I try, yeah.
I try my best.
I try my
yeah,
best.
and and that's where it's like I feel like Bringers of Flame. It's like it's also probably better on like heavy terrain like WTC because you just need to be able to move. But I think on GW layouts I really enjoy Hallowed Martyrs. I enjoy the way that the +1 to wound and the +1 to hit that you can kind of accrue changes math in your favor, and it's just very good in scrappy late games. Like as Richard saw, I was clawing back into the game,
It's just all little
largely on the tricks in the detachment, being able to revive characters, getting the increased efficiency from +1 to hit, +1 to wound. So I think it's a lot of fun. It's kind of like Army of Faith is close to being in a similar spot. It just, I think, just needs a few point changes for some of the units it wants to use, like Zephyrum. But like, I think that the whole codex is good. I think you could run any Sisters army, and I'd be like, yeah, that's a fine choice.
I think so.
I'd agree with that.
But I do think Bringers is definitely the one with the game plan that's the most like streamlined, where it's like, I'm gonna come down, I'm gonna find everything that you've left exposed, and I'm gonna kill it. And so it's like that is good. what I find enjoyable as a player is more of the reactive Hallowed Martyrs. Like, you're going to come out, I'm going to try and punish you, and then we're going to interact and play a scrappy game of 40k. And that's what I find to be a lot of fun. That's the reason why I run units like Mortifiers. They're very good at just those scrappy little interactions. So, but yeah, I mean, it's like AdMech was really awesome to play against. This is my first time playing against like new AdMech.
Yeah, June up
and
AdMech.
it really showed that they're a totally different army now. Like they're, like the lethality is finally there, and they still have a lot of really cool tricks. So, honestly, like, I know it's easy for the internet to be all like, oh, this or that army's at the top. It's like the meta feels really open right now. Like there's a lot of armies that feel really
Very
good.
player skill expression based for the most part.
Yeah, and there's a lot of armies that let you do that I really appreciate.
We've seen that across a lot of these 3 rounds so far. We've seen relatively different comps from all the teams, and there's nothing that you can point and be like, oh, well, that was the mistake. No, there's been a lot of good armies. There's just more than 8 good choices. There's more than 12 that you can really easily justify. And so we've seen very different comps coming out of all these teams so far. Hopefully we'll continue to see that throughout the day. Now, one last question before I let you all go get lunch is after you made the pairings, after the pregame predictions, you probably know how 6 of these games have gone, and you know about where these last 2 are at. Are there any games that have defied your expectations in one direction or the other for either side here?
If you can just list through the scores again of what we
Yeah,
currently have.
absolutely.
I mean, while you're looking for them, I'll just say mine was a little bit of a surprise to me. I was expecting more of a
What was
more
in your
of a
matrix?
draw.
The 10-10?
Yeah, it was about
Yeah,
a 10.
mine was a 10 or 11.
Yeah, mine was like a 10 or 11. So I think it was close to. It was 4 saves from being that. But
We're going to switch to the scoreboard for just 10 seconds so that you all can see it. I think you can still talk over this, but
this is the live.
Oh, this is the live. This is the one that has.
You
give me the predictions.
Okay.
So here we go. So we have 6 of them that are finalized. They all have asterisks on them. So that was Mike getting a 14 into Necrons against Josh. Jack getting an 18 against Malachi's T-Sons. Richard with a 14, as you both know. Russell scoring 1 against Zach points Drukari. Drukari being the big score here. As they're finishing it out, and it looks like we have a handshake
Russell
on one
loses to
table.
Drukari? Oh my God.
But it looks like Sasha and Brian were both on the very lower ends of draws, but certainly not getting blown out.
I think Brian had an 8 or 9 in
Yeah,
there.
they just handshook, so we'll get a final score soon.
So
Quentin got a big 16, Nick got a big 18, so looks like, as long as this is not completely backwards, looks like Art of War is in the comfortably high 90s. But any of those stand out as things you weren't expecting on either side?
So I'll go for us real quick and just run down it. I would say that we were expecting the Astra Militarum game to be a blowout one way or the other.
Yep.
That was what
Into
we
the
expected.
T-Sons?
Yeah, the T-Sons. We expected that to be a one or the other, a blowout. That's just how Malachi plays in his list. It's just very aggressive. It's just you're either going to go big or you're going to go home. And in that case, he went home.
Happens.
Yeah, and that's been all of his games where it's been big or small, like one of the two. And so then the other one that was surprising, if we could get that back up, because I wanted to see the ones at the bottom. But
the ones at the bottom was Nick scored an 18
that
against
was a
Chaos
surprise
Space
to
Marines.
us. We were expecting that one to be much closer.
Yeah,
that was supposed to be around a draw at the most. Like we were thinking it was slightly favored for Chaos Space Marines.
Yeah.
So we were a little surprised by that one, I would say. The other ones looked mostly pretty close to ballpark, except as I said, mine we thought was going to be a draw, and then I stumbled. Fell a little short.
Fought valiantly.
I tripped
one
over
4 up away.
Yeah, I tripped at the finish line.
Look,
it's like the NASCAR where they burn out right at the last minute. And,
changed some 4-ups, and I've won smell VOs, but here we are.
It was good. It was a great game. It was honestly a fantastic game.
Yeah, it was a pleasure playing.
No complaints.
I'm very glad to hear that. I know you've had to run through the house, so I'm glad that we have put something on the scoreboard.
We hadn't played before.
At least, there you are.
So now
4 up away.
So you and Ganyo now need to tell everybody else what to do. And be like, all right, this is how you kill Jeff.
Clearly, eventually I'll
You just
get there.
mislead him into being overconfident, and he kills himself.
Maybe when I grow up, I can.
You give him the rope, and he hangs himself. Cause like,
all right.
I saw one tank, and I was like, I'm gonna go for it. And I was like, bad idea. So everyone at home, if he shows you one tank, it's bait.
Handshakes on both of the remaining tables.
So sounds like we're getting some finals.
So Drukari one was obviously the surprise for me. 19-1. We were hoping for that maybe like 8 to 12-ish.
Yeah, keep it
area.
close.
Just keep it relatively close. You got table 6, which feels favorable for the CSM. But Zach is obviously one of the better Aldari players out there. He has won many events. You know that, John.
I do indeed. I've been on the receiving end.
Yeah.
I think that was a small win that we had that down as.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised
We were expecting that to be
one
like a
way or
15.
Yeah.
So 19 is above our expectations.
In this one, sometimes you get a lot more games that are draws. In this one, it seemed like a lot more games kind of exploded one way or the other.
Yeah, definitely felt that way. And seems like Art of War is just able to get one more. Looks like we have handshakes on both tables, so Warning's out there just getting final scores for both of us before we end up signing off. But yeah, I mean, I guess one last question actually is just about Dreamhack. Richard, obviously, you've been to a Dreamhack before and played
Yep.
a Dreamhack before. Jeff, I believe this is your first time attending Dreamhack and playing Warhammer at it. I don't know if you've happened to attend one in the past.
Yep.
How does this compare to a normal Warhammer tournament for you?
It's really interesting because, like, on the one hand, it feels very similar because it's like we're here, we're playing 40K, we're on tables. In that regard, it's very similar. But, like, the vibe, there's a lot of energy kind of around. There's smoke from the smoke machine floating around. It's very kind of smoggy in that regard. A little bit darker, more sort of interesting flashing lights in the distance and crowd noise. So it's got a really kind of cool ambient energy that it has going on, where it's like you almost it reminds me a little bit of the actual grand narrative at 40K Worlds, because they had a little bit of ambient noise and mood lighting, and so it kind of gives you that sort of zone where it's like you feel like you're not just here playing 40K, it's like special in that sense, where it's like there's something a little bit unusual about the venue, which I think is a lot of fun.
100%.
So, yeah, I mean, I absolutely love Dreamhack. We got the pleasure of playing some of those show matches during Dallas. Now we're getting a full 40K event here. So I'm super excited. The atmosphere is amazing. You walk through all the different stages for all the main games. There's like tons of cool, like there's a whole arcade area. There's tons of exhibition stuff. There's a VR section. So there's tons of things to do, even not 40K. And one of the nice things is we have some long rounds here. So if you do finish your games early, you get a break, you can go hang out and watch some other games, do some other fun things. So I absolutely love it. The atmosphere is amazing. I've been a gamer all my life, and being surrounded by other gamers is a pleasure. So hopefully we'll be able to do more of these events next year, and more people will be able to come.
Certainly hope so. It looks like we have final scores on the screen right now, and that means that the last two games, Brian Jones was able to claw 10 back against Noah's Tau. So Votan into Tau was a perfect 10-10, 2 shooting armies on a dense table, and no one was able to push past that.
Brian actually pulled ahead on raw victory points. I think it was like 85-84 or something like that.
Great job.
The moral victory, but a 10-10 on the scoreboard. And then it looks like Sasha, holding on by his fingernails for 4 battle rounds, ran out of steam at the end and fell down to a 7. That's fine. That was still in that margin we were talking about, as Sasha was always trending for the loss, but was just trying to lose as close as he could, and he was able to keep Steven from blowing him out. Steven still scored a nice 13 for the team, but it was a little bit too late for the round, and so we get a final score of Art of War 98 and Lard Richard Energy with a 62. So we're going to be going on into a bit of a lunch break soon, and that means that we're going to have another round coming up. That next round is going to start at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, or in hopefully 4 slices of pizza for John. I'm pretty hungry right now. But we'll get to that soon, and there's certainly plenty to play for here. There's still 2 rounds to go. We're going to have 1 more round tomorrow, and still plenty of time for Large Richard Energy to get right back into the mix, go for the podium, or, depending on what happens in the next round, maybe even go for a victory still.
Yeah, I mean,
See what happens.
is it looking like we'll play Pro Tabletop next round?
It does seem to be the case, which means you're probably not going to have to move your armies too far. I think we're going to keep you around because I want to watch that round.
Yeah, it's going to be a
That
sick
should
one.
be a good one.
But we could definitely draw that, opening up other people sneaking up.
Absolutely. Yeah, you could even lose, and then they have to go knock off Pro Tabletop.
That is true.
We'll see how it goes down. All right, that's going to close us off for now, so we're going to go ahead and switch to a break scene for a little bit, and we're going to turn off our mics, and then, well, I'm going to go get some lunch, and we'll be right back at 4 p.m. Eastern Time on this same channel. So just keep the tab open, and we'll be right back with you. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, we are back here at Dreamhack Atlanta 2024, and we are going live right into it. We've got the next round. This is Pro Tabletop and Art of War, the last 2 undefeated teams. And so we're just hitting here as they're just starting to cover up pairings. We just got back from a nice short lunch break, and so now each team is getting ready to get their defenders down. First of all, Art of War is admiring the large stacks of metal tokens that Pro Tabletop is using for their pairings. Nice hefty thunk when you lay that on the table, but seems, are they mic'd up yet? Let's see if we can hear them. There we are.
All right. You guys ready?
Swap lists and factions. You guys play our factions and lists.
That's
we play
true.
yours.
We play your own. We play ours. Let's go.
Oh God.
Who's playing Thomas's?
I do not want to play that army.
Oh, man. A little bit of smack talk happening already.
Hey, just-
First defenders down for Art of War.
Yeah,
Again,
yeah,
I'd expect this to be
there's your
something
mics
like
right
Votan. I'd expect this to be something like Votan.
I'll tell you because
Oops.
they're in
Predictions? Oh, I don't know. We'll see what Pro Tabletop puts down.
Can you lift it, Jaime? Can you lift
Lift
it?
it, dude.
There it is.
Guard.
What?
So Guard and Votan, here we are.
I'm not even looking at the matrix.
He's gonna pick table 8.
All right, so the players are going to take a second to debate what's going on there with these pairings. Art of War was ready. They knew that there was a Guard first defender coming. They knew what they were going to put into it, and so they've immediately slammed their answers down into that Guard list. Man, what's it going to be? You know, in the past, they just threw down Dark Angels. We'll see if they're happy enough with that they'll throw the Dark Angels out again. But, well, we'll have to see, won't we? The other side of it, of course, is going to be that I could see AdMech being what gets offered up here by Art of War. That would not be the biggest surprise to me. We'll see if that's what they end up going with. They had an answer ready, though. They were confident. I would bet that they know what happened the last time that Joe got a mirror match with his Guard, so it wouldn't surprise me if they declined to send in their Astra Militarum here. We're going to find out right now.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, it's 8. Okay.
We'll give you Thomas and Jaime.
Space Marines and AdMech.
All right, so Dark Angels and AdMech going into the teeth of guns, and on the other side it looks like Necrons.
Brian.
Yeah, we've got Necrons and
I need you to not
Ultramarines.
get a draw.
No, that's not Necrons. It's Chaos Space Marines and Ultramarines, I think, into the League's Votan. And so that would be Thomas Bird and Jaime. Very difficult choice being faced by Art of War here.
Following what's on my screen? Yes.
He's played him every fucking time they play.
Okay.
Okay, let's take that.
And then
Which one do I pick on?
where's the but where's the AdMech and where's the
So it sounds like Brad is deciding right now for Pro Tabletop who they're going to be accepting. It seems like they're considering Richard, but implying that Joe and Richard have played several times.
what they want, but it's okay.
Yeah.
It's what they want, but that's okay. Maybe they're
Kill money.
the AdMech into the Guard. We'll see.
Yep.
With AdMech, yep.
AdMech.
So the Votan have accepted Chaos Space Marines. That means
Roll your
Jaime is going to be
dice.
playing the Votan.
I don't have
And
dice.
it looks like...
Nice, dude! Don't give me.
all right. Okay, so here we go. We've got AdMech, and we have Guard. And that's going to be on a Pro Tabletop choice of table, because Pro Tabletop has won the roll-off, so they get the first choice. So they're choosing very quickly. And looks like, yep, that's table 5 being taken by the Astra Militarum. That's the wide open table that everyone loves. So here we are. Now both teams are going back for their second defenders. Looks like the Votan are going to take just a quick second to decide on that Chaos Space Marines and what table they're going to be seeing there. Now that's an interesting one, and we'll see what Pro Tabletop does with that, because there's a lot of guns in the Votan army, and specifically there's a high quantity of blast weapons. There's more to Jaime's list than just a Cursed Cultist, but I know from experience that Votan is one of those armies that has the ability to lift a Cursed Cultist in large numbers. So, now, again, there's more to Jaime's list than a Cursed Cultist. Cursed Cultists don't even take up as many points as you would think they would. But still, the Votan are going to be trying to find a table where they can really maximize large firing lanes, and it looks like they've made their choice. All right. So now each team is prepping their second defenders. You already have 2 of those mostly gun armies out of the way. And of course, we'll have lists available pretty quickly for these.
They should be already.
Yep. Oh, they're already in
Yeah.
the description.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, might not be in the description, but they are in the chat bot.
Yep.
And
Perfect. And we just posted them as well there. So yeah, we've already made the list because we've already had both these teams on our stream. They were the victors of rounds 2 and 3, and now they have conquered everyone in front of them to get here. This should be a good one. There we go.
All right, and that is now in the description as well.
Perfection. Thank you, Mr. Werner. And then looks like Artibor has defended with Astra Militarum, giving that guard a table choice.
What is the mission this round?
That's a great question. I'll get an answer for that. I believe it's Scorched Earth, but I'll be able to get a little bit more information there. And then it looks like AdMech has defended for Pro Tabletop. And so we'll get an answer on that one pretty quick. I've got a mission pack right up here. Okay. So we're just scrolling through. We're going to confirm that mission, and it looks like we're playing on mission K. K is in Kilo, and now we have to find out what mission K is.
I think we got confirmation it is Scorched Earth. Not sure on that secondary level.
We'll find out.
Got it.
Got it. Thank you.
They defended AdMech. We have me, Russell, and Mike. Mike has never played it before. What do you think makes it? I think Russell goes in, unless you think that's not okay.
We heard
AdMech's defender.
every game this round will be on the clock.
Makes sense, and that means we're going to get to dinner on time.
Because he's gonna out table. He's probably.
These are all very veteran players.
Absolutely. I'm not too worried about time here.
Any issue there?
So just deciding how they're going to approach
so much
this.
shit about my list.
It sounded like they were really taking...
I mean, we can put Mike in it, and you can crash course him real quick if you think you can.
What is the other part of the game? It's like Wolfer and someone else.
12s, 10, 12s.
Yep, and so just like last round, blue sides of the tables will be for Art of War. Pro Tabletop will take the red sides.
Sounds good to me.
Everywhere.
We'll see what these guys are deciding. Deciding what's going into the
I think I'm going to score 10.
These more unknown armies are just tricky to plan against.
Rather
But
than do it.
Art of War has
You think
Richard to give
Russell's
some
out here?
advice.
What do you want to do?
I want wall
Okay, so
turns.
tell him.
Has to stay on for 2 seconds. Has to.
Okay, then do it.
Did we figure out what that
Both
special
teams
rule
are
was?
stressing. I have not, unfortunately. The Warhammer community website's actually having a little bit of trouble right now. See if you can get it on a browser, but my phone is just not agreeing with it.
Yeah,
I believe it's Scorched Earth. Mission K is in Kilo. I think that preview this morning must have been so popular that they lost the rest of it. All right, so they're revealing them now. Let's see what these players are doing. Are they ready to flip? Almost. There it is. Gene Circle and Chaos Space Marines going into the AdMech.
It's just going to be a grueling game. There's nothing wrong with it.
And then they just
Put
got
him on the
offered
clock, though.
T-Suns into
We're already on the
Jack
table.
Military. All right, now this is fascinating because Jack just scored an 18 against a monster-heavy T-Suns army earlier this morning, and he is now being offered up a monster-heavy T-Suns army. You know, I would not be surprised. I think they've been feeding him, but I would not be surprised if Jack's getting a little hungry thinking about that matchup right now. And on the other side, offering GSE and Chaos Space Marines to the AdMech. They did say they were debating the Chaos Space Marines because Russell doesn't have a ton of AdMech experience, but they decided they're going to bet on their guy, and they're sending Nick in as well. Apparently, Nick and Richard bumped heads together and decided that the GSE had some stuff they could do in that matchup. And that would be Damian Owens playing the AdMech for Pro Tabletop. Let's see if we can listen to their decision making.
It's just a bunch of shots. It's whatever. It's not a big deal. Melee or shoot it? It has to be melee. Because otherwise, this is going to
So it's
kill
good.
everyone else.
If it's near battle line, you're on an objective.
Okay.
On the line.
That's all you gotta do.
I got it. Yeah. Okay.
If things go your
Going
way
down.
and there's an opening,
All right.
go for it.
So Art of War seems to be making their decision.
But like, you're you have to be on the board. You have to be on the board. Yes,
Well, you're not taking. Well, you can't take
You have
that.
no choice.
Well, I attacked, so we'll see what they accept.
No, I mean like what is
Yeah.
Each side
Jack's
debating
defending
particulars
with
at the
the
moment.
plan of
And it
not
looks like
taking
we've
risks.
confirmed
Can't take
what
risks,
what mission K is.
Yep.
It looks like Scorched Earth and
Stalwarts.
Stalwart. I don't know what that is. What is Stalwarts? I've got a Pry Nexus card right here. We're going to figure this out real fast. What is Stalwarts? Oh, man.
My bad. I didn't realize they gave us attackers.
Yeah, I wonder why you kept
100%. I agree.
I didn't realize there was a
I was like,
decision
well,
point.
we'll see what they give us. I'm like, no, they gave us these.
They gave us
And
these.
you're like, yeah, we don't know yet.
Is that Damien? Damien, is that you and me? Get those chest clocks.
All right. It seems we have our choices here. So it looks like the Astra Militarum have chosen Tau. So if Jack was willing to pass up a matchup that he just won, you could only imagine it's because he thinks that this Tau one is also going to be favorable. We know that Jack has a high opinion of the T-Suns matchup, so I can only imagine he also has a high estimation of the Tau here. And maybe they looked down the line and decided the Tau is more problematic later, and so they wanted to get it out of the way, and they're okay with the T-Suns falling somewhere else.
It does seem like we might be getting into a T-Suns mirror.
Yeah, that could be interesting. And then we have Gene Stealer Colts into AdMech, so Damien and Nick are going to be playing. That'll be a fun one. There's going to be trash all over the board. There's going to be flamers. Infantry are going to die while they're getting killed by infantry that are dying. That'll be a tough one. Just to finish out the mission, Stalwarts is the one where Battle Line can perform actions in engagement range and shoot, and they can do it if they fell back. So, yep, eligible to just shoot. Oh, sorry, Battle Line can shoot an action, and they can do actions while in engagement range. Okay, so it's not the Battle Line advance in action, it's the Battle Line to shoot an action. I genuinely don't think I've played that one yet. Here we are.
I played that one once with Chaos Knights. It was pretty fun.
Oh, sweet Christmas. I knew it existed.
My opponent asked what I had that was Battle Line. Nothing, right? And I said, no. Pretty much everything.
It's the army, actually.
Yeah.
Crazy. All right, and so they're deciding their final defenders. Pro Tabletop has made a selection, and Art of War is still narrowing it down. They've got a couple armies left. So, again, at this stage in the pairings, you're normally looking at avoiding one bad matchup if you can. Now, there's a couple good armies still floating around for the Art of War team at the moment. I believe that what they have left is going to be, and let's see here. I believe that what they have left is Space Marines, they're Dark Angels. They have their Thousand Sons, they have their Sisters of Battle, and what's that last one got to be then? GSC's gone, AdMech's gone, Guard's gone, Votan's gone. The Chaos Space Marines are still in the mix. So, I mean, with those armies left, if I were to make a prediction, I might call my shot on a T-Sun Defender here for Team Art of War, but I think they've got real options. I could see Chaos Space Marines going in, and really no bad options. Probably letting the Dark Angels fall into the scrum is my guess on it, where they just let the Dark Angels fall where they fall. The Dark Angels just always make it work, honestly. And Sasha's a reliable player, so I bet they're willing to trust him in any situation.
Yeah, definitely could see that.
No.
Yeah. Might, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you see the T-Suns defend, just try and get them as juicy of a matchup as they can.
Yep, just try to get something big.
Trust Sasha to get whatever he's going to do.
Yeah, no, on Pro Tabletop side, let's think about this. They have Ultramarines left, they have Grey Knights left, they have Necrons left, and what's that last one got to be then?
Oh, no.
Not Demons. Necrons.
You said Necrons.
I didn't even...
Necrons? Did we say Grey Knights?
No, I know they have Grey Knights, Ultramarines, and the Necrons. What's that last one? Their guard is their guards? No, their guard went early. Their guard's playing the AdMech. I'm squinting. I'm trying to figure it out. Their Tau is gone.
It's Thousand Sons, isn't it? Brad?
Oh yeah, it's their Thousand Sons. Yeah, it's the one that we talked about them putting back in the scrum is still there. That's crazy. All right. Jonathan Hayes is conflicted. He loves Art of War, but he loves Damien Owen's list. You know, Jonathan, the beauty of teams is that Art of War and Damien can both win today. So, you know, there's every chance that we get 2 AdMech victories and yet an Art of War victory, or 2 AdMech victories and a Pro Tabletop victory, or 2 AdMech losses. The combinations are endless. I obviously am completely unbiased, and it looks like the Team Art of War has picked the only thing I thought they wouldn't defend with, and that's the Dark Angels. Goes to show what I know. I don't even know these guys. I've never met them before. So Dark Angels defending for Team Art of War. And if I squint, that looks like that's Thousand Sons. Oh, man, a little bit of the blur on that, the reflection on that metallic surface.
Maybe if we go to the larger one.
Yeah, that's T-Suns, right? It's so shiny and reflective, I cannot tell. Let's see where the players are saying.
And then there's sisters.
This is all good.
Yeah, we're just going to walk over and look. That always works.
There's going to be sisters, CSM, or T-Suns there. We don't care where CSM ends up. Sisters is just kind of whatever to everybody.
So just trying to control where
Yes,
everything
that
is.
is 1,000 Suns.
Thomas is
Okay.
gonna just have to fall through.
Seems that they're okay with Thomas falling on a sword here.
If we think that's happening, this has
No,
to
no.
fall. This
So
has
just make sure
we have
Brian
to just
knows
we have
Did
to set
Art
the
of War
gamble.
put their
Brian,
attackers
you're
down
good.
before even knowing what the defender was here?
You can go back over there.
It does look that way, doesn't it?
I mean,
imagine they
just
saw
had
it.
an idea of what they wanted as the scrum.
I bet they saw it and they knew it was at the end. And it looks like Pro Tabletop tried to play the guessing game where they said, oh, we're going to predict what they're doing. And it looks like they just got it wrong. And this part makes sense to me. T-Suns into...
No, there is no job.
Oh, man.
Don't get 20
T-Suns into Ultramarines on the end. And Thomas Bird does not have a smile on his face as he sees those cards being flipped over. It looks like he was trying to hide, but out of line of sight is not safe from 1,000 Suns, it turns out.
You just want me to take this off for you guys and just play my game, and I have no practice to do it.
All right. So they're deciding right now. The Space Marines have made their acceptance, and it looks like the Space Marines are choosing between Necrons and Grey Knights, and the remainder falls into either Sisters or CSM.
What would you rather play in that match as the Dark Angels?
Man, call it a little bit of ego, but I would feel like I would have a better time against the Necrons. If I was the Dark Angels, I think I'd have a better time against the Necrons there. The Grey Knights, it is a winnable matchup. I've actually played 6 Dread Knight Canis with my Dark Angels before, and I think that the newest versions of the list are actually better in that matchup, not worse, because I did that one without Infiltrators. But actually, I don't know if Sasha has the Infiltrators either. So if he doesn't have the Infiltrators, then I definitely would rather have the Necrons there, and you just play a melee slogfest where one army's really good at melee, and the other one's kind of tricky and good at melee, but maybe not as good as Deathwing Knights. So that would be my prediction there. Now you could always say you can just try to take it off, but I think that what we're looking at here is that Pro Tabletop is choosing for their T-Suns whether or not they want Sisters or Chaos Space Marines. And I think the problem is that Sisters army is going to be deadly no matter where it falls.
Right.
I think the Sisters are totally fine playing against 1,000 Suns. I know that's an army that Quinton knows very well. They probably know it too. And killing big things is not exactly a problem for Sisters. And there's not a ton of Cabal point tricks in there, so it's a little bit more math. And I think the math goes Sisters favored. But if they let it fall and it falls into the Grey Knights, well, that's dangerous. If it had fallen into the Necrons, that's something that Walter already lost recently.
All right,
and
looks
so
like they did take the Chaos Marines.
No, the Space Marines took the Grey Knights. Dark Angels took the Grey Knights, and they let the Necrons fall into Sisters. All right, let's hear what they're saying here.
We get first table pick this week about that.
He's a lovely gentleman.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but you know what that means.
One decision. What table do we want to take out?
All right, I'm going to have to ask questions.
Oh, we got Quentin versus the Dwarf.
Quinton against Walter Langendorf. This happened recently at the last Dreamhack, as a matter of fact, and that was a game that Walter Langendorf won by an extremely decisive margin. Part of the legend of getting dwarfed. But Walter just lost to Bringers of Flame Sisters, and I gotta say, Quinton is an experienced Sisters pilot. He is on his A game with them right now.
I would love to get you table 8.
All right, Space Marines into the Grey Knights, and maybe they just didn't trust where their Grey Knights were going to fall no matter what. They just wanted to soak it up like a sponge. Because even though I'd rather have the Necrons than the Dark Angels, I think I'd still be okay with Grey Knights, and I would still be confident in putting up points. All right, this should be a lot of fun here. So they're just heckling over the table choices right now.
And I think actually once they have gotten all that resolved, we're actually going to pull over each team captain one at a time. Just get a little, pre-round thoughts on how pairings went and what they're looking to see happen.
Yeah, very curious to hear about that. I know that Pro Tabletop thought that at least one of those gambles on the scrum did not go their way. And the Art of War team seems happy and confident in their decision. So maybe they were just trying to get that Grey Knights away from the Sisters. I'm not sure how Sisters feel about that game. I genuinely couldn't tell you in any direction there. So maybe they thought that this was more important, and they're just going to have Sasha act as a sponge. He's a trooper. He just did it last round, took a matchup that is less than easy, and was able to score plenty of points there. And yes, we absolutely get to see Walter's Necrons again, and it's Walter's Necrons into Sisters again. We'll see if Walter can, maybe do better or just do as well as he did last time. But I can tell you that Quinton wanted this matchup. Quentin, I think, wants a little bit of
Wants redemption, all right.
Because I believe he scored 2 points last time. And so Quentin, I think, is not going to consider the debt owed and paid unless he scores at least 19. Because Walter put 18 on him. I don't think Quentin would be satisfied with anything less than an 18 in this game. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to get it. Walter is a bit of a wizard. He hides some secrets underneath that long hair. All right, so we're going to get each of these captains up here one at a time. We'll see if we can get Nick or Brad first. I'm going to go hunt down one of them and see if I can get one of them to come join me.
Try to get like a 12.
Alrighty.
Yeah, you got this.
Okay, not sure who John is going to grab first. Getting a little bit of takes. Looks like I think maybe starting with Nick.
When you're ready, we'd love to have you for minutes.
Your job is to keep this as tight as you can. Play for the draw. You know what this does?
Yeah, and that's John's. Go down a seat.
All right, so I'm going to be joined here by Nick Nadavati for just a minute, and we're going to talk about what this looks like. So let's scoot down just a little bit and make sure that we're in front of this camera. There we go. We've been here before. So, Nick, you just finished up pairings against Pro Tabletop. How are you all feeling so far? Have you taken a chance to add up your predictions? Ooh, whoa. Actually, I don't know if I want Brad here for this. I kind of want to hear everyone's thoughts without telling each other. No, I do. I want you in 2 minutes on here, but I want to hear Nick's unfiltered thoughts. I will not be sharing them with Brad, though. So, Nick, now that there's, I think, no enemy operatives nearby, how do you feel? And let's make sure that this is unmuted. All right, talk to me, Nick.
They're everywhere.
We can hear you. Perfect.
So, yeah, I think it went pretty well. There's some scary stuff, like their guard army first defended. No one wanted it, but we got Siegs into it. I think that's a good person to have play it. Russell is a little shook. He just took a rough loss in the last one. He's got 1,000 Suns. That's a tough matchup. I'm hoping he can keep that together. Jack's feeling pretty good. I'm feeling okay. I feel like I'm in Tent City over here against AdMech. Sasha should be all right, and the Grey Knight's definitely a little sketchy, but I'm hoping he can pull that off.
Yeah.
Jaime attacked into Brian's Votan, which I was left scratching my head about, but that's for them to decide.
We'll find out if the math you've done is right on that one.
So our plan is to shoot him.
Yep.
And it should work, but I hope we're not wrong about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Jaime is resourceful. You never really know with these things.
That's true. Overall, I think the biggest one is going to come down to Quentin and Walter, because both Quentin and Walter are our team's like big scorers in a lot of rounds. And last time Quentin played Walter, he underestimated his army, didn't really get the right read on it, and ended up with a 2, which was very bad for us.
Yeah.
But Quentin is on a vengeance run, and he's
so
here to just
that
get it.
last scrum pairing, Sasha had the option to take either Necrons or the Grey Knights. He took the Grey Knights. Was everything else out the window? You wanted Quentin to get his redemption?
No, I didn't care about that at all. That's a Quentin journey. I'm just trying to make the team have the best opportunity to win. Personally, it was a choice because everyone felt the Grey Knight match is always a little sketchy. It's 6 Dread Knights and Canis. That stuff can just go sideways. They pass too many 4s.
Yeah.
Oopsie daisies. And I didn't want to put Quentin, one of our high scorers, into a match where it could just go wrong. Where Sasha felt like even if it goes bad, it's not going to go bad.
Yeah.
Because his army is very tight like that.
Yep, he's always going to score some points. That's the plan.
Yeah.
All right. Well, did you tally up the predictions yet? Just out of curiosity.
We haven't, but overall, I think we're projecting into like the 90s. Like,
Okay.
Like a small win. It's going to be tight.
Yeah.
I think we got more good matchups than bad matchups, and we did a good job blunting their big scores. It's really going to come down to like certain games though. Like Walter Quentin's going to be a big one. How many points can Russell keep on against their 1,000 Suns? But Mike, our 1,000 Suns player, is playing Thomas Bird, and I'm really hoping Mike can get some huge points out of that one.
Fair enough. Well, I'll go ahead and let you get back to your game. If you wouldn't mind, go ahead and tag Brad on the shoulder, or make sure someone on Pro Tabletop gets sent over to me.
You got it. Thanks, John.
Best of luck this round. We'll We'll enjoy watching. All right, so Nick just took out our microphone. That's always impressive.
Yep. Got to be careful with him around. Tech.
Okay, well, I'm going to go fix that since he just kept walking. So give me 1 second. I'll go fix that.
All right, and then we got Brad hopping on over.
All right, so we are getting everything back and settled here, and now I'm joined by Brad of Pro Tabletop. So again, I just went through this with Nick, but you all just finished up the pairings, and that means, well, you know, we're getting the action. How do you feel about pairings?
Well, it didn't go exactly how we wanted it.
Not quite what you drew up?
Yeah, so the beginning was okay. It's funny, Richard and Joe have played every tournament we've played, you guys.
Fair enough.
So that's just funny. It has to happen. Joe has some practice into AdMech. Richard's listed a little different, so hopefully Joe can deliver on that. We'll see. Thomas getting into T-Suns is the worst case scenario we could have had happen. So we're assuming he's getting 20-0'd.
Okay.
If he gets 1 point, I will be surprised. So we'll see if he could pull any tricks out there or anything. It was a gamble on the back of those pairings. We're like, okay, are they going to attack T-Suns into me? I don't really want to take the mirror. Or are they going to put it in the hole? And we're like, we have to just assume that they're not going to put it in the hole, put Thomas over there, and we were hoping that they would attack into me. I would pick the other thing, and then the T-Suns would fall through to Walter or Colin, and they would get a 10 at minimum. But Walter has shown that generally he gets like 14 to 16 into T-Suns. So we were really hoping that would pay off, but it didn't. Walter got wrecked by Sisters earlier in the event. So scary on that, but he has his table pick. He's on table 8, so that should mitigate a lot of the Sisters' movement and shooting at least, so he's not just going to get blown off the table turn 1.
Yeah.
So there's some positives and some negatives. Everyone's just going to have to play their games, and I'm going to have to try to push my game as well.
Absolutely. And you're playing into the Chaos Space Marines, right?
Yeah. So I have a small win into that, being pretty conservative, and our predictions overall is saying that the round will be a draw. If I can push into a big win, we might be able to geek enough points to get a win. That's where our predictions are.
Got it. So you need a lot. You're thinking that a lot of your team needs to hold fast on their predictions, try to hit their upsides, and a couple of people, yourself included, have to try to push to get the bigger win there.
Yes.
All
Me
right.
and Joe need to pull the points in on this round.
Fair enough. Well, best of luck to you and your team. I'll be watching and commentating the whole time, and I'm sure we'll have you up here in a couple hours to tell us all how it went.
All right. Thank you.
Good luck. All right, so some interesting parallels between the teams there. Both captains seem to have identified that the game of T-Suns into Chaos Space Marines was something that was a little bit worrisome for the Art of War side. I don't know what... Oh, yep, and we're getting a mic back for Nick, and there we go. Okay. So they both seem to identify that, and if both teams agree on it, well, you would think that they're correct.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be one to watch. Where, again, maybe Russell's not actually trying for a victory here. He's trying to lose as respectfully as possible. And on the other tables, yeah, you know, can Walter with his table choice mitigate Sisters? And, you know, will Quentin be able to push the differential even higher than Scott did? Or will Walter have maybe learned some lessons, picked the terrain, and actually be able to hold this closer than he did in the past? And, you know, Walter's defiance in the face of reckless guns might have won his team around already. And so,
that's true.
You know, if he can keep that going, that'll be a big deal.
Yep.
All right, so far we're just going to be in that stage where everyone is setting up all their things. Hopefully, since these two teams have both been on stream already, hopefully these two teams will be real fast to get their names on those computers. At the moment, we're just deciding where we're going to end up parking those cameras. Lots of good options. Again, nothing but good games to be found here. And again, we see that both of these teams have the heart of a champion. They have both been able to win close, tough rounds against high-level competition so far this weekend. But they cannot both win the tournament, and this round may go a large way towards determining who the victor is. I believe that the next team is a full game behind the teams playing right now. So I don't think that there's a... I don't believe that there's
a team with a draw, I think.
Is it a team with, is there a team with only a draw?
Let me double check.
I think the next team has
Oh, no,
lost.
yeah. Yep, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so these are the only 2 undefeateds. So now if they end up drawing,
yeah, then it's anyone's game.
It could really be anyone's game.
But if either team is able to score a win here, that's going to put them a full round win ahead of the competition.
They can basically draw out their last game and
exactly.
walk away with the
And so
event.
big difference between a win and a draw here for both of these teams. They both are trying to push that margin as hard as they can. Obviously, you want to win because you want to win.
Right.
But
it's
we'll
nice
see.
to have that extra 10-point buffer.
Oh, absolutely.
In that last round.
Yeah, and I'm very curious to see some of these games. Again, we saw that the upside that Pro Tabletop's pushing for, I think, is Joe, and that's the guard against Richard's AdMech, and then Brad, that's the T-Sons against Russell's Chaos Space Marines. Those are where Pro Tabletop is looking for upside. And I think on the other side, I think Jack is one of those players who is poised for upside. He denied the T-Son game and accepted the Tau, that he has to be confident into Tau if he's willing to do that. And as well, we've seen that Jack's been putting up high scores all weekend. I think an 18 might be the lowest he has scored this weekend, so he's going to try to keep the streak going. And then Quinton into Walter. Can Walter hold the line? Can Quinton push for a big win? These are some of the questions. A lot of these other games, we saw that Sasha was going to try to act like a sponge, hold down the margins of the Grey Knights that were spooking people out. Everyone's assuming that Mike is going to get a big score against Thomas Bird's Ultramarines. They saw that as the worst case scenario, but it has to actually happen.
You have to do
it. And, Mike has to know that his assignment is to go get the 20.
Yep.
And, frankly, if Art of War thinks a big win is enough and Thomas is playing for a 4 instead of just trying not to get a 0, it may be a case of if Mike's not aggressive early enough, Thomas just hangs around long enough, probably not to win the game. If they're assuming a 0 for Thomas, I can't imagine that there's a chance of victory or he'd be playing for it.
No.
But if Thomas doesn't play for the chance of victory, if he's content to just slow the game down and score less points than his opponent, but hey, look, I still scored more than 50.
Yep.
If he gets 2-3 points, that could be just another thing to shrink the margins, get Pro Tabletop into that tie or win land, especially if they can push on their own tables.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes it can almost be freeing in a way when you have such a low expectation for a game. Sometimes the team might deliberately put someone in that position to make pairings elsewhere better. Obviously, this was the scrum at the very end. But like you said, Thomas can basically choose to approach this game from an angle of I'm not winning this game. What can I do that's maybe unconventional that you would never try in a normal game where you're trying to win, but now you're just trying to get points? Maybe you reserve some things that you wouldn't normally reserve. Maybe you just stand behind a wall for 4 turns.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so so far everyone's still doing that little bit of pre-game talking. Let's actually go to table 4. Those guys kind of went down there early. I'm wondering if Jaime and Brian are
not a single model on.
Nope.
The table.
Okay, they just got there to talk about things, and that's respectable. I would do that too. However, that is a table where I think there is a disagreement between the pairing teams over how this is going to go. And so, what I believe about that table is that there's a lot of accursed cultists. We've seen Jaime on stream. We've seen Brian on stream. Here's a little trick that the Votan have. You take these 5-man Hearth, not Hearth Guard. Hearth Guard, yeah, the Terminator ones, the Hearth Guard.
Yes.
They have grenades on their back that are, not that crazy. Strength 4, AP 0, damage 1, blast. Oh, did I mention blast? So you step out and you fire those, and you get plus 20 to the shot count of whatever you're shooting. And if you have grudged all the accursed cultists, you're hitting on 2s, wounding on 3s, and if a land fort shoots first after they get out, that means they're wounding with rerolls. And so then you spend the CP for the judgment token, you're sustained 2, and suddenly you're putting well north of 30 saves on this unit.
Nice.
And if you just can take one single activation, a massive chunk out, that's one way to solve an accursed cultist brick other than those big 6-man bikes. We saw the 6-man bikes do that before in earlier rounds, but there's no 6-man bikes here for Brian. Instead, he has these Hearth Guard units, and if he can make that connection, he can take a big activation out of the ACDCs, but that's only if the ACDCs are just there to get shot. And you never know if that's going to happen.
So, as surprising as it is, I think Nick and... Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is Quentin's game.
This is Quentin and...
Walter, yeah.
I'm sorry. Walter just seems to be deploying well in the open.
Yeah. They are...
They're speeding through deployment there.
Speeding through deployment.
Quentin seems to be hungry. I don't know what for. Maybe it's revenge. Walter is determined to play this aggressively, it seems. On layout 8, a layout where you have large ruins you can hide behind, Walter has decided he doesn't want to do that. I am seeing... Are they rolling for the first turn? who has it.
Do you have tactical cards? I would prefer to use tactical cards. I have to. Thank you, sir. Please count them before you do that. And can you also
has
set us
the
up a
first
clock while I
turn?
get the cards out for us?
Price, can you get the players to acknowledge who went first?
Just half of whatever the round timer is. 320, so 140 each.
All right. They rolled off. I cannot tell who won. They're not talking about it right now. If Price can hear us, hopefully he can ask those players who went first. Get them to say it out loud.
Please shuffle this.
All right, Walter appears to have the first turn. So let's go back to that top down and get a look at these models. I gotta say, I think that a first turn for Quentin would have been excruciatingly painful for Walter. But as it is, he now has the ability to push onto some of these objectives, potentially get behind walls like right there on the objective. And if he wants to clog out the middle and buy himself some time, they are also relatively close to each other. It would not surprise me if Walter could maybe declare some long charges if he just pushes into the middle. Either way, that involves exposing a lot of his units, but I think that first turn is going to give Walter a little bit of that forward momentum onto the objectives to score some points. Certainly, if Quentin was trying to get like a 20-0 or something massive, he would want first turn here.
Yep.
As it is, we'll have to check back in. Let's see if any of these other tables have started yet. Let's see here. Let's just kind of start at the top, work our way down the line.
Going in reverse.
Going in reverse, no big deal.
7. That table camera looks frozen.
It does. That does look frozen.
We'll go give that.
And this is Jack's Astromilitarum against Trenton's Tau. No models on the table so far.
One tank on the table.
That is a Hellhound, and I don't know if that's the final
yeah,
position of that Hellhound. I don't think that's where I would deploy that Hellhound.
Okay. Well,
and here's the other side of it: Astromilitarum into
pretty far into
AdMech. They're
Still got
very
quite
much
a
into
bit,
it.
though.
That is a lot of tanks coming out. Yikes. Okie dokie.
Starting to see some things on Brian.
This is the Votan into those Chaos Space Marines. All right, so we're trying to get an update from the coach of Art of War. And now we're looking at the Ultramarine deployment against these T-Suns. So far, not a lot of commitment on either player's side. No surprise there. You know, the Thousand Suns don't want to accidentally make a bungle of things. And on another table, Brad Weir's Thousand Suns are starting to deploy against Russell. And so just some Chaos units hiding from each other. And then on table 1, they are just barely starting deployment. It looks like Canis is down, but hiding. So he's not going to be ingressing in. He's off to the side. Means that all the reserve shenanigans are going to be from the Grey Knights, it appears.
All right. Would you like to do some predictions?
You know, now seems like a fun time to do that. Let's get into this one. I'm excited. All right, John's predictions. What are we going to do here? Sasha into Colin. Table 1 is a nice normal table. I have found this game to be sticky and weird. Colin's a very experienced Grey Knight player, but you just don't kill the Deathwing Knights at any particular clip. I'm on Scorched Earth. It's harder to get a primary advantage early for anyone, and I'm going to call this one a 10-10, honestly. I think I'm just going to call this an ugly draw, and someone's going to get the 11 here. I don't know who, but I think it could just be anyone. Now we have Russell into Brad. I do agree with what both of the captains said, where they're a little bit worried about Russell's safety in the face of these T-Suns. I'm going to go ahead and call that one in favor of Brad. I'm going to call that a 14. I think the T-Suns do have what it takes here. Now, the other side, I actually don't think Mike is going to be able to pull off the 20-0 here, but I think it's going to hurt. Put down an 18. And on to the next one, Brian into Jaime. I'm willing to bet Jaime is going to be surprised the first time 5 Hearthguard lift an entire squad of Accursed Cultists, but I don't think that's going to necessarily ruin the game for him. Still, I think the firepower on a good table choice, I'm calling this Brian Jones with a 12. I think that Chaos Space Marine Army is just resilient enough and has enough stuff that Brian's not going to be able to really make the big push plays that he wants. Richard into Joe. Man, I hate to bet against the machine. He proves me wrong every time I do. So maybe this is the mind games. Maybe I bet against Richard and then he performs. We're going to give Richard a 9. I think that his lone op strat, his general stealthiness into an army without a ton of rerolls, I think is going to buy him a lot of space, but I still think that the guns of the Astromilitarum are going to wear down their opponent, but not at the pace that Pro Tabletop needs to get a big win. Speaking of big wins, next one is Jack into Trenton. I'm betting on Astra Militarum here. I think Astra Militarum have a very positive matchup into Tau. I think that's why Jack accepted this. I think that he also got to pick his table, and so I think he's got everything he needs in his favor at the moment. I'm going to call this a 16 for Jack. I'm going big score on this one. Now, Nick into Damien. Nick said that this was 10-10 land. I think he's lying. I think it's a 9. I think Damien, the amount of anti-infantry that the AdMech put out with a small amount of durability is better than the amount of anti-infantry Ginsterkel put out with no durability. So small edge of the AdMech here. And that final one, Quinton into Walter. Can Quinton get the advantage here? I think, unfortunately, that me seeing the first turn has colored this a little bit. I think Quinton gets the win, but it's not quite the dominance on display. I'm calling a perfect mirror, 16-4, the exact same score Walter got last time.
All right, so right now
I'm calling it an Art of War win.
A decent Art of War win here.
Yeah, and the difference is right now is that I'm calling more of these wins to fall in favor of Art of War than vice versa. And, well, that's really where it's going to come down to. I think each team is winning some games. As a matter of fact, I think the way I called it with 3 wins for Pro Tabletop, 4 game wins for Art of War, but I predicted bigger wins for Art of War on those. Whether or not they can push through, whether or not those Pro Tabletop players can hold on is going to make a big difference in who actually wins this round. I called the big scores in favor of Art of War, Team Blue today, but that does not have to fall that way. We'll be tracking all the action. If you are perhaps joining into this for the first time, maybe you didn't catch us earlier today, let me give you a bit of a quick summary of what we're doing here. We are streaming all 8 tables of an 8-man team event at the Atlanta Dreamhack 2024. So, Pro Tabletop and Art of War are facing each other. I can tell you that Team Art of War, the last time they were at a Dreamhack, they won, but they won and they still drew Pro Tabletop. And so Art of War has a bit of redemption on their mind. They see that draw as, well, suboptimal, and they want to get it to a win. They're going to see if they can do that today. We're going to be going through all 8 tables on the top down, one by one. We're going to be going back and forth, just tracking the results here, doing what we can, and kind of telling the story of the round, seeing how it shakes out. At the moment, we are calling this in favor of Art of War. That's the prediction. That's the take. But we're going to see if these actually break out that way.
Yep. And one other thing, keep in mind, we did hear before the round that all players are being put on a clock by the tournament organizers. Again, pretty veteran teams. Don't expect that to matter too much, but you know, some of these armies do have a lot of models. Sometimes that can end up making an impact, so
absolutely.
We'll see if that does end up playing into anything.
All right, so let's see. So we're currently looking at Walter's game here, and it looks like he is, in fact, able to push those Necrons up a little bit. He's standing some things on the center, almost daring the Sisters Army to get to point-blank range. That's because he has a Luminor Xeris, a handy little lone opos within 3 inches of some of his friends on the center objective. And so it very much seems like he is telling Quinton, hey, come on a little bit closer. Come out to right here. Come out to right here. While he is staging Scorpex. He is ready to charge anything that steps up here. And maybe, oh, look at that, Scorpex. Maybe those Scorpex can come charge here. Now, I will say, Quinton's army does pack an apocalyptic amount of firepower. And so I wouldn't want to be taking that on the chin. But at the moment, Walter seems willing to be aggressive and try to use aggression to get a temporary hold. I think Walter's been shot by Sisters before. I think Walter knows what the end of this game looks like. Walter is playing right now like he assumes that on bottom of 5, Sisters will hold every objective on the table, and the Necrons will be dead. And so his goal is to score as many points while he goes down. He is not playing this like he's trying to hide and score at the end. He is playing this like he's going to try to be tied for 3 turns, get tabled, and then lose. But he was tied for 3 turns, so he can't lose by 50.
Yep.
That seems to be the way that he's approaching this right now. Luminor Xeris is tough. He's a lone operative near his friends, and he can stand up, and he's a 4-up Anvil, and he has a 4-up Feel No Pain. Killing that requires a massive commitment on Quinton's part. I don't think that Quinton has it in him if I were actually making a prediction. I don't think Quinton's going to try to kill Luminor Xeris. I'm betting some Dominions just go out there. Let's see if we can hear what the players are talking about right now.
Yep. 4 hits, or 4 Teslas.
Small amount of shooting must just be into maybe an immolator.
You're tough. 11 on a Rhino. This motherfucker. Sorry, yeah, it's tough 10, so 6s.
All right, so they're just working things out.
5 saves, AP nothing,
Tough
1
10,
damage.
11 wounds. And it seems like the Immolator's taking an extremely small amount, maybe 1 damage. Nothing crazy, but it's not going to heal, so
Strength
every wound
7,
matters.
these need 5s.
All right, let's go ahead and
reroll
work our way
ones.
up. It looks like
Okay,
Nick is walking
another
to table
3
7,
AP,
so maybe we can
4,
skip
2
to table
damage.
6, see how that Tau into guard deployment is going.
I could do it.
Jack does not seem to be deploying with anything approaching
Toughness
fear
and
or
wounds.
respect
7,
right now.
7. Got it.
He has deployed several things on the line and seems
Right.
content with, hey, if you want to come out, I'll be waiting for you. And so we're going to see if the Tau, and I believe that the Tau here were the retaliation cadre. We're going to see if the retaliation cadre wants this. I would guess not. The retaliation cadre does not have as many long-range guns as traditional Tau armies. So we're going to see if Jack can use his Bullgrin to just kind of bully around some of these objectives.
Do you ignore cover on your burst cannons and shit?
If anything guides for them, probably. Almost guaranteed.
Yeah. All right, so they're still in deployment. Let's see if we can kick it on down to Joe versus Richard on table 5. Now, someone in the chat indicated that Richard had bottom of turn here.
Yep.
And it looks like Joe has, in fact, taken first turn. So here comes the guard. Sentinels pushing up. Richard's army's mostly hidden, though. Those tanks are in the back for Richard. He is not...
Those are tucked away. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, with that huge piece of terrain, that L. And Joshua, thanks for upgrading to gold. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Really appreciate your support. It means the world to us. All right, those are the end of 3 scout sentinels that are just pushing their way forward.
So all C and then just charge. You have like a 4 charge.
And yeah, they're just all going to shoot at one of those tanks, it looks like.
I don't think there's a way to stop the scouts anymore. They're just going to super. Let me just see if it was possible. But I thought it was.
Richard's trying to see if there's a way to hide, but I don't personally see it, so we'll see about that. All right, well let's go to another table real quick. Let's go to table 1. See what.
Welcome, my deck.
Sure.
So next one is table 4. This is Brian versus Jaime.
Sorry.
Just about to start, looks like. Look.
We are just out of 26.
Hard to tell who is moving where at the moment. Looks like they just
Did I cut the
finished.
deck or no?
No.
All right, let's see if they roll enough for first turn.
On to me, command phase. No one's activating their ability.
so
Cards.
Jaime's going
Overwhelming
first.
force. Lovely. Can't score. Establish locus. Great.
All right, so
That
wow,
doesn't sound
send
terribly
out a unit
exciting.
into the center for 2 points if you want to. That is a death sentence right now. He can, but it's a death sentence. I wouldn't be excited
What's
about
like
any of
the
that.
cheapest thing he could throw out there?
I mean, the problem is if you look at this table, the cheapest things aren't there. This is a carnivore that is a bigger piece than is worth 2 points. I mean, accursed cultists, His tanks are in the back. I don't see cheap resources anywhere near the locus in the center.
Movement. Carnivore. 14.
Yeah, if I recall, he's got some like cars. Obviously, they cannot come in this turn.
Yeah. And looks like Brian wasn't trying to do anything crazy in the scout moves. He seems pretty happy where he's at.
3. So it goes 17.
So Carnivore is just running around the top here. Looks like he's just going to kind of try to stage there and say, hey, if anything Votan, vaguely Votan shaped tries to push forward, I'm going to be ready to kill it.
All right, well, maybe let's check in on 2. So looks like they are still just finishing up deployment here as well.
Yep.
So you'd get a 32. Yeah. If I roll a 6, I get 32.
All right, so it looks like Colin was asking about the third range of Eradicators. I know that 32 by heart, and that is the furthest an Eradicator could possibly shoot disembarking from a repulsor.
Do you want me to use the cards? I normally use the app. I don't care.
Use the app. We're going to put it in there. That's true.
Yep, so real simple there. And looks like they're probably also about to roll for first turn, because it looks like Colin's just finishing up. I'm curious about this one. If you are the Dark Angels, you very badly want bottom of turn here. There is no benefit to going first against Grey Knights. You're not going to do anything. You're not going to shoot anything interesting. And instead, Sasha would much rather have Grey Knights waste a turn instead of him.
Yep.
And then he gets bottom of turn scoring.
Yeah.
So Art of War is hoping for a low dice out of Sasha in a second. We'll see if that's what manifests. All right, there's Mr.
Big
Sasha.
smiles.
Smiling as always. Sasha is all happy. I've never seen this man never seen this man down. He's just a friendly guy. And this will be another great game. I know Colin's also a rather friendly opponent, so I expect this one to be a ton of fun. So we're gonna, when they roll, we're gonna make them roll in the box, and we'll see who ends up winning. Colin must be deciding one last drop. Yep, looks like he has 2 Dread Knights. On the eyeball, that looked like that was most of an Archangel deployment being done, so maybe just a couple Knights being determined, and that's kind of the end of it. Saucer might be taking the opportunity to
click me over. I will fill this up.
refill his water while Colin finishes his deployment.
All right. What a deployment zone that is.
All right, Colin's hiding, Sasha's hiding, no one's really sure. But I can tell you no one wants to go first. Let's go ahead and switch over to table 2 real fast, and we'll come back to this one for the first turn roll. So we're going to go to the top down of table 2, but we'll come back to table 1 as soon as Sasha runs back over. He's right by the camera, so we'll be able to tell. And it looks like we have a first turn roll, and it looks like it was won by the Thousand Suns because we can see that they've already left the deployment zone on the top, and they're moving right now. So Russell hid. I think the team told him that they wanted a loss, but they didn't want a big loss. And so Russell is taking this conservatively. You can see all 3 of his Predators are actually in his backfield at the moment.
Yep.
And they are just chilling right there. They do not want to die unnecessarily. Rhino's full of Legionnaires, staging behind some walls to push out on objectives contest, but it doesn't look like Russell's going to be trying to take this as a win. He's instead going to just try to play it conservatively, play from back. We saw there are 2 people on each team who are expecting a loss and are trying to not lose badly, and that's Russell and Walter, and they seem to be taking literal opposite approaches to how to do it.
Yep.
It'll be fun to compare notes at the end to see between Brad and Quentin who was able to push harder, and between, you know, Walter and Russell, who was able to hold on a little bit.
Sally, welcome to Bronze. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sally Hogshead. Welcome to the War in Bronze. I know Sally's going to be rooting for Quentin to get the high end of the differential on table 8.
That's a pretty good. That's a weird angle, ain't it?
Let's go ahead and actually skip back to table 8 while we wait for Sasha to skip over. And so we've got Quentin here. Let's see if we can hear the players right now.
Looks like we are now on Quentin's bottom of 1. Looks like Walter.
What's his defense? I have no battle line.
He has 6 up, he has 3 up armor, 4 up invulnerable save. He's tough 6. He is not an infantry model. He has 5 up skill up.
Go that again. What was it?
Sorry.
His
toughness is 6. He has a 3 up armor save
Let's see
and
if
a
we
4
can
up
get back
invulnerable
to
save and a
table
5
1
up
for
skill
that
up.
roll off, and then we'll come back to here. So rolling. So I can't tell who went first. Sounds like it was the Dark Angels with a first turn. I will imagine that Sasha's unthrilled about that. And so Colin is doing a little happy dance. It does not look like he wanted top of turn. Or maybe he's just always doing a happy dance. One of the 2. All right, so we'll have a little bit of movement there, and we'll see what Sasha does to try to capitalize on first turn. And now back to table 8. Turn these mics a little bit for these players.
So Quentin does have it. Assassination.
Yes.
Walter
Okay.
has
How
a
many
lot of
units do you buy
characters in his list.
Just 2. This unit and that unit.
So if they're dead, I just get to shoot him for free?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
So Quentin has very quickly determined what he has to do to shoot at Illuminar's Ares, and he's determined what he's not going to do is move within 12 of him with everything. Instead, it looks like Quentin's plan is to just see if he can shoot away the units within 3. That's one character right there who is tough. 5 of Feel No Pain, 4 up Invul, and there are no guarantees that that man goes down fast. But then there's an Immortal unit right here, and that is also within 3 of Illuminar's Ares. If both of those go down, that big-based Illuminar's Ares might be in a little bit of danger because there's going to be plenty of Sisters in line of sight of him. And here we are. This is a Cascader driving up, getting line of sight to Illuminar's Ares as well as the character here. And that's because this character in the center, this appears to be a Locust Lord. This gentleman is not a lone operative. He can be shot. The Cascader's driving up to make sure it has angles. Quentin's goal here is going to be to kill this Immortal unit, and then he's going to start shooting the characters. The Immortal units first. As soon as he kills the Immortal unit, that means everything in his army gets to shoot at one of these 2 characters. If one of those characters dies, he gets to shoot the other one. And so he's just going to try to rinse these 3 units right here, I think. And one of those might stand up like Illuminar's Ares, but even if they do, there's enough Dominions on the center that it's going to turn off the objective control. He's going to limit Walter to a 10 here. I don't think he's going to try to limit him to a 5. The Volgrons are pushing up. It turns out those things shoot kind of hard, and with a fairly good 18-inch range on the Multi-Meltas, in addition to being able to choose how fast they move, it looks like they're probably going to poke up in normal range of Illuminor Xeres. And, are they getting a Scorpec? I don't think so, but wouldn't it be crazy if they were? Vol, again, who literally chooses her movement characteristic with a Miracle Dice, which looks like what's happened because Quentin is moving them so casually that he must have unlimited distance for what he needs here.
She can't actually turn that sword forward, right?
What?
It would cost her 2 inches to turn that sword
It can
forward.
turn around. Oh, they got rid of that.
So she can, like...
All right, so there we go.
Xeris, that's about it.
Yeah, I think
So looks like Xeris is going to be the primary target for the Volgons. So again, that's going to be Quentin's plan. Rinse these 2 units. This is just 5 Immortals and a character, but it doesn't even look like the character is the one who's close to Xeris. So just kill the Immortals. Yeah, the character's a bonus. Kill this character, and then you can shoot Xeris with the Volgons. And if he does that, only one thing gets to stand up at the end of the phase.
You guarantee you're getting assassination then.
Yep, and even if it dies and stands up, it still counts for assassinate.
Oh, it does. Okay.
So, yep, no worries for Quentin. He just wants to do that.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing that he's going to shoot this little Dominion squad last, because if everything goes perfectly, that might end up being an established locus.
Hello, friends.
We're going to make it so if you step onto the objective, then I have watch it.
And here's another little trick that Quentin has in his toolbox. So he has a reactive move on these Dominions. And Quentin's actually doing something very high level here, so I want to highlight it. Those have a reactive move you get within 9 inches. So he's pushing these Dominions to be wholly within 9 inches of the edge of the objective. That means that if Walter, I don't know, touches the objective marker in the center of the table, then the Dominions are going to trigger their reactive move, they're going to back up, and they're going to get into an immolator. He's going to try to just get this melt unit out, and one of 2 things is happening. He either looks at Walter, and Walter doesn't touch the center objective with this entire Necron army, or the melty guns are going to fire again. I can tell you which one Walter's going to do. He's going to touch the center objective. This Dominion unit is destined to get back in the immolator, almost a guarantee here. Plenty of guns pushing up the flank as well here. These are more Dominions with melt guns by the look of it in an immolator. He's going to try to just get line of sight to this character. That's exactly what he's doing right now, so that he can always shoot the unit regardless of what the casualty pool is. Quentin knows exactly how to take apart these units. Just drawing that line to the character, that's what he needs to see. As long as he sees the character, he will fire every gun until the character's not there. And I don't even know if you're going to get that far, but killing the Scorpex enough would be good for him.
Yep.
And plenty of Castigators pointed down the pipe as well. These Castigators are going to be some of the things shooting all the way down here. And the only reason that he could not shoot Illuminor Xeris is because there's things within 3 of him. So as long as these Castigators can see what's within 3 of Xeris, they will have a target. All 3 of these Castigators are going to be firing right now. We're going to come back to this game because I think that seeing the end of Quentin's shooting phase, you know what? Actually, let's just get the player mics. Looks like he's already shooting.
Yeah. That will be 3 saves. Hold on, am I from 12? I am. Yeah, so it's 4 saves. AP 1, damage 2.
It's strength 6?
Yes.
Well, I'm hurt.
All right.
Those girls there.
Looks like an immolator just killed 2
I ignore cover
Scorpex.
against you now.
And now
2 hits. 1 save goes right through.
Yeah.
Will be 6 damage.
So the Scorpex gone. So the unit is gone. That is just a
also
lord.
evaporates their chair. There's discussion, but I take it that the new unit he becomes doesn't have the plasma.
And I think that's totally
Because
fine
it's
for
on their
Quentin.
data
He
sheet,
just
not
needed
his.
to take that unit into not being as big of a threat it is. And
A
again,
strong
you
argument
see
can be
that
made
Dominion
that's not
right
the
there.
case, but you err on the
If
side of fucking your own army. We all
you
know that.
step up, these Dominions get back into transport, and if you don't step up, Quentin controls the objective. So Quentin's immediately trying to remove assets. As far as Quentin's concerned, this game is about to be hammer and anvil. He is trying to take everything over from this line over and neutralize it. Everything over there is what he wants to do so that he can just apply guns to Walter's forehead turn after turn after turn. That's his game plan. He's not trying to table Walter turn 1. Everything that's going to hit him back, that dies first.
So here's the
1 hit.
Dominions.
1 save, AP 4.
Goes through.
You have a feeling what pain, do you?
Yeah.
You do? How many was you?
6.
We'll save 6 damage.
So 6
and we'll
damage.
cherub it to get one back.
I'll take 2.
And then I get a 4 back.
So early good Miracle
You
Dice.
cherubed out a 6 and then.
I cherubed out a 4.
Oh, cherubed out a 4 and got a 4.
And then here's
okay.
the pistol. Misses. Classic.
4 wounds left on the
Complaining about
character.
your free dice.
Good,
Let me just,
good
I'll
feel
just
of
pull
pace
my
there.
special faith dice out, unfaith dice, and get you.
All right. Lots of guns left for Quentin here. I think he wanted a little more damage on that Scorpec Lord, or on that Locust Lord, but the Dominions might have underperformed a little bit there. Plenty of guns to counter.
I think he's got the Dermal Bond for 4-up feeling no pain.
This immolator.
And so he.
We're
Oh,
gonna
it's a
put the
4-up
heavy
feel no
bolter
pain?
here.
Is that the
multi-melta,
relic?
hunter killer
Yes.
missile gear.
So I think it's actually the Locust Lord's War Gear because he
So
doesn't
here
have a
is
Resorb.
the multi-melta.
Isn't that normal one?
I think that one's a 5-up. I think he just
not.
rolled
Oh,
a
he
lot.
has
I
a
think he just rolled a
phylactery.
lot of 5s.
Got it.
Yeah, I think it's the
12
phylactery.
wound tank that doesn't degrade?
It's 11 doom tank that doesn't degrade.
Okay. I believe you.
One save, AP4. Heavy bolter here. 3 hits.
Yep, and he's plinking some shots of these immortals as
2
well.
saves.
3 ups.
Go for it.
One's down.
So 1 down.
Hunter killer missile. Hits. Wounds.
Just rolling the damage here.
4 damage.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 left.
1 left, so
One left.
almost got there. I mean, that could just be a grenade in a pinch if he
Yep.
really needs it. I don't know if
I'm
Quentin
mad.
wants
You're
to
right.
spend
It
his
doesn't
CP.
degrade. Curses.
This guy's gonna shoot.
This is a castigator here.
Oh, I'd like to ignore cover against them.
Yep. So the immortal just stripped cover
and then
from
what-
Yeah, from
here. And now a castigator is
This guy's
likely going
gonna
to put
shoot.
a small amount of shots into this character
we're
and
gonna
almost
put-
everything here.
DC6.
Yeah, let's find out.
D6.
He's T6.
Okay. So we're gonna put a heavy bolter here.
Okay.
Everything else here.
1 heavy bolter.
And that guy, I don't think you can see them.
There. Can I not?
Is that corner of the...
Okay. Then he's gonna shoot everything down.
All right, well, then that guy's about to die.
Honestly.
You know what? You could, like, just move a little further.
Oh, sure. I really just thought he could.
Yeah.
But there we go.
That's
Okay,
fine.
we'll do the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not
All
trying
right,
to
good
steal
sportsmanship
shots.
on
No,
Walter's
keep our
part.
board stick.
Quentin had a limited movement. He just, maybe just was a
24.
little bit hasty with the
We
line
are
of sight
not-
before.
So actually swap that. We're gonna put all the heavy bolters here, all the main gun there.
I love it.
So here's the main gun there.
All right.
He's tough 6.
3s. Twin linked.
It's a lot of invulns. This
5,
guy's probably cooked.
AP1.
I don't think from your right, I
I
don't
don't
know
think
that
you
I
get
have
cover.
to.
No.
I
Yeah,
think
he
I
just
think
sees him
it's
fleeing,
just
so this is
force.
probably a lot of damage.
So take
Just too
6
bad.
damage.
All right, well, I'll just feel no pain that. Easy peasy, baby.
Just 6.
This is
feel
how
no
we
pain.
do it.
Walter's been
Oh,
crazy.
you assassinated.
No.
It was
Looks
not
like
how we
Walter's
do
not spending the command point yet. He's saving it for the big
Heavy
man
bolters
Illuminar's
and the
Arrays.
immortals. Classic.
Mo, like 2 heavy to carry bolters.
I know. So
Tough
you're
5.
3 saves. AP1 ignore cover.
It becomes AP0 ignore cover, which didn't matter because I rolled 5, 5, 6.
I'd like an extra AP against you now. Next. Oh, I didn't. I think I said as the missile shooting guy, so
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
gonna
that
shot
was
it.
the missile
Yeah.
there.
There is this guy's gonna put everything there.
All right, so this is a castigator going full bore into the unit
We'll shoot the missile as
behind
well.
Illuminar's Arrays.
So
He's even
here's
putting the
the heavy
missile.
bolters.
With ignore cover plus 1 AP, this has got to be the end of that unit.
Thomas, overalls, right now it is really these 2 teams
3.
in the
These are
driver's
gonna
seat.
be,
These are the 2 teams that
They're
are
now
undefeated.
AP2.
So it will come down very likely to, if one of these teams wins this round, they will basically be a whole game up on the field. Every other team has at least a loss.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on, guys.
The tough 5.
3 saves.
So 3 AP2
AP?
ignore cover
Still
from
2
a
ignore cover?
castigator.
AP2 don't cover yet.
All right, so
And
it
I
becomes AP1. This is the first one on an immortal.
He's dead.
Then a guy, 3, and then he will withstand. So it's going to kill the immortal and leave this Royal Warden on 1 wound.
Okay, it was Stormbolter. Nothing. And a Hunter Killer Missile.
Wait, if we're out of 20, no, it doesn't matter if it's nothing.
This was the other guy. That was out of 24. 1 save.
It's a hitting on 2?
Yeah, it's a Hunter Killer Missile.
Okay. Goes through?
Alright,
I
he's dead.
assume it's...
Yeah, C6 damage.
Love it. Fuck you,
He's,
bro.
he's how many wounds is he?
4.
4. I'm gonna throw a grenade at him. From them.
Okay.
All right, so Quentin's seeing if he can pop the character here who is nearby this Illuminar.
It's 3.
So 3 damage, 1 left. Can Quentin get 1 more wound through with that
Shame, I
squad?
don't think I have anything else that can shoot him.
Yeah, I don't know that anything has line of
Sucks for
sight
you.
there.
Did he not roll
That's
the
mean.
big gun of
sorry,
the
Internet.
castigator?
This sounds the truth is that it does suck for him.
I saw heavy bolters and I didn't see him fire the big cannons,
So,
like the auto cannons.
I could shoot with the bolters.
What was that?
I could just give up. I think I'm probably gonna give up assetting and they're just gonna shoot with
Yeah,
bolters
you
then.
haven't declared it yet.
Yeah, so we'll do that.
Okay,
so
so
Quentin's
yeah,
trying to-
he was
So
looking
here's
to
10 bolter shots.
Yeah.
Good times.
action with that unit.
3s. And then
But it is
3s.
stalwarts.
Tough 4.
Strength 5.
Oh, they are stall. Those aren't battle line.
Oh, those
dominions.
aren't sisters. Okay.
2.
What are those, retributors?
Those are just the other half of a
You can do
Dominion
it.
squad.
Oh, got it,
You
got it,
can.
got it. Just the bolter half.
He's 5 up safe, so 4 up safe base.
4 up safe.
And so it looks like.
Okay.
Everybody is
No,
blinking at
someone
this
says
unexpected
he
turn
did,
of
it just
events.
missed a lot.
Oh wow. Okay.
So this guy,
Impressive.
we're gonna shoot the 100 killer missile at him.
So
Okay.
Illuminor
Everything
cannot be
else with
shot.
this guy.
He's getting shot.
Oh, Thomas, awesome to
100
hear.
killer missile.
Berlin is
Hits.
awesome.
Wounds AP3. I think I can see you clean, so no cover.
Wow.
I
So
think you can see
Illuminor.
me clean.
Okay, take 4
Illuminor
damage.
Zeras. All right. That's just Psycho Mage getting picked up for
Melta.
free
1 hit.
by Hunter Killer.
1 save.
On this guy?
Yep.
4 pinfall.
Damage is 3.
All right, he's gonna have 4 left.
Okay. Castigator into him.
That cascade. Which one?
We are within 24.
Yeah, but are you? Do you have line?
Do I have line?
Yeah.
Yeah, from here. My gun to there.
Oh,
Right,
from
they're
your
deciding
gun.
the line of sight. Yep, and that's the barrel of the cannon pointing over. So it looks like a full castigator
Main
into
gun.
a 4-wound Scorpic Lord right there. You'd kind of expect him to die, but now that Walter is confident that Illuminor Zeres is not going to die,
So that'll
you
be
could
4
definitely
AP,
see that he
AP1
might
more
spend
time.
the stratagem on the Scorpic Lord.
Is he doing
Still
it?
worth
The
firing
shot
for
is
Quentin
gonna
just to
take
get
one
the
base.
Yeah.
get that
yes.
model out of the way and get the stratagem, get the CP out of the way.
It goes
Hey,
through.
that means
6
that model
damage.
won't stand up
That'll
again.
kill him.
Right.
I'll spend a CP to resurrect him.
Yep,
at
there
the
he
end
is
of the
because
phase.
now he knows.
I have a new thing. I use poker chips to indicate when a model has been resurrected and cannot be resurrected another time.
Cool. So, yep, Walter is tracking that. And that looks like that's about the end of the
do
shooting
anything.
phase. So let's see if we can move
So
on to
I
another
think
table
that'll
sim.
be me.
Okay.
So we're gonna
Um,
5 on assassinate.
I think one of the ones I'm
Yep.
curious to see is
gonna go up to,
going down to
just
table
please
4,
keep
maybe
it
the
your
Chaos
time.
Space Marines versus Votan. That was a game that we felt had the potential to be volatile in any direction.
Yeah. Looks like Chaos took a pretty conservative turn 1.
Yeah,
and
I
now
cannot
we're on
blame them. So it
No,
looks
not
like a
at all.
pink horror stretched out to deploy the teleport hammer.
This side, from the Sag Star.
It looks like there's a pink horror squad hiding inside of those Accursed Cultists. They're not on the objective. They are doing an action. And the thought process here is that if they don't die in one activation, Jaime will just pull the ones in line of sight, and then when he splits the models, he adds it in coherency of the unit, so the split models are going to like stand up here where they're not necessarily getting blasted by an entire Votan army. And so, good play by Jaime. Since he had the distance to do that, that's worth 2 points. Losing a couple of pink horrors is not a big deal, and the kind of effort required to kill a pink horror unit, top to bottom, no splits, is the kind of thing that you would want to save for the Accursed Cultist. Jaime would love it if a big Hearth Guard squad stepped out, iced a pink horror squad, and then got shot by 3 Renegade Raider Predators. He would be more than thrilled with that trade, I suspect. So, good play by Jaime there. Had the distance to get that done. And we'll see how Brian's able to respond here. Let's listen to the players.
We will start. We'll start
He's
with
thinking.
this one because he's got the more restricted line of sight. And yeah, we're gonna see what we can do.
All right, so looks like Brian's just getting ready to shoot.
All right.
Nothing too crazy here. I mean, you have to shoot the pink horrors while they're there, right? You have to kill some of them, but I think he knows he's not
my conversion
killing all
beamer
of
is
them.
going to sustain on 4s.
It'd be kind of funny if he did, though. It'd take a bit of a down
I'm
spike.
smart and know that. All right. So, 2 shots on the conversion beamer. Both sustain D3.
Look at that.
So we get.
Didn't even need the 4s.
Sorry,
Yeah, boxcar. That's pretty impressive.
Shots on that one. 3 additional shots on that one. 8 shots.
Oh my God! 8 shots on the conversion beamer into these pink horrors. Each pink horror that fails to save is the deadest one I've ever seen. And it looks like for now Brian's content to be conservative as well. He's only touched 1 Jaeger on its objective. He is not even pretending to hold it against the Carnivore, but he is threatening to kill a Carnivore, and I think he just wants it out. Carnivore comes up, takes the objective away, Brian gets a 5, and then Brian kills the Carnivore. That's the plan here.
It sustains naturally.
Yep.
So, sustain 4. Wounding on 2s.
Strength 6?
Yeah. And
Twin
twin linked. So, 4 AP1 ignore cover. So I assume,
Just
yeah.
always 4 ups no matter what. Another one then?
Cool. And we've got the autocannon. What? And 2s. 2 more.
Letting the players talk through
So
it, but
5
so
then.
far
Is
it
that the
seems
activation?
fairly close.
It is.
Cool.
And that's
So
the end of the
I'm waiting to
activation.
figure out
So
splitting.
now he's going to
So what else can shoot at them?
Oh, so is he deciding to keep them on
this
the
one and this squad because it's
They're
stalwarts.
establishing locus, right? Oh, so they can do
Stalwarts
both.
to the battle line. They can advance. They can
Brian knows
actually
his mission
shoot.
rules. Good for him.
And how much OC?
OCE 3.
So Jaime would have to stretch multiple models onto this.
I'm gonna kill myself out on sight. So
Yeah,
I'll kill
he's
these
doing the right
three,
thing here.
Okay.
and then these two.
5 pink cores down.
Auto split or is it dice roll?
Right, dice roll. So I have to remove the models, then split into coherency. Sorry, I keep doing the thing.
So he's going to roll 5 dice every
go.
4 up, gives him blue hordes.
So out of the 5 that
incoherency
died,
unit.
4 up, I'm guessing.
Yeah, 3 split, so 6 blues in.
All right, so that is now an 11-man unit instead of a 10-man unit. Very effective, highly good use of everyone's time, I'm sure. One of the good tricks to get around that unit, by the way, is grenades and tank shocks, things that Votan are able to do. It doesn't look like he was in range to do it, and doesn't look to do it now, but for the future, if he has to knock out a pink squad, that's one of the ways you would do it.
They're going to shoot just the 2 high las weapons.
Sure.
Same profile, so it's 12 shots.
I wonder what he's shooting at here.
Um,
Hard to tell at the moment. Because most of these Votan shots are low range. There's not much else for them to do here.
And I'll wound you on 5.
Just chilling. Although this Predator looks like it might be in line of
nice
sight.
Holy shit.
Nice roll.
6 saves, AP1, no cover.
Wow.
6 saves, AP1, no cover.
Yeah.
Damage.
1 each.
4 ups. Takes 5 wounds.
Hey! Look at you guys,
Down to
Joe.
6.
Well, just took 5 wounds. I can't tell.
Oh shit, then I'll shoot
Put a
their
wound marker
bolters
down.
too.
What guns were those? On
High
these
las
guys?
auto rifle, high las rotary cannon. That's the 2. And then the sergeant has
Range?
The, 24.
That was unnecessarily.
And that's their the 2 bolters too. So 2 bolters just to see.
That's
'cause
a
now if you're
Predator?
greedy,
Goodness.
3 misses, 1 hit.
Okay.
Needs a 6 to wound.
Funny.
All right.
Has the Sagittar shot, I wonder.
I'm gonna get my established locus.
Apparently, yes.
And my for 2 and my cleanse for 4.
So that's 6 points.
Yep.
So the Sagittar cleansed instead of fire.
I'll do this.
Looks like he cleansed 1 and 2. He decided that he wanted the 2 points more than he wanted that shot.
You'll go up to 4 CP, right?
Yeah.
I'll go up
There we
to
go.
2.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to move on to another table now. I think, let's see what we're going to move to. Votan can't use grenades? Well, apparently I'm wrong. I thought they had grenades in there somewhere, but maybe I'm just mistaken. Well, that's what you get for not being an Imperial Army. And games that will be interesting to John. Here we go. We're switching on over to table 6. This is Jack Harpster's Astra Militarum taking on Trenton Braitz and the Tau Empire. And now let's remember that the Tau Empire is actually on the Retaliation cadre, so it's a little bit different of a list from Standard. There's going to be a lot more suits and a lot less Riptides and Hammerheads than you would expect in a normal Tau list. And so, looking down the lines here, this will be an interesting one. That big armored sentinel unit that Jack has jammed onto the center objective, that's a lot of OC, and it can be ordered to be more. Plus, if the Tau Empire unit just comes and kills it, that means that it'll go back in reserves, unless it has been battle shocked by these piranhas, which, let's just listen into these players and see what's going on.
You are still within +1 strength, but not with anyone else.
Okay.
Just with him.
Just with him. Yep.
All right.
Melta. Hits. Strength 9, so wounds.
Strength 9? Okay. 6 up? No, goes through. Not in half range?
Not in half. 2 damage. Okay. All right, next.
Looks like that's just some fusions coming through, maybe from the piranhas.
Sure, I'll put the save on him.
Yeah.
All right, plenty of Tau units in line of sight here. You would firmly expect maybe this crisis suit unit to be firing and fading at some point.
it is. Okay. This guy's going to go next.
Okay, not getting guided.
Doesn't have any guide because he guided.
Yep.
Missiles. What
One
hits?
hit. Wounds on a 3.
Wounds.
B3, get a 5 up. Good.
Okay.
Chilling, 5-in.
And
Melta.
Mr. Melta. Hits. Wounds.
Goes through, damage. 3, down to 2.
Nice.
Another sentinel down, but as long as one of
All
them
right,
lives here,
next.
you'd expect Jack to hold onto the objective. Very much
We're gonna
expect this
go-
Chimera to... Well, maybe the piranhas will charge, actually. There's some options.
These guys have a
Still contested.
line. Probably not. We'll go with these guys here.
Guided by him.
He is not going to guide. I guess he should. Yeah, he'll guide because it doesn't matter. He just needs to be eligible. So he'll guide. These guys will shoot.
Dude, I'd play Tau. I don't want to learn these fucking rules.
Being able to guide and do actions is going to be quite useful here. So I'm guessing that there must be, yep, an
So remember,
established
only the
focus.
character is actually in range for the +1 strength.
+1.
I can't tell what type of unit that is at the moment.
And you don't reroll hits because I'm not full strength.
Correct. I'm going to go with this
reroll
guy
hits
first.
against
He's
full
going to be
strength.
guided by
That's-
them.
Maybe that's the Star Scythe unit? Ugh, the names on these Tau suits, I haven't gotten them memorized yet. I'm just going to be real honest here.
Establishing logos.
He's not going to do it.
Cool, cool.
Yep. Here's the missiles. One hits.
One hit.
One wounds.
Good.
Okay, Melta.
Hits. Hits, yeah.
Wounds.
Goes through. 2 up to kill.
It's minimum dead.
Oh, yeah, fair.
So he's still working on the Sentinel unit here. So 1 Sentinel at full health.
So I think the only thing that can see them are the missile suits.
Yep. So missile suits go in here.
And missile suits is what it is.
They are not. They are not guided.
So sweet. So 4s and 5s on the homies. And 3s and 5s on the sergeant, on the character.
Correct.
No
Does
guide.
this ghost heal? I mean, he
Curious.
can't.
No.
But he didn't have line. I didn't mess up. I just making sure. Okay.
It can't, right?
It can't.
Okay,
They
cool.
guided anyways. I'm just making sure that guiding with them wasn't a mistake.
Okay,
1,
cool.
2, 3.
Okay, so these are the homies.
These are the homies.
4s and 5s.
Yep. I think they reroll 1s
Woof.
natively.
I mean, they better. Jesus.
Seems like not some great hit rolls out of Trenton here.
I mean, your Melta and your Seekers were on point, but that was not. 5s? Nothing?
Looks like that last armored
And then the
Sentinel is
command-
likely going to be alive here. I mean, there's a commander to shoot, but I don't think that top to bottom is a Sentinel.
Yeah. Okay. He hits on 3s. Yes, sir.
All right. Someone in the chat saved my sanity to confirm that Votan do have grenades on their troops. Thank you for saving me.
5s, right?
Yes. Strength. No, he's strength 8.
Oh,
So
he's
4.
in range. Yeah.
So
5
it's
saves?
5 at AP 1.
And you have no cyclic on him?
No cyclic.
2 ups from the armored
5
Sentinel
3
here.
ups?
Die.
No.
Close. Down to 4. Or 3.
This wasn't guided. He might have actually.
And that's the guy who still has his
covered,
hunter
but
killer
it's
left.
okay. One Sentinel standing
All
defiant
right.
against the
Pretty
Tau
happy
Tide.
with all that, honestly.
That didn't go bad. You got some other shooting.
Stealth unit's going to guide for the burst cannon unit.
They are going to guide for them?
Yep.
Got it.
Shooting the
So more shooting
Bulgarians.
down into the,
Bully.
We're going sustains.
Right, because I'm a 6-man squad. Yep.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and come back to this game in a little bit. Looks like the Tau shooting phase is taking a toll, but not exactly just tabling the guard or anything. I expect we're going to want to check in on what happens in the crackback. There's 5 Lehman Russ on the table at the moment, and I politely don't see a way for most of them to die it. Depending on what the contents of these suits are, maybe this unit can crack here, but it sounds like he's going after the Bulgrin, not the Russ. So I'm expecting a good amount of Russ firing back for Jack in a couple minutes. For now, we're actually going to go check on the other guard table, I should say. We're going to go look at table 5, and that was Richard's AdMech against Joe's Astra Militarum. And it looks like Richard is very much still hiding behind a wall. Let's listen to these players for just a bit to see what's going on.
Engage and defend.
Okay, so I guess we've
Oh,
just moved into
I'm gonna go up with
bottom
Bronze Ghosts. Sorry, you mind? It's obvious I'm going up with Bronze
So I think
Ghosts.
we're
Okay,
on
yeah.
top of 1 right now, top of 2 right now.
Oh, okay.
Because it looks like Richard went second, has already taken his turn, based on the quantity of random Scutari that have come out and tagged everyone.
Good so far. I got bottom. Tied up a bunch of tanks.
All right, Richard seems confident with where things are at. Nick just asked him for an update, and he said good so far. So whatever the plan was originally, it seems that Richard is on track for that in his mind. Very early in the game, still we got plenty of time for that. So looks like if we're in a movement phase right now, I think we're gonna go try to find some action here. I wonder if we go
Come
over.
on!
All right, Colin, I'm sorry.
Sorry about that,
No,
folks.
I'm the one who was like, let's do it.
All right, 9.
Um,
Let's see what a rapid
oh.
fire range is.
Oh, it seems like Eradicators are going to be very close to Canis Rex in the next 3 minutes. Okay. Whoops. 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 Yep, that is Canis Rex and Melter range of Eradicators. You can bet your bottom dollar that if that is something that is lined up right now,
Guys into Canis.
Sasha has almost certainly declared Death Doctrine. Oh, mama, that's rough.
And we can decide what we do here.
Is he going to split fire, I wonder?
1-1.
I don't think he needs to.
Two guys probably into this fella.
Yep, looks like he's going to, though. If Canis isn't damaged,
Gotta
could
make
survive that,
coherency.
but 5 of Pentacles are dicey. But we're gonna want to see this activation when the time comes.
Just coming up 5. That puts me probably at a 7 in charge.
Looks
That's
like
a
it, yeah.
Gravis Captain,
Probably
one of the
moved a bit too
thickest
much,
men
so
you've
it's a
never
7.
seen.
I was just right on the edge, but wanted to make sure I'm not too far. And then my tank.
Where's the repulsor
my
gone?
tank is
The amount of reckless
unbelievable.
abandon here makes me wonder if Mist of Deimos has already been used by Colin.
Just on here, so we can
He's
shoot
driving
anything
straight forward.
we
He's
want.
got options. Oh goodness.
All right.
Where's the rest
Those
of Sasha's army
Termies.
gonna
Advance.
go? Okay, they're coming out.
7.
Just pushing forward. But I mean, if Sasha can deliver a good amount of damage to Canis and 1 Dread Knight here, that would be a great trade for the Eradicators. Just getting Canis out of the way early in the game would be massive for
these
Sasha
Termies
trying to
advance.
stick his differential. And at this point, he sees that he's giving his
They're not
opponent a
on.
lot to handle. There's no reason to hold back. Everything goes forward. Yes, they can be shot at, but let's know it's Grey Knights. If there's anything remotely exposed, it can get shot at. Sasha sees this as the time to go. And so Sasha with top of 2 is clearly pushing out. You'd have to imagine there's 1 Deathwing Knight squad in reserves right now. I would anticipate he's going to hold on to it for the rapid ingress, but frankly, it wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world to just deep strike and try a 9-inch charge and say, hey, I'm giving you 10 Deathwing Knights to shoot out. Let's go ahead and make it 15.
They will leave at the end of this turn.
All right.
So I don't need to screen, and if you want to kill some scouts, you can kill some scouts. Let's advance those guys, see what they can get. If it's a 6.
What is
12
that unit,
puts
I wonder?
in the center of the cliff.
Looks to be an Assault Intercessor with
force these. Very bad.
Judiciar, if I'm assuming. Looks like it, yep. It's a 40 mil base leading 532s. That has to be the Assault Intercessors with Judiciar, because Azrael would have made it to 50, and in this matchup, I'd understand why you would want Azrael giving an invul to that companion unit, so I'm imagining that's what's happening at the moment.
And then these guys.
Thank you so much, Westy, gifting those memberships.
Well, thank you so much, Wesley. We really, really appreciate you just being supportive here of us and what we're doing. Thank you so much. If you got gifted one of those memberships, make sure you accept it. Should be a pretty easy button to find. There we go. And by the way, if you wanted to read those lists for this this game, make sure you check out the description of this video. The description is where you can go ahead and find the paste bin with lists for all 8 lists for each team.
Yep. Also in the Nightbot.
Oh, in the Nightbot, we figured it out.
We
Man,
figured
Werner's
it
so
out.
much better at this than I am. All right, this push turn for Sasha is going to be.
That is very nice.
Absolutely. Oh, thank you so much, D-Rex. We really appreciate you. So, man, a couple. I mean, we haven't even seen every game here, but every game that I'm looking at is so like pivotal right now.
I know it's hard to
so
pick
let's,
which to
get some
watch.
guys in.
There's just a lot of.
I
great
really want to see
Warhammer play
the
right now.
Eradicator shots.
Yeah.
So what I might honestly do
you
is
give me
have
9 from
Price
the
is
tech
standing at
marine?
the table right now. I think when they're about to shoot, I might have Price just run over and just
What did I
tap me.
draw?
Because I want to see
Assassinate
that.
and defend stronghold.
Oh, he has Assassinate and he's lining up on Canis right now? Oh, no. Oh, man, that is, you can see that being impactful.
You might want to back those JPI back up a tiny bit. I
Just
can
so,
currently
yeah,
3 inch
3
it.
inch
Yeah, there you go.
All right, looks like Colin,
Love the
a great
sportsmanship.
sport as always. And I expected no less. I've played Colin, I've played Sasha. They are both just wonderful.
Yep.
And it looks like he's bringing in something out of reserves. I'm suspecting that's Jump Pack Intercessors deep striking out an objective just as a quick 9-inch screen. Here's a tip against 3-inch deep strike armies that people sometimes forget, but that I think Sasha's following. Screen
Just wanna
9
start pushing
inches.
your deep strikes a little bit back on
Don't
speed,
forget the
burn
important
anything.
stuff.
Yeah.
Just because they have a stratagem, you still want to screen 9 inches.
Everything
everywhere.
else, only one can do that.
Yep. And so this Jump Pack Intercessor squad might just be stretching out in front, just being annoying
Making
and
a
saying,
buffer.
yeah, you could overwatch me, whatever, but I'm just keeping you in front of me, no ingressing nearby or trying a 9-inch charge or something into these Deathwing Knights that are pushing up behind the walls. Sure, 3-inch deep strike, something behind me. That's not going to end the game.
Yeah.
You know, I might be getting mixed signals on the top down. What this looks like to me on the bottom here that looks like unit of jump pack intercessors. But the way that they're being deployed right now tells me that they're infiltrators. Can you tell on the top down what those models are?
I mean, it really does look like they have jump packs.
Yeah, it
I'll
looks
go,
like
I'll go take a look.
just take a look. You don't need to ask the players. You don't want to clue off why I'm asking. But to me, it looks like that screening is very. Oh, you know, he's adjusting it now. Okay, yep. And we sent Werner over right as he was moving the models. Prophetic, really. So he's just screening out 9 inches. And look at what's on here. He's got 2 units on this objective. He has a jump pack. He has an assault intercessor here, a jump pack intercessor here. If you 3-inch deep strike 1 Dread Knight in the backfield here, it's just not clearing both. He's just not clearing both squads. One thing in the backfield, 3-inch deep strike, doesn't matter. It doesn't change the score. It's just back there. Yes, if it lives there for a couple turns, it'll become a problem, but it's not a 1-turn problem. And so at that point, you have to wonder if it's even worth Colin's time. Oh, he's bringing in the Knights. He's doing exactly what I wondered. He's going to just deep strike them and say, hey, I'm giving you 10 Deathwing Knights. Why not make it 15? I don't need to CP on Ingress. I'm going to declare a 9-inch charge right now. And hey, I'm on the objective already, so let's party. Sasha is making the full push here, and I love to see it. All right. So by my accounting of looking at Sasha's list, I'm going to go ahead and guess that everything is on the table now. I imagine this is the last of the reserves. He has a scout squad to go up and down, and that's about it. I don't actually think Sasha has infiltrators in this list. I think that's where that Gravis captain came from. I would love to have one, but I can't afford that. All right, and he's just saying, yep, 3-inch deep strike where you want, but 9-inch in front of me.
Yeah, but the Judy, he might die, so just want to make sure.
Yeah, Sasha wants this objective to belong firmly to him. That's a good way to play it.
Cool.
Okay.
So I keep just Astral's unit and 1 JPI unit, 1 guy above.
I see a lot of Dread Knights, so I don't see Rapid Ingress.
Shooting.
Shooting.
Yep. Let's do the fun stuff.
Yeah, Sasha, give me the fun stuff. 4 Eradicators does not have to kill Canis here because it looks like 2 of them might be splitting off. He's double checking his own screening, but it looks like he's doing it well.
Is it okay if I back him up a little bit?
Yeah.
I just don't want you to.
You're good.
Yeah.
The
As
captain
you'd
might want to
expect,
try
good
charge,
sportsmanship
so.
on all sides. So the repulsor's backing up in case the captain decides to charge into that Dread Knight right in front.
Not fuck up our objective. Good.
There we go.
All right.
Fun shooting.
Cool,
Give it to
cool.
me, Sasha.
Shoot me.
Yeah, Eradicators.
Yep.
There it is.
Canis is how many wounds?
22.
On a 5-up, right? I mean, you rolled horrible last turn, so you should make up for that a little bit. Let's start with this guy.
Okay.
He will put everything here and the small shots there.
Sounds good.
Blue is the strength 10.
So this is a repulsor.
I'm degraded, so I'm hitting on 4th, but O's.
Repulsor's putting
And I'm winning on a 3.
little shots here, big shots here.
Fail it.
Man, 6 wounds left on the Dread Knight already.
This
Let's
is intro
also
the small guys.
Yep.
keep in mind he could grenade these Eradicators still.
Good call.
Unless they advanced. But I think he didn't.
I
so
don't
that he
think
could
so.
I think he walked them so that he could charge this unit.
4. Good.
Why's the clock on you?
Oh, I don't know.
All right.
Because I'm bad at clock management.
I was like, wait,
I'm not playing chess.
My captain will just put some shots here for the fun of it.
All right.
Actually, let me just quickly look up his profile, but I think he might just go into
The
the little
Bolt
guys.
Storm Gauntlet. Yeah, it's not going to be much.
I think his movement phase was on my clock. Oh well.
Yeah.
As long as
Got
both
five.
players know, and frankly, these guys will probably be fine on time anyways.
Yeah.
It's
Oath.
elite armies.
And then Nexus. 1 at AP1 here.
Good.
Cool. And that puts us at the only other unit that can shoot, which are the Eradicators.
Yep.
All right, let's see it.
So now that guy is at 6 wounds, play it safe. I will only put 1 guy here, and then this guy will also go into Canis.
So 5 into Canis,
So
1 into
5
that guy.
intro Canis, 1 into that guy.
It's a regular Melta rifle, so 1 shot into him.
Yes, only 1 shot, correct.
Sounds good.
Man, well, it's an impactful
You
one
can
shot.
go up when you teleport, if you're engaged, right?
If I'm engaged, I cannot.
Good. I have tank shock available,
All right, so
so
Sasha's
just 1 is fine.
You have no CP.
What do we spend it on?
I
should have just 1 for rounds. And I didn't spend it. I put me up there, but I don't think I put me up there, right?
One for round. You have to wonder where Azrael
Let's go
is.
through it. I didn't do anything in my command phase other than
I don't see any
Devastated
circle
doctrine for
companions,
the
frankly.
army. Oath
Maybe they
here.
died?
I did not redraw.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, no. I
One
just
for
I
the
don't
turn
think.
means
Yep,
Ezra's
you should
not
be
on
able
the
I
to
don't
turn.
think we did either of those.
Correct. I did it on the screen, but not here.
Yeah.
So these are all the short range ones at Canis.
Why reroll? Oh,
So
just
that
because he's
is-
a vehicle.
He's
Never
a
mind.
vehicle, yep. So we have 3 lethals already,
Oh, that's a bad start.
and then a wound on 5s. So 4 saves.
5 ups. Let's see.
All right.
I will. Yeah.
We got 3 so far.
Failed some of
I have
them.
one
Looks
more
like you
shot.
failed
You
3.
have one more shot into him.
That's only D6. These are all D6 plus 2. And they reroll damage rolls.
Yeah, I will free reroll from Canis.
Can you? Yeah, it's a new
It's
battle
1
round.
per turn. That's actually player turn for him.
Oh, okay, cool.
Fail it. So 3.
3 in melter
So
range.
first one is 6.
Okay.
Second one is 8. Third one is 8. So that's 8, 16, 22.
Okay.
Canis is
Colin
dead.
just-
right like
just
that.
shook a little there.
Right like that. Does he
He
explode?
doesn't explode.
Oh my goodness.
That's insane.
I feel
Eradicators
so
are
bad.
crazy.
Okay.
There were more shots to roll, but not a ton more.
Yeah.
Canis surviving that it was
I'm
possible.
Shocked. What just happened?
I don't think that Colin knows
Alright.
that Sasha could have rerolled
One
any
guy
of those
here.
damage
One guy.
rolls, but it
Please
would not
miss.
make him feel better
I'm
right
going to
now.
reroll that.
Please keep missing.
Still hits.
No, stop.
Wound.
You owe me.
I do.
I pass.
Good.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Canis
3
dying.
go through. 22 wounds. Okay. Sure.
Canis.
Um,
It doesn't look like he
That's
actually
it for
deployed
shooting.
Sir Hector
Sorry,
at the
just the one
moment.
pistol there. I didn't
Um,
declare it, but
Which we're not going to interfere with that, but
all right.
I believe that Colin should have put his
those
Sir Hector
guys,
down when
I
Canis
have
Rex
a
died.
heavy ball
I didn't
pistol
see it
and a
happen.
Plasma pistol into your tech
Yeah, I
marine.
didn't
You
even.
wanna
Might
overcharge?
have just got caught up in
No,
all
because
the
that would kill my
commotion.
coherency.
Yeah.
And Sally, thank you so much for
Nothing,
that gold.
and a bolt.
All right. You know, I think if Sally's going to subscribe to gold, I feel like we have to go look at table 8.
That seems reasonable.
I think that's fair. So let's go ahead and see how Quinton's doing into Walter right now.
The plasma guy
Um,
cannot fully see.
We saw that Quinton's last turn, he had shot many things to death, but not Illuminors Eras. Let's see what Quinton's saying right now.
Uses free strat to heal his unit.
Okay, D3.
+1.
So one guy comes back.
With a friend.
So 4 melta guns here.
All right, so Quinton's in the next shooting phase.
2 hits.
Yeah.
I'm top 7.
1 invuln.
Easy peasy.
Pistol. Hits. Wounds.
I said easy peasy.
All right.
All right, make a
Oh,
save
I'm
for
his
Walter.
sister. I got a melt a gun. No care. Nobody cares. Over there with your melted guns like a bitch. Excuse me.
Walter
That
talking a
was
little bit of
entirely,
smack.
yeah.
That is good-natured
I'm a
fun, though. I know
reasonable
that these
person.
guys like each other quite a
Maybe
bit.
like a tenth of the time. I don't know. A lot of monster going on today.
So
Guy's
cast-
gonna shoot.
Love it. This is the second castigator.
Taking Gastigator.
no.
We're gonna put
So looks like I guess Walter on his turn was able to really deny Quentin.
everything there.
Or they just haven't scored.
He's gonna
Quentin.
be in cover.
It looks like they
Yeah,
haven't
we-
scored Quinton's turn 2 yet, is my prediction here. Because this
So
Immolator
here
would
is main
auto-see
gun.
that score back by my memory. I think it's OC3.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I'm top 7.
3s.
So much 7.
That'll be 6 3 ups.
All right, we're just letting the players roll
Just
right
do it.
now.
Just do it. How
Takes
you
3
feel?
damage.
You got it. He's got 4 wounds left.
All right,
Not
that
done, bro. Not
Scorpex
finished.
is living right now, more than one would have expected. He's just making saves. He's
Reasonable.
tough 7 though.
And this is the one we saw get back up, so he cannot get back up
No,
again.
if he dies, he dies.
But Quentin certainly does not want him
Three,
to
three
last
ups.
into his turn
You
as
know it.
far
I'm an
into his
invincible
side as
king.
he is.
Okay, I took another 2.
Stormbolter.
2 wounds
Down
left
to
here.
2.
I mean, you wouldn't
One
expect him
save.
to live much longer, but
know I
hey,
got
if
that.
Quentin doesn't have any guns left,
Ain't
he'll
scared,
just
bro.
live.
Keep it coming.
I can't tell
Oh,
who
wait,
this
there's no
one
resurrection.
lady
Totally
is.
scared. Terrified.
Yeah, not sure.
Here.
May
There's
be
a
looking
suicide.
for a tank shock.
Vol's gonna discard a die.
Uh-oh.
We're gonna put all the melta guns here,
All right,
I
this is
hate that.
Luminous
and then
Eras.
everything else here.
I'm
Okay.
gonna get
Luminous Eras getting
blasted to hell
to
in
eat a
that.
lot of
It's
melt.
gonna be real
Here's-
rough.
This
Melta
fall
guns
activation is
into
fun.
Zeus.
Let's see it.
3s, 4 rerolls, and then 3s. Give me 5 invulns.
Sure, easy peasy. 2 go through.
Okay, so the first one will be damage 4,
I'll take all 4.
and then take damage 6.
All right, you'd expect Luminous Eras to
Okay.
survive this, but he does not have to, and there's a unit staring right at him here.
I'll get 1.
Then a 3.
GW, I feel like his mechanic is impacting the game more than mine is. I haven't got D3 wins back yet.
Here is
no,
the
that's not fair. I did it once.
heavy bolter. That hits. I don't know why I rolled it. 2 extras. These will be 4s. Okay, that'll be 6. These are going to be AP 2, damage 2.
All right, so they're all going to be, I can just take them consecutively. I'm going to lose 3, which will kill the henchman.
All right, so a squad got wiped, but there's still characters alive. And now he's using
2 saves.
Okay.
All right. What's AP on these rockets?
3.
1 goes through.
Damage will be 5.
-1 is 4.
Okay, I got the Stormbolter shots.
All right, so very wounded character getting lit up by Stormbolters at the moment. You'd expect this to be the end of the unit, and Vol killed 1 unit already, so she'll be refunding a Miracle Ice for Quentin here. If the rocket had killed it, that would have actually been an extra Miracle Ice, because Vol gets 1 for each kill. But you can only imagine this unit is completely dead.
Yeah.
If they survive, there's a Vol
These are
unit
AP1.
4 inches away, so you'd expect that to do it.
I don't think I have any cover over there. 5?
Yeah. Or no, 9. Oh, he's dead.
I've taken the first 5. AP1 ignoring cover means both 2 go through. And then he's killed. I lost track of his hit points at some point, but he's certainly dead.
All right, so that's that squad completely
He's
wiped.
got 2 wounds left.
Who?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right,
So,
so Quentin has a Castigator
I've
still
no
fire,
AP
I'm
on him,
guessing.
so you're just getting 2 ups against me.
Sure.
I could try and kill you.
3 wounds left, though. That's hard to do. You would think this unit full of meltas, if
They're
it
gonna
has
go over there. They're gonna
Yep.
shoot everything here. Free strat dev wounds.
Okay, how many of you
Seraphim.
nerds are...
It should just be like the 5 flamer ones.
That makes sense. There's certainly
The
5
ones
out
that
in front.
matter.
I assume they are the ones with the flamers.
They're gonna shoot there.
Okay.
All right, so a couple bolt pistols are streaking
I
off these
will
Seraphim here.
overcharge the
All
plasma pistol backwards.
of everything else is going there. Oh, the Superior, the plasma
The
pistol.
flamers.
All right, 2 of these flamers
10,
do. Quentin is just trying to pick up assets, but so far he has not been able to dislodge these 2 objectives for Walter.
29.
Quentin has to win the
29.
material
So
war
that'll
before he
be
can
38.
comfortably really push onto these.
So
Once he
it's gonna be
finishes this, though, he
5,
can do
6
it.
or
Plus 9.
Yeah. So 1 save from the first batch.
Okay.
How many dev wounds, I wonder?
Then 3 mortals and a save.
Okay,
So-
so I've got 2 saves so far and
Yep.
3 mortals.
No dev wounds on the first batch, wow.
Then
A
a mortal
fourth-
and 2 saves.
A 4th mortal and 2
And
saves.
then I have 8.
So far 4 and 4.
Then 2 more mortals and 1 more save.
So 6 mortals,
Okay, so I'm going to
5
have 5
saves.
saves and then 6 mortals.
Yeah.
This is the 5 saves. I failed 2.
Yep.
So I take a total of 8, which will leave 1 model left and 1 wound.
Cool.
So he has not been able to finish off the very
Here's
last
my bolt
wounded
pistol
Stormbringer.
backwards.
Man.
3 hits.
You know, you'd almost wonder if Quentin would have held
Yeah.
one of those
Nothing.
dice till
And
the end,
then
to
overcharge
then insert a
plasma
6
pistol.
Miracle Ice and just save it
Use
instead.
the 6 so it auto hits and it sustains.
That
And
that
then,
one surviving
2
with a
saves.
wound is
Wait a sec.
pretty annoying.
Strength 8? Oh, it's
Yep.
overcharge.
Oh,
I'm
and
also within 12, so.
it's also
Oh,
actually
is it
because
within
he's
12?
putting
Okay.
his
His
Miracle Ice on the other shot. That's why.
Goodbye.
And he used the
Goodbye.
plasma
Oh,
pistol with a
all right,
Miracle Ice
well.
to get the sustained
Part-
hit and wipe out that character.
That-
You know what?
You
That's a
have
good
any
use
fire
too.
fade?
Yep. You know,
Fire and fade?
who are
What's
we
that?
to second guess Quentin?
Yeah, it seems like Quentin had a
What's
plan
that?
for that Miracle Ice, so he was good to go.
Move 6 inches?
Yep.
And they're
That's
fire
Probably
fading back
cared
to
a lot
safety.
more to kill that
Yeah.
Scoreboard Lord than
Again,
if he gets an extra
They're gonna get
locust
even shots,
back. Oh
Walt.
well.
I agree completely. And you'll remember that Quentin's plan was to just lock down this half of the board, then start pushing forward. So the last vestige of Necron on the wrong half of the table, per Quentin's eyes,
Can you shoot
is
my tape
gone.
measure
There's
back?
nothing
Yeah,
on
absolutely,
this
Thank you, sir.
half
The
of the
last
table.
castigator will shoot everything at Zeus.
Okay.
All right, you expect
I've
Zeus
got
to
cover.
survive this.
Yep,
Yeah.
we'll get 2 ups against this.
But why not?
Handgun.
Hey,
2 missiles.
might as well do the damage. You're going to have to kill him eventually. Probably even twice.
One linked. That'll be 4, 2 ups.
You know it, King.
Take 3 damage.
Ooh. 3
much
wounds
more
left.
left
He
to
took
shoot
3
after
damage.
that?
He has a
Heavy
Philippane.
bolter. 3
There's
heavy
a
bolters.
bunch of heavy
This is the
bolters.
last firing?
That's it, yeah.
All right, then I'm actually going to CP reroll to try and save his second life.
All right, Walter's
Alright.
trying not to have to do this. So heavy bolters are going to have to do 3 damage. Not the most likely thing in the world, but hey, even doing 1 or 2 damage just makes it easier next turn.
Yep.
And it looks like
you're
the
looking at
OC has
2
been
saves.
solved by those
2 ups.
minions.
Take 2 damage.
In my fucking teeth. He'll take them both. Ow.
Down to 1. Goodness. Yeah, that CPU
And
roll
that's it.
probably
So
saved
we're
him.
gonna ditch recover assets. We'll get a 5 on extend battle lines.
All right.
Yep.
Okay, so here we're seeing that score coming in.
There we go.
All right, Walter's turn.
All right, so let's go ahead and hit a new table now.
Yep.
I kind of want to check
the
on
burning
Talon to
action,
guard
let
on
me
table
find it. I
6.
think it fails because those fucking.
Sentinel is going to shoot everything into the guy right in front of him.
This thing?
Yeah. Rise cannon. Hits. Toughness 7.
7.
Reroll wounds against monster vehicles. 1 AP3.
So it looks like
Makes it.
one rip
Hunter killer.
tag got scooped on the top of the
Reroll
board.
wounds. 1.
Top
I
left.
think that was a ghost skill that got
Ghost
scooped,
skill.
Yeah.
6 damage.
Okay, down to 1.
So this is an armored sentinel.
I'm
doing a
going to
little
throw a
bit
grenade
of
at the
damage
ghost skill.
here. Oh, there's a ghost skill down here.
This one.
Yep.
This must be a bullgren
He
grenade.
passes battle shot.
Yep, there's
0
one bullgren.
damage.
Wow.
Strong grenade,
Okay.
0
Yeah,
damage.
Surge's not been going great, but it's okay. The matchup's still fine.
Looks like he's
Okay,
getting a
we're
equivalent
going to go for some
price.
charges.
Yeah, you are. It's like a 5 or 6.
It looks like a 7, honestly. Or 6, maybe.
Yeah. Here,
It's a 6 into this thing, and that's what I'll take, and I'll pile into him.
That sounds good. Yeah, it's a 6 for sure.
All right, so you can make some.
I think that one's more important. No, this one's probably more important, honestly, because he'll get in and tie them. Even if they fail to time up. 7 into both.
Okay.
CP reroll. Failed it. Saw the 4 first.
Yep.
They're going to try the 6. They've got it.
All right, so 1 charge passed, 1 failed. It looks like he was trying to tie something up on the bottom right there.
Yeah.
But he
Everyone else
was
was
not
swinging
able to
his
do so.
commander.
Yeah, not sure if that was the tank just trying to.
The Jed guy, I believe.
So
He said a 7.
I think it was a Hellhound trying to touch these suits.
Okay.
That's my guess here.
He's going to try it.
So he's got a
Yeah,
long
looks
charge.
like he's trying to grab those
Maybe
guys.
an 8.
Yeah.
An 8.
You're going to charge both, I assume?
I don't have to charge both, I don't think.
Well, for the
I think
absolute
you
minimum,
want
For
to.
7, yeah, I'll charge both. What am I going to die to Talon combat?
Fearless as always.
Is it a 7? Hold on. Let's check. Let me just agree on it.
No, sorry, it's an 8.
Okay.
I even said it was an 8.
Yeah.
All right, so it doesn't make it there.
You're OC3,
3.
so you don't hold the objective.
Lies.
I know.
Hellhound is tying things up. At least tying up the objective, even if it could tie up the units.
No, that's good.
So you have to wonder what's in reserve here. I wonder,
They fall back and shoot ordinarily.
Price, could
Yeah.
we get
He has a
a
subsystem.
camera
He gave up
over
the
to that?
ability
I
to
want to
smoke,
see what the
fall back and
reserves
shoot.
are.
Right? It was just stealth. What the fuck?
So, because right now this board state looks
All right,
horrendous for
Bowman.
Tau, but you have to imagine it's because there's crisis suits and deep strike. And so I imagine it's not
Oh,
nearly
my
as
one
bad
of
as
the
it looks
models
at this
going
stage.
to
2 and 4.
Yeah.
No, 2 are going to try to kill this wounded piranha, the
Yeah,
rest
who
are going
knows?
on the commander.
Anyway. 2 5 ups.
Seems fine to us. We got to mention in chat about the
explode?
camera feed being frozen, but
Table
You
2,
just solved the debate right
you know,
there.
we haven't seen Table 2 in a while. So let's just go
Could
fuck
you
over there.
sustain?
You get the update here.
So 6s? Yep. You have 4 at neg 2.
Well,
2 damage?
I see. Okay.
4 out?
That separate feed on table 2.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I'll
So
take
we're going to go look at that. I'll go ahead and talk about this one for a little bit. So looking at this was the one that Brad Weir was trying to push a big win against Russell Tassin. Brad was of the opinion that he needed a strong win here to help his team out. And so we're going to go some good close-ups over here. And looks like the Predator party has pushed out a little bit and is working on these Mutiliths at the moment. But at the moment, it really looks like the primary is in favor of the T-Suns. I don't see any way for the Chaos Space Marines to hold more than 5 at the moment. And we'll see if we can get a good camera shot here of what's going on at that table. So we're going to try to get a good camera shot from Price on that table too. There we go. So yeah, we can see these 2 Mutiliths pushing up in front of the Predator party. Magnus looks completely unendangered at the moment. I'm sure he's going to poke around a corner and start shooting things. And Russell's just going to try to hold on as much as he can. Again, you can basically call this a T-Suns victory right now. Russell's not playing to win. He's playing to lose close. Brad's stepping on the gas, but it doesn't seem like Russell's trying to win the game. He's just been instructed to keep it close. That's what he's going to try to do here. T-Suns are spooky, though, so he's definitely going to endure some pain as part of this. All right. Let's go look at some of these tables we haven't looked at in a while. Table 3 is one I just don't think we've peeked at yet. And so that's
no, I don't
be,
think we've looked at it at all.
Yeah, this is the one that, so let's go ahead and hit the top down of table 3.
Oh.
There we go. And this is the, this is the 1,000 Suns against the Ultramarines. Mike seems content to push. There's some Scepters that have landed here. We'll go ahead and listen to the players a little bit since it seems we're on bottom of turn right now.
So, AP4. AP4. So they are dead.
And something just died. Oh, wow. Okay. The Inceptors that landed are no longer there. Magnus just shot them and snapped his fingers.
I don't like you being there.
Wow,
Next,
Magnus.
we'll go into him. He's going to shoot his flamer. He's the only one in range to shoot anything. We're going to do the 2d6 again. Should be 18 on the dot. Am I off a little bit?
It's a little bit. It's good enough.
Okay. Do you need a nudge him? Just okay.
All right.
4 shots. I'll CP reroll that again. For 10.
All right, so he just turned a 4 into a 10. That is a good promotion.
Worthwhile CP reroll.
I'd put a CP for +6 to my shot count. Do that every day.
On an objective, I don't know.
And this must be an Infernal Master torching
All right,
it.
and I'm going to flip this to a 6 because I can.
Oh,
he
yeah,
has
it's an
Fate's
Infernal
Messenger.
Master. Wow.
So you are going to need 8 AP2, not ignoring cover.
Wow. There's some dead wounds at the end of it.
These I would have ignored our contempt, or is that okay?
Yeah, feel free.
I
So
should've-
8 3-ups.
Yeah, I should have.
Got it. You're good. You're good.
As you'd expect, good sportsmanship on
8
both sides. These are 2 very friendly teams.
Or 8 4-ups, I guess. Yeah. Because they have 4-up armor, or do they have 3-up?
They're 3-up.
Okay.
So 3-up.
Perfect shot here. Thank you for that.
Then
So this
make
is an
them all. Okay, and then
infiltrator
2 die
squad.
from death.
You know, here's a funny thing. They have a Feel No Pain. I actually bet this unit survives.
You need an R7. You need roll an R2. There are 2 damage piece.
So only 1 failed.
2 deaths.
Oh, 2
Oh,
deaths.
so that means you need to roll 2 more or 4 more Feel No Pains. Or sorry.
Yes,
so
I owe you 2 more Feel No
1
Pains.
failed. Yeah. So 2 more sets of Feel No Pain. So first one.
So you only rolled 2 6s, right?
I rolled 2 6s, correct.
So I failed the
It
first
seems
2.
like Mike was
So
expecting this
did
to
you
kill the
fail
unit.
any armor?
I didn't fail any
Okay, so a guy and a half dies.
Yeah.
Cool.
Wow, so
Hazardous.
Thomas Bird passed every 3
We
up there.
fail, so he's down to 1 wound.
Not the most effective Infernal Master I've ever seen. No kidding. Let's go back to the top down here, take a better look at this board state.
Would you mind
I mean, at the moment, it seems like... Oh, I can't tell into the logo. I think... Are these Zangor Enlightened on the bottom?
This Vortex Beast is
I
going
don't
to
think
fire
so.
a
I think those are
profile
Ultramarines.
into this JPIs.
There we go, they're JPIs.
Just shooting right to there. It's going to be D6 plus 3, D6
So at the moment, it looks like Thomas is holding on to
it's
2
gonna be 5
objectives.
shots.
The board is going to become Mike's very
3s
soon.
into 2s.
But Thomas is just holding on behind his wall,
So
trying to be
missed 2,
scary and score the
into
primer he
2s.
can
Yep.
for as long as he can. And so
Thomas will get a
AP2 down
top
to
of
AP1 'cause
3.
cover.
yeah, he's likely to get a 10 here since that infiltrator squad survived. Again, not a shock to me. I've seen that Infernal Master fail to kill Space Marine squads with plenty of times, and the Feel No Pain really helps.
And what's the damage profile of these guys?
This Mutilith is just standing out there to try to get someone to come interact with him. Like, please,
Come
someone
on,
come hit me.
stick 'em
Come
out.
on. I'm guessing that this behind this wall, this looks like an aggressive unit with Calgar.
Fun. Okay.
So at the moment, it looks like Thomas is holding on to points and is not getting 20'd. I do expect Mike to win, but not 20'd.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Definitely going to be interested in seeing how that shakes out in the overall score for the
We're
round.
seeing the Cursed Cultist unit on the side.
We will start
Okay, interesting.
with this hackathon.
It's in Brian's shooting phase
He's
right
going
now.
to put the auto cannons and the conversion beamer into this gentleman.
Yep.
He's going to put his twin bolt cannons into that one. That predator.
Wow.
You're
All right.
hitting the Predator on 4s, wounding it on 5s twin linked.
Strength 6. Yeah.
Strength 6.
So he's just working on a Predator at the moment. Looks like he's got some guns pointed at this Carnivore as well.
Down to 2.
Going up. All right. So I get to reassign those guns.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll put them into the other predator.
Yeah, you're in range.
So
it's 36, right?
Yes, 36.
Yeah, 32.
What caused him to reassign
cool.
those guns, I
All right.
wonder?
I think he did the Nurgle.
Oh, because he's in
Let's
Pact Bound
start
Zealots.
with the
Okay,
stuff
that
that's
would make
really
sense.
fun. And then I'll do the predator last.
Do it.
All right. So carnivore.
I thought he was playing Renegade
both
Raiders.
sustain
But,
free.
you know, certainly good to play Pact Bound as well.
So 4 extra.
CSM definitely an army with a few very viable detachments.
100%.
3 saves.
AP.
AP2 ignores cover.
Just 5 ups. Hey, takes 4 damage.
Flat 4.
So he is down to 8.
Okay, a little bit of damage to a Predator here.
Auto cannons.
And it looks like just a Pink Horror squad just gumming up a
4 ups.
that Sagitar. Oh, good.
So down to 4.
Yep.
You have to. I'm a little surprised that Sagitar did not fall back from those horrors. Something I would have expected there.
Okay.
So 4 hits.
Maybe just didn't want to risk the Despot. I don't know. We'll see. At the moment, though, it looks like Brian's going to have a really hard time holding primary. I'm going to guess this one's going a little bit more in Jaime's favor than I had originally projected. Let's go look at another table we haven't looked at in a while. I think table 7 is ripe for a check-in. That's going to be Gene Stiller Colt into AdMech. This is Nick Nanavati against Damian Owen.
This camera is
That
frozen.
camera's frozen, so let's move it over to table 5 instead, and we'll come back to the other AdMech game soon. For now, I'm going to peep on this AdMech game into Astra Militarum. And boy, that is a lot of tanks, and those tanks are on everywhere. I think everything Richard has sent out has died, and I do not see any significant casualties on the guard side. It looks very much to me like with just all these tanks just staged here waiting for these 4 tanks to come out, it is me struggling to see what Richard is going to do here. But there's a lot of trash. There might be a lot of stuff in reserves. We must be in Richard's turn right now. Let's turn up the mics and find out. And now they're being shy. All right. Just looking at it, though, this unit looks like it's staged a charge at the moment. Tie some things up, contest some primary. So maybe Richard is just saying, hey, I know you can shoot me off these objectives, but I'm just going to keep tagging you on them. And so, hey, you're not scoring primary either. And it looks like Richard has bottom of turn, so maybe with some low and off shenanigans, he'll score at the end of this.
Okay, so I can stay out of his range.
All right. So looks like Richard's still tracking to maybe lose small, which is what we had initially predicted, as long as he can keep contesting all this stuff.
And then which other
Let's check in on table 7.
2 other tank shot Hunter killers.
Next time I go over there, I'll see if we can rotate the camera a little bit.
All right. Let's see. Doesn't look like Price quite has the camera set up there yet, but at the moment we see a big hot mess. I could not possibly tell you who is winning right now. I mean, all right, let's try though. So these are the AdMech models. This is a line of Sicarans. I don't know which type. The top down is not going to reveal that. And other than that, there's just a wall of 40mm AdMech bases on the AdMech side of this wall. Everything back here is no room for Jesse. Yes, he could 3-inch deep strike in this pocket and then get overwatched by 10d6 flamer shots. I don't think that's likely. So seems like Damian's controlling most of the table right now, but he is going to be taking some shots. He's going to be getting some hits, and it's very possible that Nick is still holding 10 primary this whole time. Let's remember that this is Scorched Earth, and so you can't score a 15 on primary. You cannot score a 15. And so just trading 10s back and forth. I mean, this is one of those missions that is a little bit harder to get big wins on, in my opinion. You have to really keep your opponent to 5s while burning to get that big win. And you do those burns at the end, but you still got to.
How far do these guys move?
8. They could advance in charge.
They can advance in charge?
All right. Friendly reminder from Damian there.
I got to CP, but.
Sure. But you will.
Very nice. Looks like Nick isn't applauding.
Don't presume.
I will. I
Right.
think we're going to want to come back to this after Nick's done preparing his plan.
Okay.
For now, let's actually pop back over to table 1. See how Grey Knight to the Dark Ages.
So let's go. It's a 6. Beautiful.
Stop. Don't be that human.
All right. It looks to me
Oh
like
my god.
a lot of things
Slightly
disappeared
there.
for the Dark
Where's
Angels
Nick?
here, and now everything is sending into the Grey Knights.
Where is Nick? Oh, there he is.
All right. Looks like Colin's going to go complain to Nick. I want
Is
to
he
hear
like
this.
thinking really hard? Okay.
Colin has respect, though. Colin respects.
I want
that
to
Nick is
heckle
thinking
him,
hard.
but I don't want to interrupt actual gameplay to heckle him.
This is like the politest
No.
heckling ever.
Okay, you didn't tell me that Sasha has like magic hands when it comes to rolling.
Sasha's a magical person.
Yes, I'm currently experiencing the magic.
Perfect. You know, I
Magic.
wish Colin had asked me. I could have told him that. I could have told him that. I've played Sasha before.
He's telling
Sasha's a
Nick you
magic
didn't
man.
tell me that you have magical
Oh, that I have this the first time
his
this happens.
power.
Let's see what the
Yeah, I'll overwatch them.
price
Yes,
cam
yes,
looks
sir.
like right now.
Yeah.
Whoops.
All
Get
right.
to the other side here.
Here's 6, thank you. I would like to hit a side cannon
Get
on
one.
Overwatch.
Come on, get it, get it.
Oh,
All right, so he's overwatching
that's
right now.
for 12
Not
on
doing
side
anything.
cannons. Flamer.
There
At
we
least
go.
I get 11.
There
That's
we
something.
go.
That's
strong.
something. All right, all
Let's
right, all
see
right.
what he's overwatching right now.
T4, right?
It looks like Knight's pushing
Threes.
up, so I don't know if this is going to do a ton.
I have 8 in my hands. No, it's actually more. 9,
I
right?
would like 9, please.
T4.
1, 2, and a wound.
I will take 2 and a wound. That's actually above what I expected.
All right, that's 2 companions.
And
wound.
then
Oh, that's Azrael.
I'm going to
God,
miss.
where was he?
Was he
hand.
maybe inside of the repulsor?
Yeah.
It's
Shocking,
possible.
I know.
He'll be over
He
here
might have
with his
ingressed.
wounds.
I can't tell. I think
All right,
he was in reserve and
back to
ingressed.
you. Those termies?
Yep. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
I think that's a CP reroll.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. No.
And he just turned it into a big
Stop
advance
being
roll.
lucky.
Sasha is in Assault
At least
Doctrine
we
right
spent
now.
the
Going
CP
11.
for it.
And it
At
looks
least we spent the CP for it, right?
Yeah.
it looks like he is going to be hitting at least 2 Dread Knights in tangible combat.
I didn't know if you moved
maybe
far. I was
more.
just confirming how far it was.
No.
And it looks like he lost his Repulsor and Eradicators in his turn.
Yeah.
No
No surprise that those
hey,
Eradicators went
He
down.
traded them for Canis.
Yeah,
so like,
you'd
that's
take
the
that
worst thing you
probably
could
any
do.
day of the week.
I would expect an Overwatch was fired as soon as one of those Dread Knights twitched, and I'm
Let's
sure
go
one of
to,
them did.
Okay. Is it another 6? Ah,
Oh, here come
no.
the Knights.
Oh my goodness.
There's Assault Doctrine is a heck of a drug. It's like the Imperial Wog, but you also get your strats better too. And your Space
You know,
Marines.
Azrael's green.
Terminator's
Makes
been, like,
sense.
turns out
Absolutely.
really fast. Like,
Well, his basing is red, so he's running faster. It's kind of like jump pack infantry if you just roll enough 6s. All right. Oh, and that Gravis Captain sneaking up on it as well. I would not be surprised if 2 Dread Knights went down here. That does not seem at all inconceivable.
No. We don't know the wound count on these. Maybe we can figure that out, but
Yeah, one of those Dread Knights is wounded.
Yeah.
I see a dice there. I'm willing to bet that was the one who
that was on the bottom before.
Yeah. Because remember, one of them was wounded on the objective. And that guy seems to have not gone down. Okay. Let's hit back to the top down for this one and just see what the momentum's going. I mean, it seems like Sasha's sending some jump pack intercessors. There's still a couple of them left. They might just be hopping the fence and going into these subductors. And this is just a, hey, I'm just going to live there. And like, sure, I'm not going to kill all the subductors, but someone has to stay back here to deal with me. And I'm sorry, but I think rolling a 1 would have been a good advance there. No complaints, Colin. Perfect. All right, so
Sasha is apparently 4 for 4 on rolling 6s for advances on this turn.
well, there's still another Deathwing Knight unit to roll, right? I mean, we've got time for 5. What's it going to be? Oh, maybe that was the 4. No, it seems like he didn't. He rolled me a roll the 4. There we go, 9 inches. Maybe does not have any great charges from there, but he's just going deeper and
just
saying,
pushing
"Hey,
his footprint forward.
Are you gonna deal with this? Like, come on, who has time, right? Who has time in today's economy?"
All right.
Big push out of Sasha. We're gonna want to see how this goes. Sasha though has been relegated to a melee-only army, it seems. All right. Let's go down the line here a little bit. I wonder what it's looking like on who have we not seen recently. I kind of want to see actually table 6. I want to see if Trenton had some more things in reserves to bring in, and yep, sure enough, he did. I'm not surprised here. It looks like a 3-inch deep strike might have put a unit of suits, probably with meltaguns, directly next to a Lehman Russ.
Yeah.
That is bad for your health, I'm told.
One lethal. It's not gonna matter, but you know.
Boost these players a little bit.
Maybe. It is not.
Okie dokie. Yeah, seems like Jack has a squad of Bulgren make a determined march towards Trenton's
Is that
home
the last
objective.
flamer unit?
I can
Yeah.
only bet that Jack's goal here is the fact that Trenton's army is it's a lot of suits jumping and firing, fading around. It doesn't have a solid center. And so if Jack pushes hard one way, Trenton's going to give ground and try to go somewhere else. That's kind of the plan here. But those Bulgren are marching towards the home objective. If the Tau player looks at this and decides, you know what, I'm going to just back up and cede the space, those Bulgren can just hold that home objective, score the primary. Sure, Jack's already getting 10s. And they can burn it for 10. They can get the big burn, and that is going to be worth a lot of points to Jack if he can do so. So that's the one place where it's painful for Trenton to pull away from. He's trying to either score the points or force Trenton to actually commit to a fight somewhere. And if a unit just sits in front of a guard army, it's going to die. At the moment, a lot of these suits are going to be firing, fading, dipping, dodging, ducking, trying to live. And Jack just wants things that he can nail down and kill. He just wants to apply his damage instead of watching these suits shoot him and blast away behind walls. Understandably, I also get frustrated by fire and fade Tau suits.
Fire and fade in general.
Yeah, heck of a roll. All right. Let's keep our trek moving. I wonder how Quentin's doing against Walter at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Here we go. All right. Looks like Quentin is at the point of the game where the Volgons are pushing up, and that means that Quentin is sending the kitchen sink. We are at that point in our life where Quentin is sending everything he can.
So it looks like this
it's
must
Quentin's
be
movement phase
his
too.
movement phase, yep.
Yeah. So what he's likely thinking is if he can shoot Illuminor Zares to death, and then Illuminor Zares stands up, Morvenn Vahl will personally deliver him the Spear of Faith.
Yep.
And if he doesn't want that, I don't actually know if he has a say in the matter. Like, if he doesn't want that, he doesn't need to stand up. that's
true.
That's
I guess that could maybe put you in a position of debating, do you want to use that, but maybe it's still better to do it and force Morvenn Vahl to charge that rather than something else.
I mean, frankly, it might be a multi-charge either way. We'll see how this goes.
That is true.
Yeah. All right, so Quentin is driving forward. There is some Necron unit in range, engagement range, I should say, that looks like an Immortal squad in combat with a Flamer, Seraphim, and a Superior. That unit might be falling back over here just to sit there, not be contested, and make a next turn play for the home objective, or it's going to stay still and point its, its Flamers in there and just burn this all to crisp. Quentin's choice, really, dealer's choice. But if they fall back, they're not really going to be acting. So let's listen a little bit and see what Quentin's thinking.
Melta-guns? Oh, Melta-guns, sorry.
At the moment, you can see that Walter is up on point. At this stage, you'd have to say that the 20-0 has completely escaped Quentin's grasp.
One goes through.
At this point, I think he's trying for like a 15.
7 damage.
Oh, someone's...
And it seemed like Quentin's not scoring his primaries until the end of his turn. So
We all have cherubs, so if I spend one on the little squads, I get one back.
Okay, and this squad is the same one whose cherub was a unit was previously here?
No, they were over here, and they just moved over right there. So
right, but the other half of them doesn't have a cherub, right?
So I get one. I get two.
You get two cherubs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the cherub works on both half, and you split it. A 10-man has one cherub,
Okay.
2 5-mans have one cherub each.
Hits.
What a world.
Just checks out.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make sense, but it is what the rule says.
No.
Take, that'll be 3. Yay!
I will strat to return.
Yeah, I figured.
So that's
but I will
Illuminor
come
Zares
back with
dead.
A no returning again token.
So he's going to stand up with 5
Fool me
wounds
twice.
left because he's 9.
Don't fool me again.
He's dead now, though, right? He comes at the end of the phase.
End of the phase.
So none of this has
That's
anything.
right. No armor of content.
All right, so now Quentin's going to
I'm
really
sorry,
try to
where's the
apply
squad
some pain
breakdown
here.
again?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That guy. Oh no, sorry. There's only 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes.
So
there's a bubble wrap in the front of the one wounded squad.
the Immolator's going to shoot this back squad here.
Love it.
We'll shoot the Melta-gun at the other squad.
All right, so
So
splitting
here's the
fire
heavy
here.
bolter at
He's going
the
to shoot
squad
both, see
here.
how it goes,
You
and then
guys.
decide who's going to get a
4 hits.
Love it.
3s. 3 AP1s.
3 AP1s. I've got cover. Did
Plus
not help
3.
at all. I'm going to pull the guy who makes things confusing and then 2 randos.
Wow, fail all 3 of those. Unlucky.
This will be the Melta-gun at the other squad. 1 hit. Twin links. 1 AP4.
I can't stop AP4. It becomes AP3
Get a
because it's
6
got
up,
cover,
yeah.
so 6 up. Can't stop it.
All right, now where's that ignore cover going to go? And wherever that goes, the Castigators are going to follow.
There.
Sure.
Melta.
This is an
2 hits.
Immolator shooting that last destroyer with the Locust.
I am strength 10. You are T6.
So 6.
Twin links. 2 AP4s.
This guy will take a 6 up.
Yep.
Ouch.
He's dead.
And then this guy will take a 4.
I'm out with a 9. I'm out with a 9.
All right, let's see.
I
Looks like we're getting a super chat real quick here. And John, amazing commentary as
Yeah, you
always.
gotta
And
roll
an absolute
to-
gent. Thank you so much for the kind word, James. What did you make of your teammate Brian's incredible performance with Orcs at the LGT? Would have loved to have seen Jack run Orcs here. I gotta say, I was super impressed with Brian Sipe and my Team USA teammate and his run at the LGT, getting all the way to the top table with Orcs. It's super cool to see armies that are perceived as undervalued and unloved. And I love seeing top players take those and take them on the big runs. It really shows that the meta right now is in a better place than I've seen in quite a while. Very impressive work by Brian. Now, Brian did ask me before the event what I would have to do to impress him, and I told him that he had to win the event. So,
no.
Brian, do better next time. But as it is, I'll keep you around. You did good enough. I would love to see Jack run Orcs, but Jack, a man of many armies, has several Orcs on his today. That's because he's borrowing my Astra Militarum army, and my Steel Legion has dead Orcs on every model I could put them on.
Oh.
So,
well,
you know, you got your wish. Maybe not the way you wanted. The power clock curls. and instead we'll just have to see if Jack runs orcs again in the future sometime.
Was it?
I
Did it
was
hit him?
sustained.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. Was it? How many was it? Sorry.
It was 3. 3 4 ups.
Back
There
to
we
Quentin's
go.
shooting phase here. It.
Okay.
I can't
I'm
tell
gonna
what's
lose one.
fired,
It's a
but
good
it
thing
seems
I
like
did
the sister's
lose them
phase
because I
never
just rolled
ends
them
when
all
they're
at
shooting.
once, which could have actually been illegal if I had failed more than one.
All right, so still deciding what
So
he's
there's
doing
now one Plasmancer and then a squad.
there. And what I'm really wondering is where this unit's going to
So
charge.
we're gonna shoot the Volgons. Vol's gonna be awesome.
Makes sense.
We're gonna shoot the missiles at the one solo guy.
Yep.
And then everything else at the other squad.
That's totally
All
reasonable.
right, so the way it's looking here,
So here's
it
the
looks
missiles
like,
here. 2
we'll
hits.
do it.
These are gonna be AP3.
That just goes through from.
So the first one is
Oh,
1
wait,
damage.
From no, you can shoot
I
from anywhere on your base.
ignore cover and if it's anything.
Okay, yeah. So
and
1
then-
damage.
How many wounds do you?
3 more.
3 more. You're dead.
That's fair.
Yep, love that.
And then we're gonna shoot the melta guns next.
Efficient.
Yeah, no, that works.
2 hits. 2 AP4s on these guys.
Does the 2 hurt me? I'm tough 5.
I'm strength 10.
Well, then
Oh, yes.
AP4,
Bring us
I
flame.
have cover with them, so he's become AP3.
Yep.
6 ups. Boy, double 1s. Didn't do that.
Storm bolters
Couple
and
mortals
pistols.
going down.
Pistols
Quentin's
and
just
big
trying to
pistols.
chip these away before he can
And then this will be 4s.
just finish off the squad. There you go.
2, 4, 6, 7. No AP. You get covered. Yep.
They're 2 damage, so I have to
This
take.
is 1 damage. This is the storm bolters.
Okay, so I can take 5 at a time. I have
Yeah.
5 guys with 3 up save, or 5 wounds of 3 up saves. Okay, I've lost a wound on the character, and I've lost this guy.
So it
His
seems like
balls,
we
heavy
are now
bolter.
out of immortals in the squad. We are now at
5
characters.
hits. 3s.
Important
4,
against Necrons to
5,
finish
AP1,
that
damage
unit.
2.
All right. I do think I
Vol-
have cover from this squad. No.
Vol can see you,
Right,
or
but
if
if I have
the,
cover
yeah,
from
you're
any-
good. You're good.
so I'm gonna go. So, I've taken 1 damage. This guy has 3 wounds left.
Yep.
And I've got, how many you said? 3?
5.
5.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Ouchies.
AP.
AP1.
So ignores, so cover. So I've taken 3 ups.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. This is.
Looks
what's
like
the damage
Walter's
on them?
running pretty low on resources
Damage
right
2.
now.
So I can take 2 at a time, 3 ups.
And then 4 ups.
4 ups.
And so,
With 1 more, yeah. You're both dead.
Wow.
You know what? You gotta at some point stand up and salute
it
the rule
seems that
supremacy.
Morven Vol just killed 3 units. And if I have my math right here, Morven Vol's bolter just killed 2 characters, and her missiles killed 1 immortal. That would mean that Quentin gets 3 Miracle Dice right now, if I'm reading that right. Let's see if Quentin says anything. But he discarded a
Not
dice.
amazing again.
I didn't get any of the I didn't get any of the flamers. Did
Only
I?
4 have pistols.
Oh,
Which is
Quentin
great.
isn't generating his Miracle Dice
I mean,
right
it would
now.
be
He
greater
should
if
have
he had more.
3.
I take
26
Hopefully
to
he remembers
20.
by the end of the turn.
26
Unfortunately, I'm not going to remind him until the round is over.
Yep.
That is
Plus
between
20,
Quentin,
so
his
plus 9,
opponent,
yeah,
and the
okay, makes
Emperor.
sense.
So the driver was already
All right, so the shooting phase continues. As far as I can tell, this game is on a very predetermined path right now. I'm going to quiet the players a little bit. All right, let's just look at the table here. There are more sisters than Necrons. The Necrons are going to sleep. They've been sleepy for a while. They just woke up, and Quentin sent them back to nap time. But the reality is that at this exact moment, Walter is on 2 objectives. Walter is up on the scoreboard. Walter's going to score another 10 on primary, and I suspect that that is when things stop. I suspect that at that point, Quentin is going to jam his army onto these objectives and say, hey, stop scoring primary. No primary for Walter on turn 5. Quentin scores every possible primary he can on turn 5. Quentin wins the game, but I gotta say, I think Quentin wanted more of a score than he's getting here.
Yeah,
I still think Quentin might be able to get a 14-15 if he just kills everything and then is good. But that's not a huge win.
No.
I'm thinking 14-15 here. I don't think he's going to be able to push it higher than that, and I think he desperately wanted to. Still, a good win for the team. Let's go down the line now. Let's just we're on
We
table
did
8.
hear that Thomas is prepping for his go turn or attempt at one.
Ooh, let's go
has
over
the
there. That's table 3.
aggressors coming in.
Oh, heck yeah. I want to see it.
2 more from the 22. This is 20, so 22. Fish. 1 more 5. And then that's a hit, so that's a...
Every time we change
11
tables,
lethals?
Warner and I make eye contact and take a deep sip of
All right, and
boba.
roll those for the
Just,
Delicious. One of the
delicious.
benefits of being at a
D6 is on the
gamer
screen.
convention.
Absolutely. I'll be doing this again tomorrow, I think.
I am.
We got 1 more.
1, so 12.
So up to 12.
Okay.
Listen
And
into
then
what
we
they
have
do here.
18 handguns. These are twin link.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of this army's come out now. Oh, there's Gilliman.
It's not very messy. Come on, baby.
Just chilling.
Just hiding.
Chilling Gilliman.
I don't think he wants to face his big brother.
Oh.
It's not a lot.
It's just kind of peeking behind the corner.
Yeah.
Go away, nerd.
You know, while these players finish out whatever they're doing this turn, on the topic of Big Brother, I think that there's another one coming. GW announced in their reveal earlier today that Emperor's Children is coming in 2025. Now, I don't want to predict too much of the future because I'm not Zinch, but every time a Traitor Legion has been announced, a Primarch has come out with them. It would go to reason that Fulgrim, who's currently alive, might be making his ways on the table in the next 12 months or so. We'll see. I'm excited. I'm going to play that army.
3 for 3 thus far.
You know, I
just separate books. So.
I would be willing to wager, and I am. If I'm wrong, one person in chat gets $1. Actually, it's a winner.
Oh, awesome. I'm hoping it doesn't happen.
Oh man.
That's not good.
All right, so let's see what they're doing right now.
Top up together.
I don't know what Mike's rolling at the moment. This might be an Overwatch.
So 6.
Or is he cracking
Take
pack?
10.
And then a 1-2 damage save?
AP doesn't matter. 5 up.
Yeah.
Damage 2.
Damage 2.
We'll take 1 more. So he's taking 11. He's down to 2. He is
Oh,
not
this is the
dead.
Mutilith.
Down to 2. All right, let's shoot him with the
Oh, this is the aggressors.
Yep.
Here's the 2 damage Dev Wound gun. Here's with O. 6 of their devs. 2 Dev Wounds.
So this is a company hero squad right now.
Fails both. Go boom.
Oh, does he explode?
Does not go boom.
Oh, that's
Look
the one, not the 6.
Yay.
Those darn Thousand Suns dice with the symbol on each half.
I know.
You know, they're made by
not my
GW.
favorite.
I can't really complain about GW made dice,
Cool.
but I think I'm going to anyways.
Yeah.
Don't tell GW. All right, so Mutilith down. Well, that's at a bare minimum. That means the push turn isn't catastrophic. A lot of Ultramarines on this side of the table, it looks like. But you got to imagine that some of these in the open are going to disappear.
Okay.
We've already seen Magnus find a large Gravis armor unit and snap it off the table. You have to imagine that if he wants it, that this unit's gone. Just if he decides.
Here, you needed a 7.
So charge phase. This is interesting.
That's a 6.
Who
We're gonna
failed to
reroll it.
charge?
I should have charged this one first.
Oh man, he had multiple important charges and now he has to decide. Oh no.
It's all falling apart.
I gotta leave them alone. Oh my god.
So we're leaving it.
All right, leaving that as a failed charge. Wow.
You got an 8 still, and you got a 5.
I gotta do this
Wow.
5 first.
So
God dang it.
letting them go.
I have to let him go.
All right, let's see the 5 up.
Yeah.
Woo. So you make it.
I make
Welcome,
this.
welcome. Welcome to the
So
party.
Gulliman charged
Hello.
someone. Dice,
Oh,
I think
I
was
messed
the
that up.
Infernal
And an 8.
Master squad
So
that
you decide
previously shot
charge that
infiltrators.
That was
8 into
previously
here.
over there.
Let's see it. That is a 5.
We're gonna spin that.
Let's see it. Down to 3.
So CPU roll from Thomas here. He's trying to get another charge.
That is a 7. Not
I believe he needed
enough.
an 8.
Yeah.
Only got a 7.
All right, buddy.
That's the only charge you pass then is
It
up
could
here at
not.
the top.
Not at all. All right, over there.
I think Gulliman's going
I
to
have
punch
a
a Rubik
feeling
squad.
this is going to hurt.
Yes, just gonna
I'm going to
slap
spend
him
6
right off
to
the
do
side
a
of the
reduced
table.
cost stratagem.
So Mike's just spending some
we have
cabal points here because he has nothing better to do. He's probably going to try to blank a save on one of these characters, just see if he can keep the character alive. That's the best he can ask for.
That's the top. With oath. It's a lot of 2s, but they all hit. And strength 8, AP 3.
This is the
Let's
sweet
see it, buddy.
profile.
2 damage with devs. All the 6s. I see a lot of 6s.
Uh-oh.
Did you get 6 6s?
I got 7.
They are dead.
Okay.
2 damage, right?
Wow.
I wish I had a clip of that.
7 6s. Gulliman picked a squad and removed it from the table.
Nothing
Gulliman
I
does
can
that
do there.
sometimes. I now wonder if it's worth Mike's time to
Alright,
go
there
kill
they're dead.
Gulliman,
That's it
or
for me.
bluntly, is he just going to
Alrighty,
leave
buddy.
him there?
Yeah, I mean,
He's
he
kind
doesn't
of-
move super fast. You could
Yes, sir.
probably just leave
I'm
him on
holding
that side of
because
the
I got
I kind
things
of would.
that
It
are
doesn't seem
happening.
worth
So
it. Like
what was
just
sabotaging and recovering?
these things
So
need
we
to
got
die.
a sabotage here.
Yep.
Okay,
We're recovering here.
Got
that
it.
rhino on the
Noted.
center, that's Mike's.
my turn. I am holding my 10.
Yep.
Yeah, that Rhino is a Thousand Suns Rhino. It's a mildly different shade of blue. Also, Primaris Marines don't get rhinos. So,
Good shout.
all right, let's go ahead and move off of this one. I think we're going to be seeing Mike's turn soon. But for now, I actually want to go check on one of these other games. Let's check on Table 7, Nick versus Damien, a game where we were confused. And, hey, look at that. I still don't know what's going on. AdMech versus GSE, folks. Let's see if we can decipher this. Listen to the players. That's our cue to take a sip of boba.
Thank you.
Nick's doing his pass
Jack, what's
right now.
going on?
I'm going to listen to this.
Okay. There. Okay. How you doing, Teeks? You're doing well. Push if you can.
I should get a secret mission.
All right, so Richard's
Dean,
planning
we're
a
gonna need
secret
some
mission right now.
The round is tight.
Nick is under the impression this is a tight round. I think I agree.
More is necessary. Sash, are you? I was asking how he's doing.
I cannot tell Sasha's answer.
How you doing?
A lot's going to come down to the top of the first tower right now.
Okay. Keep as close as you can.
All right, seems like Russell's down, but still fighting.
This is scary.
Now he's asking Mike.
Mike, push. Push.
No pushing.
Push.
No pushing.
All right.
Maximum pushing.
Nick wants every point he can get out of Mike right now. This is fun to hear him on the walk around. Final table is Jaime versus
I
Brian.
see that it is not your turn.
So Nick's just telling
Let me
me
know how
to
it
push
goes.
wherever he can. Looks like he wants Brian to give him an update when Brian has the next opportunity. And now we're going to go back to Nick's actual table against Damien. He just did his round. We're going to see what they think of what's going down here. I don't know if that was influencing Nick's decision points at all, but it looks to me like the GSE have pushed back a lot of the AdMech. Remember that we drew a line of where the AdMech were?
These can
This is the
fly
line now.
out.
They have pushed back. There's a lot of GSE still alive. If there's more units in reserves, that's going to be a big deal. All right.
Okay.
So Nick's pushing past the halfway point. We'll see how well he's able to do here. But at the moment, it looks like Nick is just thinking and not moving, so I think we're going to leave that table. And we're going to move over. I want to take a quick look at table 5, where Richard described things were going well and that he should be able to secret mission. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like yet.
So we're trying to keep it tight. If we can find wins, we'll find wins.
All right.
But the tabletop's great, guys. Yeah,
At the moment, Richard's giving an update to the judge, who just seems to be curious. It appears that his opponent is walking around as well, getting a little bit of judgment from the coach. There we go.
Whether to push or not.
So Joe does not know what to do.
If this turn
or
flops for him and he goes for it, he's going to get wrecked. Maybe
Alright.
not 20-0, but like a big win for me. Whereas if he keeps it tight, he can kind of take away my firepower for a turn, and just kind of sit there.
Richard feels confident.
Yeah.
Well, brave words from the machine.
Appreciate
Let's go ahead and kick it over to table 4. I kind of want to see AdMech into CSM again. Sorry, not AdMech, Votan into CSM.
Probably. Do you mind checking for me while I do my own stuff?
Right. Ooh, boy, I wonder what turn it is right now. Looks like it's CSM action at the moment. Feels like Jaime's up at the
I'm going to
moment.
have like half of a wheel.
Cool.
So it looks
Back
like
to
they're
my
checking
base, clear
cup.
Cypher.
Might be top of 3, maybe.
Just perfect.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is top 3. Oop, that's a carnivore moving forward right past the wall.
I think we're full sending here.
All right, Jaime is full sending at the moment. I mean, no time like the present, right? But if he just doesn't
So the
think
10
that
inch
he's
move
going
gets
to be able
them
to lose
both
everything
within
here,
24.
then that's pretty good.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
This spread is going to move up its 10. It's going to go wholly onto the terrain. This spread is just going to move up its 10 here.
Yeah, he just updated it. Werner did.
All right, perfect.
So there. Get myself within 24 of your Sagittors. Hecatons. Can't see down there for those bikes. He's not going to touch that terrain piece there. He's in the terrain.
Curious to see what this full send looks like for.
I'm so nervous.
Yeah, he's nervous. I get it.
You know
If
what?
this flops, Brian wins, and if it works, Jaime.
Overwatch this.
Well, he's going to be in a pretty good spot. What is
That
he
cost you
overwatching here, I
CP?
wonder?
That'll cost you 2 CP because of Cypher.
Cypher's not in range of the hecatons. You said he wasn't within 18
Oh,
of
24.
anybody.
Yeah. That'll cost you CP.
Oh, baby.
1.
3, 2 extra hits, so 3 hits.
Wounding on 4, strike 10.
This must be the
Yeah,
carnivore.
4,
T10.
right? Because you haven't killed anything
No
with prayer
kill,
yet.
no.
Yep. So 4s. Nothing. God
Cool.
damn it. I
This is
suppose
on these
CP
guys.
reroll, but nope. All right, the autocannons. Nothing.
At that stage, you'd
And-
expect the carnivore to live this just fine.
Full cannon.
Oh.
There we go. 4 hits.
Fives rerolling.
5's rerolling. 2.
There's 2.
3.
This ignores cover.
3 neg 1, no cover.
3 4-ups. I would CP reroll if he dies. He's good.
Oh, look at you go.
Oh, man.
I
I'll
tried.
get myself to dart back. Don't you worry.
I tried.
That was into a predator.
Okay, that is
wow.
everything. These cultists are going to advance for 1. Now your bikes can bounce and come steal objectives.
The way that this is looking right now, I know Team Art of War thought that they were going to get a win out of this game. I am not seeing it unless Jaime's turn flops
Not my
and he
favorite
just
with your
gets
bike
shot and
shenanigans.
tabled right now. Now, these
Okay.
lane forts have people inside. There is
Screening out
room
your
for Brian
bikes,
to do some good
inch
work,
off the
but
wall.
at the moment it
Push
sounds
you
like
out
he
everywhere we
needs
can.
Jaime to have a weak turn here. All right, let's move over to table 1, that Grey Knight into Dark Angel game.
Give me 1.
You know, as predicted, I do see significantly less Dread Knights.
All right.
Yep.
My jump
Down
back,
to
guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
I see 5.
Oh, 5? Oh, yep, that one up top. Missed him.
Give me 2 AP1. That T3, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I thought I saw significantly less, and then I found another one. Like out top.
1 dice.
And then my fist. Give me 1
Oh
more.
my gosh, they have a charge all the way over there.
1 more dice.
Yep. I think that this was a rapid ingress right here, and Colin just wanted a quick sneaks in primary. Now these subductors should be holding on to 1 as well, so it looks like 10 primary should be pretty clean.
All
But
right.
I'm guessing he was worried.
I'll get 5 unsecure, 3 uncontained.
about that. So this is the end. No, this is the
Puts
end
my
of Colin's turn.
secondaries at 19.
So he's done a good amount of damage here.
Perfect.
It's about to be top of 4.
But the Dark Angels are definitely holding on to another 10 primary here, so they're going up on points. Looks like Sasha's probably going to grind out a small win here.
I get 10.
Yep.
Yeah, that was bottom 3.
Yep.
I need to stop and think about secret mission.
Ooh, this is the decision point. All right, if there's a secret mission,
warlord?
we want to know. Okay, who's the warlord? The guy by the objective.
Is he somewhat different than the other guys with the shield?
No, but I can mark him for you.
Cool. No, it's just because when things happen,
No, yeah. It so rarely matters.
because 2 of them are already dead, right?
1 already died.
1 already dead.
All right, so
5 on primary. Do you have the secret mission deck?
Nope.
Okay. You know which secret mission I'm doing.
Alright.
Like,
all right.
Slide it down here on the backside.
It seems like Sasha wants Colin to write it down anyways, understandably. But looking at this real quick, Colin has
remember what it's
no
called.
battle line.
Just write what you
what
need
like
to do.
the mechanic is?
This is almost certainly Warlord on Sasha's home objective, which Sasha has first turn. That means Colin has bottom. I do not see a
Both
way
get 1 CP.
for this Dread Knight to not walk there. Now we're going into Sasha's
Do
turn,
cards. Yes.
and so this
That's
by
turn
itself
for
might
top of 4.
prompt
Top 4. Perfect.
this this squad here to
Air
run
denial
backwards.
And bring it down.
All right. 10
Wow.
on primary. Air denial, bring it down.
Wherever my
That's
ultimate
the only.
player
This is the
wins,
last chance he has to interact with that unit.
probably the
Just being
guy
honest here.
in combat.
Is it one of those markers?
Does Sasha instead decide to just
he cannot
abandon
live,
that
right?
and go for everything
He
else?
cannot
Let him
what?
have a
He
40,
cannot
try to
go
get
up.
He cannot.
more? Tough call. Yeah, that one being the Warlord, that one right there is just the guy that I don't see
So
how
we'll call
Sasha
tactical doctrine, so we can fall
really
back to
keeps him
short.
away with bottom of turn being in the Grey Knight favor.
How many would you see?
He's at 8.
Right, so it's the only thing I will safely get oath, so we'll put it there.
Interesting.
And I have 1 CP this turn.
So
this is a 5
it seems that Sasha does not want to turn around at the moment, because this would be his option to kill
Can you
it.
take over there?
Yeah.
Without
But
advancing?
really, that might just prompt a miss.
You're 13 away, so you'll need an 8.
And I said, sorry, the scouts did say.
Yeah,
they
the scouts are
would
in the air. You said it.
All right, so a secret mission here would really keep this close. A secret mission is kind of conceding, though, that Sasha's winning the game and Colin's
This
just trying to
won't
keep it
bring
tight.
it down, hopefully.
But that will definitely help him keep it tight.
2
Yeah, I
points.
mean, this means Sasha maybe
And then
just
this
is
is
on
your
11.
warlord,
Let's go ahead
right?
and do the prediction thing real quick.
Yeah,
we haven't done that yet for the round. We haven't updated. All right. Sasha into Colin. Make it an 11 for Sasha. All right. I'm going to leave Russell into Brad alone, but we're going to go check on that in a bit.
Yep.
Mike into Thomas, to me, looked like Mike was winning, not getting an 18.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like an 18.
I'll put that at a 15, maybe. And I think Brian is not as high as he thought there. I think Brian's going to be a little bit lower. I'm actually going to flip that to the 12 in Jaime's favor.
Yep.
Richard into Joe. Richard thinks that he's got some upside potential here, that he might seek mission, he might do a lot of good things. Let's go ahead and give Richard the 11. I'm going to leave Jack, although we're going to want to check on that table in a second.
Yeah, I heard him tell Nick that his opponent, Trenton's turn, did not go great for Jack.
Okay, maybe take that lower. Maybe take that 13. We'll check on that soon. I'll update my prediction based on that. Nick, I actually feel like Nick's taking back some of the board there. Maybe give Nick the 11. And then I feel like Quentin is slipping a little from that initial 16. I think it's like a 14. I think he's winning, but I just don't think he's getting it big.
Yeah. Seems like Walter's done a better job.
Yeah. Could you
than
make that a
other
14 for Quentin?
Oh, that's weird.
Oh.
I have 14 on. Oh, there we go.
There we go. All right. So at the moment, we're still predicting an Art of War win, but it is
Much
tight,
tighter.
small, and I gotta say, as Art of War, I would not be confident in this. And a player of Jaime's caliber is more than capable of turning that 8 that Brian's getting into a 5 or a 4. And it's same thing. If any of these games that are currently breaking pro tabletops away, if any of those grow a little bit, if any secret missions kick in, if Richard fails the secret mission that he believes he can do, suddenly you're looking at a draw.
Yeah.
The last time these teams met in a team tournament at Dreamhack was earlier this year, and it was a draw there. Art of War had the high side, but I think it was 85-75. One of those draws where you're just scratching your head thinking, man, one more point in any of these games.
So tight.
But that's not it for now. Let's go ahead and
It would not be a surprising outcome for sure.
No. So here we have one. Brad Weir into Russell Tassin. Tight game so far, at least on the scoreboard. But again, it just looks like majority of this is T-Suns.
Yeah.
I mean, T-Suns are more curving the edge. It looks like the T-Suns have locked down this objective right here. I don't see CSM taking that back from them soon. And it really looks like the CSM are not holding this objective anytime soon. I believe that model at the top, that one that we can't quite see off camera, that's Magnus. That's Magnus. So if there's one guy by an objective, you'd want it to be Magnus. And I mean, the CSM, right, you see a castle that's blocked in,
30, 32,
and you see right here.
30.
27. But you're going to get 5 right now.
Yeah, so that puts it at 32, 30 my favor.
Yep.
And the CP that I'm gaining, I'm going to ditch behind enemy
So it
lines.
sounds like their scoreboard is a little
I'm gonna
behind their
draw.
actual score.
Yeah, but I'm hearing 32-30, which is still very drawish for where things are at. So
It sounded like it was slightly in Russell's favor.
Yeah.
Don't expect that to hold up. But the fact that that is the case right now is definitely significant.
It bodes well for a man who has
We
bottom
were
of turn.
projecting that as a 6 for Russell.
Yeah, so if he keeps that to an 8, that's going to be hero work for Art of War.
Yep, definitely.
And bottom of turn, I mean, if he's
Bottom
tight
is
now, it slips away, and then he just takes bottom. That could even be a 10.
Yeah. Might definitely see, he had a bit of a rough round last round.
Yeah.
All right, I'm
Maybe
going
learn
to
some lessons on
advance
how to
this predator right here.
play that down spot.
Yeah, I think he's learning here.
So he's just
All right. Maybe let's
Gonna
just
go.
do a quick round across all the tables.
Absolutely.
So here's table 3.
Yep, Ultramarines here. It looks like Mike has taken the path that involved violence against Guilliman.
Yeah, so I think
He must be going for that
Mutalith
home
is
objective and the
getting
burn,
sent for it,
I think.
yeah.
Because Mike has bottom of turn. He just needs to walk Magnus on at the end of the game, burn it, call it a day.
All right, so we already did that. I'm going to double move these guys.
Let's hear it. Yeah, we're in Mike's turn right now. Here's Magnus. Yep, he is intent on taking that objective away.
all in on this primary, please.
Well, if I can stop you from scoring primary, or reduce your primary by 5, keep you with recover, and make me happy.
Yeah, that's good.
And so that's a great plan on Mike's part. Let me talk this over real quick. So we heard in Thomas Bird's turn, and it's actually up to date right now. He has recover assets and sabotage. Those are 2 secondaries that are actions. These are tricky cards. If you try the action and you don't score any points, you still have the card.
Yep.
So we might see a scenario where if Mike kills this unit, takes the objective, that's 8 points down for Thomas over where he was. And he's stuck with a card he's not scoring, so he's only drawing 1 card. So killing that unit versus not is 8 points and -1 secondary draw, which could be as much as a 13-point play if he had a good card next. Sure, he'll get that card eventually, but that's 1 less card across the game that he gets. And, that last card he doesn't draw on the end of turn 5 could have been extend battle lines or something easy. Although, with Magnus standing where he is, that may not have been easy.
Definitely puts a speed bump in front of Thomas, who is, mostly trying to claw for any points he can get.
Yeah. And I think just finding the things scoring points and blitzing them is what Mike should be doing right now. I like Magnus being the man spinning around that corner right now, staring that down. And I think he's making eye contact with Gilman as he goes, like, are you going to come over here?
Yeah.
You going to step up to Big Brother? We'll find out. I got to say, if we get Goleman in base contact with Magnus at any point in this game, I am ditching all 7 tables and putting cameras
just
at
watching
that.
that?
That's
Okay.
what I want to see. We're going to walk over there, spin the models around, make them talk to each other, make them kiss.
Excellent.
And we'll see how it goes. But looks like the rest of the T-Sons army is blitzing right now. Let's listen into Mike.
This unit's going to fire all their guns into here. So first things first, flamers. Uh, 10, 11. These dice have been failing me.
Whose flamers are shooting me? I'm sorry.
There to there.
Oh, in the assault marine.
So that looks to be squad down
first,
here.
Rerolling
Going in
ones.
that way.
Tell me the profile before. You roll
4-1-1.
4-1-1.
Ignoring cover. AP2.
I will free strat for armor contempt.
Okay.
All right. Likely worth it. A lot of saves.
Go
there,
ahead
but not a lot
and
of
give
sixes.
me 9 3-ups now.
I fell 3.
So a guy and a half.
Yep.
Not a lot of
All
damage
right.
there, but there's probably some characters and some sergeants.
Reaper cannon.
Yep.
Miss with 1. 3s, rerolling 1s. Alrighty, give me 3 more 3-ups and then a dev wound. So 3-ups. So
Kills the
kills him.
guy,
Guy
and then
takes
a
a
dev.
dev.
All right. So it looks like this Assault Intercessor squad's probably going to survive this exchange, even though it's going to be
Hand
hurting.
flamer, strength 3. 3 shots. 5s. Nothing. And then we're going to do psychic gun. Hit with 1. 4-up. Dev wound. So it picks up the guy in the front there.
And since this is all damage 1, it doesn't really matter the order in which he's resolving these dev wounds and things. Technically, they wait till the end, but it's all damage 1, so it doesn't matter.
Yep.
We're going to
Players
fire
just
all of his
speed it up
guns
here.
there. Havoc launcher
This is a Rhino.
for 2 shots because of blast. 3s.
Boop, boop.
Sounds good.
Get it, Rhino.
Fucking. Oh my god.
Rhino's not doing much. Seems
No,
that Mike
burn.
is content at the moment to
falling
not really try to push Bird's Castle. And to me, that means that the 20-0 that Pro Tabletop feared is just not happening.
No.
Now, this objective is safely Ultramarine flavored. I do believe Magnus is going to turn this squad here inside out, turn them into a pumpkin, and hold that objective. And it looks like, this is the only one here that the Ultramarines are going to hold on to. They're on turn 3, so there's time for a secret mission. I don't know if there's a good secret mission here. I mean, Goleman's at the top. I believe that's the Warlord. The battle line is not really looking like it's going to be making any plays, controlling all 3 with bottom of turn. None of these secret missions look real. I don't think this is one of those tables. But if Thomas is at least holding this objective every turn, he got some 10s, he gets a bunch of 5s, he burns 1s. He's still scoring good primary.
Yeah.
Now, Mike can
Keeping
get a
it as
50.
close as possible.
Right? Mike holds 10 primary all game long, burns this at the end, and he's got a 50. I mean, you burn this one. He's got options. Point is, Mike's primary is going to be high. Thomas's primary is going to be mid. That's a differential. That's a good win, but it's not the blowout that Art of War would like to have right now.
So last we checked in on that, we were calling it a 15-5. What are you thinking now?
14. I mean, the win is right there. I
Yeah.
don't see massive differential at the moment. Mike's up. He's just not destroying him. And, 14's a good win, but it's not a 20-0.
But it does creep that margin of victory closer and closer.
To the draw.
Art of War might be looking for Richard to bust that game open if possible.
Yeah. Now we've got table 4, Brian versus Jaime. This was one where Jaime said he was doing a push turn, and it sure looks like he is. Oh, my goodness. Okay, we need to hear the players on this one.
Nope, takes 2 more damage. They're good where they are, so they'll just consolidate.
All right.
Engage.
Land forts are
engage,
alive.
Go here and see. Go here and see. That's all she wrote. Let's get the character behind the wall.
Oh, no. All right, we need to look at something real quick. I'm gonna meet the players. Look at this land fort at the bottom. It's wrapped in a cursed cultist. It's pinned against the wall. Look what's on top of that. A hearthkin. There's a unit inside. there is no way that they are getting out of that transport this turn. 0% chance.
Yep.
There's nowhere to go.
Looks like that other one does also have a unit.
Yep. And so here's what I think is happening then, is that you're looking at, you can fall back and shoot with Votan. You have a stratagem for that. So I think he can get one Hearthguard unit out and just try to use that to delete an Accursed Cultist unit. But there's 3 right in front of him, and he's not going to get to use one of his big horde-clearing units. I think that's a big miss for Brian that unit got pinned against the wall. That is catastrophic. And notably, not all of the land forts can fall back and shoot, and 2 of them are in combat. Painful, I think. So, man, we'll see how this one goes. We're going to go ahead and listen to the players, but to me, this is looking more Jaime favored
So these
by the
2
moment.
go back in. And then wounding you on 5s, rerolling. How many wounds left?
14.
Maybe I don't kill it. Wounding on 5s. Let's pull out the 5s.
So 3 or 5.
Yeah, and then rerolling wounds. So then we're going to do this again. So if you want to just roll these.
Yep,
Or
what
you
do we
got
got?
12 saves so far.
6,
We'll bring the clock over.
9.
Long turn.
I got to roll another 3. Wow. He only made 4.
So he takes 10.
Yep.
Oh, man, Landfort's getting punished right now.
Here we go, another 3. He's good.
Cool. So then here's the other 16.
Yep.
Two misses, 1 sustained, so 1 back in. And
He's got 6 left.
he has 14, you
No,
took 10, he's
he
down
has
to
16.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was 16, took 2 from the first one.
And 10.
10
No, yeah,
more, so he's down to 4.
Oh, yeah, it is 4. Sorry.
Down to 4. So you need to fill 2 more, so there's 3 there. And there's a bunch of NATO attacks coming in as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very
So that's a 9 more.
crippled
9?
land fortress at the moment. Now, you've got to imagine that Jaime popped all of his
Look at
time
that.
buffs for this
Saw it
turn.
coming.
And there's going to be 2 land forts alive and shooting at
1,
the
2.
minimum.
Yep.
Yep. Does he explode?
Yep, land fort just went down.
Let's find out.
It's got to be this one, right?
Okay.
That is, I
think so.
it's going to be all over you.
All over
Oh.
you and over your other guy?
So he's checking the other land
No.
fort.
No, just me.
Yeah.
Just Jaime getting caught by this
That
explosion.
So
this
if it
should
explodes,
be D6.
what happens to the guys
It
inside?
doesn't do anything to the people inside. So
Does it make the? Is it 1, 2s, and 3s? What's it on?
Just one still.
Just once.
They've always made it where explode doesn't do anything to the guys inside.
Wow.
I don't understand why.
So that explosion is going to
Damage?
hurt.
I mean, look, I'm assuming D6.
This is
better not be
definitely
D6.
It's definitely D6, Jaime.
It's a big vehicle.
It's a big vehicle. Don't do it.
Oh, man. Couple of cursed cultists out of each squad here. Could be big. How many is it going to be?
It's going to be in a what? A deadly demise D6.
Shit.
There it is. Oh, boy.
In range.
All right.
Just
I wonder if
those
we
two
can get a
squads.
camera over to this.
No one this
I
way.
would love to see the damage that's going down to this
Just out.
explosion right now.
Son of a gun. Okay, a dark squad.
All right. That
We'll
squad
see if we can get one over there.
for 5.
I'm not sure if Price
Okay,
can hear me
5
right now, but
Philippines.
if we can, Price, I want this explosion on camera.
Just have to do it properly to find out who I can take damage on. So we have 1 torment that can die here. So let's do it on torment. He takes 2. He dies. And then we'll kill a Blessed Blade that just dies.
So it looks like 5 damage to that first squad.
Wow.
4 of them went through.
Solid roll on that
For
D6.
3.
So
3 to
these
the
guys
other.
I can't.
He can take anything,
Not
so
bad.
he's just going to lose some little guys.
Let's take this on a big torment.
Hey, everything you can take, right?
1 big torment dies.
All right, so 2 torments die to the explosion. I mean, there's only so many of those on the table.
Yeah, I'm
everyone
sure
you
Brian
get.
will happily take it.
Damn explosion.
All right.
This is
so-
huge. So
So,
here's a
time
big
on-
ramification here. This unit is now on the table.
Right.
The unit that could not get out and shoot if it was pinned against
Yeah.
the wall, well, now it can. Because if he consolidates into it, he takes all the combat, and then they spend his CP to fall back and shoot.
Yep.
So, and you don't want to take the combat. So he's not even going to tax the CP, and that means that this land fort falls back and shoot. And suddenly, we're in a world where every activation is happening, and these accursed cultists are in massive danger.
Yeah, you would almost maybe want to whiff on that. To
Yeah.
just stay trapped with
Hey,
that land.
hey guys.
Here. Pull it up.
Vehicle, do your disembarks, let them do the thing. Vehicle, trapped, exploded, emergency disembark. Is it just 1s?
1s and 2s.
1s and 2s. Explosion doesn't do anything?
I didn't think
Exploded in my face.
I didn't think Explode's never done anything.
It doesn't.
No,
Like,
what's it about battle shock units that are...
So I think right now they're confusing the desperate escape with the emergency disembark. So they're trying to figure that out right now.
When you get out, it's 1s and 2s.
Yeah, he's fine on that.
yeah.
Yep. But if you're just
One,
getting
two,
You know,
out-
I honestly thought that emergency disembark
He's
was
saying
1s, 2s, and
twos.
3s.
Yeah, go ahead and do it. Let's just
Yeah.
check. Can we check?
But you know what?
Yeah.
I don't really do transports like that.
Yeah. Okay.
So
There we go.
I have not performed an emergency
No, I had to
disembark
do
in
1s, 2s,
10th
and
edition.
3s, so.
And the players are sorting it out between themselves and the judge, so they'll get the right answer.
So one guy dies.
We heard something big and we missed it.
Oh goodness, what happened?
Okay.
Take us over.
There is only one Primarch where there used to be 2.
Did he just get shot and die?
Yes.
And he didn't stand up.
He did not.
Oh.
Magnus took him down. Did not
Go
get back up.
No, Gulliman, no.
That is.
I mean, Mike and Thomas are both my friends, but at my heart, I don't play T-Sons. I play Ultramarines sometimes. So, man, you hate to see a Primarch get dropped like that. It does mean that this Mutalith Vortex piece at the top is, I feel like it's just out of position. I'm a little surprised that Mutalith is there, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
I know we had talked about maybe leaving Gulliman alone. I was surprised that a Mutalith went that way. Wow. Unfortunate for Gulliman, but down he goes. So, I mean, that's a point in Mike's favor because it's just less nonsense Thomas can try. But I don't think it really changes the key to the game. And that is that Thomas has this corner belonging to Ultramar. And sure, 4 objectives are inaccessible to him at the moment. But, you know, some of them are. And so I very much expect that Thomas is going to keep scoring a number of points. Now, Mike's going to be scoring more points, but Thomas is scoring, and that means this is not the 20-0. Brad is walking around in frustration right now. I don't know what it is, but he's got his hand on his...
Yeah, let's hop there.
Let's go see what Brad's saying. This is table 2.
Into him. Yeah, you got it. Pass. Melt is first. 2 hits. I'm gonna fish.
Swishers, thank you so much. Welcome
2 hits.
to the war room.
Winning on 5s. Yeah. Nothing. D6. 4 shots. Winning on 6s. 1, -1.
Is this a Hellbrute?
Okay, buddy.
I'm hoping you kill him and he blows up. He blows
like
up for G6.
Does he really?
Might be about to get destroyed right now. Seems that the castle is just
waiting, dude. He's just
hiding
like,
behind walls and doing what it can.
Yep.
That's so fucking the whole game.
I think Brad's head and hands might have been an update from another table, if I'm being honest. That's my guess. Let's go ahead and check table 1 right now because Colin is rubbing his eyes.
Storm hostile, which is hilarious.
Ooh,
Ooh, so it looks like Sasha
pulling away.
These guys are like OC2 each, right? Yeah. Terminators are OC1, but they're impossible to kill.
Uh-huh.
I
don't know what these JPIs are doing right there.
Such a good choice. Okay.
I still think that secret looks like a lock for Colin if he's doing what we expect he's doing.
Yeah.
If we're on bottom of 4, Sasha's just not getting this back. It's a done deal.
Is there any chance he could make that charge?
I mean, it's
All right,
possible,
well,
but I can only
Canis is
imagine
gonna
that
run away.
Colin could just
We
go
know
on the
that.
back edge.
We've done that move.
goes there.
now,
And then
too.
it's,
He has
all
to
right.
stay in combat.
So it seems that he remembered Sir Hector, not Canis, Sir Hector, but Colin mentioned
that's
Sir
the thing
Hector
I have
running
to
away, and so
Yeah.
he clearly at some point remembered to put down a character. And yeah, it looks like he's falling back. Now this would be the most cursed desperate escape of all time. If he falls back over those jump back intercessors,
Oh, yeah.
and he fails, he has a CPU roll for it potentially, although he shows he's at 0, but if that is how he lost his secret mission play, I would cry for him.
Yeah.
But I'd cheer for Sasha because I like Dark Angels.
I mean,
The only other...
I know what I have to do. Just don't want to do it.
What's he going to do?
But I don't know if I have the strength to do it. All right. I'm going to 3-inch deep strike.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to kill enough of you
He has to kill a lot of this unit to take
that
the
I
objective away.
can
He must
take
be,
that objective.
maybe he's burning it. Maybe Sasha's burning it right
That then
now.
that doesn't get me my marks for death back here unless these dudes just luckily beat you up, which feels deeply unlikely.
Especially because those jump back intercessors are going to swing first.
That's worse odds for less points.
Yeah.
That's his warlord. Warlord.
Yep.
Indigo paint is green.
Of course, the warlord
I'm
is
not
right
going to
there.
do that. That's dumb.
All right.
because
So Colin
I need
is
these men dead.
gonna just
in a
come
way
back to his
that hurts
backfield,
me.
try to get a mark for death. So he's gonna just fall back with these little infantry. I
So the
think.
subductors will fall back.
With 1 CP each, I doubt this is prompting a reactive move. And it's only 2 guys. I don't even think you'd bother with an armor contempt. You'd accept that they're probably dead. But it means that whatever's happening on that center objective continues to happen. Which is likely just 10 more
That's the
primary
whole
for
show.
Sasha.
I'm like trying to script more models than I actually have.
All right, so it seems that Colin's down to 3 Dread Knights at the moment. Clearly, Sasha got another 2. But that secret mission is still online as far as I can tell.
Looks like he is opting not to fall back.
You've already used the advance and charge turn, right? You
But I
just put a
can
unit
do-
in it.
Okay.
Yep.
Maybe he's still going to. He's thinking about it right now. Because I agree that would surprise me as well, because this Inner Circle Companion unit is capable of killing the Grandmaster Dread Knight. It's not a guarantee, but it is capable of it. And if he just sits there in combat, doesn't kill them, he can't miss. You run up the squad, get really close, and then you just charge him and see if you can kill him.
And for the secret, he simply needs to be standing
All
on
right.
it, correct?
He
Doesn't
needs to
have
control
He
it.
does
He
have
does
to control it. Okay, so that is relevant.
It's extremely.
Dread Knight OC 3, 4?
OC 3, I believe. Wonder what that is in the back
I
corner.
think this
is the potentially a
maybe
librarian?
it's strikes.
Is there some kind of character? I'm not sure who that is.
Yeah, it does. Oh, Tech Marine, I think.
Oh,
Alright, well,
a Tech Marine would make
That's
sense.
all I can do. Trying my best.
All right.
Here we go.
He's leaving the Grandmaster in combat.
This guy into
With
these guys. Here's
Which
the
you'd
flamer.
expect him to
You
shoot
wanna
and
do
charge his way out of it.
What?
But then if Sasha just
This guy's
passes a
shooting
9, that does it.
8 shots.
Wow. Impactful.
6, please.
Dead.
Cool.
There's that mark for death unit.
All right, so more points for Colin. With the secret mission, it does actually feel quite likely that Colin's
This
gonna
man
hold
will
this
shoot
fight
here.
to 10.
Yep.
This will hurt, but it shouldn't kill the squad.
4 hits. 2s. 4 minus 2s.
1.
All right. Flamer.
Let's
10
go ahead
shots.
and swing this on over now. Let's go ahead and actually see the turn that Brian is setting up as a reprisal right now on table 4.
7. 2 hits.
Okay.
2 wounds.
Clearly an activation happened. There's
One
significantly
dice.
less
Yeah,
first
a lot
focus there.
less.
Ooh. Oh, we're in combat at the moment.
Just heard
And
something
Cypher
juicy
killed the other squad,
from
right?
Table
You're already
8.
wrapped, so you're gonna have
Let's
to
hit it.
Scorpex took down Vol.
Oh, wow.
Yep, 5+ in my face.
And
Here is the
Walter
squad
had
camera
bring it
sitting
down.
back.
I
Toughness
mean,
4.
just on the points, it doesn't look like Quentin's getting a
1
big win
save,
at all.
AP
No.
3 damage 2.
Wow.
Failed it. I'll take 2.
And then here's the girl. 1 hit. Nothing.
Okay. That's a big blow to Art of War's victory
This
hope
guy's
right there.
gonna
I
punch
mean,
this tank.
Yep.
He's like, I've always hated you, this tank. I feel like the
All right,
saga of
one guy
Walter in
punching
this
a tank
objective
here.
has been kind of fun.
I know.
Castigator's going to hold it,
Just
though.
do that again for wounds, buddy. Yeah, 1
1.
wound, AP3, 2 damage.
I fail. I'm down to 9.
So it's top of 4 right now.
Yes.
So Walter has
So-
had one more turn of scoring. This
We
round.
get 8 points? Yep. Okay.
So you could
That's a weird little
probably
action.
pencil Quentin in for
At least 10.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
then he'll have bottom on 5.
Yeah. And it looks like he is positioned
It
well
looks
enough
like, sorry, are you done fighting
that
back?
he could zero out Walter's primary.
Over there.
Here comes the Super Scorpex attacks on this tank.
Okay.
Strength 10, toughness.
10.
I'll spend for +1 strength.
Didn't you already spend it over there?
Yes, I did. Thank you. 4s. 2 wounds, AP3, 3 damage.
Fail both.
Do you explode?
Well, I have a feel no pains.
Oh, sorry.
I'm dead.
Oh.
No,
No
all going
miracles
wrong.
to
They
save
did
him.
not
I
work
do
once.
explode.
All right.
I got to die back. I got a 4. So D3 here. 3.
Ow.
D3 here for 2. And here for 2.
He feels no pain.
So this must be that feel no pain Scorpic Lord,
Yeah.
the one that is just made of
17.
thickness. But now a Scorpic is already down on that flank. So what I can only imagine from Quentin's perspective is he knows he's down on points. He has to swing this back. Quentin has 2 turns against Walter's 1.
Okay,
I'm going to
this is
see if I
bad.
can
plot out what he has to do here. So you'd expect this Castigator to finish this combat with whoever that is by shooting it, quite bluntly. And then what Quentin has to do is find a way to clear this objective off of Walter's models.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly if there's anything he can reach over there with.
Well, I think
you want to zero it.
Well, I think this disembark right now is him trying to position for that.
There you go. That'll do it. He just has to keep it 4 inches away from the Scorpic Lord, and that's what he's measuring right now. So he's just going there. That's how he's going to do it. Okay.
And
I don't know who that is or how many that is. Let's listen.
She moves 6, so she
She
can't.
moves 8 because I'm both a triumph over.
Right, but she's not within 8, right?
And a couple
Does she move an 8?
No.
She right there?
Right, but that's not on her.
Oh, duh. I'm gonna move this wall here.
That's fair. But remember, if you're within an inch of the wall, you're about to fight a Scorpic.
So I'm gonna do 4.
Yeah.
So 4 inches away is what are you going for?
You're still within 3.
And 3. Outside.
Yeah, I threw, but I can't stand on the wall.
4 is there. 3. 8 is
I mean, he would just surely need an advance at that
8
point.
is on it. I think. Oh, within an inch of that guy.
All right, yeah.
Just Miracle Dice advance roll? Maybe I'm missing something.
I can't fall back and do anything.
So he just has to be away from the Scorpic, and then
Still burns
advance over
somewhere.
there. And then Quentin just has to hit Walter's primary as hard as he can. He knows he's got bottom up turn here. He knows there's a lot of points. So let's look at this. Quentin's about to score 10 primary and then probably another 10 and at least 1 burn. If he does that, that's 25 more primary. That's a big swing. If he can 0 Walter's primary on turn 5, that's points only for Quentin from this point on, and that gets him a victory. But it's not the big victory that he wanted.
No.
This might be a 12 or 13.
Oh my goodness.
All right,
What
let's go to table
was
2. Someone's very
that?
excited.
My vortex beast blew up in the middle of his whole army.
Mutalith exploded. Next to
Oh,
everything.
wow. This Mutalith just exploded.
Hey, I
it's
mean,
a
hey,
6-inch
hey,
D6.
Hey, that's fun. It's fun. It might just. It might have just do damage. We'll see. We'll
Okay.
see.
Wow.
Let's go Abaddon first. Abaddon. Big 5. 2. So he's down. See that? It's okay.
So Abaddon's more wounded. He was already wounded. Now he's more wounded.
He's
Out.
down to 2. Close predator. 3.
One second. He's down to 8.
Man, so many wound markers.
Yeah, we know that one's
It's a lot of damage.
Eric in chat calling out that he wants to be able to burn the home objective, so that's why he doesn't want to
I take
advance.
3 damage all
Oh,
day.
I see. That good call from Eric. That's almost certainly why he wants that. Wow.
Gotta have
All right.
energy and 40K when we can, right?
Ooh, buddy. All right, let's go ahead and head back to that table. I just want to see a little bit more if Quentin found a way to do what he wanted.
Looks like whatever
looks
that
like
character is.
that character is now on the objective, so I think he found a ratio of 8.0 from the objective and 4.0 from the Scorpic that he liked. So let's listen real quick, confirm that, and then we'll
Second
probably
tick
get
if you
a
have
new
1
game.
unit remaining.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're
Oh.
right.
So this burns.
All right, so Quentin just burned,
So I get a 5 on primary.
and then he's getting a 10. And that actually means at the end of the game, he can get 30 more primary here. Even 35 if he's burning
Now
that
I
on.
will draw some cards.
So he can get a 50 on primary very easily from this position.
I have a point. Bring it down. You have no vehicles left, so I just don't get to describe that. Defend stronghold, I'll do.
That's easy enough.
Containment
Inconvenient at the moment.
is actually really difficult.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm going to pay my CP to discard containment
All right, Quentin's just getting every point he can.
and get cleanse,
Cleanse.
Okay.
Cleanse is actually extremely difficult here.
which will also be kind of hard.
I don't
but
think
whatever,
it's possible.
We'll see what we can do.
I don't think it's possible. Funny enough, he could cleanse at the
So,
top
I
if
get
he wanted
Miracle
to, and then
Die,
burn on turn 5.
and I get 1 and a
but
4
yeah,
plus.
kind of annoying. All right, let's go ahead and hit another game.
So
Let's
she'll
actually look
use
at
the
table
4.
6, I think. And that's Jack's Astromilitarum into Tau. All right, Jack is up on points, up on table position as far as I can tell, but the top down is frozen unless Trenton has the steadiest hands known to man.
Well, we'll go give that a jiggle.
Yeah,
The
go
score
ahead and
should be up to date,
Take
though.
me to table 4 before you leave, and we'll come back to this one. Thank you very much. All right, so here we have Jaime's Chaos Space Marines
Just here.
against
Just second
Brian's Votan. Brian is down on points.
At a
looks to be
minus
doing
1.
well.
He's good. Fearless.
We're in Jaime's morale
Not
phase,
worried.
I think.
He's not worried. He's on how many wounds?
3, but I'm about to repair.
Right, 3, but I'm about to repair. To me indicates that it might actually be Brian's turn. Let's listen in a little bit more, see if it can become more
So
obvious.
move there so that they'll
Yep,
be able
Brian's
to.
moving.
I'll roll that really quick.
You want to be wholly within A, right?
Yeah,
you're
I can
good.
scooch him a little
Yep,
bit, but
you're good.
I believe, yeah.
Yep.
So it's just 4 dice, and they die on 1s, 2s?
1s and 2s, because they're not battle shots. 2 die.
2 die.
2 left.
That's
So-
okay.
That's
a squad.
So they're getting
They hop
into
in.
the transport. They're not battle
Good
shocked,
there.
they'll get in, not battle shocked. They'll get out, not battle shocked, unless it dies. Now, you very much have to look at this and think that Brian has to find a way to clear all of these hordes right now. Maybe this one unit here
What
at the
happened in
bottom that's so
Brad's game?
dilapidated, that might have just been consolidating into Hearthkin and getting messed up for the troubles, might be what happened there. It may be that Brian hasn't even taken the big shooting phase yet, just based on where everything is.
Really?
What
That's
happened?
awesome.
Oh, the Mutilus blew
Mutil
up?
Blade exploded. A Hackathon here exploded and only hit my units, and he had a Hackathon on 3, and he could have killed him, but he was half an inch off. Oh, fuck.
Whoop.
Yeah. Does it get you, wait, does 12 inches get you wholly on the terrain?
It gives me 2. I don't think I can get the 3rd.
12
I don't
inches?
think I have any way to get him.
Where was he?
So he was the lead bike, and I'm bringing him back onto the
Rotating
train.
will cost you 2.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it looks like he's
So
taking
he
a
won't
bit
be
of
able
an
to get
angle.
wholly on the terrain. And then this guy, 12. Where was
All
he?
right, so then it's probably better to just bring them.
So you might
straight
change
over.
the angle. Fair enough.
So
Good
they
call
work
by
together
Hammer.
like this, right?
Yeah.
So they just need to see one of these picks.
You shoot him here,
Yeah.
but not on the objective.
And
Oh,
maybe
but I
the
don't
bike
need
can
to. I just need to
charge
get
on.
over there and be ready to charge you.
You need to what?
I just need to get over there and be ready to charge you.
Oh, sure.
And I can get the
So it looks like those bikes may not
No
be
one gets
shooting.
wholly
this
with
bike.
it, so- You get wholly?
Yeah.
Sure?
Yep. From there, 12 inches.
Yeah.
Back base.
So I think
he
you would
is not-
want,
that's
if
okay.
you're
Bring him here.
if you're the Votan there, I think
You.
you'd want all of these bikes shooting right now.
12 over here. Just touch the objective.
But looks like only one of them is going to get to shoot. Okay.
Got a question in
Because-
chat about rotating on them. Does that cost 1 or 2?
I don't remember. I think it's 1. So I don't know if 1 inch would have made the difference.
Yeah, I don't
But
know
I'm
either.
going to trust that the players were measuring it correctly because, you know, I don't know. I just run infantry on round bases. I am a
Yeah.
simple man. I run monsters on ovals and infantry on round bases. Nothing else appeals to me. We know what tanks do. All right, so at the moment, we're just kind of looking back at this one. Yeah, it looks like, I think in a few minutes, we're going to see some very important shooting phases out of Brian. So for right now, I kind of want to poke somewhere else. Let's take a quick peek at table 7. That was Nick's
the,
GSC into the
iron-
AdMech.
Don't.
Actually,
Oh, the GSC are in full push mode, and I am
Five.
seeing less AdMech on the table than
Yeah.
before. But still a lot. Like, let's be clear. This is a lot of birds, Taraxi here and here. You would expect that if this is Nick's turn, and it's top of 3 at the moment, that all of these AdMech are about to get lifted by the sheer quantity of tanks in front of them. And you know what? It's entirely possible that Nick put together that AdMech, especially this list, aren't killing these tanks super fast, and so he is now shoving them forward.
We did hear earlier that. So in this game, in the bottom of 2, Damien's turn, Nick had 2 units of 5 acolytes come back, and a neophyte brick was still in reserve. So
Okay.
if this is Nick's movement, oh no, we're seeing shooting now. So that
I think there's a 20-man neophyte on the bottom.
okay. Oh yeah, right by that building. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
How many? 2? 2.
Let's listen in on the players a little bit,
How do
see
you
how the
weapon
shooting
this
goes.
works?
Alright, Nick's just deciding how he wants to approach this at the moment. Deep inhale, deep exhale.
Mining lasers, stubbers.
All right. You can
Okay,
see those guys
This is the
fleeing,
guy
so
that hits
no cover.
worse. 3 shots, 1 hit, 1 wound. This is the guy hits
Nope.
good. Ting! 2 hits.
5 invul clearly was past there.
One invul.
That's what the ting means. Oh man.
No, heals that guy.
Aggressive noises from Damien here. He's
And the
feeling
stubbers
it.
on the middle squad.
All right. So, oh boy. Let's go check out table 5 right now.
You read my mind.
Ooh, I am seeing
Prisoners is
significantly less
probably
guard
5.
presence on the center.
Yeah. Pretty much down to tanks.
If Richard took a secret or takes a secret, is in position to score it, and is then contesting Joe's primary, he could
What were
use a
your
secret to win
secondaries?
the
Cleanse and no
primary.
prisoners. Cleanse is like an easy 2.
Wow.
Yeah, you got the cleanse over there for sure. Take battle shocks all at -1 on that.
Yeah, let me just like look at this. Really
It's
quick.
at start of commands.
Okay, I auto pass.
Yeah,
this. So, but I need so here.
Auto passing it.
Yeah, I'm not within 9.
Auto passing it doesn't help here. Oh yeah, you're not within 9. Yeah. You're good. You're good.
Yeah.
Good. Keep going.
Here. So here is
Yep.
him.
Tank -1.
Yep, Joe's doing this
fails.
before he
That
does
one.
his
Okay.
things. I'm
fails,
not sure what. Oh, this
And
is
the
the
character.
Calexis Pulse.
Commissar.
That's what this is. Okay. I was trying to figure out, like, what
Commissar
is...
can unbattle shock someone there.
Like, who called Shadows? But it looks like the Calexis activated this.
Meanwhile, on the next table over, Jack is not looking happy.
Let's go take a look at this, because right now it looks like Richard might be pulling more points than predicted here.
Unless you somehow move that far.
Not a lot left for anyone. Oh, wow, where is the guard army? I mean, uh-oh.
Yeah, this is his dead
I guess I have
pile.
nothing to worry about on the board anymore. Okay.
I don't know what to say either, man. But sometimes you roll dice and dice happen.
Jack is
Okay.
not like
This guy's up in the air. Oh, he probably actually has to.
You got to think that impactfully from the pairings, you remember that Jack had the choice between T-Suns and
Yeah.
this. He took Tau. He was confident here, but Jack had just destroyed a T-Suns player in the last round, and yet he decided here that this is not what he wanted. He wanted Tau. Let's go adjust these matchups, because like at the moment, this looks like a Tau victory. Let's.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just honestly let's
Hard
just
to
flip
imagine
it.
it wouldn't be.
Let's just flip it, right? Let's just flip that into a 7 for Jack instead of a 13. They're tight on score, but Trenton has time and models. I mean,
That
that
would
is
bring
the
it into a
driest
draw.
of draws.
Yep. And not sure Quentin's going to 14.
I'm not sure about that either. Nick might have to be pushing for higher than an 11 here. Nick
Yep.
might need to be the hero for Art of War, and Richard as well.
Yep.
And everyone else needs to hold still, or you could almost say that some of these games look like more of them are going against Art of War than for.
Yeah.
And I know Art of War has the upside right now, but if the slip
If it
continues,
trends,
this
yeah.
could even be a loss. It's possible.
Let's see.
Let's ooh, buddy.
Just trying to figure out what was going on here on table 1. If
Yeah, let's go to table 1 now. Let's look at the more tables before we update too many predictions.
all right, so
Not a
looks
lot
like
left, but I mean,
they
again,
are-
that secret mission we had talked about, still impactful.
maybe Sasha was trying to get a sense of.
Let's listen in.
George, give me a save. Good. And then the Absolver doesn't hit. He hits, actually. No wounds. All right. And then no shooting over. Yeah.
Missile launcher.
Sniper rifle.
Oh, sniper rifle.
He hits.
Oh.
It's out the box. He wounds. AP 2 for 2.
6 up.
It appears to me
Nope.
that we're about to
All
see
right.
some top of 5 long
And
charges
then
from
missile
Sasha
will shoot a frag.
into this warlord.
Your 4 bomber. Or shoot a frag.
All right. Number of shots. Here we go. Oh. I'm so here for this.
I don't know what
this
probability
is so fun.
but I would shoot the crack.
Okay, the crack. 5 up.
Why 5?
Because it's a 5 up.
It's 4 base. Unless you're -1.
No, I just thought. Oh, 'cause
I
you're
rolled
a
a 6.
You're a Marine. It doesn't
but
matter. You hit.
I was like, wait.
You
All right,
hit.
cool. And
Wound
then I
on
just
2.
need a 2. It is.
-2.
Well, yeah, -2.
6 up.
6 up.
Here's Colin just rolled an
Yeah.
impactful 6.
All the bad rolls earlier on, you deserve that.
Oh, that's funny.
All right,
What
let's start
rolled
with the
the
Termies. They
6?
will just charge the subductor. That's a 6. Let's see if we can finagle that.
Maybe
again.
whatever
One guy, so-
No, you leave him alone.
Huh?
character is up on that top right.
All right, so this guy.
Hard to tell.
full
Yeah.
base.
Looks
Up to
like
here.
Oath is on
So I think we will
it,
try
whatever
to
it
stop
is.
that with this guy basically going there.
Exciting.
So this guy cannot base you on this.
Oh,
side.
it might be Sir Hector.
Oh, that would make sense. Sir Hector is.
he
Could
was
he have
going
gone all the way over
straight,
there?
probably
Yeah,
as
he
far
could
as
have. He's
he
just been
can.
advancing backwards.
Yeah.
I
the
don't
game
think
at
a
that.
6 will actually get you because you're not with. Actually, you are within 9.
I was trying to figure out what could possibly be a 4 armor save in this list.
Yeah.
It's literally just Sir
Let
Hector.
me take other.
Wow.
We have the time for it.
What are you trying to figure out?
If I can get into Hector.
Quinton's
I want
walking
to try
around.
to
I
like
wonder
pile
if
in.
his
So I'm
game's
within 9
over.
with this one guy only. So if I
Let's take a
can make it
quick
so that
peek
he
at
can
table
get
8
here.
just to see if
So
that game's
we'll
in
move
progress.
This guy probably he will need to do whatever.
Quinn was walking. He may be scouting. No, that game's over. One way or
That
another.
game is over.
Oh, that's
and
an
we are seeing it
11-9 as a
11-9.
final? Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
This win is slipping away from Art of War at
Huge
the
for
moment.
Pro Tabletop.
Absolutely. And that looks like it's
Try
final.
to get confirmation, but that does look like a pretty final score.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, I mean, that's just an 11-9. Wow, not the result that Quentin wanted there.
We will see if that is not the case, but that is big.
Massive. And just like that, Pro Tabletop's on
now
the up.
on the upside.
Wow. Okay. I mean, not 7 games to go, but all of a sudden, Pro Tabletop looks like, and they look like they have the upside on some of these games.
Yeah,
for sure. Art of War
Auto
panels,
cannon.
but let's see. This is top of 4. Brad's
Fish
turn
and
4 here.
fish and fish.
Like this could definitely get bigger.
Yep.
Winning on 5s. You got 1 at neck 2. 3 damage.
Okay, wow, interesting.
Heavy bolter. All right, 2 sustain.
What just happened?
Something happened on turn 1.
6s.
I think Sasha
Fuck
must
me.
have passed a charge into this Dread Knight.
Where's my measurement tape if you don't mind passing it in?
Yeah.
Oh, did he do it? He did. Oh my goodness, this is insanely impactful. That is the Warlord. That is the secret mission. That is primary.
Nobody else can
if
base
this
you, which is
unit
perfect.
dies.
Yes, I know.
So we can
Oh
literally
my-
now just go over there.
Oh
So we
my
just-
god. Now, he doesn't
Just
have to
over
die
there.
here,
Yeah.
but he could.
He's like really happy that only
that
one
case-
model got to base.
It will still try to charge.
Yeah,
it
this
can
is
land here
Azrael's.
with a 9 still.
This is, I think,
just make sure I
Azrael and
can
companions, and he's
do
just
point
leaving room
currency.
to leave a guy.
That's a 5. All right. You cannot.
I can interrupt.
You can interrupt. All right. So actually, wait. So I think I need to let you interrupt here because if you interrupt there, you
I'll
block
move the subductors.
Yeah, he needs the movement here. All right. So he's going to have to take a swing from the Warlord. Would have to
You
imagine.
move the subductors. What does that mean?
He's got a
Made
unit
a
of
9-inch charge to
subductors. I
stop my
think they have
secret
the 4
objective.
ups.
I think it's stopped. We'll see. But
it might have been
I'm
that
pretty
not
sure.
Sir Hector. But
he did.
Sasha
I went
wanted
first.
to get
All right,
towed
let's do
into
just my
Sir
sergeant
Hector,
intro,
and if the
Hector,
subductors
and then the other
interrupted, then they'd
Yeah,
get based.
I see.
sustained. T5, so 2.
So now they're just
I
firing.
don't instant kill you. You get to roll 4 dice.
All right, maybe Sir Hector was something. Maybe a no prisoners, maybe an overwhelming force, maybe both. Secondaries for Sasha for certain. So
And
Sasha
then 4 regular guys.
turned this into a big win. I might have still swung on the Dread Knight first. Honestly, like stopping that Seeker mission, getting every,
Yeah.
and I don't know how wounded this
Got
Dread
here
Knight
to
is.
string 6.
You know what?
He might be at full.
Let's
11.
see if we can get a camera on that. Nick's happy about something going on right now. I think Mike is getting points.
He did.
Nick is very happy
He
right
did
now.
hit that 9.
All right.
Ah!
Let's see if we can get Price to bring
we
me some
knew that.
cameras. All right.
1,
well,
2,
we're
3,
not going to get
4,
it for now,
5,
but I want to
6.
see this
They're
combat.
dead and unrecoverably so.
Oh,
They
man.
fight on death. That unit dying doesn't matter. No.
Okay.
All right.
So Art of War trying to hit some plays here to
Do you
try to
want
bring
to
this game
interrupt
back into
or
a win.
keep it to survive it?
How many wounds
okay,
does this guy
so-
have? Because I don't think this kills a full health Dreadnought, honestly. Like, I'm...
So you move
Then we get other mortals again.
3 here. Yeah.
So what I want to do is I will probably move this guy. So this guy will end his 3-inch there.
Yep.
Right? Making sure that... So I wanted him to be able to have space there. So he will be able to then go there. And then from here, with my pylon, he will be right there. And then the other guys will
Alright,
just
so
be in combat
just deciding the
also.
pylons at the moment.
I don't think you can move right here from right there. Because that's moving farther away from me.
No, from here, I'm over an inch, right? So this is basically like
That's
slightly
the- yeah,
over an
like an
inch. And then I just want to be slightly within.
Okay. So
So
then
did
when I
Colin choose
move-
not to?
I think they're deciding.
I see.
How does that stop me?
So where's the back of your base?
Well, the front of my base is the relevant part.
Well, your back gotta clear me, right? I know
So,
you can get on.
Sasha's-
The question is just, can you clear an inch?
So I was just trying to physically prevent the model from landing there by saying that the 8-inch movement with, or 6 with a pivot does not, maybe.
Give me the 1-inch stick.
Sure. Yeah, that is more than an inch. If you can get all the way there,
But that's with
that's
a
not
pivot, right? So you
factoring-
would only get
Yeah.
6.
So
Yeah.
that's center to center. 6 gets me there.
All right, so it looks like he has to kill him.
If I pull this down, I think I'm going to touch
Okay.
right there.
So I'm outside of there.
Yeah.
That's a 6-inch move, center to center.
Center
Alright.
to center.
Seems like the guys.
Anyway, we
Now there
can
would be a
lock the
desperate
heads.
breakout involved in that. The way it's
Yep, that
currently
looks
looking.
perfect. And
So
it's anyway, for me
he has to kill him.
to get this guy. So sorry, this guy started right there.
After his, yeah.
So he starts here, and then he has his consolidated pile. So he
To
becomes
me, it
this
seems
guy.
like killing the Dread Knight has to be the answer here. I don't think the movement block is going to work. Now, if he does enough damage, I mean, Colin likely just auto passes the Battle Shock test.
Sure.
The best you could hope for is that somehow Colin has 1 CP and he has to decide between the Desperate Escape reroll and the Battle Shock. If he auto passes it, it's just a 3-up away from glory. But I mean, what you need is to kill this guy.
Yep.
And
Are there any stratagems Sasha could use to try and
Lance, but my eyeball tells me that those are... So if they're maces, the wound on 4 is automatically. If not, if they're swords, he's absolutely popping Lance here. And that might actually be a sword unit. Looks like it's maces on the top. These ones might be... this one's might be maces. I can't tell. I cannot tell if those are swords or maces. The problem is that Sasha brought in a couple models to help with the placement, so I cannot tell which one is which. Let's listen to the model. The players here.
I need to be closer also, right? So right now here,
he has to base if possible.
I'm
That's
slightly
the
over an
tricky
inch.
part.
Yep.
So I can be still slightly over an inch away. So
You could be like
get
right
this-
at an inch, yeah.
If he can base, he has
basically
to.
right there.
So he has to be
So I
not
think
able
this
to base.
can work right there, and then this will be within an inch.
Okay.
This will
So,
stop this.
but maybe if he had gone
So
close enough
we
to
have
base, he
pretty
would have
much
ended up
34 minutes to
in.
figure this out. So is that the farthest you can move? Let's just
I think
confirm
that is
that.
the furthest we can move, right?
All right.
So 3, I think that is perfectly 3 there.
Okay.
And we're starting over, and I think we just split this perfectly in there. So I think that is the furthest we can go.
All right. So the question is,
Can you be an inch away from there?
that's exactly an inch away.
Yep, perfect.
I can be right here.
All right, so a lot of careful measuring
So the
here.
question is,
they have time.
is this
really
a
nice
6-inch move?
cooperative play between
Let's go
two
ask a
opponents.
judge that question.
No, I think you're good.
Okay.
I don't even think we need to ask that. It's
So Sasha
perfectly-
thinks that
I think it is, but I just want it to feel good
Yeah,
to
no,
you.
no. So the only thing now is, you have fly, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter, and you can just pivot in air.
Yeah.
I think he only has fly if he advances on Grey
There's no
Knights.
way to stop
You
that.
can kill.
I can just kill you.
Yeah, roll to kill me. I think
All
that's what we know.
All
now you just
right.
need to kill me.
Here
I'm
we
in a
are.
number of
This is
contempt.
highly
I'm not going
impactful.
to interrupt.
So let's see if we can
The
get a
5 guys
camera
on there?
on that
Yep.
that Grey Knight. That get a camera on that.
I have nothing to make this any better. All right, here's my mace.
Yep.
All right, so they're two maces. Is this
One.
the oath target? I wonder.
Give me 2. I'd effectively AP1.
Okay, 3 ups.
Oh man.
Goes through. Down to 8.
All right, so that's 2 wounds.
All right, here's the swords.
Oh, they're swords. So did he not lance here?
And 5s.
And then 5s.
He didn't
No
lance.
CP to...
Yeah, he didn't have
Ah!
CP.
that is not enough.
So he's not going to kill the
I
Dread Knight
cannot
here.
kill you. So just
3. All right.
All right, huge for Colin.
I take 1 more. I'm at 6, so I don't battle shock.
Nope.
All right. So I think what we need to know
6
now.
would battle shock, right? He's a 13 wound model. I mean, I'm not going to interfere, but
Before there, so your final score is an 82.
I think that
Does
sounds
that sound
correct.
right to you?
okay.
So I get
So we're getting a real finish out of this.
on overwhelming
Yes,
4s.
13 wound.
You got a 3 on, or no, I'm sorry, you got a 5.
5, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
I
yeah,
killed
yeah.
2
You killed
units.
2. So you got an 84.
That's it.
74? Yep, all right.
There's nothing that can change that.
Cool. So I think the only relevant things
Just what you draw.
are what I draw. I'm going to hold this.
You will have 40. We know
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So it's just who do I need to pick up to make sure I can do secondaries?
Yep.
I'm going to pick up
So it looks like
this
Colin's
man.
going to try to
Yep.
bring this into
I'm
a
going
9.
to pick up that Tech
maybe
Marine. I
even
don't think
into a
him
10.
being there has any benefit.
Wow.
Nope.
Huge.
So he'll
That
go
is
right
really
there.
Huge.
Let's draw my secondaries.
You can even pick him up.
No, I need to
because-
score the 5 on primary.
No, you
oh,
get 5. You score in turn. Don't
score
you?
in turn. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So he can be in the air. Thank you.
So Sasha, as
you can
always, an
literally just have all
exemplary
three guys out.
sport.
Yep.
This looks like a
And then
10 to
just,
me unless Colin whiffs on
1,
cards.
2.
Yeah.
then cleanse.
Defend,
Defend
cleanse.
Stronghold's impossible.
Cleanse
I'll
is
spend
easy.
my CP for turn to burn it. Yeah.
This is almost certainly a 10. He needs
And
1
get
point.
Sabotage.
Yep, that's it.
Sabotage is just 6 points, right?
Yeah, because I'm going to
Because
go
you can do 1, 2, 3.
cleanse, Sabotage.
That's that. That's going to
basically
be
a perfect draw.
a perfect
it
draw.
is a perfect draw.
All right,
Puts you
10-10.
at
That's going to be the
34.
final. Wow.
So I'm going to hold 5. I'm going.
Wow. 10-10. You know, I think that is what I called at the beginning.
Yep.
But
we just saw
man,
the
happened in
handshake,
weird
which
ways.
had not
10-10.
jumped so quickly.
Okay. So is that what we have in there
Wild
right
game.
now?
It was an 11-9
Now it's a
last we
10-10.
had it.
Okay.
Now it is down to 10-10.
That's a final. Let's go to table 2. That's Russell versus Brad. All right. Oh, actually, no. Go to table 6. There's no one playing, so there's a final there.
I hit dice rolls when I needed them, and my fusion teams got to
55.
activate.
For the Tau. Big.
Like,
big.
I think we had that as a 14-6 after that last update.
It was currently at a
I won
13-7.
15-5.
Oh, man. 2 more points for Pro
This is-
Tabletop.
Oh, they
Pro
are-
Tabletop
they
is
are
pushing
flirting
for
with
the
the
win. Oh, my goodness. They're flirting with it for sure. So that's another final. Is that 3 games that are done so far?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go ahead and keep going. Let's go on now. I do want to see that table 2, that
Charge.
T-Suns into Chaos Space Marines game.
Oh no!
Top of 4. This is Brad's turn 4 still.
All right, we're just going to see if we hit a 10 on that because I'll have to go around the building.
So this is a Forge Fiend trying to charge someone on the center. I cannot tell who.
That's all I can do.
It looks like
So
for where
literally, if
they're
it
at in the
happens
game,
That way, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
it looks like if this was... All right, so looking at this now, it appears that Russell has plenty of material left, all things considered. He has bottom of turn. He's down on points. This does not look like it's going to be a blowout in Brad's favor because this is Brad's turn 4 charge phase. Brad has 1 turn after this.
Yep.
And so you have to imagine that Russell could, if he does this right, he could easily go score some end of game primary here. I don't know if he has a secret. I don't think he needs a secret, if I'm being honest.
Assassinate for 5.
So some more
I'm gonna
points
keep
scored by
area,
Brad, though.
Denial, though.
And he doesn't
Keep
get
area
area
denial?
denial.
Yeah.
All right.
So he's keeping it, but he doesn't score it
I'm
because
gonna
there's
get
something
5
alive in the center.
on primary. I'm going to get my defense stronghold.
More points rolling in for Russell here. Russell's doing the hero's work, trying to keep this as close as possible. Wow.
I'm going to go up.
Let's go check on table 3. Ardivore is trying to find some points. Mike is one of those places they need to find it. Let's listen to the players here.
20.
Oh,
Secret
you're
mission.
gonna do that.
Wouldn't have mattered.
1, 2,
Okay.
3,
4. I have the tactical doctor left. I get ACP.
Yeah.
I can draw some cards.
So they're on top of 5 right now. Thomas is
I
scoring
just
his
can't let
last
you
primary.
burn my home base. That's the problem. Defend, stronghold, and storm.
And it
so
seems
we
like
know
Mike's
what the
going to be
plan
running up
is.
points from here.
Battle shock on those guys.
You need the battle shots. They are okay.
Okay.
All right, interesting things going down
We're
here.
like, we got this one corner in lockdown, boss. We got it.
Yes.
Ain't nobody coming over here.
It was storm and defend. All right. I got you.
Storm and defend, those are actually tough ones right now.
Okay, we're in the tactical. We need this CP for important things.
Now, how much can Mike
Storm.
actually...
We got the captain.
push
He's going
on
to use his
this?
3 captain strat to put him.
So realistically, I don't know where Mike's primary is at right now. However, Mike could score 20 primary. Now the way that this works is that if you have the bottom of turn, you burn on, so Mike burns on bottom of 5. He does it in his turn 5 shooting phase. He burns the objective. Then at the end of his player turn, he scores it at bottom of turn. Then at the end of the game, the burn completes. So as a matter of fact, if he's only on 1 objective in Thomas's deployment zone, that's worth 15 because it's a 5 hold at end of turn and a 10 burn at end of game. Plus he's holding his own, so that could be 20 primary right there. And it certainly looks like, unless that Impulsor survives a round of combat with Magnus, I would expect Magnus to just hold still, burn that objective, and call it a day.
Currently, Mike is at 35 on primary.
So he only needs 15 more.
Yeah.
But he'll probably get it because he'll burn something and he'll hold. Looks like he's going to have multiple burn options. So he's getting a minimum 45 on primary, probably a 50 if he completes a burn anywhere, which he'll have perfect knowledge of. I mean, he can push this up, and then it's card draws, maybe a 14. Do we want to go ahead and put a... I mean, if card draws are equal between the two, and I don't know if they're going to be, I think a 14, 15 is where Mike's looking. Well, let's call it a 14 for now. We'll be conservative here. And 14 is what we had, right?
This is table 3, yep.
All right, so sticking to the prediction there, let's see if that holds true. Let's check out table 4. That's Brian versus Jaime. This is one of those places where if Jaime can pull a big win, this could actually push Pro Tabletop into a huge win for them.
Absolutely.
Let's listen in.
Goes a guy.
Yep. Alrighty. Pull that jet. Cool.
Something died.
All right. And
A lot of Jaime's army has disappeared, but there's still some
fight
left.
shooting the horse.
Jaime's going to keep scoring points this whole time. But, well, Brian took a long movement phase there, it looks like. We're still in the same turn for Brian. 40 minutes left, 4-0. The players are on chess clocks. You got to hope they know what they're doing. But if Brian were to clock out here, that would be a game, that could be a round-ending problem. Wow, tight.
Question about Nick's.
You know what? I think we can go over there. Table 7. That's Nick into Damien. Plenty of GSC on that table. Not as many AdMech infantry left as before. If this is Damien's bottom of 3, and Nick can get 2 high-scoring turns, Nick could try to pull that big win. At the moment, we have this as an 11-9 in his favor. If he can turn that into something higher, that goes a long way to keeping it a draw, or keeping the hopes of a win alive. It may be Nick and Richard, the owners of Art of War, who have the burden of saving the round on their backs right now.
Bottom of 3.
3.
Bottom of 3. I went first.
Oh, it's bottom of 3. Nick went first. Yeah, so Damien owns
Bottom of
3.
3.
Wow, okay.
Whatever. We know all those dudes are
Yeah, you got it.
These dudes here are gonna charge this one.
All right.
Charge phase.
So it looks like Damien is throwing the dregs of his army in to tie people up, but and he's excited about it too. Extremely.
Not a 12.
You gotta base me up with a 12.
Yeah.
Does anyone else think Damien sounds like a Looney Tunes character?
All right. So this guy.
Was anyone else getting that vibe? I was getting the vibe.
No, he's too big.
He's too big.
Damien is
We'll
a
go
joy and a treasure to play against. I've had to pleasure myself. All right. Maybe we look at table 5 real quick. That was Joe versus Richard.
What's going on there?
Oh, Richard has the lead, and he has the material, and he has the board. If he has a secret mission as well to just catapult his primary to the top, this could be if he can crush Joe's primary and then score his own. This could be another place Art of War makes up the points if they're trying to salvage a win out of this or keep it to a draw.
Yeah.
That could be huge here.
That's step 1 right now, is just make sure they're
Step
back
1
safely in draw.
Get back to draw land. This is dangerously close to slipping into a Pro Tabletop victory right now. Let's listen a little bit, maybe?
6s. It's gonna be 4. Okay, sounds good. I'm gonna shoot the big squad. Here's the Devlin's gun. 4, reroll. Doesn't. Plasma. Reroll. 1 hit. Doesn't wound.
So this is Richard's
Does
shooting
wounds.
phase right now. You have to
Yeah,
believe
so
that
I
there are some
think we're
charges
ready,
coming.
actually.
Yeah.
I
From
mean,
the transport.
maybe
6
even
damage
onto this
there.
objective.
Hazardous is good. Okay.
It's also entirely
Sniper,
possible that Richard looks
misses,
at this
hits,
board to the end of battle round
wounds.
3, if the turn count is correct, and just says, you know what?
Fails.
I don't need a secret mission. I'm going to score
Pregame.
primary the faster way.
Doesn't
I'm
well.
actually going to run over there and check the turn counter because I don't think that's accurate.
Yeah.
Because
And all the
Joe had
bullshit
first
goes
turn. It
in.
currently shows top of 3, so I want to see how
Yeah.
wrong it is. Let's see about that real quick.
You
I'll be
didn't
right back.
allocate everything down?
No, because it's all strength 3 anti-infantry.
We can absolutely say
It won't
that,
do anything into commander.
hello
And
to Nick
also
for
I
you. No problem.
Have the one last tank to shoot.
Awesome that you're checking in even as late as it is over in your time zone.
Okay, so that's going to be
All right.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Looks like it is
Ignoring
indeed the
cover.
bottom of 3.
Should be 5.
5 dead.
Okay, and you've lost 2 already. Okay, here. This is bottom of 4. Or bottom of 4, yeah. Bottom of 4. Thank you.
Bottom of 4.
Hits, reroll, hits.
Well, that does change the
wounds,
math
20
a
if you
little
win,
bit.
no cover. Yeah.
Assuming that they've been
kills
scoring
them
correctly
once.
on their tablet.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
Bottom
going.
of 4
Going.
instead of bottom of 3 does change a lot about the
For
landscape
sure.
of this
Good.
game.
All these billing unit
Do we
shots
know
are
that
gonna
they're
do
actually
anything.
up to date on their tablet?
You know, I should have asked that while I was
Don't
over
need
there, shouldn't I?
anything. They're going to get on this objective.
I don't, but just looking at it, I mean, I cannot see this board state Richard
gonna
being
shoot
down
and
knowing
scoop.
that it was close the whole time. So,
Alright, with their
to
disembark?
me, this looks like this is one of the big wins Art of War needs in order to push this round into a victory. At bare minimum, I think them being able to solidify this table and the Nick versus Damien table is enough to keep it a tie for Art of War. But if either of those Pro Tabletop players can pull some heroics, keep it close, not let these favorable board states for Art of War balloon into big points diffs, suddenly they keep it as the tie, and they keep their hopes of winning alive. because Pro Tabletop does not want to tie here. They're aiming for the win. At the moment, these predictions we had them as up. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at that tab.
Projections?
Yeah, let's do it.
Right.
So if we give Richard a little bit bigger of a win here, if we give him a 13, that means that Pro Tabletop is looking at some of these tables like that T-Suns into Chaos Space Marines, like that Chaos Space Marines into Votan, to try to get bigger wins to put them on the higher end of this. At the moment, Pro Tabletop on the high end of a draw, but you want to push that to a win if you're wearing those Pro Tabletop jerseys. Absolutely. Do we want to maybe take a look at table 4, that Chaos Space Marine into Votan, see what Brian's able to do with this shooting phase? Oop, there are even less Chaos Marines than before. I think we're in a charge phase now. Let's listen in.
7. AP doesn't matter to you, does it?
Sure, so I see at least 5 little guys. Wait, do you have
this is melee, I believe.
Okay. I need to do that differently. I rolled it horrible.
Roll 5.
5, yeah, so I need to do that differently. Let's just kill 4 little guys first.
Okay.
So double Funeral Pains. Cool, so I kills 4 little guys.
You got 2 others to roll, 2 more saves.
Yeah.
All right, this is a Cursed Cultist unit getting jumped in
Then-
combat right
so
now
how
by a
many more
load
attacks
of
coming in?
Hearthskin.
You have 2
guard?
that I've rolled,
Guard.
and then I still have the Thane and the Grimnir. So I've got 7 more attacks. 8
So
more attacks.
this was 3 guys fighting?
Okay.
4, the regular guys. Oh no, 1 guy's dead.
Right.
Sorry,
So
I
just
rolled
redo
too
it.
many.
Go ahead and redo it. And then put it back in.
All right, so they're just redoing the save. Looks like
Just
Brian rolled too
don't
many
roll
dice.
anymore.
Sorry?
Just don't roll anymore.
I
dropped a ton. Are you sure you want me to re-roll it?
That's fine.
I rolled a lot
I don't
once.
mind at all.
Okay, fair enough. Brian's
I
giving
roll horrible
him
in the inbox,
the
so that's
favorable
fine.
side of that. I would have rolled that.
The Thane hits.
Yep.
He's going to wound on 2s.
3. So I see 1 mutant. He dies. 2 blessed blades. Die.
Okay. And the Grimnir from that unit.
Yep.
Misses
And this
with
is
1.
this one that just charged in here, right?
That's the the one closer to you.
Yes.
And 3 more saves.
Cool. So this
These are
is
D6 plus 1.
cool. Icon Wrath dies, and then let's do mutants.
There's just
All right,
there's
tough
only
choices
These
here.
2 mutants.
Oh,
yeah.
they're
So he dies.
Torment. They're different than
torments.
torments.
Yeah, torments.
Okay.
All right, decent amount of this Cursed Cultist brick has been
Both
messed up, so
damage
looking
on
down at
each
this,
in order.
this is the scatters of a squad in combat with way too many Votan. These are not going to survive.
He dies.
I see a unit of horrors on the center, and some horrors getting jumped on by the bikes. Now, I know that these bikes are a lot of OC. They're OC 2 each, and it looks like the horrors are getting beaten up a little bit. I suspect that if they have not yet been rolled, the bikes will be able to punch this unit down enough that, at a bare minimum, they are no longer controlling the objective, and the Votan is. Still, primary caps at 10 here, so Brian's going to need to get to the end of turn 5 and get that bottom of turn to bring this back close. I actually think from this board state, if you play all 5 turns, I do believe Brian's going to hit that 8. It appears to me that the Chaos Space Marine push is done. It's over. Let's look at what's left behind the ranks here. We see horrors in combat. They are not winning this fight ever. We see horrors on objective. They will die the next time Brian takes a turn. You know, maybe those aren't horrors. One of these 3 things has to not be horrors, because he can only... I guess he could have 3 units of pink horrors. Maybe these are just all pink horrors. And I think in Brian's next turn, 2 of these are getting wiped out. This objective belongs to Hyman for the rest of the game. This objective belongs to Hyman for the rest of the game. But there's only 1 Predator. That's the only damage dealing piece that is not currently getting messed up by a Votan army. There's a lot of Votan left. Still 2 land forts. I think Jaime has done all that he can aggressively. Now he's just going to try to dink and dunk points as much as he can and hold on to his pants while Brian scores the bottom of turn. And everything that is in front of this point is going to evaporate the next time Brian takes a turn, is my read for how this is going down. Brian's going to push forward, but if there's some tricky move blocks, if there's a line of horrors here, maybe he doesn't quite get to this objective with some poor advance rolls. There's absolutely room here for Jaime to still win the game on the scoreboard, even though I think the material has firmly slid in favor of the Leagues of Votan. Jaime may just have gotten enough of a forward push to keep this really close, but I just don't see a big win that Pro Tabletop wanted. I don't see it developing from here as long as the scores are up to date on this game.
Yeah, and those are horrors on that middle.
All right, so there's 3 units of horrors. I was thinking of Imperial Agents limits where you only get 2, but I forgot this is a points limit because it's Chaos, not a unit limit. So 3 units makes sense. So as long as those points are up to date right now.
Let's flip to 2. Not sure what's going on, but it seems very animated.
All right. we're on bottom of 4. This is Russell's turn 4.
For 3,
He's coming
kills
out.
him. The
Things
tank
are
right
dying.
next to him. For 3.
Oh, this is another explosion.
I think that's everything, right?
Yep.
Abaddon, did
Holy
Abaddon just
bananas.
died? Abaddon just died to a mutilith
2
explosion.
mutilith explosions.
Holy shit.
Okay, Brad is happy about that. And a dead
All right, well,
Abaddon,
I'm going to
yeah.
ditch establish locus for a command point.
Yeah, do you want to give it a cleanse too?
And then I'm going to, no,
Oh, you had
I would ditch cleanse. That's why I was down CP. I got secure no man's
I
land,
forgot
a
to.
small one.
So it seems that Russell is keeping the points close still. But I see not a lot left for him. And so this is purely a question of, can Brad lift a couple things? I mean, if on bottom of 5, if Magnus just stands here and a Predator dies,
It's fucking crazy.
maybe 2, I just don't see the material for
Alright,
Russell
got
to
area
like
denial.
really hold a lot at the end of this. Oh man. It seems like Brad is going to be getting the
so we
win,
just saw some-
but we're on top of 5.
Yeah.
You're going to get 5 on primary again.
We did
Oh.
have it currently penciled in as a 14 for Brad.
Yeah, I don't think that's a 14.
It does
though.
not seem like it will be a
Do we want to take that down to a 12, 13?
12.
Let's do 12.
Okay. All right. So, I
Yeah.
mean, with that, do you know what the current projection is with that
Is
change?
it 80-80?
It is 80-80.
Oh my goodness. Draw City over here. Let's go down the line.
I
Mike
kind of want to
was in-
see the 80-80.
I kind of want to see.
That would
If you're
be-
going to see a draw, you like to see a
Yeah,
clean
right?
draw.
It'd just
No
be
one,
epic.
someone feels robbed when it's 85-75.
Yeah, right.
But the way this round has gone, evenly matched is the only term I could use here. Now we see the other T-Suns game, and this is where Mike is trying to run up the score. We've got top of 5 with Thomas Bird. He's scored the last of his primary. He's doing his best. See what's happening and see if we can listen in. It's probably finishing up
Because he's not
Thomas's
final
turn, I
shock, so
think.
he's going to burn your home.
Oh, so you can still do mortals and stuff, though.
Yeah, he's going to come to here. Goats will come here. None of this matters because they're not on the point, but basically it's to cover if Doom Bolt fails. So he's going to wind up Doom Bolting.
So hold on.
Magnus has not moved because he's still towed onto the point.
Okay. You're not moving to 9 of them.
Magnus is not moving at all. I'm literally going to roll this dice. If it is a 2+, that character on the objective dies, giving me overwhelming.
All right, Doombolt,
Which
got
it
on
is. So that'll give me overwhelming for 3, and I burn your home, and then max primary.
it. Okay.
And then behind me lines for 3, overwhelming for 3, hold 2, and I burn your opponent's. So that maxes
So that's
there.
the 50 primary. Any burner would have done that, I think. But, you know, there you go.
Yes.
Well done, sir.
Good game, man.
I tried to kill him. I tried to kill him.
All right, so
Oh my God.
how much
I
of
put
a score is
everything
this
in
going to
the
be?
game.
Let's hear
Yeah.
So they're
Dude,
typing it
yeah.
in now.
what that number actually was.
He'd have to tell you the story how Magnus lived on 1 wound.
Sweating.
1 wound
Dripping
Magnus.
sweat.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Yes.
1
So
wound
that's
Magnus.
why we heard
gets the
Mike
burn.
saying, I
We
am
got
not
behind,
moving.
the secondary
Didn't want to
was
risk
behind
any
and
sort of
overwhelming.
Overwatch.
But he just scored like 20 points there. He scored 15 primary, a behind
Primary
it
goes to
overwhelming.
50.
Yeah.
Yep,
I think
here
he
we
just scored
go.
21
and then I
points.
score 6 in total off secondary.
31 here.
Yeah.
Oh, does he?
And then for you just to make sure, so you don't get defend or storm, so your secondary should be at 21.
Oh, I did not get stormed
You
because
did not.
your Magnus is still on there.
Correct. Magnus is OC6.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, that
So
one
I have
wound,
10, I still just have
absolutely
21.
massive.
So
And I
just
have
making sure that
20.
the score is right.
Yeah, so I have, this is the final scores.
Why
so,
is this 30?
because you have 30 primary.
Oh, because it's at the pain in there. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're good, you're good.
Oh, I don't have 30, right?
I have you as
Oh, I
10,
have 30.
10,
math,
5, 5. Yeah, you have 30.
Math is hard. Yeah.
Yeah, you have 30, 100%.
I got the
Crazy.
question, how
And
much
then
time before
secondary of 21,
dice
which is
down?
right.
Should be
27
I
just
have
under half
50
an hour,
primary
yeah.
and the 31 secondary. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
this could be
91
big because we currently had Mike
61,
penciled in
so
as a
30, yeah.
14. If he managed to get that extra point, that could be a
I think he's at
huge
least a
extra point.
15,
Again.
maybe a 16.
Good game, man. That was.
So it looks like 15-5 is the final.
Yep.
I did not respect the amount of CP you would have that entire game. Finished up 15-5.
15-5 final, so let's lock that in.
15-5.
Yeah.
That's Art of War trying to sneak this back positive. Oh my goodness.
Sneaking
Okay.
one in favor of
So we have
Art of War
4 games in progress, 4 completed. Let's
So,
go to
yeah.
Let's
so
go
right
to Nick
now
and
the
go ahead.
games that are finished: a 10-10, a 15-5 in each team's favor, and an 11-9. So that is currently a 1-point favor
Yeah.
towards Art of War in the finished
So
games.
41-39 in what's finished.
Yeah.
And then of the 4 games that are left, we feel like
2 look in favor of each team.
Yeah, wow, this could just be the drawiest draw that ever drawed. But you have to look at the upsides here, and what this is coming down to, I think, is can Brian and can Russell keep these games closer than they could be right now, while Nick and Richard are stepping on the gas. I feel like there is more upside in favor of Art of War right now, but I don't know if there's enough time to actually capitalize on that and push it to a win. But I do believe that Art of War has stabilized this into not losing the round.
It
but
does appear that way.
Let's look at table 7.
Yeah, I am curious what Nick can do, because that seems like
this is
maybe
the game I
biggest
understand
opportunity
least.
from what is
Yeah.
It's the hardest to read, but also we currently only have
nice.
it in as an 11 for Nick.
And he can push
and
it
I
higher.
think there is
4
definitely
guys
upside
here, 3 guys there.
Oh, these are not 12 inches.
They are the front guys there, I think.
Yeah, you got.
Wow,
I think
wow,
the back guys got pulled out.
Yeah, so the back guys are gonna go here.
Okay. Oh, perfect.
So crit 5s, 2 grenade launchers here.
Yeah, let me check.
All right, so there's a neophyte unit at the top here.
Nope, he's in.
That's
he's
a big
in,
neophyte
yeah,
squad, I
he's
think.
in, and he's in. Okay.
Clack, clack.
So 2 grenade launchers, 2 Webbers, 2 seismics, and 1 heavy stubber.
Okay.
Man, just an assortment of guns.
Yeah, I know. It's one of the
Reroll hits.
most
2
diverse war
wounds,
gear
and
units in the game.
just 2 wounds, AP3 ignores cover.
I think Nick runs them as stubbers and
E3.
seismics, no mining lasers, I believe.
3 kills the tank.
But the grenade launcher is a nice multi-purpose tool here. So tank just died.
Stubber at your dudes.
This is definitely a depleted neophyte squad here.
2 wounds.
But Nick seems to be running the table. I'm guessing he
Wounds.
pushes this upside here.
1 ignores cover.
I'm sorry. What are these Ridge Runners doing here? What is their story?
Pistol, pistol. Reroll.
A lot of AdMech dying in the center there.
And
You expect it to
seismics.
continue. Okay. This is currently a 12 for Nick. I'm smelling upside.
4
Do
hits.
you want to punch this in as a 13? I know
strength
Damien's
6,
got
8
bottom of
wounds,
turn,
AP2
but
ignores
I
cover.
feel
Eight.
like Nick's got the
8.
dominant board position right now.
D3 each.
And he's
So
limiting
if
Damien's
that goes
primary.
up to a 13, that would smudge.
So this is a smidge.
Yeah.
So if you're rooting for Art of War, you're looking at Richard and Nick to push this higher if they can, and Russell and Brian to hold on to the best of their ability. If you're pro tabletop, well, you want the opposite. Pro tabletop. Pro tabletop. You want to kind of check in on table 2, see, because Russell and Brad looked like they were really coming into the finish here. Like they've got to be on turn 5. Yeah, there it
definitely
is.
a bunch of tanks dead.
5
Okay.
go to 4, 6s are devs.
Yeah, this is just
just
Brad
gonna fish.
shooting him. And this score can't be up to
Give me
date.
1 more 6. No. 1 save at -2.
Do you want to go check for me?
You have
Just
cover
see
on
if
that
that
thing?
scores.
It might be.
I mean, I guess
We'll
it
check.
could be, but yeesh, on turn 5? That was low scoring affair.
Devs been doing, and then the other gun for 5 shots.
A lot of damage going in. This last Predator is getting lit up right now. Russell might have pushed out in time to get his whole entire army shot.
That'll get him.
Let's
Does
see.
he go?
That's the last Predator dead. All right, so
Dude.
Russell is out of upside. He's
Yeah,
not
it is.
burning.
I
he's
just
not
got
doing
chain
anything.
blew up on.
Oh, man. Brad's getting the big
Boom,
win
boom,
that he
boom, boom,
wanted
boom.
here. This is how Pro Tabletop tries to fight back
So
the draw
that's 2, 4,
or
6,
get the win.
8 for bring it down.
Oh, 8, bring it
5
down.
on area
My
denial.
goodness. Wow. Massive impact there. 8 on bring it down. Huge turn. Killed 4 tanks
And
that
then
turn.
the Demon Prince didn't shoot. He's gonna burn that objective.
Oh, Brad's pushing the big diff here, I think.
Wow, dude.
Yeah, so that score was up to date, but as you probably heard, Brad had to bring it down. Just chain blew up a bunch of tanks.
That was a big turn
He's about
right
to
there.
get a lot of points here.
Okay. And I think we can stick here because it looks to me like Russell's turn 5 is going to take
Yeah.
about 30 seconds.
Yeah. So
Hang on.
I
I'm
see.
gonna get a 13-7. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
all right, so
Unless
the
you-
13-7
you might
that
pull
is a
something that
point
gets him
more
5
than we
right
were
here, but I don't know what he
currently
can pull.
projecting.
There you go. And I think Russell just having nothing he can do here is what's going to do it. What's that? Massive impact here on the
Big
next
result
game.
we just
we
heard.
just saw Brad get a big victory for
What's-
Pro Tabletop, and
what's the
Richard
one?
just immediately checked him.
17-3. We were
Wow.
only projecting a 13-7, so that is absolutely massive.
Man, those 2 defending guard on
That's
light
why I
tables
did it-
combined for 8
I did it
points.
that way because
That is currently a 1 point.
Oh
victory
my
for Art
goodness.
of War.
And that's
This is
2 games to
huge,
go.
2 massive critical games.
So between Brian and Nick, Art of War needs 21 points to hold status quo. Let's go to Brian versus Jaime. That's probably going to be the last game to finish, if I'm guessing.
Okay. Things are gonna.
Oh my goodness.
I don't think you're sticking over now. 'Cause
theirs where you got to be sticking. You got to be.
So he's poking out a Predator to get some shots. It looks like he's move blocking this land fort
It's not
with
my
the best of his
favorite.
ability. Jaime knows that he just has to hold points and do what he can, but woof. Oh, buddy. And this is top of 4 at the moment, so plenty of time for this game to play out. This is likely going to be the last one. No kidding. Again, oh, man. Richard getting the big upside there is what has put Art of War into this winning position. And when we were calling that
So
as a
off
win
this
for
one,
Richard, we did not think it would be a 17.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is what happens when I bet against Richard in the pregame predictions.
There you go.
Richard goes in and proves me wrong.
Say that at the beginning.
Maybe that's part of the plan.
Can we go captains because we're both super low on time so we can figure out what to do?
So a little,
Captains to see what we do with the club because we're both super low on time.
still definitely 2 very consequential games to play
We're
out.
both captains.
It would
So talk about
appear
what-
that that 17 from
Delegate,
Richard is
delegate.
probably
Why
enough
you
to
guys
make
talk about
sure
it?
that it
Just to see
doesn't
what we're
slip out of a draw.
No, I would say so. You would have to see something crazy happen
Yeah,
right now.
they would both have to lose 10 points from where they're at right now.
Jaime's
Or
requesting
11
a captain, and Art of
Yeah.
War's captain Nick is the
He's playing
only
a game.
person who's still playing
Yeah.
outside of that game. So
Okay, but he's got forward control and stuff.
it seems like Nick just deputized Sasha to go
Yep.
be captain
He
in his
said,
place
"You
because
are
Nick's
now
busy
the
right now.
captain."
He just knighted him as far as I'm concerned.
So we did hear those 2 Ridge Runners. They fell back from the center objective.
Yep.
So
Okay,
that's how
let's
they
look
got
at
all
this.
the way over there.
Engage, storm hostile.
All right, we're on Damien's turn 4. Engage and storm hostile. Yeah, he might be able to storm. It looks like a couple of these are hostile, quite frankly.
Yep.
I see
Not
some
sure
options.
about engage though.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm not entirely sure what units are even his at this point.
I mean,
I might go take
to
a peek over there
me,
just to.
This looks like it is Damien's What's Alive, and this. Take a look at that map, Warner, and see if there's
So that-
anything
that
AdMech that's not in those 2
lone
circles
dude
right
can-
now.
I don't know if he can get far enough.
But you need a 3rd quarter,
Yeah,
and if you're going there, you're not storming.
Yeah.
So
Let's go
I
find
don't know. Warner's going to go be my reporter in the field. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. Well, we're going to get as good of an update as we can on this one. To me, these 2 circles encapsulate every AdMech model I see on the table. But there's room for something like right over here on the edge. There's room for more. And Warner's going to find out what else is left. All right. Now, if Nick can push this any higher than a 13, then then that's impactful. All right, so we've got Warner coming back here. He's going to give us an update real quick. Let's find out what that is going to be.
So he does have a 3rd unit there, right in front of the Taraxi. Those small bases. It's some kind of Skitar unit.
Okay,
Vanguard or something.
so that's it though. It's 3 units.
Yeah.
All right, so nothing else AdMech on the table. So yep, here, whoop, and there. That's what's left for the AdMech player.
But yeah, he wouldn't be able to storm while also getting engaged.
What's funny is if he only had 2 units, he's actually allowed to redraw engage, but he has the wrong number.
Yeah.
You'd almost hope that one of these squads had been finished to try to get points. Here's what this means. Look at where Nick's army is. Look at 3 things left. If Damien sells out to score anything right now, he's done because he's tabled. That's what, if Nick's turn 5 takes Damien's models and says they're no longer on the table, Damien is no longer scoring points, and that's how Nick gets a bigger win than the 13 he's currently hoping for.
Those guys can go over there and get that.
Let's listen to the players. I want to hear this.
There.
Nick's
These
got a
guys
lot
go
to work on,
storm.
but he's doing
Pick
well.
up 2. We go through that.
A little moral support from the coach.
Okay.
All right. It's a healthy inhale exhale from Nick. I've been on recordings with him before. All right, they're both thinking.
I think
right
he'll
now.
start to burn the objective.
Damien's starting to burn. So this is the start of burn. And this may be Damien saying, yeah, I don't have much time left. He's burning the only objective he's got access to right now. Oh, yep, here comes the Skitari. So, all right, here's the burn. This small little guy right there, I don't know what character that is, but something is walking up and burning. You have to imagine that unless something changes, these Ridge Runners are going to go hunting for sport. But I could be wrong.
Love it.
Okay, so we can see a couple angles
all
right now.
So
It's kinda cool.
to do that,
This may be overly confusing on the audio.
Yeah. So we've got 2 each. All right, so we've just got a view of both tables left right now. So, and yes, I think no audio from the players is exactly what we want right now. But we've got Over here on the right side of the screen, we have Nick's game into Damien, and on the left, we have the other game that matters, Brian into Jaime. Right now, Brian's got a 7 and Nick has a 12. If that happens, that's 19 points. And I think we mentioned Art of War wants 21. Art of War wants 20 points to get the win. So you need Brian to get a bottom of turn push, take this objective, get the 15, tighten up this scoreboard, or you need Nick to just break Damien on top of 5 and table him entirely and say, all right, fine, I get one more turn of scoring and you don't, and that's how I get myself higher than that 12 that he's currently at. From these projections, I mean, looking at the game, we're on turn 4 both times, bottom of 4 in both cases. I do believe that this is possible for Art of War. As we can see, we have Pro Tabletop has lost their opportunity to win. There's no feasible way from these board states that I'm seeing, both of which are Art of War dominant armies trying to run up the score against Pro Tabletop. There is no way that I can see this going into a Pro Tabletop victory for the round. But at this point, in a tight game like this, you got to believe that a tie is a victory for Pro Tabletop because it means they're in position to win the tournament still. And then it's just on Battle Round 5, you race and you see if you can get the win.
We got a Nick supporter saying Nick's going to get a 15-5.
You know what? That is not out of the question. If Nick's next turn is perfect, that's what would happen. But it would need to be pretty darn good. All right. Oh, I see one more AdMech model. Someone snuck out there. I don't know who that is, but I see a couple random AdMech models.
Yeah, it looked like there was like maybe a Marshall on the backside.
Now let's listen to these players. Now that we're back to one game.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4 here.
Yep.
Splitting fire, trying to wipe out as many units as they can.
Nope. I'm gonna switch it. 5 here and 4 there. Yep.
All right, 9 bats left.
Those are staying combat, whatever.
Yep.
Okay, 5 here. Yep. What does that matter?
This is those guys?
Yeah. I don't think it matters.
All right, just deciding the particulars of this. So Damien has his last bat unit going out to burn. There's, I think, a couple of AdMech models here that are probably just going to try to tie up these Ridge Runners.
10, 13, 16.
Got a great question in chat from Thomas. How
Yeah,
do
can you
the
score those up for me,
WTC
Jeff?
points get scored based on VP? Could you explain?
Absolutely. So let me go ahead and go through that. So the way that this works is that the 0 to 20 is the WTC score or the differential score as it's normally applied. And that is going to be, after that first point, every 5 points of difference that you get. So so you kind of start out as if each player is a 10-10, and then each time a player gets 5 points of differential past their opponent, they take a diff point from them is how you could think of that. So let's look at this right now. Nick has 56 victory points, and Damien has 44. Nick is 12 up. That means he's 2 diff points ahead of him, so he has a 12-8. And what you need there is 11 points would be the lowest barrier of a 12. At the moment, he's 12 points up. But if he was it was 55 to 44, Nick would still have a 12-8. But if he was up 10, it means he hasn't cleared the second diff point of 5, and so he'd be an 11-9. So if this differential is going to be by 10 points at the end, that's an 11-9 in favor of the person who's up. That's actually basically what happened in the game of Quentin versus Walter, where Walter hang on for a 9 against
massive 9.
Absolutely. If Walter had gotten that 4 that he had gotten earlier, this would be almost impossible for Art of War to win right now.
Yeah, if it ends up a draw, Walter's work is going to be a significant contributor to that.
For Art of War to lose, I should say. But now it looks like Art of War is going to really struggle to bring home the win. It's in reach, but it is slipping past their fingers right now. They're just seeing what they can do. All right. And I think those bats fire and fade. No, they must be charging. Let's go ahead and listen in. That's a charge.
Moving closer this way at a weird angle because your corner.
You got it, yep.
All right. So that's just a charge, yep. Just tying up what he
Those
can.
guys will charge.
Yep.
Damien's holding on to what he can.
Hey, I'm just going to put him on this side so for engage.
Ooh, does an 8 do that from that last model?
Okay, that's it.
Oh, you know, it does. It does. This is the engage line.
Yeah.
Like, fighting's irrelevant
I
to me.
mean, that fighting matter. Okay, so I'll just do my attacks.
Putting a
Sure.
guy
Ridge Runners there.
So the distance is not important. So he's going to get...
Minus 1 to hit. Minus 1 to hit.
That's because he had
that
one
Ridge
small
Runner
thing.
goes nuts.
Oh, dude, Ridge Runners in combat.
Pile in, can't face you.
I think there might be a tech priest attached
They'll attack
to
you.
that unit, so there might be.
Wow, that's
Minus one hit. One hit.
I think what he's doing is he's consolidating on to take that sticky away.
Consolidate.
There we go.
Yep, that's it.
Rock Grinder.
Didn't get the kill in combat, but a couple of these bats might die.
More invulse.
They hit on 3s natively?
3 natively. Yep.
Okay. How many?
Oh, 4.
4? Oh, feel no pains on these dudes.
Got it.
Yep.
4?
They're just rushing through, but they're being gentlemanly about it, as
2
you
each.
expect.
I'm just gonna reroll any 5s. Is that cool?
It's not.
No,
It's
it's
not.
not. It's
Yeah.
not.
That is completely
First
not the way to
one.
do that.
1.
Dies. Second one.
Damage.
On a 1. Third one.
Dead.
Dead. Fourth one. On a wound.
Mikkel, I don't believe he needs the Traxi for
There.
the
So
engage.
the 1,
He's
2.
got
2 and a
small unit
damage.
here.
He's gotta do
damage.
on that
Single
objective.
model, single
1
model.
Ridge Runner here.
That's the engage right now.
3 hits.
It's a small one,
minus
but it counts.
Yep.
3 saves.
Points. Points are what Damien's looking for.
Okay.
And 1 here. No. Okay.
Okay.
That's it for you.
Yep. Storm. Here, I'll do those. I'll do those.
Okay.
Engage for 4.
Write
1,
me in
2,
for
3,
10.
4.
Engage for
I get
4.
engaged in all fronts.
1, 2, 3,
I got
4.
defense strongholds.
Is there an engage I'm missing in this quarter?
Maybe.
you,
Maybe
Quentin.
there is a unit
Thanks,
up there.
Up to I get a CP. I do up to her.
I cannot tell.
Yeah.
Everything
We
there
certainly
looks
don't
just
want
Not
to.
yours.
Not going to interfere.
Yep.
He's a lone op or no?
Nope.
Okay.
So this guy's going to get shot by Ridge Runners is what I'm hearing.
Fall back.
Truck on the objective, just
He's
jamming
gonna
OC
start
around.
The,
No.
starts the burn.
La 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 la.
No.
Who the heck stole my wallet and put it on the table?
These dudes are going to start the burn action here.
All right, so
The ones that you're not engaged
Or
with.
is that just my ADHD and I pulled it out at some
Oh.
point and put it on the table? I have no idea.
So he says the unit you're not engaged with. So
has
there
been
is
quite a
something
thing.
in this corner that is in combat getting engaged. I cannot see what it is, but that's how the engage happens.
Got
The
it.
engage must be correct because there's engagement range happening in that corner. And Nick's just trying to clear out as much of this stuff
I
as he
just
can,
need-
but everything got tagged, so he's going to struggle to actually
minutes,
put the
let me
pedal to the
think
metal
real
here.
Yep.
Whew, man.
Excellent
That was
use
fun.
of minimal
Nick
resources by Damien.
Might not be getting this 13 if I'm being
No.
honest. Do we want to take a quick peek at table 4, the other table remaining?
Yep.
Were you
See
stopped with all
if
the screen?
maybe.
Hold it, so it's just going to be all about my secondaries.
Oh, they might be on bottom.
What'd
of
you
five.
get?
Here we go. Secure no man's land.
5 points.
Defense stronghold.
8 points.
All right.
So that takes you to 31.
So defense
7 to
stronghold.
169.
final
Wow,
is a
Brian
10-10.
actually sneaks ahead,
No.
makes it a 10-10.
81-79.
Defense.
When you
Is
do
that
the
a
10
final?
points.
2, and you're going to get 5 for
like
burning
it.
something. Yeah, 79-81.
Good game. Well done.
Wow.
There's the
You
handshake.
dug
deal.
yourself out of that push like a master. Whew,
All
holy
right.
crap.
Okay,
That's
so right
great
now,
work by Brian for Team Art
This
of
is
War.
where we are.
So
if Nick only got a 10,
that would be it. So
That
Nick
would-
has to get an 11.
Nick has to get 11.
That's the story. I'm sure people have told him he has the ability to do so, but let's just go over there and watch it. This is Nick's top of 5 right now. And the weight of the team on his shoulders, it's 56-52. He has to find a way to turn this into an 11. Killing Damien, you would think would do it. But you got to see it. It has to actually happen.
And you have no fallback and do shit, right?
No. I mean, no.
We'll drive out here for engage.
I don't think Nick put in his primary yet. But it looks to me like if his primary has not been scored, he's probably going to go touch enough
Stubber
stuff
autocannon.
that he's going to make this work. All right, what's Damien
Yes.
thinking?
Yes.
Let's be considering a field pain.
2 saves from the stubber. You still stealth or you're not stealth?
Always.
Always stealth. 1 more autocannon wound. So 1 dies.
All right.
Grenade from these guys.
Oh, Nick's trying to just finish off the dregs of this unit right here.
Grenade for enough.
Wink, lifts him. All right.
Bummer.
That's big for Nick because he has defense stronghold
2
right
mining
now.
lasers
If
here.
this bat unit ends up in combat, there is no conceivable way
4
I
shots.
can see because they can't fall back into anything to take that objective back.
4 hits.
That's a big deal for Nick.
4 wounds.
Oh, goodness.
CP. He's dead. All right.
All right, I think that's Nick locking away the victory for Art of War right
Stubbor's
now.
going down. Oh, Stubbor's would have been there.
Because that was the burn action that Damien was trying, that I believe he just took from him.
Stubbor's that way.
I think this marker here is the burn. If it's a sticky, though, it's primary for... But I don't think it is. But I don't know.
Twin linked. 3 saves on those guys.
All right, so now he's just trying to light up whatever
Minor
AdMech
lasers
unit
here.
is chilling over there. This is
4 shots plus
this is
last
chaos.
6 shots.
But this Goliath truck is going to slam into the middle of a
3
not
hits.
combat unit and just hold them still.
3 wounds, symbols. 3 die.
What's the damage?
D6 plus 1 each.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yep. No feel no pain, so just zap a
Charge.
couple. Yep, tagging them.
Tank shock.
Easy. Just killing as many as he can. See if you can get the bolt battle shock range.
Tank shock for 0. Oh, 1.
Okay, I guess it matters.
Headbutts. 1 save.
-1 hit.
No hit, no saves.
All right, simple as.
I'll slap Ridge Runners at you. 2 hits. 2 wounds.
I don't know why they're -1 to hit in combat, truthfully.
Boxcars, mother trucker!
All right, Damien's
That's
quite
me.
happy.
Yep.
I get engaged
Mother
for
Chucker
4.
is
and
what
I'm
I
ready.
heard.
Wait, I'm not ready. Don't put the time on me yet. Wait. Keep it on you for a little while.
There's your 4. All right, now you're ready.
All right.
No, wait.
Nick and Damien having a great time.
I'm not ready. Okay, you can put it on me now.
All right, let's see what the score is. Again, if Damien gets a 10,
overwhelming
they
force
tie the
behind enemy
round.
lines.
Behind looks
Battle
hard.
shock on these guys.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
All they're gonna do is just jump, I think, and just
Get behind.
get behind.
They are.
That's all I can do.
Are they getting
Burn
behind?
fails here. Burn succeeds there.
Yeah, I do get some points though.
You get a.
How much OC is that guy?
That's 2. You get 4.
Oh yeah, so I get 10.
This might be Damien
By
keeping
the
it to
luck
draw.
of my balls.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I got a 10 also.
No.
Oh,
No,
they did
you
not
actually-
count.
No, I go down. No.
You went down 10 points.
Hold on.
This was for turn 5.
Buddy.
All
All right, the
that's
players
for
are sorting
turn
it out.
5.
Yeah.
This is for burning. Because I burned this with those guys.
Oh my.
Oh, the burn.
Yeah, you sure did.
Wow,
and
this
then I defend
is.
Stronghold.
Oh my goodness,
yeah,
down
you do
to
that too.
every last thing.
All right, you got to put those points in there. It
Holy
turns out that matters.
Behind and
Holy-
overwhelming, I can't do anything.
Can't overwhelm.
I mean,
You could fight that.
I can try to kill those 2 little guys.
Try.
All right, so
Pistol
it
shot.
seems like a minimal
you.
amount of effort from the AdMech
Wounds you.
here. I
I
don't even
also
know what that
minus
is.
2.
I heal
minus-
3 back, so there's that many.
What do you mean you heal 3?
Every turn I heal 3.
What do you mean 3?
All right.
How many did you get back?
I get 3 on objectives.
All right. So give me a save.
1. Good.
I don't like that. All right. Then we'll fight you.
All right.
I
So
go
there's a
first,
neophyte
Ridge
unit
Runners.
in
You do
combat
go
with
first.
a thing. We are unsure
Miss.
what.
Yeah. Back to me. Yeah.
I mean, if he's wipes a.
Nothing.
All right.
Kills a guy. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Good job.
Okay, so it seems like we're getting
There's
a
the
final here.
handshake.
Come here, baby. Get over.
Here's the hug.
Is that a final? 78-62. If so, that's a 78-62 is a 13 for Nick. There it is. So it's the 13.
Wow.
The 13 we called a million years ago.
I mean, what am I gonna get?
All right, that's
what,
giving us a final.
What a round.
Wow.
What a round.
Art of War is exuberant right now. So they got the
my
points he needed.
gosh.
This is the final.
Mr. Nanavati coming in clutch.
I think I mentioned it. Nick and Richard were going to be the
Yes.
2 that saved this round
Yep.
for Art of War, and it looks like that's what
Yep,
came true.
30 points between the 2 of them.
That's what they needed. 27 would not have done it.
Big hug between Brad and Nick.
Wow.
What an amazing round.
Uh-huh.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so
now we do have to say, there is still one more round in this event.
We do, absolutely. But you've got to believe that Art of War is riding high right now.
Yes. They will be in a position where effectively they could draw next round and they will still take the event, which is definitely a nice buffer to have. Of course, you want to
Absolutely.
take the win. But wow, what an absolute – I mean, this is what Teams is all about.
Absolutely. Came down to the last.
So many games went in different directions than expected. Ups and downs, highs and lows. Absolutely incredible play by both teams.
Yeah, so it turns out that at the end of the day, there were 2 draws, 2 wins for Pro Tabletop, and 4 for Art of War, and that was enough to push the difference in Art of War's favor here. The teams right now are hugging each other. Let's see if we can catch it. Happy but well fought, and so certainly you've got to give big props to Pro Tabletop there. It seems they're taking it well. They're still smiling and laughing, congratulating the Art of War boys. There's a lot of good friendships between these two teams. They have
I
met many
think
times.
there was a plan on getting dinner together tonight, even before this round.
Absolutely.
I can only imagine that's definitely happened now.
Yeah, I can't imagine that changed.
Yeah,
ooh,
Brian, we got a comment in chat. Brian came also clutch.
Absolutely. Yeah,
I mean, that was looking pretty bad for Brian for a while.
Brian
I really
had
thought
folded,
that might get bad.
Yeah, if Brian had folded in the face of that push, I mean, that's it, right? That's a drop.
Yep.
You know, you look at all of the losses there, all of the draws. If any of those had just slipped, but where they needed to, it seems the Art of War guys held on by their fingernails.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Well, what a second day. We still have one more round, and
I mean,
it's going to be.
There was half an hour ago we thought Pro Tabletop might be winning.
Yes.
And
Yeah. This
Art
round
of War,
swung both ways,
back and forth like a pendulum.
Oh my goodness!
But Art of
Looked
War,
like it was going to be an 80-80 for a while.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Hats off to Walter getting that 9 against
heroic
Sisters.
9 into Sisters. Goodness gracious.
Wow. Absolutely awesome. Well, chat, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Did you want to pull anyone over here? What do you want to do?
You know, I mean, the Art of
I
War
don't
team's
know
celebrating right now.
Yeah, I don't know
We
if
might
they
be
have
seeing them in
the
the morning. So
energy right now.
Let's
but,
go ahead and close this one down. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching and being with us today. There is another round tomorrow. Art of War has not secured this tournament yet. They've got another challenge to face. We'll see who that ends up being. But for right now, it looks like Team Art of War is going to end the day in first place with one more game to play tomorrow. Come back to us at 11 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow morning. We've got one more game, one more round of amazing team event to see at Dreamhack Atlanta 2024 in this big convention center. Champions are going to be crowned tomorrow. You don't want to miss it, so make sure you subscribe to the channel. That way you get notified every time we go live. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll catch you then.